Chapter 661. Pain invades Kurigakure village. The land of water, Kurigakure village. Because of the geographical environment, it is located in the deep mountains. Although the entire village has been relocated and left the old site. However, the whole new Omegakure village is still surrounded by mountains, and it has not changed. The thick white mist, like a natural barrier, completely enveloped it. Because of the climate near the sea, the humid fog has hidden the village of Kurigakure in the middle of the mountains. Soon, dark shadows appeared in a special circular building. The village of Kurigakure is just ahead. 6 people were ushered in a few kilometers away from the gate. They all wore black yui-colored auspicious cloud robes, and everyone's face was indifferent. The most special of them is that they have black chakra sticks on their faces. At the same time, without exception, their wavy pupils are all the same. Rinnegan, Akatsuki's robe, has completely revealed the identity of the 6-6. They are the Pain 6 paths who came to Kurigakure village to capture the 6-tailed Jinchuriki column force. 6 people 6 walked in the misty mountains, no one said a word. Seems that they are very tacit, and they can know what each other is going to do without communicating at all. While 4 of the 6 people all dodged to the 2 sides and left. Only the Pain Heavenly Path and the Animal Road are left, walking towards the gate of Kurigakure village. At this time, when the 2 walked out of the thick white fog, they could see the Kurigakure village ninjas in several teams ahead, staring at them with serious faces. At this moment, the situation is severe, and the usual 2 patrol teams have become 444. Now when they saw the Pain Heavenly Path and the Animal Road, they stopped it immediately. Yes, it's Akatsuki. When a group of Kurigakure patrolling ninjas took a look, they were all shocked. Akatsuki's iconic clothing, of course they all know it. Especially now that they have started to act, after creating so many disturbances in the ninja continent. As long as they are ninjas, they should be very familiar with them. Quick! The leader, Kurigakure Chunin, waved his hand and shouted at Genin behind him. Go and inform Mizukage-sama, these guys from Akatsuki are actually here. Rinnegan's psychic art. Pain's animal face is expressionless, and there is no nonsense at all, immediately. Come to the front of Heavenly Path and slap the hand seal with both hands towards the ground. Was a muffled thud, and in front of several Kurigakure patrol squads, sheets of white smoke appeared. Roar! With a huge roar, a giant psychic dog broke through the smoke. It's brown all over, and there are innumerable huge heads, each of which is visible with a big mouth full of kiba. Exceptions. The massive canine head is full of the iconic Rinnegan, while a giant black chakra stick is nailed to the nose. With a strange overall shape made the village ninjas' scalp numb. Quick! Defense! Can't let they pass. Although they were terrified looking at the moment, no one chose to back down. They know that their relatives and families are still there. Later, if they leave, then let this terrifying psychic beast go in, and the whole village of Kurigakure may be destroyed again. Now they are just developing, they are no longer allowed to be destroyed once. No, to be more precise. They can't afford to be destroyed like this again. If they do not resist here, the situation in the future will be inevitable. There is no way. They can only hold on until the arrival of Mizukage Terumi. Maybe there is still hope for everything. The cold wind of the cold night whistled past. At the door of Kurigakure village, the atmosphere began to change, serious and slaughter. Dozens of ninjas in Kurigakure village were pale and heartbroken, and some even went blank. Akatsuki's invasion was so direct. No one would have thought that they would actually dare to walk in with such unbridled swagger. Let's get started. Pain Heavenly Path standing at the back didn't talk to them any nonsense at all. Roar! Just as Heavenly Path's voice fell, a furious roar came out. The Animal Road that controls the split dog in front, immediately stood on it. Immediately, its huge size has stepped out and trampled towards the Kurigakure village ninja in front. Use compound ninjutsu. Seeing the split dog rushing at the foot of the animal road, Chunin, who was headed by Kurigakure village, endured the fear immediately. Wave the command. Sweetened water style, water dragon bullet technique. Sweetened water style, wild water wave technique. Released out. Several giant dragons condensed by sweetened water style, they opened their mouths and attacked. The monstrous waves below also began to be gathered continuously, and finally formed a tsunami-like offensive. Originally, all of them were ordinary ninjutsu, but with the fusion of dozens of people, their power was enormous. Now Terumi Mei was afraid of Akatsuki's invasion, so all the ordinary Kurigakure village ninjas were sent to the periphery. The ninjas in the village of Kurigakure who stayed in charge of security, all of them were very strong. So now they are not disrupted by the formation, but endured the pressure immediately. The organization formed a counterattack. Hula! The waves of water all over the sky instantly drowned the roaring and rushing split dogs. Did it work? Several Kurigakure ninjas looked excited, looked at the split dog who was now submerged by sweetened water style in front of them and said. However, the next second, along with the defeat of the sweetened water style dragon, the water curtain was washed away, and their expressions immediately turned white again. In front of me turned into two. After being injured, they did not die, but began to split. Ah! With their arrival, screams began to appear at the gate of Kurigakure village. Kurigakure village, inside Mizuka's office. Terumi Mei, who had just closed the document, was a little sleepy when she was immediately struck by the loud noise outside the door. Wake up! Back! Looking at the sky-high waves and the huge shadow over there, Terumi Mei's face was instantly ugly. She has begun to think about what she needs to face next. Mizuka-sama, it's not good. Just as Terumi Mei was about to leave, a genin from the village of Kurigakure hurried over. What's going on outside the door? Terumi Mei looked at the panicked genin immediately. Asked. It's Akatsuki who invaded. Ninja from the village of Kurigakure who came to deliver the letter said with a mournful face. Mizuka-sama, it is very difficult for us to hold on. Damn, they actually came. Terumi Mei immediately. Dodge away, not talking nonsense at all. Chapter 662. Night, quiet Shisui. Under this quiet dark curtain, all the hustle and bustle has stopped. Everything is silent, waiting for the next dawn to come. Konoha village, inside the Hokage office. Lord Hokage, now Kurigakure has been attacked. Kimimaro, wearing Anbu's uniform, dodged to Gong Yi's eyes immediately. Said. After the investigation of the Four Tails was over, he has been paying attention to the affairs in the village of Kurigakure. When Pain Heavenly Path started to invade Kurigakure, the spies in the village immediately. Message sent. After Kimimaro got the news, he immediately. Drop everything and come here to report. Now Gong Yi's future plans have been revealed to Kimimaro a lot. Therefore, he didn't dare to be sloppy at all. If it ruined Gong Yi's plan, it would not be what he could bear. Kimimaro, who was raised by Gong Yi since childhood, is now unconditionally loyal to Gong Yi. Whether Gong Yi's plan is right or wrong is irrelevant here at Kimimaro. He knew was that he helped Gong Yi accomplish what he wanted, so that's fine. Well, because of this, Gong Yi is now gradually entrusting some of his own affairs to him. Well, I also received ninja pigeons from Kurigakure village here. With a faint smile on Gong Yi's face, he nodded and looked at Kimimaro. It seems that the Four Tails' defeat this time has made them unable to wait. Hee, they are naturally afraid of Yi Changmeng. After all, Mr. Gong Yi, your power is completely beyond their ability to compete. Kimimaro smiled behind the mask, as if he was extremely confident in Gong Yi. If the Kurigakure village is not a teacher and you deliberately let them go, then this time their six-tailed Jinchuriki column will not try to get it. Naturally. Gong Yi knocked on the table and said with a meaningful smile, this time, the power of the ninja in Kurigakure village is weakened in disguise, and it is also for the future plan, which is actually not bad. Then do we need to go now, Lord Hokage? Kimimaro looked at Gong Yi and asked. No, don't worry. Now is not the time for all this. A thoughtful expression on his handsome face, Gong Yi said in a deep voice, I have given Mizukage to activate Hiraishin's characteristic kunai before, and now after the previous communication, if Akatsuki enters Kurigakure, she will send a message, and I, as an ally, will also send a message. I'll go there myself. But it's a long way to Kurigakure, and now she knows it too. Gong Yi's smile continued, so, we just need to delay on the road, let the ninja power of Kurigakure village be weakened by a few layers, and wait until the six-tailed Jinchuriki column power, we can show up. Lord Hokage, this way you won't get caught by those guys from Kurigakure village. Hearing Gong Yi finish saying this, Kimimaro was confused and said with some worry. They will naturally be suspicious, so we must show up at the right time and kill a few pains first. If he had already made up his mind, Gong Yi said lightly, as long as you kill Pain who delayed Mizukage and the others in their pursuit, this disguise is enough to dispel their suspicions. After all, when the land of fire reaches the land of water, it can't be reached in just a few minutes. Even with the Hiraishin technique, it is impossible to cross such a far sea, Mizukage naturally knows. I understand Hokage-sama. Hearing what Yi-han said, Kimimaro nodded and showed a clear understanding on his face. Now Gong Yi's plans are very subjective and his intentions are very clear. With Kimimaro's knowledge of Gong Yi, there are no more questions. The atmosphere slowly fell silent. Gong Yi turned around and looked at the wide floor-to-ceiling windows, where a bright moonlight shone down on the entire Konoha building. On the road of Nuoda, the street lights of Baichuan are now extremely bright, breaking through all the darkness. Although it can be felt that Terumi Mei is as complicated to herself as Tsunade is to herself. However, Gong Yi did not affect his plans because of these external factors. Now on the Kurigakure side, Gong Yi's idea is really simple. The first is, using the current Pain Heavenly Path, let him enter the Kurigakure village to wreak havoc, to weaken the strength of the Kurigakure village. The second is, let Akatsuki grab the Jinchuriki column force so that he can implement the plan and prepare for the opening of the Fourth Ninja War. Everything is driven by Gong Yi behind the scenes, and he also knows that it is orderly and there are no surprises. After all, under this circumstance, no one would have thought that Gong Yi already knew everything. Even still, secretly complacent, ready to use the resurrected Ten Tails to deal with Gong Yi's Uchiha Obito. And I thought that after calculating everything, I could master Uchiha Madara of the ninja world. And there's the whole behind the scenes, ready to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. These, the self-righteous conspirators, the masters. They may not even know that the entire ninja continent has long been seen through by Gong Yi. Of foresight that Gong Yi has no worries at all now. The whole ultimate plan is now coming to an end, as long as he officially cooperates with Uchiha Obito, launches the Five Shadows Conference and starts the Fourth Ninja World War, then everything will come to an end. And those arrogant guys don't know that they are actually taking advantage of other people. He was completely manipulated by Gong Yi. It didn't take long. After a brief preparation, along with the Dark Knight, Gong Yi and Kimimaro left Konoha village. Now Kimimaro has taken off Anbu's costume and changed into a black combat uniform. Gong Yi, on the other hand, is very casual, still wearing Yuhi's white Hokage robe. There was not much expression on his face at the moment. It seems that the next thing is completely nothing important to him at all. Well, it's more like the current Gong Yi invisibly, he's just gone through a cutscene. Following behind Gong Yi, Kimimaro didn't say much. Knew it, I followed Gong Yi to perform an unknown number of tasks. Now he also understands that as long as this man is in front of him, everything seems to be solved. At this time, Kimimaro didn't seem too nervous at all. He felt that all things, in the hands of his teacher, were not things at all. Suppressing some complicated thoughts, the two gradually disappeared into the middle of the night. Goal Kurigakure, go, to see the ununderlined version of the novel. Chapter 663. Passive Terumi Mei. Just as Gongyi took Kimimaro out of Konoha village, the Kurigakure village was shaking with loud noises. I saw that the thick white fog that shrouded all around had dissipated, and was replaced by a scene of blazing fire. Dozens of gigantic split dogs ran rampant, trampling in front of this Kurigakure village. The loud bang, the rumbling noise, and the voices of countless people crying and scolding mixed around. It can be seen that the main force of the village of Kurigakure, led by Terumi Mei, is forcibly holding the split dog here. It is because of them that the rear of the village of Kurigakure is still relatively safe, and has not been destroyed to the point of being completely destroyed. The flounder is liberated, seeing that there is one more. The split dog rushes in, trying to destroy the ninja formation in Kurigakure village. Chengjuro, holding a double knife flounder, dodged and bombarded it. Chakra was quickly injected into the flounder, and its radiance began to expand. Next second, Chojuro waved his light blade, causing the split dog to stop again. However, invisibly, it actually split again. Mizukage-sama, if we continue like this, we're really screwed. Ching frowned tightly and came to Terumi Mei's side. This psychic beast in front of us is too weird. It seems that every time we kill it, it should split into the same individual. If you don't stop them now, then the village of Kurigakure may be doomed. Terumi Mei's charming face was pale at the moment, and her whole body was gloomy. It was just the split dog at the feet of the animal, which caught them off guard. The two sides fought for only a few tens of seconds, but they began to fall into a passive state. Although Kurigakure village, it is a very famous big village in the ninja world. But right now, because I haven't cultivated, I can't really be like Konoha village or Iwagakure village. Of their ninja powers are still being cultivated at the moment. A new generation of ninjas, Terumi Mei didn't let them join the fight. Especially looking at the pain heavenly path behind, Terumi Mei knew in his heart that he was very dangerous. Mizukage-sama, we Kurigakure have already joined forces with Konoha, haven't we? Released a ninjutsu again, Ching looked at Terumi Mei. Do you want to inform the 5th Hokage now? I already released the news when I came. I think if he receives it, he will definitely come. Terumi Mei nodded and seemed to be very confident. According to Terumi Mei's understanding of Gongyi, she feels that she has already cooperated. Then Gongyi is absolutely impossible, and will choose seeing death without saving. Especially now, Konoha village and Akatsuki have long been part of the immortality. This matter is known to everyone in the entire ninja world, and they are even cleared by these ninja Omura. Akatsuki's member, Gongyi, killed several. At the same time, because of the incident with Gaara in Sunagakure village, it is estimated that Akatsuki's number one enemy is Konoha village. Now so, with Gongyi's look, I found the figure of Akatsuki members. Then he will definitely choose to come in person and kill him. Everyone feels that he understands Gongyi's character, that is, to kill all the enemies. Since Wu Hokage has been notified, I hope he will come. Hearing Terumi Mei finish speaking, Ao nodded with a complicated expression on her face. Right now, it's actually quite embarrassing for him. One of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world of a dignified continent, now encountering an enemy, it has been reduced to relying on an outsider. Thinking about it, Chengdu felt ashamed. However, there is no way to do it. After going through the bloody Kurigakure village, and later going through Gongyi's shot that almost wiped out the village, then the riot of the tailed beast, plus the construction of mission points in the interior. This series of things made the village of Kurigakure very passive. The old ninjas suffered serious losses, and the new generation of ninjas has not yet fully grown. This kind of situation has caused the village of Kurigakure to be green and yellow, and its status is extremely embarrassing. Sweden, water style, water formation wall. Hula. Boom. Ah, save me. Damn bastard, go to hell. Of the village of Kurigakure ahead is still noisy at this moment. The deafening sound and the continuous release of ninjutsu became the main theme. Now Kurigakure village ninja is biting Kiba and is trying to resist the split dog in front. It is still Ninja Omura. No matter how it declines, it is not something that can be destroyed by a psychic beast. So, it would be too fake. Have found the position of Jinchuriki column force. Standing at the back of the battlefield, the expressionless Pain Heavenly Path looked down at Ju, who was showing his head. Yes, she has been transferred to Coordinate 103 by several Kurigakure Jonin. Location. Ju nodded and continued. That should be the forbidden place where the tailed beasts were sealed before the village of Kurigakure. I see. A pair of indifferent eyes radiated a strange look at this moment. Pain Heavenly Path looked at him coldly. Terumi Mei, a group of Kurigakure ninjas, was completely unconcerned by him. They are still too weak for Nagato, and the reason why they are still here. Now this high-profile entry into Kurigakure, in disguised form, is also to force the force of Jinchuriki column out. At present, the news has been obtained through Ju, and Pain Heavenly Path is naturally no nonsense. Next second. The brutish way standing on the split dog, she seemed to get some kind of order right away. Leave. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Pain Heavenly Path. Hand seal with both hands again, slapped towards the ground. Rinnegan Spiritism. How is it possible? Terumi Mei and the others widened their eyes when they saw a large cloud of white smoke appearing again in front of the animal road ahead. They couldn't believe that Pain was now able to summon a psychic beast again. How did she do it? How could there be a psychic beast? Terumi Mei and a group of ninjas from Kurigakure village all sank in their hearts. Spiritualism itself requires signing a blood pact with the creatures that need to be summoned. But in a lifetime, all people can only sign one creature for channeling. If you've already made a blood pact with one of the creatures, it's impossible to make a second one. But now the situation of the animal world has completely refreshed the three views of Terumi Mei and each of them. Whoa, almost blinking, a huge lizard sticking out its tongue immediately. Rush out. It is green all over, and at this moment a pair of huge round pupils are still rippling Rinnegan. The moment it appeared, some people who didn't want to believe before turned green. Just the giant dog in front of it that keeps splitting is tricky enough, but now it's a skill, and there's another. Psychic beast with a weird shape. Chapter 664. Rally-like confrontation. Mizukage-sama, what should we do? Seeing the appearance of the green lizard, Chojuro retreated to Terumi Mei with a double-sworded flounder in his hand. Damn, how did they do it? Cyan bit Kiba with an ugly face and cursed inwardly. Nearly hundreds of ninjas from the village of Kurigakure all retreated, looking forward with pale faces. At this moment, the village of Kurigakure in the rear has already begun to become a mess, and I don't know how many ninjas from the village of Kurigakure are evacuating them. Unlike the rest of the ninja village, Pain is shooting now, not like Uchiha Itachi and others. 4. This Akatsuki leader, none of them dared to take it lightly. She saw that it was going to be a skill now, and when the second psychic beast appeared, they were even more afraid to relax their vigilance. All have a defensive formation ready, and when they rush over, immediately use a large compound ninjutsu. Terumi Mei seemed to have made up her mind as she continued. Everything in front is irrelevant, just guard the back. Looking at the dozens of split dogs in front of her, plus this green lizard with unknown abilities, Terumi Mei has already made up her mind. Previously, she was thinking of trying to preserve the front position of Kurigakure village as much as possible, but now it was impossible. She decided to treat this place as a battlefield. Understood. A group of ninjas in Kurigakure village heard the words immediately. Drink. Everyone's face showed a return to death, and the whole body was in a tense state. Pain in front makes any movement. They seem to release ninjutsu from the hand seal without hesitation. Course, when they were all ready, the next thing that took them by surprise occurred. I saw a huge green lizard. When it opened its big mouth, Pain, Heavenly Path and Beast Dao actually walked in. Not good. When the psychic lizard's mouth closed, Terumi Mei's heart sank. She immediately. He backed out. Chanjuro, hurry up and transfer the force of Jinchuiki column. Terumi Mei's voice just fell, and the lizard that looked like a hill just before disappeared. The noisy scene just now, a rare silence began to appear, and everyone in Kurigakure village widened their eyes and showed a dumb look. It actually disappeared. What's the situation? When all the Kurigakure ninjas in the back were confused, I looked at Terumi Mei with a sudden realization. Mizukage-sama, what do you mean? They've already got the position of Jinchuriki column force. Quick! He could answer Ching. Terumi Mei shouted. Call the perception ninja team, let them spread out, and find this psychic beast for me. Yes. When Chojuro left, all the ninjas in the village of Kurigakure started to move one after another. Terumi Mei followed the attack of the split dogs, and the Jonin behind them immediately. Get the perception ninja squad. They all understand that Akatsuki should be the one who wants to plot against them now, Jinchuriki column force. So the most important thing for them is that there is only one. Find this hidden psychic beast and stop them from taking the human Jinchuriki column force. Mizukage-sama, there is no way to keep going like this. Again, another senior member of the Kurigakure village frowned. If it continues, Akatsuki is likely to succeed. They won't get it lightly. Out sheets of magma, Terumi Mei turned her head sideways and said, now this psychic beast is huge, and it can't be far away. Although it hides its shape now, if it moves, we will definitely find it. Notify all perception teams and search all around, they must be nearby. Words fell, Terumi Mei used the teleportation technique to leave, and once again killed the split dog in front. Was a quiet night, and the fire was blazing here at the moment. The ninjutsu inside is constantly intertwined, and the huge roar never stops. Split dogs and the ninjas in the village of Kurigakure was like a rally, and no one was willing to relax. To relax will die. In just a short while, all the perceptual ninjas began to unfold a comprehensive shroud. The green lizards who left with the pain heavenly path and the animal path became their heart disease. At this moment, Chojuro has also arrived at the place of Jinchuriki column force, and at the same time started to leave towards the rear of Kurigakure village. Since they may have been exposed, they naturally won't stay here. It looks like Pain hasn't succeeded yet. On one side of the towering cliff, Gongyi stands here quietly. At this moment, his pair of eyes looked forward quietly. Although it is already dark at the moment, and the white fog of the surrounding mountains is thick. But Gongyi could still clearly see the orange-yellow fire through the mist. The rumbling sound was so far away at the moment, but Gongyi could clearly feel it through his feet. The battle ahead is fierce. Teacher, is it a little too early for us to come now? Kimimaro, who was beside Gongyi, looked at him and asked. No, that's just right. Shaking his head, Gongyi's face. Wrong slowly revealed a smile. Kurigakure village has been developing secretly for so long. Now we can learn about their strength in advance, which is also convenient for our next plan. Although the distance from Konoha village to Kurigakure village is long now, it is not too long for existences like Gongyi and Kimimaro. All their time was wasted on crossing the sea. After entering the land of water, Gongyi can use Hiraishin to arrive here almost instantly. As early as before, around the village of Kurigakure, many Indian patterns of Hiraishin had been arranged by himself. At the same time, after the inauguration ceremony of Terumi Mei last time, Gongyi cast a wide net. Now the whole village of Kurigakure has a valuable location, and you can enter it at any time. Well, it's just that Terumi Mei doesn't know about this now. At this moment, she is still, the village is constantly entangled with the split dog. Teacher, what else is worth noting in Kurigakure village now? Hearing Gongyi finish saying this, Kimimaro was a little puzzled. I have been sending Anbu to monitor them, and the ninja power in the entire Kurigakure village doesn't seem to be very strong. Hearing this, Gongyi shook his head, staring straight ahead with a smile. Everything on the surface is for outsiders to see. Their inner things are well hidden. After their Kurigakure village construction mission point in the borderland, we have also earned a lot of money, and we must be secretly developing ninja forces. So it is. Kimamaro's face showed enlightenment and nodded. It seems that I am really careless. Chapter 665. Self-evident relationship. The rear of Kurigakure village. At this moment, in this dark night, nearly hundreds of ninjas from the village of Kurigakure retreated from here with a serious look. I saw that the leader was Chojuro, who was holding Flounder with 2 swords. The bird looked down and it was clear that a woman was surrounded by hundreds of ninjas. She was also pale at the moment, and her whole person was obviously a little scared. That's right, she is the Jinchuriki column force of the 6-tailed people of Kurigakure village. The only one who can dispatch over 100 ninjas to protect her is. Now she is only Terumi Mei. As the village of Kurigakure belongs to nuclear weapons. The same existence is naturally strictly guarded by people. Especially here in Akatsuki, their goal is obvious, so everyone dare not take it lightly. Lord Chojuro, damn, Akatsuki, did they actually find this place? Following Chojuro, a Kurigakure village Jonin clenched his fists and bit Kiba. The current situation is not easy to judge. Nagjiro looked around with a serious look, shook his head and said, now after they disappeared with the help of the psychic beast, Lord Mizukage thinks they may have found this place. Flounder in his hands tightly, Chojuro no longer had the appearance he had been following Terumi Mei before. In such a situation so far, he had to be very careful. Terumi Mei is relieved to leave the escort Jinchuiki column force out of here. Then Changiro naturally knew that he must not make the slightest mistake. After all, if there is a problem and the human Jinchuiki column force is taken away, then it will be the end. Mistakes of Iwagakure village, Kumogakure village and the others. Not what Nagajiro thought. So it is. Behind Chojuro, nodded and seemed to understand. Damn, Lord Chojuro, why don't we fight with them? Akatsuki is so deceiving, how dare he invade my Kurigakure village like this? Kurigakure Chunin at the rear showed anger on their faces. As Kurigakure has grown, they haven't had this kind of anger for a long time. This happened suddenly when a group of people felt that their village had risen. Well, no matter who it is, they actually feel a little suffocated. Mizukage-sama has already led someone to fight back. Chojuro forced a smile on his face and comforted. Akatsuki won't be arrogant for long, everyone pay attention. Boom! Before Changiro could finish speaking, a loud noise erupted from the center of hundreds of ninjas. As soon as the booming sound appeared, countless gravels flew across, and the entire previously orderly ninja formation was instantly destroyed. Split apart. Hit by a stone because they couldn't dodge in time, and the momentarily quiet surroundings began immediately. Become noisy. Enemy attack. We encountered the enemy, Quick Protector Jinchuiki column force. A group of ninjas from the village of Kurigakure were evading, their expressions changed drastically. Drink. I didn't know when, a gigantic green lizard came out of the ground. And with its appearance, immediately, dozens of Kurigakure village ninjas were killed. Damn, Akatsuki and the others are still here. Changjuro rushed out first, and the double knife Flounder in his hand burst into light. Chakra vented wildly, and all was injected into it. The current Chojuro knows that even if he dies, he will never allow the Jinchuriki column force to be captured. Sweetened water style, water bullet technique. Sweetened water style, wild water wave technique. Sweetened water style. Just as Chojuro rushed out, the rest of the Kurigakure village ninjas also hand seals one after another. The offensive in all directions was like a violent storm. all of which smashed towards the green lizards one after another. And in the next second, I saw that when the green lizard opened its mouth, Pain Heavenly Path standing inside looked indifferent. He completely ignored the incoming ninjutsu, and raised his hand instead. A pair of terrifying Rinnegan's look ahead, and that location is a Jonin from the village of Kurigakure. He is dodging at the moment, leaving with a Jinchuriki column force. Bansho Tenon, universal pull. In an instant, the Jonin who was about to leave here immediately. Complexion changed greatly, his whole figure seemed to be frozen for a while, and what was waiting for him was an unstoppable super attractive force. It was like an invisible big hand that grabbed him first, and then pulled him back instantly. The surrounding ninjas and Changjiro's offensive did not fall, and this Jonin, who left with the force of Jinchuriki column, has come to the front of Pain Heavenly Path. The terrifying attraction did not allow him to resist at all. Pain Heavenly Path is indifferent, a sharp black chakra thorn suddenly sticks out from under the wide sleeve. No. Kurigakure Jonin, who was forcibly caught by gravity, was about to slam into it when he saw his body. He shouted angrily, his eyes bloodshot. What was waiting for him in the next second was not a miracle, but a muffled sound, and he was directly nailed to the chakra spikes. And the six-tailed man Jinchuriki column force he was carrying was immediately taken by Heavenly Path without even making a sound. Seal, and then still at the feet of the animal realm. The light of ninjutsu has already reflected the blue on his face, and Changiro is even more angry and has dropped the two swords in his hand. Shinra Tensai Almighty Push sign. When all this flash of lightning, accompanied by the opening of Pain Heavenly Path again. An invisible force of repulsion suddenly erupted, and it began to rapidly disperse around him centered on him. The compound ninjutsu released by hundreds of ninjutsus before, and the desperate blow of Changiro. When they were only a few centimeters away from the green lizard, they all stopped instantly. Then on everyone's unbelievable faces, they all flew out diagonally as if they were destroying trees. At the same time, just as Chojiro is still here, at the moment of the earth-shattering battle, the same is true here at Terumi-mei in front of Kurigakure village. Although they have steadily achieved the top at this moment, but the split dog is simply too pervert. Because no matter how you kill it, it will continue to split, which will lead to more and more. Okay, Pain's side shot, we should show up too. At the same time, Gong Yi, who is still watching the game quietly, seemed to sense something. He smiled and put his hand on Kimamaro's shoulder. The technique of Hiraishin activates. It was just a dazzling eye, and when Gong Yi appeared, he was already standing beside Terumi-mei. In Konoha village before, after Gong Yi gave Terumi-mei a special kunai, she has been wearing it. Looking at this situation at the moment, some things are actually self-evident. For a moment, Gong Yi seemed to know something in his heart. Chapter 666. At this moment, the village of Kurigakure here has been forced into a frenzy by the ability of the split dog. Gong Yi's sudden appearance surprised them all. Countless Kurigakure village Jonin, and those at the top were all taken aback. Even Terumi-mei herself did the same. For the sudden appearance of two big living people like this, it is inevitable that they will not be allowed to immediately be vigilant. But when everyone fixed their eyes and looked at it, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I saw that Gong Yi, who was wearing a Hokage robe, was recognized by all the people in Kurigakure village. Even some ninjas who haven't seen Gong Yi's true face, they can clearly recognize it by the big white robe of Yuhi that Gong Yi is wearing. 5 generations of Hokage. Lord Hokage, you really rushed come. Terumi-mei, who had a bad face, forced a smile when she saw Gong Yi's appearance. Of ninjas can't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, it belongs to myself now. People, if they suddenly appear, it is the enemy. Then Terumi-mei, their Mizukage, is likely to be killed in an instant, and they won't be able to fight back at all. Kurigakure village and Konoha village are allies. Now since Akatsuki really dares to come, I naturally need to take action. Gong Yi's face. Wrong showed a smile, looked at Terumi Mei and said. Now he seems to be showing a very responsible attitude. When this sentence was finished, all the people in Kurigakure village were excited. Although the hatred between Gong Yi and Kurigakure village still exists, it can always be forgotten over time. If the last tail beast riot had not been suppressed by Gong Yi himself, Kurigakure village would probably no longer exist. Then added Gong Yi's Konoha village, and helped Kurigakure village establish a mission point on the ninja continent, and obtained a lot of money. Sudden, as Terumi Mei's intentional propaganda has been resolved, the ninjas of Kurigakure village gradually began to accept Gong Yi. Especially today, after Akatsuki blatantly invaded the village of Kurigakure and used some pervert psychic beasts. They saw Gong Yi's arrival, they undoubtedly had an extra savior. That's really grateful. Hearing what Gong Yi said, Terumi Mei's pale complexion eased a lot. Now that Gong Yi has agreed to take action, the mere split dog in front of him must not be a threat. The 5th generation of Hokage can come to support. It seems that we can also relax a lot. Great, we finally have strong reinforcements. Looks like the alliance that Mizukage-sama promised before is the most correct choice. Now, led by Ao, the ninjas from the village of Kurigakure could not help but whisper. Mizukage, you are so kind. Gong Yi smiled and looked up to the front, where hundreds of Kurigakure were fighting the split dogs. But now that Akatsuki is here, could it be that this psychic beast was released? If pretending to be completely puzzled, Gong Yi turned his head. Asked Terumi Mei. No. Terumi Mei heard this, she frowned and said, now this member of Akatsuki, she seems to have the ability to summon a second psychic beast. That psychic beast can enter a state of invisibility. We currently perceive ninjas. A full investigation is underway. That is to say, the current enemy is only the one in front of me. The split dog. That's how it looks now. Terumi Mei nodded, looked at Gong Yi and continued, but there is no need to worry about the Jinchuriki column force. I have already sent someone to transfer her continuously. Now we just need to get rid of this psychic beast, then I think the hidden Akatsuki members, we can find them. After all, it's huge, and now that it enters our village of Kurigakure, I will find out. With self-confidence on her face, Terumi Mei was still unknowingly analyzing. It seems that they are hiding around, waiting for us to reveal our weak points, so we can rush to the village directly. Mizukage's analysis makes sense. Hearing Terumi Mei finish saying this, Gong Yi also agreed with a smile without a smile. Then let's get rid of this psychic beast first. Now Gong Yi naturally knows that Pain Heavenly Path has succeeded. And here Terumi Mei seems to be still there, I don't know. The whole Kurigakure village seems to have honeyed confidence in their defense. However, as everyone knows, the current Pain Heavenly Path has already caught the Jinchuriki column force. And they are still entangled with a psychic beast here. Kimimaro. Teacher. You go to assist the ninjas in Kurigakure village and get rid of this psychic beast first. Yes. Kimimaro responded immediately, and immediately left the place. When he appeared again, he had come to the center of the battlefield. Your Excellency Hokage can't be careless. Seeing Kimimaro rushing out, Terumi Mei immediately. He reminded aloud, this psychic beast has a special ability, and every time it is hurt, it will always split into an individual. So it is. Putting his hand on his chin, Gong Yi pretended to just understand and secretly said, no wonder there are so many identical psychic beasts. Damn it, that's why we've been stalemate for so long. Qingshan came to Gong Yi's side and said in a voice. You don't have to worry, even though it has the ability to split, it doesn't mean it can't be killed. Gong Yi's face didn't show too much ugliness, he just continued lightly, maybe it only needs to give it a fatal blow, then it can also destroy its ability. The fatal strike. When Gong Yi finished speaking, everyone around was a little hesitant. They didn't quite understand the meaning of Gong Yi's words. The ninjas of Kurigakure village, the attack they just unleashed also reached a very deadly level. Unfortunately, the effect doesn't seem to be very significant. So they felt that Gong Yi still didn't understand the split dog. After all, they thought so too before. Boom! The sound of vibration came from the front. Everyone looked forward, and all the ninjas in the village of Kurigakure on the battlefield had retreated. And the front has become the battlefield of Kimimaro and the split dogs. Now looking at the white bones that began to appear constantly, people couldn't help feeling chills all over the body. Like bone spurs, they began to rush out from the ground. The split dog, which seemed to be tyrannical before, actually fell into a disadvantage in an instant. Obviously, they, who were still here just now, seemed to have no solution, immediately. Held back by Kimimaro. At the same time, it is very clear that they seem to have encountered a nemesis. Chapter 667. Mistaken Mizukage 3rd. Gong Yi is not surprised by the. Gong Yi naturally knows a lot about split dogs. In the original work, the split dog summoned by Pain's animal Taoism is indeed a very terrifying psychic beast. Because as long as it is attacked, it will split, and the number will become more and more, so it will become more and more difficult to deal with. It's almost as if they're completely incomprehensible, and it's utterly maddening. Don't say that the current Kurigakure village is a little helpless. Even the large-scale ninjutsu used by the three people when Pain invaded Konoha in memory is helpless. In fact, to deal with such a split dog, there are actually three ways. The first one is, like Jiraiya, directly summoning the stomach of the big toad of Iwajutsu to swallow the split dog directly. Simple and rude, no one left. The second one is, using Amaterasu. I remember that in the original book, after the Fourth Ninja World War started, Itachi once faced Nagato's split dog, and Amaterasu completely solved it with ease and joy. And the last one, that is to attack the main body. Pain animal way that summoned the split dog is directly solved, it will naturally fail. As Gong Yi, who is familiar with Hokage ninjas, these other ninjas seem to be difficult to solve. For him, it wasn't that difficult. Before coming here, Gong Yi told Kimimaro the solution to the split dog. In fact, it is very simple. Although the split dog seems invincible, it can still split after taking damage. But in fact, Gong Yi knows that the split dog is not so inexplicable. A few things, Gong Yi was able to guess. As long as a powerful force is used at one time to destroy it in an instant, then it is impossible for it to split again. What I'm most afraid of is actually such a trivial and innocuous ninjutsu. Attacking it, it's just cooperating with him. Boom boom boom, boom boom. The ground of Kurigakure village began to tremble, and Kimimaro in front of him immediately unleashes the power of Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse. Countless huge sharp bone spurs, they skyrocketed wildly. The split dog didn't even have a little room to retreat, and it started to fall into passive. Into a shadow and dodging away. The split dog as the main body has not yet reflected, Kimimaro has come to it. It can be clearly seen that one of Kimimaro's arms has turned into a spiral-shaped white bone spur, which is also a bit amazing. Next second. Even the ninjas in the village of Kurigakure, they still don't understand the moment of Gong Yi's so-called fatal blow. The face-slapping session appeared. All they heard was a muffled bang, and the split dog that had just made them uncomfortable disappeared instantly. And the rest of the split dogs did the same, starting to bang and kept turning into white smoke. Just such a thunderous strike, the scourge that threatened the village of Kurigakure has been eliminated. Some sucked in the cold air. Looking at the front, it seems to be a forest. Gate of the Kurigakure village, countless ninjas in the Kurigakure village have their scalps tingling. This is the disciple handed over by Hokage of the 5th generation. It is very strong. Everyone shows a look of fear towards Kimimaro. Terumi couldn't help but look forward and praised, as expected of the disciple of Lord Hokage, how quickly. Mizukage, your words are serious, and now this kind of psychic beast is a good solution. Gong Yi didn't show the slightest complacent, just smiled very modestly. At the moment didn't think so. A good solution. Hearing Gong Yi's words, they all seemed embarrassed on their faces. You must know who they were just now, but they have been fighting with them for a long time. Although it has the upper hand, there is absolutely no way to effectively solve it. Well, it's far from being as easy as what Gong Yi said now. This will be Kung Fu. With half a second of Kung Fu, there are actually more new generation ninjas in the Kurigakure village, and they still have a lot of curiosity. Just now Gong Yi didn't take any action at all, and completely solved this scourge. It's just his disciple, so what kind of scene will this 5th-generation Hokage really do? A group of new generation ninjas from Kurigakure village came here to support them, and their hearts are full of fantasy. Mizukage, it's settled here now. Gong Yi didn't care about the others. When Kimimaro returned to his side, he looked at Terumi Mei and said, so now it's going to be Kung Fu, what about the Akatsuki members? Hearing Gong Yi finish speaking, Terumi Mei's face couldn't help turning white. Ching, what's going on with the perception team? Now Gong Yi's words made Terumi Mei have a bad feeling in her heart. Although the split dog in front of us has been resolved, it is not the root cause of today's scourge. Akatsuki members who summoned it now, they are the culprits of everything. But this time, they seem to have left silently, without any reaction at all. That the current split dog was defeated, there was no change at all. Terumi Mei's face couldn't help but leave a cold sweat, because she already felt that the more she thought about it, the more wrong she was. Mizukage-sama, I didn't find anything here. I'm here too, Mizukage-sama. The flanks also didn't find the slightest. This time, as Terumi Mei asked loudly, the perception teams all over the place responded one after another. Mizukage, looks like you've made some mistakes. Hearing the reports, Gong Yi shrugged at Terumi Mei with a gloomy face. For Gong Yi, who has known everything for a long time, he is just acting here. Not long ago, Gong Yi could clearly sense that Chakra, who belonged to Pain, had left here. Didn't stay long after he caught the Jinchuriki column force. And he had just arrived here, even though Kimimaro's mighty battle was over quickly. Pains who stayed outside must have sensed their presence. So now Nagato is confident and arrogant because of Rinnegan's relationship. But he really wasn't stupid. Now that there are a lot of people in Kurigakure village, plus himself, and at the same time he also has the power of Jinchuriki column in his hands, it is indeed not a good time to fight against himself. It is because of this that it must be the reason why he chose to leave quickly after he caught Jinchuriki column force. But although Gong Yi sensed that he had left, he did not choose to intercept him. Anyway, after that, there's the matter of Jiraiya's side, and it's just a matter of time to kill him. Now that he's gone, Gong Yi also saves his shot here. Well, not bad. Chapter 668. Imagination or Scam. That huge psychic beast has hidden its shape. Seeing that several perception teams had failed, Terumi Mei said in a deep and perplexed voice, if it moves, we can't be unaware at all. Could it be possible that it can grow wings and fly over our heads? The psychic beasts are all kinds of strange. Maybe Mizukage, your guess is correct now. With a helpless smile, Gong Yi looked at Terumi Mei. Now, after the splinter dog, which was channeled from the animal path, was killed, the entire village of Kurigakure was rarely quiet. All around Kurigakure village ninjas, they all looked at Terumi Mei. It seems that they are all waiting for her to carry out the next step. Lord Mizukage, since the split dog here has been resolved by Lord Hokage. Ching walked over and said with some anxiety, then we will stay here for the ninja first, and then immediately out at Jinchuriki column force. Blackstone, you are here to stay with 2 squadrons. Terumi Mei seems to have this intention too. She nodded and looked at Gong Yi. Lord Hokage, let's go to the Terran together first and see. Well. Without any refusal, Gong Yi nodded happily. Anyway, everything is over, I'm just wasting some time. Seeing that Gongyi didn't say much, Terumi Mei also immediately dodged with a team. Now what is going on in Gongyi's heart? Terumi Mei's heart is naturally not clear. Her thoughts at the moment are not used here at all, but are all placed on Jinchuriki column force. Under the watchful eyes of the Kurigakure ninjas, Terumi Mei and the others have fled outside the village. Where Jinchuriki column force was transferred was the forbidden area used to seal the Six Tails. Although it is not far from the village of Kurigakure, it is not too close, and it takes a little time. Gongyi quietly took Kimimaro, followed behind Terumi Mei, and also walked forward. Night, now more gloomy, seems to indicate that it has entered the early morning. Looking up at the sky, it seemed to be covered with thick ink, even more gloomy and dark. A while, Terumi Mei also came to this forbidden place behind Kurigakure village. And other Kurigakure Anbu ninjas, and then watching the Jinchuriki column force safe and sound did not appear. For everyone is a very badly damaged ruin, as well as countless rocks, and corpses. Damn, what's going on? Terumi Mei's face paled in shock when she saw everything that caught her eye. She had just recovered a little bit of blood and had disappeared again. She doesn't seem to want to believe it at all. This is the truth. The battle with the split dog at the gate of Kurigakure village just now took a long time. But that's because it's only a short period of time. Such an accident happened. It seems that you, Mizukage, were deceived by the Akatsuki people. Slowly to Terumi Mei's side, Gongyi's face. He said coldly, expressionless, I've said before that Akatsuki's group of guys are very strange, so we must take more precautions. Shaking his head, Gongyi seemed to show regret, but it looks like you are still being deceived. They have already taken away Jinchuriki column. Saying that, Gongyi pointed to the deep pit ahead. The psychic beast you saw before, it should have deliberately made a loud noise when you were fighting, and then sneaked into the ground, directly bypassing you. Come here. No wonder the perceptive ninjas didn't find them before. Ching clenched his fists, and blue veins appeared all over his face. It turns out that they used the psychic beast that would split to restrain us, then hollowed out the ground, and in turn attacked Anbu, the escort Jinchuriki column force. I was careless. Terumi Mei's face showed complexity, and the whole person seemed to be a little shocked. I didn't expect this guy from Akatsuki, but he didn't even think about fighting us. Originally Terumi Mei was still there at the beginning. I thought that since the members of Akatsuki entered the village of Kurigakure so swaggeringly, they obviously wanted to fight them. And after summoning the split dog, Terumi Mei understands even more. It seems that Akatsuki wants to defeat them first, and then take away the human Jinchuriki column power. But Terumi Mei now knows that it's all an illusion. From the very beginning, their goal was only to fight against them. Terumi Mei's heart is a little bitter. Since taking the position of Mizukage, Terumi Mei actually went smoothly along the way, and there were no major accidents. At the same time, every time she made a decision, there was almost no mistake. Whether it's forging an alliance with Konoha village, befriending Gongyi, and venturing out inland to build quest points. In the end, all these facts prove that her decision was correct. At this time today, Terumi Mei seems a little hard to accept. Because of my own reasons, it seems that Akatsuki's members succeeded. And their most important person, Jinchuriki column force, was taken away so quietly. Mizukage, don't blame yourself yet. Gongyi looked at the tragic battlefield ahead, and he said lightly, let's find the survivors first, and then ask about it. Looking at the destroyed surroundings, Gongyi knew that this should be caused by Pain Heavenly Path's use of the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. Since he didn't completely kill off, then naturally there will still be survivors. Well. Hearing Gongyi finish saying this, Terumi Mei also recovered and showed a calm face. Ching, bring someone to search for the survivors. Water, Mizukage, Sama. When Ao and a few teams of ninjas were about to leave, a faint voice came from the other side. There are really living ninjas. Ching's side looked over and immediately dodging away from where the sound came from. Came here. Ching looked down at the ninja in front of him. He couldn't even recognize him. Quickly helping him up, Ching said with a worried face, "Changjiro, are you all right?" At this moment, Changjiro was in a state of utter embarrassment. The eyes on his face were already shattered, and the clothes on his body were also damaged. Even the double knife flounder that was still on the ground was clearly covered with cracks under the reflection of the moonlight. Apparently because of them, Chojuro was saved from being killed just now. "Changjiro, what happened?" Terumi-mei couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that Chojuro was still alive. Kurigakure village now has very few top ninjas. Changjiro is a very precious fighting force in her hands. Now that I can see that I have lost a little less, Terumi-mei naturally feels lucky in the misfortune. Chapter 669. Kurigakure Village, Ninja Hospital. So it is. Terumi-mei and Kurigakure village officials frowned. The medical ninjas who came later, after briefly treating Changjiro, sent him to the hospital. On the way, Terumi-mei and others also learned the ins and outs. Everything was as Gong Yi said. Pain directly hollowed out the ground through the green lizards and attacked their entire brigade. Using his powerful strength, he ignored them directly, grabbed the Jinchuriki column forcibly and left. Wait until Nagjiro wakes up, that is, when he sees Terumi-mei and others. But through the first contact with pain now, Changjiro really felt the fear. When he thought of the incredible rebound ninjutsu before, he couldn't help but have lingering fears. He turned his head and looked at the double knife flounder next to him. If it hadn't resisted the force on his behalf, maybe you will just die here. With Pain's departure, this thrilling war also came to an abrupt end. All the ninjas in Kurigakure village, in fact, are still in a state of confusion. Because this disaster came quickly, but also went very quickly. Before they recovered from their previous tense state, everything was over. At this moment in the village, most of the people are still there, silent, no one is looking good. The civilians were also sent back in panic, and all began to look around at everything. Front of the gate of Kurigakure village, there are also corpses piled up, and the ninjas of Kurigakure village are arranging the battlefield without saying a word. Although there were no large-scale losses in this sudden battle, there were still many casualties. Looking at the ruins left after the war in front of them, all the ninjas and civilians in the village of Kurigakure were still very sad and resentful. Their previous hatred for Gong Yi has been gradually dispelled, especially because of Gong Yi's assistance these times. That made the people of Kurigakure village completely change their views. Today, when Akatsuki came here recklessly, he succeeded in transferring everyone's hatred to them. Village of Kurigakure. A large group of people already hated Akatsuki. Of course, although there is an unforgettable hatred in the air, it cannot really be released. Because they are still too weak, and they even say that they are unable to compete with this extremely dangerous organization. Even Terumi-mei, she looked sad and kept blaming herself at the same time. Although she has a strong Kekkei Genkei, and now has the strength of a cage-level ninja, she is still unable to protect her villagers. Even because of my own judgment this time. However, even the Jinchuriki column force was captured by Akatsuki like the rest of the village. This made her Mizukage career suffer a lot. After all, as mentioned before, Terumi-mei has been thriving since the Mizukage, and the entire Kurigakure village she led has been thriving. And because of her judgment, Kurigakure village has indeed gained a lot of benefits. It is a pity that at such a critical moment, the village of Kurigakure is moving forward with great fanfare and is constantly developing. Today, Akatsuki's invasion this time gave a very important course for the somewhat proud Kurigakure village ninja and Terumi-mei. Everyone in disguise, most of them immediately after the war ended today. Much awake. Well, at least now Terumi-mei knows that with the strength of her village alone, it is impossible to make a difference. At least today, arrival of Gong Yi has made Terumi Mei realize that perhaps only alliances and powerful existences like Konoha Village are the best way to develop Kurigakure Village. Central High-Rise, in the Mizukage office. Since it's happened, Mizukage, don't take it too seriously. Sitting in front of Terumi Mei, Gong Yi shrugged and comforted. Kurigakure Village as a whole has not been destroyed, which is very fortunate. Indeed, as you said, the interior of Kurigakure Village is at least protected now. Hands on the table, Terumi Mei rubbed her head, but the Jinchuriki column force is here, but they really succeeded. According to my Anbu investigation, Akatsuki's members are now almost dead and wounded. Gong Yi smiled and said with intentional or unintentional guidance, now they are basically the leaders of Akatsuki. So, even though you have very strict precautions today, it's actually of no use. Knocking on the table, Gong Yi continued, after all, this Akatsuki's leader, his strength is not something that regular ninjas can know. Hokage, what do you mean? All the leaders of Akatsuki who came here today. Hearing this, Terumi Mei raised her head and asked Gong Yi in confusion. No, it shouldn't be said that all of them are Akatsuki's leaders. Gong Yi shook his head and also looked at Terumi Mei and explained, what you see today should be just one person in general terms. All alone. Terumi Mei's face was even more confused, as if he had heard it wrong. Terumi Mei is naturally investigating the Akatsuki thing now. And members of Akatsuki, such as Uchiha Itachi, Sasori of the Red Sand, and Deidara, etc. She also knows the information of these ninjas. Not only Terumi Mei's Kurigakure Village here, but the rest of Iwagakure Village Onoki, and Sunagakure Village Gara and others, they actually know the same. After all, Gong Yi used Sarutobi Hiruzen to spread the word when he was dumped to Akatsuki. At that time, in fact, the ninja continent knew very well about their Akatsuki. Of course, although there is some information, Gong Yi also retains a lot of it. It is impossible for him to reveal all of Akatsuki, his master, to the public. That will only make yourself passive and lack chips. So to put it bluntly, the information obtained by the people in the ninja world is actually irrelevant. Especially the information about Nagato, Gong Yi didn't reveal much at all. Well, because of this, there are not many people in the entire ninja continent who know Akatsuki and his secrets. Apart from Maskobito and Black White Zetsu, it should be only me. A pair of dark eyes looked at Terumi Mei. Gong Yi did not reveal that she was very surprised. A faint smile appeared. Gong Yi knew that Terumi Mei got the news, even though the whole ninja continent was investigating. But it's basically useless. Because what Akatsuki is best at is hiding. Chapter 670, Controlling the Eye of Life and Death. Second. Yes, just one person. Sitting in Mizukage's office, Gong Yi nodded and said, you heard that right. How is this possible? Could it be that he used some kind of secret technique similar to the clone technique? Terumi Mei was completely stunned, and her mind was starting to get a little confused. Because of Gong Yi's news, she couldn't digest it. From the records of the investigation in Kurigakure Village, the man I saw today. The orange-haired man, he is undoubtedly the leader of Akatsuki. But that woman, according to Gong Yi's words, she is also Akatsuki's leader. No, he and they are actually the same person. Actually, Mizukage, you don't know him, it's normal. Gong Yi didn't use too many fluctuations, but continued with a smile. Akatsuki's leader is very good at disguising. No one has discovered this secret, and I was only able to fully understand it when I fought against him before, and then through Anbu's investigation. Understand. Nagato is about to become a dead man, and for Gong Yi is nothing but an abandoned child, and his role is not very big. Well, because of this, Gong Yi doesn't plan to hide his abilities and identity anymore. This secret of Pain's 6 paths doesn't matter after his death. So Gong Yi also decided to push the boat, and this time he told Terumi Mei. This disguised form also won her trust, and at the same time won the favor of Kurigakure village. This time Jinchuriki column force from Kurigakure village was captured, so he can start the Five Shadows Conference. Disguise, the general who will lead the coalition army will be elected only after the mutual voting of the Five Shadows. Now that I have passed the unimportant secret of Nagato, it is a good thing to let Terumi-Mei support myself even more. After thinking about it, and simply summing it up, Gongyi has made a decision. The Nagato thing needs to be hidden, but Pain Six Paths is not important. I don't know Hokage, what secrets do you know? At this time, Terumi-Mei was already eager to know after being intoxicated by Gongyi. However, in the end, he was still the ruler of a large ninja village. After Terumi-Mei said these words, she couldn't help coughing, that. I was too anxious just now, if it was about the secrets of your village. I don't need to know Akatsuki. As Mizukage, she didn't know that she was a little too presumptuous just now. Although now the entire ninja continent has entered a period of peace, and her village of Kurigakure has become an ally with the village of Konoha. However, between each village, some external news and intelligence are all top secrets that cannot be leaked. And, every time you get such a crucial piece of information, the loss to the village will be no less. After all, the more important things are, the more sacrifices will be made. Especially when it comes to a breath like Akatsuki, it is even more precious. Actually, when Terumi-Mei thought about it this way, she couldn't help feeling that it was actually very good that Gongyi could tell him these things in a general way. The news about Akatsuki is indeed a very important top secret, especially for their leader. Hearing Terumi-Mei finish saying this, Gongyi touched his chin and said in a deep voice. Wait. Terumi-Mei spoke again. Gongyi seemed to have turned the corner and continued to speak. But since, Mizukage, you have cooperated with my Konoha village and trusted me so much, then for you and me, this top secret of course, I can also tell you the information. Terumi-Mei's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, what about you and me? Not knowing what she was thinking, Terumi-Mei's face showed a rather unnatural look. Can't tell if it's joy, surprise, or a bit of disbelief. But Gongyi's words completely disrupted Terumi-Mei's rhythm. Mizukage. Gongyi naturally heard Terumi-Mei's whisper, but he didn't respond. This time, he just interrupted Terumi-Mei, who was in a daze. Ah, Lord Hokage. Hearing Gongyi's voice, Terumi-Mei looked at Gongyi immediately. Said, since this is the case, then I naturally need the information of the leader of Akatsuki very much. Well, actually speaking in general terms, Akatsuki's leader, he is the owner of Rinnegan, you must have heard of it. Returning to the topic, Gongyi asked lightly. Rinnegan. That's right. I did hear about it. Terumi-Mei thoughtfully, but for these eyes, it should be the supreme pupil that only appears in legends. It seems that you don't know much about Rinnegan, Mizukage. Looking at Terumi-Mei's appearance, Gongyi shook his head and chuckled. Rinnegan, according to my information and ancient books, it is called, the eye that controls life and death. The most sublime pupil power, originated from the ultimate pupil technique from the chakra fruit of the divine tree. Regarding Terumi-Mei, who has not read the original book, Gongyi did not really explain anything to her, but simply explained. Rinnegan simply put it, its owner basically controls yin and yang, and has at least 6 a change in the nature of chakra. With extraordinary abilities, it can be either the god of creation with the ability to create the world, or the god of destruction with the ability to destroy the world. Hey, this is really the eyes of terror. Although I don't know much about it, I can imagine it through Terumi-Mei's knowledge. How terrifying is this guy he faced before? However, after saying this through Gongyi, Terumi-Mei's heart also immediately chill a bit. Because she couldn't help recalling the orange-haired ninja she had fought against before. She seems to also has rippling pupils. Could it be that this is the strongest pupil that is enough to destroy the world, and that she can also have two pairs? There is a look of complete disbelief on her face. Terumi Mei's thoughts reacted very quickly, and now she doesn't know how to describe it. The appearance of a pair of Rinnegan is enough for the entire ninja continent to be jealous. Now if there is another person also has it, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Especially when they all seem to belong to one organization and have the same goals. Hehe, you must have discovered Mizukage. Looking at Terumi Mei's somewhat unnatural look, Gongyi said with a smile, the reason why I told you about Rinnegan is precisely for the next thing I am going to tell you about the Akatsuki leader. Chapter 671. Gongyi's Popular Science. This Rinnegan, isn't there some secret in it? After getting these one after another unexpected things, Terumi Mei's pair of beautiful eyes are full of doubts. Now she is like an ignorant little girl, waiting for Gongyi's explanation. Now one of Rinnegan's abilities is to manipulate corpses. What manipulating corpses? Terumi Mei's face changed drastically, and she seemed unwilling to believe this. That can enslave corpses in the ninja continent. There are also forbidden techniques like impure world reincarnation. So if it's just that, it's not too shocking. But now that it's about Rinnegan's ability, it's a little scary. Can manipulate the eyes of a corpse. Terumi Mei can't even think about it. After I learned the news, and it was finally confirmed. Looking at Terumi Mei's discolored face, Gongyi continued with a smile, actually, I couldn't believe it at first, but it's the truth. You mean we met that female ninja who uses psychics? She's just a corpse. Gradually reacting, Terumi Mei asked. As you can guess, she is indeed a corpse. Gongyi nodded, and he responded, I think you can understand by the Rinnegan on her eyes. And I have sent someone to investigate the information about this ninja before. He seemed to have guessed that Terumi Mei couldn't believe it. Gongyi said again, if I remember correctly, her name is Hydrangea, she is a genin from a Megakure village, and she was a candidate for the second Chunin selection exam. And then succeeded in being promoted to Chunin, and was killed in the next level mission. Looking at Terumi Mei's already frowning face, Gongyi smiled, through these all kinds of records, I didn't get that she has Rinnegan's existence. No, it should be said that she should have been a placeholder. It's the body in the coffin. I was confused before, why there are two pairs of Rinnegan. Lord Hokage, you said this, I can already think of it. Silent for a long time, Terumi Mei seemed to have started to think before and after, with a look of sudden realization on her face. Well, because of this, not only do they have the same vision, but they don't need to communicate to know each other's thoughts. Without explaining too much, Gongyi just added, that's why, I think before they did not need to communicate, they could work together perfectly, because they are one body and naturally do not need to communicate. After all, even consciousness is alone. Damn, no wonder he has such an ability to command a dangerous missing nin. Terumi Mei clenched her fists and seemed to say a little, it turns out that he is relying on Rinnegan's power. Well, like this corpse, he has a total of 555. Gongyi didn't tell the truth, just blended his own thoughts and made up his own words. With the main body you see in Mizukage today as the core, he can control 555 corpses by himself, and each of them has different abilities. Different. I knew Akatsuki completely when they invaded my Konoha village. Smile, Gongyi still stayed behind about Nagato. Because talking about this now is basically a waste of words. Just tell Pain's secret and that's enough. Of course, Gongyi himself knew the real situation. These Pain 6 paths are naturally all corpses controlled by Nagato using Rinnegan's ability. As for the main body Yahiko, he said, he is just Nagato's close friend and has no self-awareness. And Pain 6 paths, they simply put it, is a puppet ninja transformed from the corpses of the 6 dead. Each Pain's face and body are plugged with black rods that can connect signals, conduct chakra, nail-shaped chakra receivers, plus 666 pane can share the line of sight Rinnegan common. Even if the enemy goes around one of the pane's back, the other pane will also monitor the enemy, and what the pane in the back sees is what the pane in front sees. Not only that, but every pane has one of Rinnegan's abilities. As for this seemingly inconspicuous chakra black stick, Gongyi knew that it was also a very important thing. As a chakra receiver to manipulate mental energy, it was the most important channel for Nagato to control pain. And this chakra black stick, it can also be used as a weapon. Just by injecting its own chakra, it can play the role of the chakra of the person who is chaotically penetrated. But these things, although Gongyi knew clearly in his heart, but he did not talk to Terumi-mei. This situation, it was enough for her to understand pain's 6 paths. Furthermore, Gongyi can also clearly know that once something is too detailed, it will actually make people think it is fake. I just briefly integrated the implementation, and these random nonsense. In fact, it can convince Terumi-mei. Of course, whether she believes it or not, it doesn't really matter to Gongyi. And now I am going to tell Terumi-mei all this, just so that she can respond more positively in the future. Of one more person is better for my next plan. Actually there are actually 5 of them. I heard Gongyi, popular science, here. Over, Terumi-mei was silent for a while and said aloud. The current Terumi-mei, she doesn't know if she should say that she is lucky. After all, the leader of Akatsuki only brought a guy controlled by Rinnegan, and made it so difficult for him and others to fight. If the rest of the 5 corpses are really brought, then waiting for oneself. Wouldn't it be a catastrophic consequence? The ruined ruins at the gate of Kurigakur village before, Terumi-mei's heart is complicated. She didn't know that she should hang her heart and be alert to what might happen next. Should still breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that it is fortunate that Akatsuki did not want to destroy the village of Kurigakur. Well, because of this, I have actually thought of a plan for the next. Seeing that it was almost time, Gongyi said straight to the point. I wonder if Mizukage, are you interested in listening? Lord Hokage, say it. Now that the matter has come to an end, Terumi-mei also feels that she has no choice, but responds happily. Chapter 672. Attack as Defense. Chapter 4. The gray-blue sky gradually faded from overhead. Sky, the dawn of Fish-Ma White gradually appeared. The silent night is gone, replaced by a new day full of life. Konoha village, inside the Hokage office. Dawn, Gongyi had already returned here. Gongyi didn't stay long after talking with Terumi-mei, the 5th generation of Mizukage. Now, although pain hasn't destroyed it too badly, it's not much better. The entrance in front has been in ruins, and there are a lot of ninja casualties, plus the loss of Jinchuriki column power and so on. Everything needs to be handled by Terumi-mei alone. This way, after discussing his own plan with Terumi-mei, Gongyi immediately left. As for telling Terumi-mei the news, and then taking the opportunity to say what she planned, it was naturally very successful. In fact, there is nothing special about this plan, and it is not the most important thing in my heart. It is only about the opening of the 5 Shadows Conference. Well, now that the Jinchuriki column force from Kurigakur village has been captured, it will be known to the entire ninja continent within a day. Therefore, Terumi-mei will naturally agree with the matter on her side, and she actually intends to do so. However, her role in it is only corresponding. The caller this time must be himself. Because now the whole initiative, Gongyi already has the master in his hands. Lord Hokage, you are looking for me. Knocking on the door and entering, Nara Shikaku's voice came. Looking up, Gongyi looked at him and nodded. Mr. Shikaku, I called you over so early, I have something to tell you. Sir Hokage, you said. Standing in front of Gongyi, Nara Shikaku showed a look of listening intently. Now, he has not shown impatience because of poor rest and so on. For a number of reasons. A military advisor to several generations of Hokage, he is also the think tank of Konoha village. Nara Shikaku doesn't have any bad habits, all of them are devoted to Hokage. Just last night I went to the village of Kurigakure. A trip to Kurigakure village. Well, Nara Shikaku was puzzled and didn't seem to understand very well. Hokage-sama, I don't know where Kurigakure village is. Their six-tailed Jinchuriki column force was captured. There is nothing to hide. Gongyi starts from the beginning. Last night, when I was about to leave, I received a ninja pigeon from Mizukuji in Kurigakure village, and the leader of Akatsuki came to Kurigakure village himself, just to capture their people Jinchuiki column force. Saying that, shrugging, Gongyi revealed, but when I reached the village of Kurigakure, the whole battle was almost over, and the leader of Akatsuki had already succeeded. Damn. Didn't take long, and after listening to Gongyi's simple words, Nara Shikaku's face showed an unprecedented seriousness. It was a little bit there before, the leisurely look has completely disappeared. Nara Shikaku put both hands on the table, looked at Gongyi and said solemnly, Lord Hokage, it seems that we should bring Naruto back from Mount Myoboku. The current Nara Shikaku, naturally, is not filled with righteous indignation because of the fact that the tailed beast was taken from the village of Kurigakure. Now he is more worried about Konoha village. Through Sunagakure village, Kumogakure village, Iwagakure village, etc. Things, how can Nara Shikaku not analyze? Now, when Gongyi told himself what happened to Kurigakure village, his heart sank even more. So far, all the villages known to have tailed beasts. Only Konoha village is left. Without even thinking about it, Akatsuki's next target is likely to be them. No, it must be the Kyubi Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column Naruto in their Konoha village. Naturally, Nara Shikaku knew about Akatsuki's situation. Nara Shikaku had thoroughly analyzed them when they came to attack Konoha village. Without Gongyi, the loss of their Konoha village would be incalculable. So now for Nara Shikaku, he is very reluctant for such a thing to happen. And Nara Shikaku began to feel the endless threat. The end, he was someone in the Konoha village who was highly valued by Hokage, and Nara Shikaku thought of a lot of things in an instant. Now that Naruto is practicing at Mount Myoboku, it's actually safe. Already aware of Nara Shikaku's concerns, Gongyi said lightly, but when this practice is over, I will let him return to the village. Wait until the practice is over. Nara Shikaku showed confusion, he didn't seem to know what Akatsuki Gongyi was going to do. Lord Hokage, shouldn't we need to completely protect Naruto now? Shikaku-sensei, you really think too much. Shaking his head, Gongyi slowly opened his mouth and said, pure protection is useless. The defensive measures of Iwagakure village and Kurigakure village, don't you think they are not strict? Especially, that guy Onoki, he doesn't even know how many Anbu ninjas he dispatched. Having said this on his face, Gongyi showed a sarcastic smile. He even sent his own son to take charge, but in the end, it didn't have any effect at all. Instead, Iwagakure village's resources were wasted. Seeing that Nara Shikaku did not speak, Gongyi continued, the same is true even for the village of Kurigakure, and the final result is easy to see. Shikaku-sensei, you have all been misled by Akatsuki unknowingly. The smile on his face faded away, and Gongyi said this and stood up. It's pointless to simply protect the Jinchuriki column force and send ninjas to defend the village. He came to Nara Shikaku's side. Gongyi patted him on the shoulder. Master Shikaku, if you really want to resist all this from happening, you have to look for the source, and the source is Akatsuki. Putting his hands down, Gongyi paused as he spoke, then resumed his smile and continued, so the only way to get rid of Akatsuki is to get rid of it perfectly. As for the protection of Jinchuriki column, it's the way of cowards. We need to break the mind of the ninja continent at the moment, start first to be strong, and attack as defense. Thinking about it for a long time, Gongyi looked at Nara Shikaku and said solemnly, so I have now decided on another very important plan. As long as this plan goes well, we may be able to completely wipe out Akatsuki. Chapter 673. The Strongest Demonic Illusion. Lord Hokage, what you said makes sense. Listening to Gongyi say this, Nara Shikaku did not refute anything. He turned to look at Gongyi and continued, I don't know what is your next plan now, Lord Hokage. The plan is simple. Sitting on the big chair of Hokage again, Gongyi said, now I'm going to spread the news about the Jinchuriki column force who was arrested in Kurigakure village. And with Akatsuki's side, we have to hype up their harm. I see what you mean, Lord Hokage. Nara Shikaku nodded, as if he had guessed something in his mind. No, Shikaku-sensei, these things are not the main thing. Not the main. Yes, what I really want is to prepare to start the Five Shadows Conference. Having said that, Gongyi has no need to hide anything. Meanwhile, the time has come. There is not much time left, and now the tailed beasts that Akatsuki can catch are basically all in hand. The rest of the three-tailed Isofu, the four-tailed Sun Wukong, and the cubit nine-tails Kurama are all under their control. That there are enough chips, Gongyi will naturally not hesitate anymore. And Gongyi is very clear that because of his appearance, there seems to be some kind of change in the Fourth Ninja War. The Five Shadows Conference was supposed to start, but it was started by the fourth generation of Raikage after the disappearance of Killer Bee. But because of their own intervention, it seems that there is no such news in the ninja world, but they are still defending their own villages. Well, because of this, Gongyi decided to activate it on his own initiative. And, because it was planned from the beginning, Gongyi also has enough initiative. Therefore, the opening of the Five Shadows Conference is very important. Five Shadows Conference. Nara Shikaku complexion immediately. It seemed that there was no response at all. He thought of a lot of things, but he didn't think of it at all. Gongyi actually wanted to hold the Five Shadows Conference. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Gongyi nodded and said with a smile, now in this situation, we must join forces with the rest of the ninja village to defeat Akatsuki. Now that Akatsuki is catching tailed beasts recklessly, and it has evolved into such an unscrupulous situation, I think the whole of the entire ninja continent is a huge threat. Prepared his speech, Gongyi looked at Nara Shikaku. Our Konoha village is strong, but of course we can't take the place of the other Omura and lose the ninja against the Akatsuki group. So, since everyone knows Akatsuki's threat, confrontation is naturally the best way. Now Gongyi wants to hold the Five Shadows meeting, except Kimimaro and Hyuga Neji know about it, the rest of them don't know at all. Especially Nara Shikaku. Although he has been by Gongyi's side for a long time, he is completely unaware of everything about Gongyi. Of course, now Gongyi's ultimate plan did not choose to tell Nara Shikaku at this time. Although Nara Shikaku, he is the person in charge of one of his plans later. But it's not the time yet. When the matter on Nagato's side is settled, and the cooperation with Mask Obito is finalized, go and have a good talk with Nara Shikaku. As for success or not, it doesn't really matter. After all, Gongyi still has trump cards. Even if Nara Shikaku doesn't agree, he still has a solution and doesn't want to worry. While carrying out all the plans, Gongyi naturally won't do things purely on the basis of his mood. He still has Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, and his Mangekyo Sharingan's ability is very scary, Kotoamatsukami. As the name suggests, Gongyi remembers Kotoamatsukami, the Baitian god, from dwarf mythology, which is the general name of the five gods who created the heaven and the earth, and is also called the Five Gods of Jinchuiki column. And Kotoamatsukami, also known as the strongest demonic illusion in the Hokage world. Its function is not to destroy the world, it has only one effect. That is to make the caster unknowingly be controlled and change his will, and the person who is recruited will not even feel that he is being manipulated. It's such a simple ability, but it all reveals its horror. It can make the casters will be changed directly without knowing the ghost. Well, if you think about it, you can see that this is really a Mangekyo Sharingan ability that is terrifying. This eye was taken from Danzo on the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination. I didn't expect it to be dazzling, and I actually need to use it one day. At the time, Gongyi clearly remembered that he wanted to take Mangekyo Sharingan just to see what was on the stone tablet. But looking at it this way, the decision I made at the beginning really facilitated today's plan. Gongyi had already made up his mind that if Nara Shikaku did not agree with his plan, he would use Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan to directly impose Koto Amatsukami on him, and then change his will. I have been deploying a plan for many years. Naturally, I cannot lose the whole game because of a mistake in Nara Shikaku. That is the most unacceptable thing for Gongyi. Therefore, Gongyi has already made a decision. He will immediately launch Koto Amatsukami of Uchiha Shisui. Here, Nara Shikaku, who still doesn't know Gongyi's real purpose, is still putting his hand on his chin and nodding gropingly. Lord Hokage, your plan is indeed very feasible. The situation on Akatsuki's side is tricky, but we really can't block the sword for the rest of the ninja village and then lose a lot. For Nara Shikaku, he naturally has his own principle, that is, the preservation of Konoha village. Although he is completely kind to the people of Konoha village and thinks very well for those ninja villages outside, Nara Shikaku would not care. After all, the ninja continent is extremely cruel, and Nara Shikaku knows this too well. How could he think about the enemy, and what to think about it? Nara Shikaku didn't take the initiative to calculate them. In fact, it was already very good, and he was honest enough. Of course, unknowingly, Nara Shikaku was actually led by Gongyi for a long time. He actually doesn't have much affection for these ninja villages in the ninja world. Gongyi deliberately created before, as well as the various messages spread by Kimimaro and others. Already invisible, most of the ninjas in Konoha village hated the rest of the ninjas outside. After all, in the previous series of wars, everyone has suffered and lost family members. Chapter 674. Well, Shikaku-sensei, looks like you already understand what I mean. Seeing Nara Shikaku's appearance, Gongyi's face nodded with a smile. As a think tank strategist, Gongyi really appreciates Nara Shikaku very much. Basically, there are a lot of things about himself, as long as he simply points them out, he can always think of them. This is undoubtedly a disguised form, and it also makes oneself less wasteful. Then I'll do it right now. Go do it. Nara Shikaku nodded thoughtfully, and responded immediately. Okay, you can go and spread this thing out now. Continuing to nod and wait, Nara Shikaku spoke, and Gongyi opened his mouth to remind, but Shikaku-sensei, you only need to be in charge of the Kurigakure village. As for the Five Shadows Conference, now is not the best time to hold it. Lord Hokage, what do you mean? Hearing Gongyi's twist, Nara Shikaku's expression also showed confusion. Gongyi just said that all this is just to hold the Five Shadows Conference. Now, it seems that he doesn't let himself talk about this matter for a while. Nara Shikaku doesn't quite understand what Gongyi wants to do. Now that Jinchuriki column force from Kurigakure village has just been captured, we will immediately hold the Five Shadows Conference, which is too obvious. To see Nara Shikaku's puzzlement, Gongyi explained, so, it's not too late for us to convene after the incident in Kurigakure village has passed, leaving time for the rest of Omura to think about it. Table with his hand, Gongyi smiled and looked at Nara Shikaku. At that time, I will personally go to the Land of Fire to meet the daimyo, and in his name, I will officially issue a request for the opening of the meeting to the daimyo of the other 4 countries. At that time, with the shadow of the rest of the ninja Omura, I don't think they will sit still, and the whole thing will naturally follow suit. Well, In this case, it is much better than having a meeting here after taking advantage of the incident in Kurigakure village. So it is. Nara Shikaku showed a thoughtful look and nodded. Then I will deal with the Kurigakure village first, immediately. Spread it out and talk about it. The rest, follow your plan, Lord Hokage. A brief summary, Nara Shikaku still has no problems. Touching his chin, he felt that this was the best way. After all, the Five Shadows Conference is not something that can be held just by thinking about it. In the ninja world seems to be in harmony with each other, they have entered an era of peace together. But for each other, that is still very strict precautions, no one has put down their guard against them. In such a tense situation, it is not easy to really start the Five Shadows Conference. If there is a shadow negative, then it cannot be held. Well, that's how it is. Gong Yi is constantly making progress. 55s in the entire ninja continent are basically developing in an orderly manner. If it wasn't for Akatsuki's sudden attack and snatching their tailed beasts, it is estimated that no ninja village would take the initiative to emerge. Even in the Sunagakure village at the beginning, their one-tailed man Jinchuiki, column force Gaara was captured, and the rest of the ninjas were ignored. Although they may know Akatsuki's goal in their hearts, they have not affected their village, and no one wants to go into this muddy water. Basically, when Gaara called on all the ninja villages to join forces, only Gong Yi, who had a goal in mind, responded to them. As for other ninja villages, they pretended to be dead, they were disdainful, and they were more of a mockery. But dazzling, in this situation, when all the ninja villages were attacked by Akatsuki. They have already smelled danger, and at the same time they feel that they are not safe. So, now they are slowly starting to think about Gaara's request to join forces. At the same time, in the current Konoha village, Gong Yi also took the initiative to spread the news. And Kurigakure village also responded positively. Iwagakure village and Kumogakure village are aware of it. So Gong Yi knew that in a short time, they would naturally understand that the hatred now is not between the village and the village, but with Akatsuki. In the blink of an eye, days passed. For a whole number of days, the entire ninja continent has once again ushered in a new round of heavy lifting. The news spread quietly from the Konoha village on Gong Yi's side is like a huge heavy stone. It is mercilessly thrown into it, and it will once again create an uproar in the just calm lake of the ninja world continent. The leader of Akatsuki personally took action and captured Jinchuriki, column, a villager of Kurigakure. Mizukage Terumi led the ninja rebellion and suffered heavy losses. Under a series of news, all the ninja Omura already knew about this. All of them have begun to feel a situation where the storm is about to come and the building is full of wind. Especially in Iwagakure village, Kumogakure village, etc. Large-scale ninja villages suddenly feel that they are already a little difficult to protect themselves. Because Akatsuki captures tailed beasts, they have a strong goal. Tailed beasts are the things that all ninjas fear. They are also the strongest weapons in the ninja Omura that shock the outside world. Now that Akatsuki has taken them all, no one will think they are just for collection. Gong Yi's conspiracy theories also spread a lot, and everyone in the ninja village, regardless of the shadows or high-level officials, began to worry. Akatsuki maybe, they're preparing some kind of untold secret. And now the people in the ninja continent may still be trapped in the valley, and they don't know it at all. This is not good news. The major ninja villages have been sending orders to start sending ninjas out to inquire about Akatsuki. And in the entire ninja continent, almost all the ninja villages are looking for them as much as possible. Sadly, it doesn't seem to have any effect at all. Akatsuki is still rampant, and his unbridled claws, Kiba, are fully exposed. Gong Yi seems to have killed several members of Akatsuki. But obviously they couldn't stop their pace at all. Especially after the incident in Kurigakure village, everyone felt that Akatsuki suddenly became more aggressive. After all, even the leader of Akatsuki, who has Rinnegan, appeared in person. The wind whistled by. In this extremely cold weather, the entire ninja continent seems to have entered a kind of shaking. There is an indescribable seriousness in the surrounding atmosphere at this moment. Chapter 675. Considerations of the Three Generations of Tsuchikage. Ninja Continent, Iwagakure Village. Lord Tsuchikage, what are you going to do next? Big and tall Lois, he asked Onoki from his desk. Now that the tailed beasts of Kurigakure village have also been taken away, then only the Kyubi, Nine-Tails people of Konoha village, Jinchuriki column power, are left. Onoki slowly closed the document in his hand, his face was expressionless at the moment. Now Onoki, as if people can't see any joys and sorrows. But soon, when Lois finished saying this. After that, his face gradually became solemn. This Akatsuki, what are they trying to do? I don't know, but from the point of view of their collection of tailed beasts, it doesn't seem to be very simple. Hearing this, Lois spread his hands and analyzed helplessly. Since Akatsuki has entered the ninja village so unscrupulously, it is for the sake of Jinchuriki column strength, and it is estimated that the final moment is undoubtedly reached. Hearing this, Onoki snorted softly, HMPH, this damn Akatsuki. Lord Tsuchikage, should we now consider the previous Konoha Village Alliance proposal? After thinking about it, Lois asked aloud at this time. Matter has come to this point, and those who can see the situation clearly are also considering these things. Also not expected by Gong Yi, what happened in Kurigakure village was like a wake-up call, ringing for them once again. Alliance. Onoki fell silent again, apparently thinking in his head. A long time, Onoki glanced behind him. Yamazaki, tell me your opinion. Lord Tsuchikage, I think it's best to observe it for a while, and if it's really necessary, I think it's the best choice to join forces with Konoha village. The man standing behind Onoki is wearing an Iwagakure village Anbu battle uniform with a black totem painted on his face. Yamazaki Akashi, he was the existence created by Gong Yi using his divine avatar. Now over time, he has been fully reused by Onoki. Almost now Anbu in the village of Iwagakure is even under his full control. Recent years, Onoki has been very optimistic about him due to his great strength and outstanding talent. Even this time, he kept him by his side. Well, invisibly, Gong Yi's plan was also fully realized. At this moment, he has completely entered the core level of Iwagakure village. Who is good at concealing disguise, makes Onoki see the slightest flaw. Even this will be kung fu, Onoki asked him about such an alliance. It can be seen from this that I really appreciate the village of Iwagakure at the moment. There are not many ninjas who can really have a powerful appearance. At least Onoki thinks that behind him, Captain Anbu, should be the best candidate. After Gong Yi's initial strengthening, and with the ability of Sharingan, the mission completion rate of the avatar of the consciousness is the highest in the entire Iwagakure village. And because of his very calm personality, Onoki really values him very much. Although he has no intention to cultivate the avatar of divine consciousness into Tsuchikage, he is also completely classified as a confidant. Over here. Like the relationship between Namikaze Minato and Kakashi in the original book, it's very subtle. Of course, Onoki naturally has his own abacus in his heart. After all, he has his own son Lois. Tsuchikage is the core of power, and he naturally hopes that it is his own people who can inherit this position. This has nothing to do with ability. In the ninja continent, such things are very common. However, at the moment, the voice of the consciousness clone in Iwagakure village is very good, and at the same time, there are spies arranged by Gong Yi to interfere. A while, it also made Onoki difficult to ride a tiger, and is currently trying his best to maintain a very calm state. Well, it does need to be observed for a while now. Hearing Yamazaki finish, Onoki couldn't help but nodded. Let's just summarize it now. Thinking about it for a while, Onoki looked at Lois. I think the alliance requirements you mentioned are worth considering, but we need to discuss and observe for a while before making a final decision. There is some caution in the end, although the villages of Sunagakure and Kurigakure have been allied with the villages of Konoha. However, Onoki did not immediately make up your mind. The existence in the ninja continent, their relationship with each other is actually very tense. Especially the current Iwagakure village, their development is actually very good. They suffered little to no traumatic loss other than the loss of human Jinchuriki column force. Not as awkward as the villages of Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Kurigakure. After all, the strongest Kazekage died in Sunagakure village, and the ninja power is even more difficult to make a difference. In Kumogakure village, the two people who were able to master the tailed beast, Jinchuriki column, all died, and even the fourth generation of Hokage was still the same. According to the news, Reikage in Kumogakure village is still acting as an agent, and no suitable controller has been selected yet. Needless to say, Kurigakure has been destroyed many times before and after, and although he breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, it was not much better. The 5 major ninja villages, apart from Konoha village, only Iwagakure village is the most powerful. In fact, it is precisely because of this that Onoki will not easily choose to join forces with Gongyi. Once he really chooses an alliance, then Onoki knows that he will be very passive. He has dealt with Gongyi several times before, and he naturally knows that this 5th generation Hokage is very strong. Well, that's it. Onoki is also very worried about what will happen next if he really agrees to the current situation on Akatsuki's side. Onoki has to start thinking about an alliance with. After all, the leader of Akatsuki, his strength is also very strange, and at the same time he has collected so many tailed beasts. If the attack really happened, Onoki didn't think that he would be able to defeat him with his old age. If he was young and strong, maybe he would really bite Kiba and not use anyone's hand. But he had already stepped into the coffin with one foot, which made him have to think about something after that. Therefore, now Onoki's mind is actually quite complicated. What happened in Kurigakure village this time really made him have to think about it and choose to respond to Gongyi's alliance request. After all, if the cooperation is real, it will actually provide a powerful foreign aid for Iwagakure village. After all, Gongyi's strength is obvious to all. Chapter 676. Hidan's Evil God Sect. Outside Konoha village, the leader of the palace. In the entire ninja continent, because the Kurigakure village was taken away from the Jinchuriki column power, there was an uproar and everyone was in danger, but Gongyi was not affected in the slightest. He is now in his laboratory, quietly studying. Looking ahead, there are large and small utensils on the table in front of Gongyi. Some of them are filled with unknown liquid, and some are bubbling, white steam. At this moment had already been enchanted by Gongyi. These rare few days of free time, Gongyi didn't care about everything in the ninja continent. He is now fully devoting his mind to research. I saw that his subordinate was a piece of meat, and he quickly used a scalpel-like ninja tool to slowly cut it into pieces. Gongyi took one of the test tubes containing the orangutan yuhi liquid, and then used a needle to extract a little bit and injected it directly into the meat slices. That's right, Gongyi's ongoing experiment is about immortality and recovery. This piece of meat is naturally cut from Hidan's body, and the liquid of gorilla yuhi is drawn from Karen's body. Gongyi has actually done some simple research on Hidan's body before. The results obtained are not very many. Gongyi is actually quite interested in his immortality. This ability is the best and perfect match for practicing forbidden technique. If you can get such an ability, Gongyi has a lot of forbidden techniques that you can use. After all, there is a strong enough ability to support, and the associated risks are also very small. Well, when Gongyi started his research, he actually briefly investigated Hidan's experience. But it's almost the same as what I know in the original book. Hidan, who was born in a village that forgets the war, In the so-called Tangyan village. Soup Ninja Village, it is a village whose combat power has diminished with the disappearance of the war, but it is also a village rich in natural resources. Hidan, who was born as a ninja, is very eager to fight, so he is dissatisfied with the pacifist Soup Ninja Village. So I started to pay attention to the emerging religion, Cthulhu. This evil god. Its purpose is to kill everyone around. Invisibly, through the follow-up, we can know that this evil god religion. The teachings are full of affirmation of Hidan's will. So Hidan, after killing all the so-called pacifist ninjas, became missing nin. However, Gongyi has no interest in Hidan's life and story. Reason why he sent Anbu was to investigate Hidan's affairs. Of the reasons is, to be 100% sure, the source of his immortal body. However, as he expected, the ability to fly immortal is not innate. He was an ordinary ninja before he joined the cult. However, it was only later that it was used by its followers to do experiments, and this was how the body of immortality was obtained. And Hidan may also be the only successful example of this. Well, when Gongyi was able to confirm this matter, he also tried to find this evil god. But unfortunately, he was himself, and he didn't find any trace of them at all. It's like this evil god disappeared in the ninja continent. Therefore, the idea of using their hands to implement their own plans is not enough. Gongyi guessed that the cult should have been secretly destroyed. After all, their methods and actions must have seriously threatened the rule of the five great powers. So Hidan should be said to be a survivor, and the rest of the evil gods have no such luck. After all, the bloody suppression by the five major powers is not something that ordinary people can escape. About the evil gods in the original book didn't actually appear, so Gongyi didn't dare to be really sure. However, through some clues, he can actually confirm his conjecture, and it seems that this evil god religion does not exist anymore. As for Karen, in fact, her blood is something Gongyi has never understood. She seems to be like a moving medicine bottle, and I have to say, the effect is really remarkable. Is probably the only one in the entire ninja continent who can possess Karen's ability. It looks like it failed again. Looking at the experiment on the table, Gongyi regained his senses and shook his head. Through these days of research, he didn't figure out Karen's blood problem. As for Hidan's immortality, most of them were previously imagined. Is an unknown cell body in his body, not some mysterious power, nor is it produced by the curse mark. Gongyi has not figured out its essence. But it is this unknown cell that allows Hidan to achieve the so-called immortality ability. Under normal circumstances, the human body will die naturally after the head is cut off. After the hands and feet are cut off, it is also difficult to use normal methods to restore. The same death phenomenon occurs even because of the bleeding from the wound. But with Hidan's body, it doesn't do that. Because after a single body is cut off, it can still be active. The special cells in it will continue to operate, thus maintaining the vitality of the body. As long as they are re-stitched, then these unknown cells will gradually fuse, and finally create a link again. That is the case, so because of the speciality of cells, this also creates Hidan's immortality. In fact, Gongyi also once thought of using secret techniques to deprive Hidan of cells in his body, and then using replication and regeneration to cultivate them, and then inject them into the human body. However, such methods are also completely premature, because although there are secret techniques that can extract cells, they will die quickly outside. Even with Karen's resilient blood, it doesn't help at all. Therefore, the idea of Gongyi can only be completely rejected once again. The final current result, it is very likely that in Hidan's body, Gongyi believes that there is some substance that can cater to this unknown cell. This can also explain why only Hidan survived successfully in the end and got this ability. I have to say, Sometimes, in this case, the people who can claim success are indeed people gifted by God. Ah! Shaking his head, he showed a smile. Although it took a few days, it seemed that the bamboo basket was empty at once. But Gong Yi was not without gains. He naturally understood something. Regarding cell research, he felt that he might be able to create a special thing through this experience. Chapter 677. Nagato's Secret. Inside the dark cave. On a huge human-shaped statue, several people are standing at the moment. Looking down at the bird, the statue looks like dead wood, like a tree that has no life. But if you look closely, it is a human figure with a big mouth open. Among them were four of them, standing on the huge fingers it extended. The buzzing power fluctuated, filling the entire cave. Jinchuriki column-like spikes behind it, as well as the 9 eyes that gradually open, represent its identity. 10 Tails Husk, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. In the quiet cave at this moment, there is no movement other than the clamor of power. I saw Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, opening its mouth, and it was absorbing the power of the tailed beast. Front of it, the 6-tailed Jinchuriki column force of Kurigakure village, she has opened by a Kugan, and her mouth is equally open. Her whole body was constantly convulsing, and obviously the tailed beast was forcibly pulled out, and there would also be a very unbearable pain. Time is fast. This kind of pain didn't last long. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, had closed her mouth, and she had no vital signs at all. It's finally over. Seeing Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, the 6 opened eyes gradually closed, and Ju said with a sigh of relief, what a waste of time. Now that there are no members, there is nothing I can do about it. Conan looked away, and she said lightly. Under the current circumstances, it is no longer possible to recruit members. Pain Heavenly Path's face was expressionless, the shadow that belonged to him kept flashing. Obviously, in disguise, he is also telling the mask Obito in front of him, and Ju, that this situation will continue until the end. Ah, well I see. Belonging to White Zetsu came out, and he shrugged his shoulders in a helpless tone. When the 6-tailed Jinchuriki column force was captured by Pain, they have been sealing it. This has only just been done until today. Now that we have successfully obtained the 6-tailed beast, our plan will not be long before it can be truly completed. Mask Obito said slowly in a deep voice. But in the next second, the mask Obito looked at Pain Heavenly Path and continued to speak, but the 4 tails failed to capture and encounter the 5th generation of Hokage. It seems that we need a little more trouble. I've already said that this Orochimaru's subordinate now has no meaning worthy of control. Pain Heavenly Path said coldly, it turns out that the original idea was completely correct. Yeah, this guy is really unreliable. Black Zetsu nodded and seemed to agree with Pain Heavenly Path's words. At the beginning, there was no way. It has been resurrected. If you don't catch it and recycle it, it will be discovered by the rest of the ninja village. Hear Pain Yuju's, Tukao. Mask Obito didn't get angry, he just said coldly, it's just that I never imagined that 5 generations of Hokage would actually choose to really oppose us. He's killed so many of our Akatsuki members, do you think he'll be able to sit still? Conan looked at the mask Obito and said thoughtfully, now he may have gradually guessed that if we really want us to succeed, he will naturally be the first to suffer. What if you don't complete the plan? Pain Heavenly Path is like a god who has separated from human beings. He did not show any emotion, just said lightly, it's okay if the 4 tails are taken away by him. When I recover QB 9 tails, I only need to catch them all at once, otherwise it will be fine. Quote. Mask Obito nodded silently. With a complicated look, he looked at Pain now, the matter of the 5 generations of Hokage, I will trouble you. As for Sanwei, who has no news, I will continue to investigate. If that's the case, then I'll prepare first. Soon as the mask Obito finished speaking, Pain Heavenly Path nodded, and then the whole person's figure immediately disappeared. Following this, Konan and Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, also disappeared. A bang, white smoke exploded and filled the surroundings. The cave of Nuoda, only the figure belonging to Ju and the mask Obito remained. You continue to monitor him, don't take it lightly. Moment of silence, the mask Obito looked at Ju and said lightly, although the 5th generation of Hokage seems to have been developing the village, I have begun to feel that I can't see through his strength. A thoughtful look on the face behind the mask, Mask Obito continued, so by virtue of Nagato's character, he is likely to underestimate the enemy. In this case, it is very likely to create obstacles to the plan. You can only be optimistic about him. Is the key. You think there's a good chance Nagato will die in Konoha? No, now with Nagato's words, if he wants to leave, the 5 generations of Hokage probably won't be able to keep him. Shaking his head, the mask Obito seemed to say confidently, after all, he is just manipulating the corpse behind the scenes. How could the 5th generation of Hokage know this? Now this will be Kung Fu. Many things that Gong Yi knows, Mask Obito doesn't know at all. Even he is still, think Gong Yi is nothing more than a frog in the bottom of a well. Well, after all, no one knows the existence of Pain's 6 paths, let alone Nagato. Most of the information about Akatsuki circulating throughout the ninja continent is actually correct. But only about Nagato, they are all wrong. Mask Obito naturally didn't know, all this was originally arranged by Gong Yi. He was still here at the moment and felt that what Gong Yi knew was only one-sided, so Nagato would not have any life-threatening danger at all. Now even if Gong Yi hides his strength and completely defeats Nagato, the only thing that will die is 6 corpses. Disguise. Maybe because of this, Nagato might also give Gong Yi an unexpected blow. These things are not easy to say, but he knows that Pain's 6 paths is Nagato's biggest trump card, and the strongest force on the bright side. Now that Nagato's real secret is known, there is only one other than himself. In this way, now that Mask Obito's thoughts are here, he is also a lot more relieved about Nagato. Quickly suppressing his thoughts, the Mask Obito looked at him, and after a few last words, he immediately disappeared here. Power of the 6-tailed Jinchuriki column, only 3-tailed beasts can officially complete the plan, and the Mask Obito can't wait. He has been completely indifferent to anything, as long as he dares to stand in front of his eyes, then the Mask Obito will be completely destroyed without mercy. Philo reminds you, read the 3 things to collect, push the latest chapter Baidu search 99 playmates looking for 99 novels. Chapter 678. Hokage Event. Alternating black and white, time rushes. The Kurigakure turmoil, a week passed by in a blink of an eye. Shikaku, sensei, I'll leave the Konoha village affairs to you first. Sitting in the spacious Hokage office, Gong Yi looked at Nara Shikaku in front of him and said lightly. Regarding Hidan's research, Gong Yi has been completely stranded. Right now, at this moment, he still doesn't have much thought to study these. Unconsciously, half a month has passed, and no news from Jiraiya's side has come out. Gong Yi thought about it, but still felt that he needed to go and see for himself. Jiraiya has never been to a Megakure village, and her plans here can no longer be carried out. Although Gong Yi could go to the door himself, he simply killed Nagato. But this loses its meaning. Gong Yi is also a shrewd businessman, and he doesn't want to do things that don't do any good. It is clear that Jiraiya can be rescued, and the powerful combat power of this Konoha village can be better used for himself in the future. Then he would definitely not, and quietly kill the village of a Megakure and kill Nagato directly. Well, that's why Gong Yi chose to go to Mount Myoboku now. If I don't go there, I think Jiraiya will always be watching Naruto. After all, the news of Kurigakure village, Jiraiya on Mount Myoboku must also know about it. With his character, after knowing that Akatsuki's final target is likely to be Naruto, Jiraiya estimates that it is even more impossible to leave Mount Myoboku easily. After all, he trusted Jiraiya so much back then and let him take Naruto to Mount Myoboku to practice. If Naruto has a problem at Mount Myoboku now, Jiraiya will not forgive himself. A simple thought, Gong Yi naturally knew that now he needs to go there in person. Although the plot was a bit confusing in Gong Yi's memory, he could also know. It won't be long before Pain will come to attack Konoha village. According to normal memory, Nagato should be for Kyuubi, Nine Tails come. But now, Nagato must be for himself. For Nagato's arrogant character, Gong Yi can clearly know. After he stole the four tails, the mask Obito will surely confuse Nagato to attack Konoha village. In this way, although the meaning is different, the plot of Kung Fu Pain's attack on the village will still be played out now. Of course, these things don't really matter to Gong Yi at the moment. His main idea was that he wanted Jiraiya to go to a Megakure village and that's all. As for the fact that after he left, Nagato had no worries at all if Nagato came. Left a Mokuden wood-style clone in Konoha village to guard, and if something like this happened, I could quickly come back through the technique of Hiraishin. Everything lives in his own master. If Nagato really came here, Gong Yi wouldn't need Jiraiya anymore, and could just kill him instead. After all, after saving Konoha village again, he can also gain the support of many ninjas again. Two plans, no matter which one, are very secure for Gong Yi. Dazzling, when Nara Shikaku heard Gong Yi finished speaking, he looked at Gong Yi and asked, "Has the practice on Naruto's side ended?" "That's right, basically it's almost time after so long." "Nonsense," Gong Yi immediately found a reason to respond to Nara Shikaku. "Now things in Kurigakure village continue to ferment. I worry that Akatsuki's side will get worse, so Naruto will return to Konoha village, it will be safer." Looking at it this way, it is indeed safer for Naruto to return to Konoha village. Naturally, Nara Shikaku didn't see through Gong Yi's thoughts, and she was still at this moment, nodding her head and analyzing. Since Akatsuki dares to forcibly break into the ninja village to capture the tailed beasts, then they will naturally have an interest in Mount Myoboku. There are also threats. Now our Konoha village is so powerful and there are many ninjas, and Hokage-sama, even if Akatsuki comes, it is indeed much better than Mount Myoboku. Chin, Nara Shikaku added in his head, "Sir Hokage, your consideration is indeed foolproof." Looking at Nara Shikaku like this, Gong Yi also shrugged and smiled helplessly. He knew that Nara Shikaku seemed to be in a state of association again. Sometimes I have to say that if the brain is too useful, it is indeed easy to delay things. Listening to Nara Shikaku's analysis, Gong Yi actually wanted to say it. He really didn't think so much. All of this is just to let Jiraiya leave, so that I can complete the plan. As for other things, Gong Yi naturally doesn't care. After all, Gong Yi belongs to the state of a prophet. In the entire ninja world, there is nothing at all that can escape his master. Of course, Gong Yi naturally doesn't care about those little things that are not worth noticing. The thoughts in his mind are all big events in the Hokage ninja world. But looking at it now, in fact, except the final battle of the Fourth Ninja World War. Basically, all major events have already been experienced without knowing it. Hee. This thought, Gong Yi smiled. For him, after the Fourth Ninja World War, the last big event. But it was made by himself. This is something that belongs to him alone, and there is no such thing in the whole original work. Looking back, I feel a lot of emotion. I was still worried about whether I would die on the battlefield. Thinking about how to control the entire ninja world. Imagine that in the past few decades, you can actually develop and grow to such a point. Quickly suppressing his thoughts, Gong Yi did not continue to groan for nothing here. That he still has things to do, he will be prepared to leave it to the time to end everything after reminiscing about his own history. "Shikaku," Gong Yi finally said, "it's basically like this. everything in the village is left to you, teacher Shikaku. No problem, Hokage-sama. Nara Shikaku nodded, without any hesitation, smiled and replied, you can go to Mount Myoboku with confidence. Well. Nara Shikaku's voice fell, Gong Yi's entire body also instantly changed. Disappeared into the office. Hiraishin's heart is activated. When he reappears, he has already arrived in the jungle outside Konoha village. Goal, Mount Myoboku, set off. Chapter 679. Lost Mountain. Several Hiraishin spells are activated one after another. Gong Yi has already left the country of fire at this time. This time to Mount Myoboku, Gong Yi can only choose, on foot. Go ahead. Mount Myoboku, it is a mysterious holy place and the habitat of psychic beasts toads. In the ninja continent, it is a super secret place with the same name as Raichi Cave and Shikatsu Forest. However, although the legend is divine, it is not in a different world, but in the ninja world continent. So, just use some kind of guidance and Gong Yi can easily find its location. Normally, it doesn't really need to be that troublesome. Because it is completely possible to use reverse spiritism. You can directly reach Mount Myoboku. Reverse psychics, as the name suggests, psychics call psychics to the human world. Psychics conversely can also summon people to their world, so-called reverse psychics. Unfortunately, this reverse psychic, it only applies to those who have signed a blood pact with the toad of Mount Myoboku. For Gong Yi, there is no way to implement this method. Because even if he could perform reverse spiritism, the location he went to was not Mount Myoboku, but Raichi Cave, where he signed a blood pact with him. Looks like I need to waste a little time. Standing on the border of the Fire Nation, Gong Yi looked forward and whispered to himself. According to Jiraiya before, if you go to Mount Myoboku in the Land of Fire, it will take about a month to walk on foot. But for Gong Yi, this kind of thing doesn't need to be concerned. Next second. When the thoughts came to a sudden, a terrifying chakra force suddenly vented out. Gong Yi was expressionless at the moment, wearing a large black robe, his whole body gradually floated up. Sage mode is on. Naturally, Gong Yi will not choose to go on foot, but decided to turn on Sage mode to get there as soon as possible. Being on the sky is far more efficient than walking. The body rioted, Gong Yi almost turned into an afterimage and left here immediately. Although there is no Indian style of Hiraishin's technique, it is still extremely fast with Sage mode. Standing above the blue sky, Gong Yi cut through the clouds and pulled out a long trajectory. Now his chakra breath has subsided, and the whole person is completely hidden in the thick clouds. Whether it is a civilian or a ninja below, they are still busy with each other's affairs. No one seemed to notice. Above their heads, Gong Yi was passing quickly. Well, there are only a handful of ninjas who can fly on the ninja continent. Presumably at this moment, no one would have thought that someone would actually choose to hurry up. Let's do it. A short time, Gong Yi looked forward, and all that was reflected was a vast white cloud. Looking down now, I came to an unknown area of the ninja world continent. It has already begun to be uninhabited, and there is no life. The ninja continent is so big, some people are so poor that they are afraid that they will not be able to reach the end of it. Don't look at the ninja continent, there are only the country of fire, the country of wind, the country of earth, the country of thunder, etc. These superpowers. In addition to them, there are still some other, indigenous. They have no contact with the outside world, and they do not reveal anything. Maybe even to death, they don't know what the outside is like. In other words, there are some barren places in the ninja world, where they exist or do not know what ninjas are. Gong Yi's view, such a thing is actually very likely to happen. Even he has not fully studied the ninja world continent. In the final analysis, it is really too vast. Still, the sky maintains a state of soaring, and Gong Yi is not. Looking down. Looks like it's coming. At this moment, Gong Yi's tyrannical sense of consciousness continued to spread, and he could feel everything underneath. Through the perception of consciousness, Gong Yi is now in sage mode again, and he is very sensitive to natural energy. Now this is near the location of Mount Myoboku, which is different from the continent outside itself, and the energy here is very pure. Bend down and descend, feet down. Gong Yi cancelled sage mode. At the moment was a very ethereal mountain range. Just in the air, Gong Yi could clearly see that this mountain range seemed to be obsessed with Gong Yi, extremely vast. The mountains are stacked on top of each other, and the surrounding area is constantly covered with white fog, which makes people feel very mysterious. With a faint smile on his handsome face, Gong Yi walked away, directly submerging into the mountain range. The further forward you enter, the more abundant the natural energy. Although he is no longer maintaining sage mode, Gong Yi can still feel it. Gong Yi knew that he was not wrong, that Mount Myoboku was definitely ahead. Before Jiraiya left, he actually gave Gong Yi a map of Mount Myoboku. Seems that Jiraiya didn't deceive herself, that the route is completely correct. Keep going. Gong Yi's surroundings at this moment were completely covered by white smoke. Through the original work, Gong Yi also understood that this should be a natural barrier on the periphery of Mount Myoboku, also known as the Lost Mountain. If you don't know its secret rules, you can't really enter Mount Myoboku, you'll just keep going like this endlessly. However, although it seems very magical, for Gong Yi, there is no difficulty at all. Normally speaking, this white fog is easy for ordinary people to lose their way. But for ninjas, or even perception ninjas, it actually has no effect at all. However, Gong Yi can already guess the reason why the periphery of Mount Myoboku is called the Lost Mountain. This white fog, although it seems to be a natural landscape, is created by the climate. But in fact, it's not the case. It is produced by abundant natural energy, and after some changes, it finally forms a strange barrier. It looks like a white mist, but in fact it can completely deceive the chakra and senses in the human body. If there are no rules on the toad's side, I am afraid that even if you are a ninja, you will still lose your way. Because once you enter here, the energy of chakra will be disordered and completely unable to be used effectively. Even a tyrannical sentient ninja would be completely misled by this power. In this way, whether it is a ninja or a commoner, whoever enters here, I am afraid that there will be no return, and it will be difficult to leave. Chapter 680, Entering Mount Myoboku. However, although the periphery of Mount Myoboku has become an inaccessible location, as far as Gong Yi is concerned, there is no difficulty at all. The moment he came here, there were already countless solutions in his mind. It's simple. The first is to use powerful power to directly drive powerful ninjutsu to forcibly destroy this place. The second is to use the contract of toad blood and use reverse psychic immediately to Mount Myoboku. The third, Gong Yi guessed that the natural energy is so abundant here, so entering sage mode to feel the natural energy, at that time, with the help of the particularity of his body, he may also be able to enter Mount Myoboku. As for the fourth one, which is simpler, as long as the perception of divine consciousness is tyrannical to a certain level, then this place is naturally like a fake, and it will be completely self-defeating. The first two are, of course, impossible. I came here, not to find fault, but to help Naruto open sage mode and pick him up. It would be a bit too stupid to destroy this place with such great fanfare. As for signing a blood contract with Toad, Gong Yi has no interest at all. The third time to open sage mode, Gong Yi didn't even think about it. Because now I fully meet the requirements of the fourth point. When the fourth seed of divine consciousness appeared, Gong Yi was. I could clearly feel it. In the entire ninja world continent, there are only a handful of people who can have such a sense of consciousness. No, it should be absolutely impossible to have. In this way, the maze created by the so-called natural energy has no effect on Gong Yi at all. Gong Yi was thinking about these things in his mind now. He stepped forward and walked forward. After a while, he had already crossed the labyrinth mountain range and came directly to the end. It was a small hole, but it was inaccessible, but blocked by a huge stone. Looking ahead, Gong Yi's face froze, and he couldn't help thinking, it seems that Mount Myoboku is already on full alert because of the Akatsuki incident. Normally, such a holy place should be directly accessible. But at the moment they are blocked, obviously they are also guarding against someone. Carefully, the person they want to stop is afraid that there will be no one else except Akatsuki. After all, the ninja world continent must have already reached their ears. In order to prevent Naruto from having some kind of accident here, they don't seem to choose to take risks. Shaking his head, Gong Yi revealed a faint smile. These toads are really responsible enough. Sign a blood contract with them like the original, which seems to be a very correct choice. It is estimated that signing a blood contract with Raichi Cave will save myself a lot of heart. Jin done. A little forward, a golden ray of light is dazzling. The moment it appeared, this radiance vaguely swept away the white fog around it. Although it didn't target them, but invisible, they actually began to gradually spread towards both sides. Next second, I saw a golden light, which had penetrated the boulder in an instant. In the imagination, there was a loud roar, and the surroundings shook endlessly, and the scene that shocked everyone did not appear. Everything was so indifferent, as if nothing had changed at all. The wind is still there, whistling by. That shrouded in front of us gradually began to reconverge in front of us. As quiet as if nothing had happened just now. But Gong Yi's handsome face at the moment did not reveal the slightest surprise. It was as if he did all this on purpose. Stepping forward, when Gong Yi raised his hand and touched the boulder, the picture suddenly appeared shocking. The boulder that had just blocked the huge entrance, it actually huffed and completely shattered into powder. When the whistling mountain wind was lifted, they immediately drifted away with the wind. The compulsive force of destruction, the ashes that just destroyed it were all left. Such horror has reached ultimate's golden escape, and now some people are watching when it arrives. It will definitely look unbelievable. Time dazzled. Although Gong Yi was working on developing Konoha village, he was also secretly completing his ultimate plan. But he has never forgotten to strengthen his own strength. Gong Yi naturally knows that simply relying on conspiracy and tricks will not be able to do anything at all. Only once the power is strong can it truly accomplish everything. Especially when Gong Yi became, for the Ten Tails Jinchuriki column, he felt that his control over Jin Dun became more and more precise. Looking at the broken boulders ahead today, Gong Yi is more certain that the power of Ten Tails seems to have enhanced all his abilities. Gong Yi also stepped into Mount Myoboku. Inside, it is not a narrow cave, but a large mountain range. Unlike Raichi Cave, Gong Yi now seems to have entered the world of fairy tales. All the plants in front of them, as they can see, grow enormously. Yuhi-colored and yellow Madara-dotted mushrooms, the size of a house. And the green and white leaves are dozens of stories high. Feeling the majestic natural energy and looking at the amazing environment in front of him, Gong Yi was the first time he saw it. Countless plants seem to have been magnified countless times, and their vitality is incomparable and seems to be endless. At the same time, here at Gong Yi, after destroying the boulder blocking the entrance, a toad behind Mount Myoboku immediately opened eyes. It is majestic and full of yuhi color, with a huge chimney in its mouth at the moment. It is very humane, wearing an open blue kimono, with a Shota sword hanging from the back. Toad Bunta, one of the top leaders of Mount Myoboku. The stone of enchantment was quietly destroyed by someone. Toad Wenta was holding a chimney, revealing a humane vigilant look. Could it be those guys from Akatsuki? They came here, they want to take that kid Naruto away. After thinking about it for a while, Toad Wentai looked at the entrance. He couldn't help but secretly said, "No, let's go and have a look first." Boom, boom, As soon as the words fell, Toad went immediately. Jump forward. The huge figure is just this jump at the moment, that is the distance of several thousand meters. Almost a few breaths, it immediately reached the entrance of Mount Myoboku ahead. Tense, and all ninjas are in danger. Because of Naruto, Mount Myoboku is naturally on full alert. This matter, they know that it is completely sloppy. NLT. Chapter 681. Misunderstood. Boom. The loud rumbling sound kept coming out. The whole piece of Mount Myoboku is a huge plant, and they are constantly swaying from side to side. Toad Bunta squatted down hard, and then kicked with two strong hind legs, it immediately. Leap forward. When Gong Yi was about to leave here, he stopped. Looking at the plants in front of him constantly shaking, Gong Yi's tyrannical sense of consciousness spread instantly. It's interesting. Just as Gong Yi's voice fell, a huge toad jumped out from his side. It is Toad Bunta. It is like a small mountain at the moment, its whole body is full of majestic strength, and it has obviously entered a state of battle. When Toad went to look down, it already showed murderous intent. Gong Yi, who is now wearing a black robe, has happened to be regarded as Akatsuki. Toad Wentai didn't say anything either, and took advantage of the situation to move towards Gong Yi like the top of Mount Tai. If you don't dodge it now, then Gong Yi will immediately become a mashed meat. Course, the inhuman image of Gong Yi's complete death in Toad Wentai's imagination did not appear at all. When it was a close call and it had already fallen, Gong Yi's whole body immediately flashing away, the figure disappeared in an instant. Boom! A deafening sound, centered on Toad Bunta. Vent out. And below it, when the gravel flew, a deep pit appeared. Around its center, dense cracks like spider webs began to appear, spreading for thousands of meters. Toad Wentai is sitting here, its power is really great. Escaped. When the current Toad Bunta showed horror on his face, he didn't care about his own destructive power. It can be clearly seen that it was almost completely avoided just now. Interesting psychic beast, not bad. A playful voice came from above Toad Bunta. What? After hearing this voice, Toad Bunta's eyes and pupils looked up. Only then did it realize that the human who had just avoided his attack had crossed his hands in front of his chest and stood quietly on top of his head. Damn human, get off me. Toad Wentai was already short-tempered, and now Gong Yi, who is now regarded as an enemy, suddenly stepped on his head, and Toad Wentai was naturally a little runaway. The huge body squatted, followed by a bang, and the powerful legs on the back face immediately. One kick. It actually jumped up again, and then fell hard towards the front, trying to throw off Gong Yi. The rumbling sound continued to be heard, and the toads in all directions began to react at this moment. Toad Wentai swept up a large storm, and the shock wave began to vent in all directions. What's the matter? Is it someone from Akatsuki who is here? The other side of Mount Myoboku, deafening, naturally spread here as well. Just now, Jiraiya sitting leisurely in front of him, he immediately. His expression changed and he looked towards the entrance. It looks like we are already fighting. The lecherous fairies, the guys from Akatsuki are here. Still, Naruto, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and looked forward with an indignant expression. It's not certain yet, Naruto, don't show your face yet. Jiraiya looked bad, and looked at the little toad next to him. Toji, you take Naruto out of here first. The words fell, Jiraiya immediately. Dodge out of here. Now listening to the sound at the entrance, he knew that the battle was definitely not easy. How could it be ordinary people who can create such a movement? As for Naruto, even though Jiraiya has left, he is not worried. Mount Myoboku has a lot of toads, and even if Akatsuki came here, he would never be able to easily capture Naruto. Here, the current top-level leaders of Mount Myoboku, Toadkin and Toad Hero, etc., they are also immediately towards the entrance, hurried away. For a time, the already tense Mount Myoboku, many toads all began to move towards the entrance, surrounded. Human ninja, you are Akatsuki's man. At the same time. Now for Gongyi, who seems to be stuck to the top of his head, Toad Bunta finally gave up the idea of constantly trying to get rid of it. At this moment, it pulled out the dagger behind it, and looked at Gongyi on the top of its head. It can be sensed that he did not sign a blood contract with his Mount Myoboku. But it can be found here, and passed through the labyrinth mountain intact, and silently damage the enchantment stone. Especially when he was facing himself, he was so indifferent. Toad Fumi knew too well, now that he has entered Mount Myoboku, this guy is very strong. Akatsuki. Gongyi stood on Toad Wentai's huge head and smiled. It turned out to be someone who thought of himself as Akatsuki. Shrugging his shoulders, Gongyi looked down at Toad Wenta and said with a smile, I think you've got the wrong person. I'm Hokage from the 5th generation of Konoha village, and I came here to take Naruto back. The reason why I came in rashly just now was because I couldn't contact Jiraiya. 5 generations of Hokage in Konoha village. Hearing Gongyi's words, Toad Wentai squinted his eyes, obviously full of disbelief. Now for this excuse. Obviously a bit far-fetched. Unable to contact Jiraiya, he came rashly and wanted to pick up Naruto. You, Ria Toad. Toad Wentai is always angry, and now this human is still thinking of himself as an idiot, trying to deceive himself to coax 2 white smoke out of his nostrils. The next moment, Toad Bunta wanted to be right now. Jumping up again, ready to take him to the outskirts of Mount Myoboku first. It's obviously not a wise move to be wreaking havoc in Mount Myoboku right now. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Gongyi's helpless smile still hangs on his face when he sees Toad Wentai's runaway look. With a buzz, Gongyi naturally didn't want to sit still and continue playing with it. Advanced gravity. The next moment, Gongyi stood on the head of Toad Bunta, even though he was just a seemingly very weak human being. But in an instant, Toad Wentai's complexion changed greatly, and he felt a power of 10,000 hectares suddenly fall. Now Toad Wentai suddenly felt that it was not a person standing on top of his head, but a high mountain was placed on top of his head. How could this be? Toad Bunta's figure that was about to jump just stopped, and it showed a look of horror. The effect of the gravity art is still there, it continues. Now, not only has Kaga Wenta failed to jump up successfully, on the contrary, her huge body began to sink continuously. It's as if Toad Wentai is really carrying a huge and majestic mountain on his back. Little Toad, I explained it to you well, but you don't listen to me. Then there is no way. Gongyi stood there as usual with a smile on his face. Without a little pressure, it was completely suppressed here. Chapter 682. Toad Wentai. My body, actually. Toad Wentai's heart was shaken by a shocking wave, and it was completely lying on the ground at this moment. A pair of pupils are constantly moving upward at this moment, trying to see what Gongyi looks like. It has never seen it before, and there are people who can completely suppress themselves like this. After he entered the mature stage, he was invincible according to his huge size. There is no one who can easily defeat it. Today, with this guy on top of his head, he just stood there and didn't even move with Ben, and he had no power to fight at all. Toad Bunta's inner thoughts were complicated, and it said that he had never encountered such a freak. Although at the moment, Toad Wentai didn't recognize Gongyi, but Gongyi knew it clearly. Under his feet is a toad like a hill. It is one of the top leaders of Mount Myoboku, the son of 2 Toad immortals, and also the father of Toadji, Toad Dragon. It is also the strongest psychic beast of Jiraiya, as well as 4 generations of Hokage and others. Don't look at the current Toad Wentai who is suppressed by himself and has no power to fight back, but it is respected as the Toad Trio in the ninja world continent. Inside its huge body, there is an extremely powerful Sage Art Chakra, which uses ninjutsu and swordsmanship. Are extremely arrogant. There are many psychic beasts in the ninja continent, but there are only a handful of them that really have the power to assist ninjas. Toad Bunta, it is one of them. Of course, for Gong Yi now, Toad Wentai has no effect. Even now, he hadn't used his own spiritism for a long time. Even if it is used, it is mostly for communication and so on. A series of things. King, I don't believe it anymore. Toad Bunta also seemed to be really in a hurry, and immediately put the sword inserted in the ground. Pull out. At this moment, it forcibly used an incomprehensible posture and slashed towards the top of its head. Reason why he didn't make a move before was because Gong Yi was standing above his head, and it was difficult for him to really attack him. So Toad Wentai, in order to prevent himself from accidentally hurting himself, he always wanted to throw Gong Yi off, and then give him a fatal blow. Now, Toad Wentai has understood that if he doesn't go all out, he is very likely to die. The whistling wind is howling, Toad Wentai's knife is still perfect, and there is no case of hurting it. Soon as it turned its wrist, it was about to cut Gong Yi in half. It's really a willful toad. Feeling the gigantic tachi and the strong wind it brought, Gong Yi turned his head to the side. He shook his head and still had the same smile. It seemed that all the things in front of him would not let him show any panic at all. Golden slash. The golden light soaring to the sky at this moment, it once again shone around the whole piece of Mount Myoboku, all in it. All the toads that came around stopped their steps and looked up. Even Jiraiya did the same, he stopped on a huge flower leaf. How is it possible that this familiar power is? At this moment, Jiraiya's heart was stunned, and his face immediately. Discoloration. Not good, there may be a misunderstanding. Saying that, Jiraiya immediately dodge away, the whole person's speed is faster. Now the golden light that shoots out into the sky, like the second sun that appears, is very dazzling. Fuck the kid, the entrance is fighting. Here's still, Fukasaku the toad waiting for dinner in the house, he immediately. His face changed and he looked out the window. The blue sky before that had been dyed golden at this time, no matter what it was, it couldn't help but palpitate. Are those guys from Akatsuki who don't know how to live or die? They dare to disturb me to make lunch. Shima wearing a small apron said impatiently. She is very annoyed now that someone interrupts her cooking time. Let's go and have a look first. Toad Fukasuo looked bad and said in a deep voice, it shouldn't be easy for those who come here now. Okay, let's go and see the kids. Unhappy, Toad Shima put down his apron, nodded and replied. At the same time, when the toads around had seen this scene, Toad Bunta who was in the field had already stopped. Cold sweat was left on its huge face at the moment. Not that it's soft-hearted. Suddenly changed my mind. It was his own blow that was actually stopped. That's right, he was actually stopped in midair by a huge golden long sword. His own sword was huge, but the long sword that suddenly appeared was even bigger. Toad Wentai can clearly feel that if the golden long sword falls, he should be killed instantly. What the hell is going on? Toad Wentai was suspicious of Gao Sheng at this moment, and he didn't know what to say anymore. Kang, you better calm down and listen to me. The next second Gong Yi shook his head and chuckled, although his sword was only a few meters long, it could cut Gong Yi in half. But at the moment it was like an insurmountable moat, which made him unable to move any longer. Resist. And at this time, accompanied by a piercing sound of steel symphony, a loud crack came. The golden giant sword that shines brightly, it finally moved. The sharp blade, it is no longer just a simple touch, but gradually reversed and slashed forward. An instant, Toad Bunta's sword began to have cracks all over his body. They seemed to come alive, constantly spreading around the blade. Finally, a crisp sound came again. The dagger, which was just so fierce, actually shattered into several pieces and fell down. After the huge blade fell to the ground, rumbling sounds continued to appear. And at this time, toads began to appear one after another all around. They just happened to see the golden giant sword standing on the top of Toad Wentai's head. With only the hilt left in its hand was even more shattered. The fastest Toad Hero and Toad GN, they were holding weapons, with a look of astonishment on their faces. How is this possible? They don't know where they are now. Toad Bunta's fighting power is extremely strong. But at this moment, they are so embarrassed, so how powerful the enemy should be, they don't know now that Gong Yi has no intention of killing at all, just passive defense. Otherwise, the Toad Wentai they have seen now should have been a dead body. Chapter 683. Oh, are you all attracted? Standing on top of Toad Bunta's head, Gong Yi seemed to be standing on the top of a hill and could see all around. 3, 4, 5 toads, they all kept jumping. A while, Gong Yi was now surrounded by a lot of people. These toads are all extremely tall, and they are all like hills. Some have long knives, some have shields, and the weapons are different. Now these orange and blue toads all look at him nervously. Although they are not human beings, they are just toads, but they are not fools. Every toad knows that the guy who can beat Wentai naturally has to be treated with care. For a while, no one took action now, it was all about Gong Yi. I said, Wentai, is this how you treat guests? Shrugging his shoulders, Gong Yi waved his hand and retracted the golden giant sword hanging above Toad Bunta's head. From the beginning, he never wanted to kill Wentai. After all, it was just a misunderstanding. Although Gong Yi is not afraid of Mount Myoboku, he has a relationship with Naruto Jiraiya, and he does not want to make the relationship difficult. But it is so small a lesson, it is still necessary to give it. At this time, Toad Shima, who was about to reach the entrance, immediately stopped. She looked at Fukasaku next to her, and said solemnly, Dad, this power is. The golden giant sword just now could not escape their eyes. You can't go wrong, this golden special ability should belong to the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Seemingly thinking of something, Toad Shenzuo's face showed a look of hating iron and not steel. Fuck it, maybe something bad is going on. Now that it doesn't know where it is quite possible that the Hokage of the 5th generation of Konoha village was regarded as a member of Akatsuki by its children. Quick, let's hurry over and talk about it. When Toad Fukasaku said this, Toad Shima still didn't understand, and the previous appearance was immediately not seen. Now for the man of the 5th generation Hokage, although Wentai and the others don't know much, the husband and wife have heard Jiraiya a lot. Yes. In the field, along with Gong Yi's words, Gao Wentai revealed that he couldn't believe it. You actually know my name. I know far more than you know. Gong Yi looked down at Toad Wentai at his feet, and said with a faint smile. Wentai. After half a second of silence, Toad Hero, who was here, immediately pull out the 2 knives that are carried on the waist. Wait. Toad Bunta looked around immediately. Drink a lot, give up your hands. It doesn't know where it is now, and I may have really misunderstood it. With the power of the human ninja on his head, he wanted to kill himself easily. But at this moment, he didn't do it. Akatsuki it knew, so it was immediately. My heart sank and I couldn't help thinking, I admit the wrong person. Everyone stop. Just when Toad Bunta was thinking about this, Jiraiya, who was full of panic, immediately flashed over. When he appeared, the whole person immediately. I know that my guess is correct. Where is the member of Akatsuki in front of him? This is not the 5th generation Hokage Gong Yi. But at this time, Jiraiya can't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he sees the Toad Bunta under Gong Yi's feet is still alive. Hokage seems to know about our relationship with Mount Myoboku, so he probably didn't really kill him. Thinking of these, Jiraiya actually has a good impression of Gong Yi, not Yi again. After all, now he clearly knows the temper of Toad Wentai. Gong Yi just killing it may be a waste of death. Looking at the broken blade in the ground, you can tell that the Toad Wentai just now has the intention to kill. If Gong Yi hadn't kept his hand, he could have completely solved it when he was already on defense. But it was probably because he was thinking of himself, so Gongyi held back his hand. Lord Hokage, I didn't expect you to come to Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya dodged and came down, looking up at Gongyi above Wentai's head. The situation in the ninja continent is serious, and now the Jinchuriki column force of the Kurigakure village has been captured by Akatsuki. I think you should know. Yes, I've got the news. Well, so this time I came here just to pick up Naruto and bring him back to Konoha village. Release. Advanced gravity technique. Gongyi dodged to Jiraiya's eyes and said slowly. It's really Konoha Hokage, it's really disrespectful just now. While, when I heard a burst of explanation from Jiraiya, all the ins and outs were naturally clear. And now the relaxed Toad Bunta, it is also quite embarrassed to look at Gongyi. The rest of the toads who wanted to do it also retracted their weapons one after another, with a frozen smile on their faces. The wind, blowing gently, made the whole atmosphere a little awkward. You are also protecting my Konoha village's Jinchuriki column force. There was no dissatisfaction on Gongyi's face, and he said calmly, It's understandable that there was a misunderstanding like this. It's actually 5 generations of Hokage. At this time, Gongyi's words fell, and 2 quite small toads jumped over. Toad Fukasaku and Toad Shima, who lived in the hidden lands of Mount Myoboku. They are also known as the powerful confidants of the great Toad Immortal, and the elders of Mount Myoboku. Looking at the 2 toads in front of him, Gongyi looked at them. It turned out to be Elder Fukasaku and Elder Shima. I didn't expect that Hokage-sama would come to Mount Myoboku in person. It's really a big loss. Toad Fukasaku showed a complicated smile and said slowly. At this moment, Kung Fu looked around, looking at the broken earth, and the broken blade of Wentai. Toad Fukasaku doesn't know where, there should be a big battle just now. No, thinking back to the previous scene, Toad Fukasaku also had lingering fears. Apparently, he thought exactly what Jiraiya thought. Gongyi was concerned about his relationship with little Jiraiya, or their Konoha village's relationship with Mount Myoboku, which saved Wentai's life. Otherwise, how could he and Shima still not know that with Gongyi's terrifying strength, it would be too easy to kill Toad Wenta? Chi now looks at Gongyi's indifferent look, and at Wentai's embarrassed face. They can make up for the previous picture. Presumably from the beginning, Toad Bunta should have been suppressed by this. The 5th Hokage of Konoha village. Soon, I thought of these. Wait, Gongyi went to speak again. Toad smiled deeply. Master Hokage, it's a rare visit today, come to my house for a rest first. If that's the case, then it's a nuisance. Feeling the gazes of the toads all around, Gongyi naturally didn't want to stay here, so he simply nodded and responded with a smile. Chapter 684. Toad's Dark Cuisine. Mount Myoboku Hidden Village. Come on, Lord Hokage, eat more. Toad Shima brought a plate of steaming dishes and placed it on the table. This is something I made especially for showing off my skills. Ah, Elder Shima, you don't have to be busy. Gongyi looked at Fukasaku and Shima, who warmly treated him with an unnatural look on his face. There are indeed many dishes on the table, but most of them are green worms, poured with a purple soup. Either the grasshopper was split in half, and it was sprinkled with something I don't know what it was. The toad of Mount Myoboku is really worthy of the dark food on the ninja continent. Founder of. Even Gongyi is really hard to swallow now. Cough cough cough. Jiraiya on the other side seemed to be used to it. He looked at Gongyi and smiled awkwardly. It's really asking for trouble. Shaking his head, Gongyi seemed helpless. Don't be polite, Mr. Hokage, try this taro worm, it tastes very good. Who was sitting next to him, put a white bug into his mouth. Uncle Gongyi, you actually came. When the mealtime was over, Jiraiya found Naruto with Gongyi. Naruto, who had been waiting for a long time, showed excitement when he saw Gongyi. Naruto had already gotten the news that it was not the members of Akatsuki who had just entered Mount Myoboku, but the Hokage of the 5 generations of Konoha village. At first Naruto didn't believe it at all, but when he saw Gongyi, he understood. Turns out everything was true. How about Naruto, how is your practice? Walking in front of Naruto, Gongyi touched his head with a smile on his face. Everything is very good. The lecherous immortal and Lord Fukasaku have taught me a lot of things. Naruto waved his fist, now full of a confident power. It seems that what he has learned for a while has helped him a lot. Naruto came here and adapted very quickly. Jiraiya came over and said casually with a smile on his face, "It's really a great improvement." Well, I can feel that he has indeed made a lot of progress. Nodding, Gongyi doesn't denial. Now I can clearly feel that the chakra power in Naruto is indeed much stronger, and the whole person is more restrained. Obviously, Jiraiya and these toads are still very caring. But this time, before waiting for Jiraiya to speak, Gongyi said, "But just like this, it's still not enough." It's still not enough. Jiraiya's expression froze, and she looked at Gongyi with a godly expression. He didn't understand at all. What exactly does Gongyi mean now? Since bringing Naruto to Mount Myoboku before, Jiraiya has always been training him intently. Taught Naruto many of his ninjutsu skills. But now this will be kung fu. The 5 generations of Hokage in front of me actually say that this is not enough. Hehe, Jiraiya-sama, don't get me wrong. Seeing Jiraiya's bewildered face, Gongyi shrugged. Naruto is indeed growing very fast now, but compared with what may happen in the future, naturally it is not enough. I need him to grow up fast. So I'm going to let Naruto learn sage art. Learn sage art. Gongyi nodded with a smile on his face. That's right. When Gongyi saw Naruto today, he could actually clearly feel that he probably hasn't learned sage mode yet. It is estimated that because of his own relationship, Jiraiya did not teach Naruto this most important thing. Of course, learning sage mode is also risky, which Jiraiya knows very well. So he didn't dare to let Naruto get involved at will without Gongyi's consent. But Lord Hokage, if you want to learn sage art now, you have to enter sage mode. Hearing this, Jiraiya's face was a little unnatural, and she continued, "So Naruto doesn't even have a master in sage mode, so he can't use sage art at all." Seems to have thought about it for a long time, Jiraiya said hesitantly, "Especially, Lord Hokage, you know that it is still very risky to really learn sage mode." "Of course I know, but now this is the fastest way to make Naruto grow." Gongyi put down his hand and patted Naruto on the shoulder. "I will take care of this matter myself, Jiraiya, you don't have to worry about it." 4. Sage art, and sage mode, etc. Gongyi still has a lot of experience. He also gained a lot of experience in Raichi Cave. Sage art is different from normal chakra. Ordinary chakra is obtained through the complete fusion of one's own body energy and spiritual energy. Ninjas can release ninjutsu by consuming a certain amount of chakra. And sage art chakra, it is formed after absorbing natural energy on the basis of body energy and spiritual energy. The ninjutsu cast to consume sage art chakra is called sage art. However, although the use of sage art has a powerful bonus to all kinds of ninjutsu, it requires a premise. That is to enter sage mode, but it is not an easy thing to successfully learn sage mode. Gongyi knows that in the entire Hokage world, there are only a handful of people who can fully learn sage mode. But Lord Hokage, the sage art of Mount Myoboku, may be a little different from the sage art of your Raichi Cave. Jiraiya looked at Gongyi's confident look, and he seemed to be a little unspeakable. This really won't be a problem. 4. Frog sage art, I naturally have some research. Gongyi nodded and replied in a deep voice. Besides, there is no problem with Mr. Jiraiya, you are here. Well, Gongyi is not far-fetched now for Mount Myoboku's sage art. Really did some research on the frog sage art. In fact, sage mode is basically the same. Mount Myoboku sage art needs to be still in order to absorb natural energy, and it usually lasts for a short time, depending on the amount of chakra, usually about 5 minutes. After being proficient, you can shorten the time for refining sage art chakra to an instant and activate sage mode. For example, the toads of Mount Myoboku have never seen them refining sage art chakra in battle, but they are indeed using sage art. In the beginning, Gong Yi successfully learned the sage mode in Ryachi Cave. He has also briefly researched on Mount Myoboku, Shikatsu Forest, etc. Such secret realms, all their unique sage modes. Later, it was gradually improved, and the sage mode that I am currently using. That's it. That's why Gong Yi didn't ask Jiraiya to teach Naruto. Because what I have given to Naruto is the most complete sage mode. Please download Filu Shouken's latest chapter and LT, please keep this paragraph, or block the collection of IP. Chapter 685. The Ignorant or Fearless. A long silence, Jiraiya nodded. I understand Hokage-sama. Looking at Gong Yi, Jiraiya was not embarrassed, but seemed to understand. As for sage mode, I have not fully learned it myself. If Hokage-sama wants to make Naruto truly learn successfully, I think it also requires the cooperation of the adults. Well, I'll go and say hello to the big toad fairy in a while, and then I'll look for it. Gong Yi was not surprised, and replied to Jiraiya lightly. Jiraiya's sage mode, Gong Yi naturally knows that it's hard to say. According to the original work, Jiraiya's sage mode requires the fusion of Fukasaku and his wife to assist in order to be realized. From this, it can be seen that the sage mode on Jiraiya's side is really unlearned. If I remember correctly, Naruto also wanted to be opportunistic at the beginning, and wanted to use the cooperation of the Fukasaku and his wife to enter the sage mode. Pity, being disturbed by Kyuubi, Ninetales, unable to merge with. But these things are not very difficult here in Gong Yi. Combined with his own understanding and Fukasaku's teaching, Naruto should be able to learn it soon. Of course, Gong Yi didn't choose immediately. I left with Naruto. I naturally wanted to use the abundant natural energy in Mount Myoboku to make him learn quickly. As for Jiraiya, since Gong Yi is here today, he must choose to leave Mount Myoboku and go to a Megakure village to investigate. He didn't reach Mount Myoboku before, and with Jiraiya's words, he probably wouldn't leave Naruto's side easily. But now that I am here, everything is completely different. With himself in Naruto, neither Akatsuki nor anyone else can threaten Naruto. Jiraiya is well aware of such things. Since you have made plans, Hokage-sama, then I won't stay here on Mount Myoboku for long. Sure enough. When Gong Yi just thought of this. After that, Jiraiya looked at him immediately. Said. After listening to Jiraiya, Gong Yi looked at Naruto. You go back with Toji first, I'll find you later. I understand Uncle Gong Yi. Looking at Jiraiya, then at Gong Yi, Naruto nodded in response. This time, Naruto rarely asked anything here. Situation in the ninja continent is tense, and Naruto can naturally see it clearly. In this way, he knew that he couldn't make trouble for Gong Yi anymore. Now he feels he should practice more and help Gong Yi against Akatsuki. Jiraiya-sama, you are going to a Megakure village. Seeing Tadayoshi and Naruto leaving, Gong Yi didn't talk nonsense and asked Jiraiya straight to the point. Yes, it's too late now. Jiraiya did not hide it, but nodded gradually with a serious face. I was ready to set off before, but now Naruto suddenly has such a thing. I have to postpone, but today, Lord Hokage, you are here, you will be relieved. Jinchuriki column force from Kurigakure village has been captured. I think Akatsuki will reach out to our Konoha village soon. These days, Jiraiya thought a lot after learning about the events in the village of Kurigakure. Simply summing up, he can clearly know that Akatsuki is getting more and more unscrupulous. Now that they can forcibly enter the heavily guarded Iwagakure village and Kurigakure village to snatch the Jinchuriki column power, then it seems that they can also enter the Konoha village recklessly and snatch Naruto away without a doubt. Weapon, in the ninja continent. Now Akatsuki takes them away. If all were lost, what would be the consequences? Jiraiya didn't dare to think about it. That's it. Wait. Things. Jiraiya had to make more decisions, and she must go to a Megakure village to check the investigation information. If only he could discover some secrets about Akatsuki, or about Akatsuki leaders. So aside from the ninja continent, it is naturally a life-saving thing for the entire Konoha village. Thinking of this, Jiraiya's expression became more determined. Now the matter with Akatsuki needs to be done as soon as possible. Well, since it's been agreed before, you have to be careful, Jiraiya-sama. After thinking for a while, Gung-Yi didn't have much expression on his face. Although Akatsuki's members have been killed a lot, their leaders should not be underestimated. Jiraiya, please don't mess around. If there is a problem, that would be very deadly. Don't worry, Lord Hokage, there will be no problems. Hearing Gung-Yi's concern, Jiraiya's complexion changed again. Eased, as long as I want to leave now, they should not be able to keep me with Akatsuki alone. Not knowing Nagato's true strength at all, Jiraiya shrugged and smiled. Furthermore, I won't choose to contact them directly, I just want to get some useful information. Well, it's really fearless for those who don't know, and now looking at Jiraiya's confident look, Gung-Yi also smiled helplessly. He still underestimated Nagato, and he underestimated this Akatsuki. Original book, Jiraiya is still too careless. If he had investigated Akatsuki carefully before, or if he had been more cautious, he would not have ended up like that. Besides, he is too stubborn, and often confines one thing in his mind, and then forces himself into a dead end. Jiraiya's death is actually partly because of Nagato, and partly because of himself. Final analysis, Jiraiya is still completely penetrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, always with his own will as the core, and wants to guide others. Fortunately, because of the current existence of Gung-Yi, Jiraiya's unpleasant will has gradually been changed. It can be seen from today that he is indeed beginning to change gradually. Soon, suppressing his thoughts, Gung-Yi also looked at Jiraiya and smiled and finally nodded. These things, it's up to you, Jiraiya, to be your own master. Well. Jiraiya stepped forward and patted Gung-Yi on the shoulder. Naruto is all relying on you, Hokage-sama, and Akatsuki will go straight back to Konoha village after my investigation. Okay, then I wish you all the best, Jiraiya. Haha, no problem, don't worry. Jiraiya laughed, and the whole person immediately. Get out of here. Chapter 686. The Talisman of the Fairy. Deep inside Mount Myoboku, inside a temple. A huge old toad, which was sitting in it, seemed very lazy. I came directly to Mount Myoboku without notice, which is really disturbing. Standing at the bottom, Gung-Yi now looked up at the big toad fairy and said slowly. Ah, 5 generations of Hokage, you are really polite. Up the water glass next to it, the big toad immortal took a sip and said slowly, you can come to my Mount Myoboku, and the picture you saw before is right. Big toad immortal's squinting eyes widened involuntarily, looking at Gung-Yi in front of him. Can be seen that it has a little more fear and a little more understanding. It seems that now it has foreseen something. I've heard about Immortal Big Toad for a long time, your ability to predict is very powerful. Smile, Gung-Yi said lightly, I just didn't expect it to be so. It's all just rumors, don't listen to the 5th Hokage easily. Putting down the glass, the big toad fairy continued to speak slowly. Quote. Hearing this, the smile on Gung-Yi's face did not diminish. He naturally knew clearly that the big toad immortal in front of him was not simple. In the era of Otsutsuki, it has survived unharmed to this day. Even according to records, it taught Hagoromo sage art, and gave him the treasure of the Toad Kingdom, the talisman of the immortal, which is covered with sage art chakra. Later, Otsutsuki Hagoromo used this thing to save his younger brother Otsutsuki Hamura, and used the power of sage art to fight Kagaya for several months, and finally won. In the world of Hokage ninjas, it is said that Otsutsuki Kagaya is, but this big toad fairy is also very tyrannical. As one of the immortals of the three immortal lands, the great toad immortal is the only one who interferes with human life. When Otsutsuki Kagaya used the divine tree to absorb the power of the earth, it stands to reason that the three holy places will be affected, but the great toad immortal was the only one who came out. Before Kagaya came, I am afraid that only fairies have superpowers, because they have sage art. They don't need the chakra of the divine tree, but the divine tree absorbs the power of the earth and nature, and even the place where they are is affected. So it comes out to find Hagoromo and Hamura, and guide them to see the sacred tree. The big toad fairy, although it can predict, can only see part of the future. In this case, there will be many possibilities in the future, and then the big toad fairy will choose a path that is very beneficial to him. He himself said that the earth will wither, and they will have the same fate, to put it bluntly. He didn't want to lose the power of nature, so he came out to use Hagoromo and Hamura to fight Kagaya. If you look in an extreme direction, the big toad fairy in front of Gongyi's own eyes is also a very dangerous guy. Although all of this is all speculation after Gongyi became Hokage, through book records and Hokage's memory. But in disguise, it is undeniable that Immortal Toad definitely needs to be more careful. It's been pretty solid from start to finish. Gongyi isn't exactly one to stick to the original. What can be found on this ninja continent, so it is harmless to look at this big toad immortal. But Gongyi, he also has a dike to protect the heart of the big toad fairy. It didn't take long. Gongyi's thoughts came to this point, and he briefly said a few words to Immortal Big Toad, and then he immediately left. He also didn't have much interest in talking to a toad who seemed to be falling asleep at all times. He will bring peace or destruction to the world. It seems that all this needs to be seen after the changes. Seeing that Gongyi had gone far, the squinted eyes of the big toad sage looked forward quietly, and whispered alone. Quote, "Uncle Gongyi, what did you mean by sage art earlier?" From Immortal Big Toad, Gongyi found Naruto directly. Now the two are now on Mount Myoboku, a location where natural energy is very abundant. Looking around here, there are all large toad statues one after another. They look incomparably delicate, as if they were forged by a master sculptor. Ordinary people may not know it, but for Gongyi, it can be clearly understood. In fact, they are all the products of people who failed to learn sage mode and finally petrified. The sound of hula kept flowing. In front of the toad statue, there is a small waterfall. However, it is not the blue water that flows down, but the oil that shows the yellow color. This is a special oil called toad oil that ordinary people understand. According to previous research and Fukasaku's statement, it should have the function of actively helping people absorb natural energy. As long as it is rubbed on the body, the natural energy will automatically enter its body. Although Gongyi has not used it before, but just listening to it, the effect should be good. The sound of hula flowing with oil and water kept coming, and below it was a small pool of water. The center of it, there is also a stone statue of a toad, and oil is constantly flowing from its mouth, and it gathers in the pool. Simply feeling everything around him, Gongyi naturally knew this scene, and it was very familiar. In the original book, Fukasaku brought Naruto here to practice sage mode. Gongyi may not understand this place just by looking at the original book, but when I stand here in person today, Gongyi discovered that Mount Myoboku was originally. The natural energy is very abundant, but here, it is even more abundant. It seems to be the most abundant natural energy treasure place in the entire Myomu-Yamanaka. Being here is very helpful for cultivating sage mode. At least if Gongyi was here at the time, he would be much stronger than at Ryachi Cave. What is sage art? I'll tell you later. A short half-second, Gongyi came back to his senses. He looked at Naruto and reminded, Now there is one point, I want to explain it to you in advance. Uncle Gong Yi, what do you want to explain? Gong Yi's face was full of confusion, and he asked with some incomprehension. Well, it's also about this sage art in disguise. Kung Fu Shenzuo did not come here, so naturally Gong Yi was needed to explain to Naruto. In fact, Gong Yi had found Shenzuo before, and after a simple understanding, there was no need for it to come. Basically, he knows that as long as he integrates his own experiences, there will be no problems. So on Fukasaku's side, Gong Yi didn't let him come over, but chose to teach Naruto alone. Chapter 687. Sage Art and Sage Mode. About Sage Art. Yes, you should listen to Naruto now. Seeing Naruto's listening appearance, Gong Yi smiled and said, ninjutsu uses its own internal energy, while sage art uses external energy to use it. External. Hearing this, Naruto scratched his head. What's going on? I think you should know that ninjutsu is a technique of cultivating the mental energy and physical energy in one's body and using chakra. Uncle Gong Yi, you said this before, I remember it. Seeing Naruto nodding, Gong Yi continued, well, sage art's words are. Continue to cultivate the chakra that you have cultivated, plus the natural energy absorbed from the outside, and then create a newer and stronger chakra and use it. Technique. In this way, the ninjutsu, demonic illusion, and even sijutsu so far can be greatly improved. After listening carefully to Gong Yi's words, Naruto's face showed a trace of complexity, the mental energy and physical energy inside the body, as well as the external energy. Well, in a nutshell, fusion of these three energies to cultivate chakra and activate the spell is called sage art. So that's the case, then I totally understand Uncle Gong Yi. Touching his chin, Naruto seemed to think through it, and a smile appeared on his face. However, before Gong Yi could speak again, Naruto scratched his head and continued, but Uncle Gong Yi, what is the so-called natural energy talking about? Natural energy is very simple, it is the energy that exists in the atmosphere and the earth other than itself. The atmosphere and the earth. In layman's terms, it is the air and the ground. Digesting Gong Yi's words for a while, Naruto murmured thoughtfully, so that's how it is. Okay, there's no reason to say it. Looking at Naruto's appearance, Gong Yi smiled wryly, and he walked to one of the toad statues. Now I'll show it to you personally. At this time, Gong Yi's voice fell, and the natural energy around him gathered crazily. They all started pouring into Gong Yi's body, and he gradually began to change. A while, Gong Yi was completely in sage mode. Natural energy is abundant, and it seems that the opening of sage mode has greatly improved. Quietly feeling the constant flow of natural energy around, Gong Yi doesn't. You whispered softly. If you put it outside at this moment and enter sage mode by yourself, it is absolutely impossible to do so quickly. Although it is said that Gong Yi entered the fairy model, his speed is not slow. But in this Myogi Yamanaka, Gong Yi felt that he could almost enter the state. Slowly leaning over, one of the arms stretched out to grab the toad statue. Boom! A muffled sound came out, and Naruto looked at Gong Yi in front of him. I saw this toad statue with a height of 5 or 6 floors. It was actually lifted by Gong Yi with just one arm. Okay, so strong. Naruto opened his mouth wide, and he found his uncle Gong Yi, who just held up a finger at the moment. Then the huge toad statue was lifted up in the air with ease by him. Naruto now seems to see a picture. Gong Yi is like an ant, actually lifting an elephant. A bit unbelievable. Although Naruto knew that Gong Yi was strong, he still felt shocked when he saw such a picture again. See, this is the power of sage art that incorporates natural energy. Seeing Naruto's surprised look, Gong Yi smiled, without the slightest expression on his face. This is how he slowly put the toad statue on the ground again. The rumbling sound came out again, and the entire surrounding ground felt a distinct tremor. Even Naruto didn't stand still and sat down on the ground. Strong, really strong. Naruto waved his hand, but his face also showed confusion at the moment. But Uncle Gongyi, I don't understand what you did at all. I just saw you, Uncle Gongyi, and suddenly raised the stone statue. It's normal that you can't see anything now. Clap the dust on his hands. Gongyi came to Naruto again. Right now, with your current state, you still can't feel this natural energy. The same thing means, now you want to absorb it into your body, but you can't do it at all. Then what about Uncle Gongyi? Just after Gongyi finished explaining, Naruto immediately jumped up on the ground and asked urgently. Natural energy, absorb it into the body, turn on Sage Mode, these. What do I need to do to be successful? Naruto, who wanted to become stronger, was very excited now. Because under this circumstance, after seeing Gongyi's simple demonstration, he was already extremely impatient. He didn't know yet, the Gongyi just now, he didn't use all his strength at all. It seems that in Naruto's eyes, he just used that 1/10,000th of his power. Equal is because of this. Now Naruto, who wants to become stronger, is looking forward to it. He is also most urgent about being able to learn such power. After all, I have mastered a lot of Gongyi experience before, and later learned a lot of ninjutsu, and I have practiced here on Mount Myoboku for a long time. So with this Sage Mode, maybe he can be as powerful as Sasuke and serve Uncle Gongyi. The reason why Naruto keeps trying to become stronger is that he doesn't want to drag Gongyi back. Especially here in Akatsuki now, they have captured Kumogakure village, Iwagakure village, Kurigakure village, etc. People Jinchuriki column force. Of course Naruto knows these things, and he can understand them too. These guys from Akatsuki, they're crazy and keep trying to catch people Jinchuriki column force. As a Kyuubi, nine-tails person Jinchuriki column force, it is naturally very dangerous. Naruto understood that in order to protect himself, the entire village was under martial law. And his own uncle Gongyi left in Konoha village and came to Mount Myoboku to pick him up. Invisibly, all this is to protect him. Well, now although Gongyi has a purpose, Naruto doesn't know it. He felt that it was all because of himself, so that's why Naruto desperately wanted to become stronger, so that he didn't need to trouble anyone. And he can also really fight and contribute to Gongyi. Feilu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push and watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network and LT. Please keep the collection this paragraph, otherwise block the collection of IP. Chapter 688. Let Naruto die. Actually, it's not difficult to be successful. Looking at Naruto with a heavy heart, Gongyi was not impatient. Now Naruto has become the stronger, the more beneficial it will naturally be to himself. Like Sasuke, he has inherited his will perfectly. In this way, the reincarnation of Indra and Asura has been completely mastered by himself. That's it, they are a very rare fighting force in their hands. Looking back at the original work, the combat power of the two of them was no joke. As long as they can be used properly, the two of them will be the most important people in their ultimate plan. There is no need to worry about Sasuke's side. When he goes back and transplants Uchiha Itachi's eyes to merge with each other, it will become the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as that pair of Uchiha clan's highest pupil technique appears, Sasuke will naturally make a leap. Naruto taught him Sage Mode by himself, and in his spare time, Gongyi also planned to let him try to control Kyuubi, Nine Tails. In this way, his ability will naturally increase a lot. Everything, Gongyi had already arranged it. Of Sasuke and Naruto is also going step by step according to Gongyi's thoughts. Senses, Gongyi smiled at Naruto and explained patiently, to absorb natural energy into your body and activate Sage Mode, you first need to be one with nature. Ah! Completely clueless, Naruto felt a little esoteric and said, and, to be one with nature. Well. Gongyi said this, His face gradually became serious, and then he continued, in a disguised way. That is to die. Uncle Gongyi, what are you talking about? As if he had heard it wrong, Naruto now danced and asked, go to hell. Naruto to imagine that to absorb the energy of nature was to die. Now Naruto said that the monk Zhang was puzzled. Okay, don't worry, it's just a metaphor. Looking at Naruto being a little frightened, Gongyi smiled and patted his head. Of course you won't really die. Then Uncle Gongyi, what do you mean by that? Listen to me first. Waiting, Naruto spoke again, and Gongyi continued in a deep voice. If you want to absorb natural energy, you must perceive it, that is to say, you must attract the natural energy to your side, and then disguise it, that is to say, with the natural energy. Nature blends into one and controls the flow of natural energy in and out. Well, it might sound a little difficult. Looking at Naruto, it seemed that he couldn't help but wanted Gongyi not to stop, and said again, if the source of all this can be attributed to 3 words, that is, can't move. What is this, can't move natural energy? Naruto felt that he was going back and forth, and he was a little stunned by Gongyi. Hee, I can't move. It is said that after the flow of natural energy stops, when the flow of natural energy is reconciled, you can feel it for the first time. Listening to Gongyi's explanation again, Naruto stared at him and shrugged. That means, just don't move. If that's the case, Uncle Gongyi, it seems so easy. Naruto's nervous face immediately. Smiling, he squinted and smiled, as if relieved. No, you may have misunderstood. Gongyi shook his head, and said with a deep meaning on his face, actually, it's the most difficult thing to really keep still. Although this is the strangest practice I've ever seen, as long as you don't move, you should be able to absorb the natural energy you mentioned, Uncle Gongyi. In a normal sense, you feel the natural energy. Putting his hand on his chin, Gongyi continued to speak lightly, however. If you suddenly do this, I think it may be difficult for you to do it, and it will take some time. Ah, is this time-consuming? Hearing all kinds of requests, Naruto thought about it carefully. He also looked like a deflated ball, and his face was ugly. So Naruto, do you want to study now? No more nonsense. Gongyi lowered his head and asked Naruto. The current Gongyi, naturally, will not force Naruto to study. If he doesn't want to, then Gongyi also decides immediately. It back to Konoha village. When the time comes, let's talk about the future, anyway. Sasuke has grown up, and Naruto can't always be like this. If forcibly oppressed, there may be unexpected situations. No. Hearing this, Naruto's unhappy face immediately changed, and suddenly it became very serious. He clenched his fists and said to Gongyi, Uncle Gongyi, I mean I don't want to spend too much time. After all, in Akatsuki, their target is me, and I need to become stronger as soon as possible. Oh, not bad. After half a second of silence, Gongyi's face showed a look of relief. The current Naruto is as expected by Gongyi. He is indeed a very good seedling, and also a hard-working child. At least for now, he is still very relieved. If Naruto is willing to degenerate because he has himself, then Gongyi will need to change his plan. But at this moment, it seems that Naruto did not choose to hide behind his back and live a life of mediocrity because of his own existence. Gongyi could feel that because of Sasuke's stimulation, Naruto seems to want to practice crazy and become stronger now. Thinking of this, Gongyi said, actually, there is another way to think about not wasting time. Really, Uncle Gongyi, teach me this now. Naruto looked happy and replied excitedly. Gongyi turned sideways, pointed to the pool of earth-colored oil behind Naruto, and said, the waterfall behind this is the secret toad oil of Mount Myoboku. Toad oil. Stepping to come here, Gongyi looked at him and continued, come here, stretch out a hand. Seeing Naruto coming over, Gongyi stretched out his finger and dipped it in the oil pool. Then, under Naruto's puzzled face, Gong Yi smeared this little bit of toad oil on his arm. This toad oil has the power to attract natural energy. Withdrawing his arm, Gong Yi said in a deep voice, "It can make your practice more effective, and at the same time, it can also help you practice in disguise." Gong Yi told Naruto the things that Fukasaku told him before, without any reservations. Now combined with his own experience, he is indeed ready to let Naruto quickly turn on Sage Mode. Please download Fei Lu Shao Kahn's latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network. Chapter 689. 3 in 1. Ah, there is such a convenient thing, doesn't it? Looking down at his arm, Naruto's face showed surprise. That's right. Faint smile, Gong Yi replied, with the help of this toad oil, the skin can gradually feel the natural energy. Indeed, as Uncle Gong Yi said, some can feel it. Naruto was gradually excited, and seemed to have seen some kind of dawn that could become stronger. This is much better than a pointless waste of time. It's really not to be underestimated, but... Gong Yi paused as he spoke and looked at Naruto in front of him. It also comes with risks. Half of Naruto's face in front of him showed orange eyeshadow, but it looked like a toad. That was smeared with toad oil did not look like a human, but instead looked like the claws of a toad. Uncle Gong Yi, this is this. Naruto, who just showed a smirk, immediately stopped. He looked at his hand and became a little panicked. That's the side effect of toad oil. No surprise, Gong Yi could have imagined it a long time ago. He shook his head and said with a wry smile, "If you can't use it with someone who is skilled in manipulating natural energy, you may turn into a frog." What? Naruto immediately. Lying on the edge of the pool, he looked over with the help of the reflection of the oil and water. What is this? Some miserable screams echoed around, and Naruto never imagined that he would actually become like this. Hedon looked helpless. Uncle Gong Yi, I don't want to become a frog. Calm down, Naruto. Gong Yi patted Naruto on the shoulder and motioned him to take a look. Looking at the reflection of the oil and water again, Naruto woke up like a big dream. Okay. Everything is in balance. Spiritual energy and physical energy, natural energy, all 3 in 1. Gong Yi said, Naruto, if you want to truly use such power, you must balance the 3. Balanced energy. Well, if there are too few, there is no way to cultivate Sage Art Chakra. But, looking back at the toad statues around, Gong Yi said again, if there is too much natural energy, the human body will be devoured by it and turn into the frog you just saw. If you absorb it a little bit, you can become like you just now, come back. But if you ingest too much and you turn into a frog, there's no way you can change it back. Gong Yi raised his finger and pointed forward. If once you turn into a frog, you will be further integrated with nature. Those who have failed in their practice will end up with you frog statues. ... Naruto glanced at it, his pupils could not help shrinking. All around were full of frogs and stone statues, and they were so numerous that it was impossible to count them. These, all of them are people who have failed in their cultivation, so what is the final fate? His heart sank, and Naruto swallowed, seemingly unacceptable. Turn into a frog, but now I have to turn into a stone statue. No matter how much I think about it, Naruto feels that the risk is too high. Okay, these are just simple warnings. He came to Naruto, the smile on Gong Yi's face did not diminish, but with me here, naturally there is no need to worry about this. If you absorb too much natural energy, I will use chakra to expel it from your body. Rubbing Naruto's head, Gong Yi squinted his eyes. In this way, you won't be in a situation like them. Well, Naruto, do you want to try it now? Looking at Naruto who was stunned, Gong Yi asked him. Good. Silent for half a second, Naruto nodded heavily. This Sage Mode, I must learn to succeed. Since Naruto has agreed before, he will not back down now either. He understood that with Gongyi here now, there would be no dangerous situation. Furthermore, Naruto has gradually grown over time. He also understands that when learning powerful ninjutsu, the risks associated with it are also very high. It is simply unrealistic to want to gain strength without a little effort. Naruto knows that power and effort are in contrast. That's how it is. Now I have to seize the most important opportunity in front of me. Gongyi was able to be here personally to teach him, but it was very rare. In Naruto's chaotic mind, when his thoughts came to this point, his eyes became firmer. Uncle Gongyi, start now. Good. Simply explained so much, Gongyi is no longer nonsense. Short on time, and you don't have much to waste. According to Gongyi's idea, he was going to shorten a few days for Naruto to successfully enter Sage Mode. After all, Jiraiya has already set off, and I need to go there too. My son, is it really okay for Naruto to learn Sage Mode now? Standing on a huge leaf, Toad Shima looked forward. Where there are 5 generations of Hokage, there shouldn't be any problems. The Toad Fukasaku next to him also stared in front of him. Just after Gongyi had finished talking with Toad Fuka, the 2 toads came here. Thousands of meters away from them, where is the location of the toad statues? Although Naruto is not a member of Mount Myoboku, after all he signed a blood contract with him. And has practiced for so long, he is still half of Mount Myoboku's disciple. So after hearing that Gongyi wanted to teach Sage Mode to Naruto, Shima was also a little worried. After all, although Gongyi can perfect the Master Sage Mode, it is different from their Mount Myoboku, but this skill, Toad Fukasaku has no worries, but smiled. Don't worry, Naruto is the 5th generation Hokage. Big, according to little Jiraiya, anyone can harm Naruto, but he alone can't. Furthermore, the ninja world outside is already so chaotic, it's not a bad thing for him to improve himself. Toad Fukasaku seemed to think a long way, and said slowly, at least in the face of Akatsuki's group of guys, he has the ability to protect himself. Well, your father is right. Nodding his head, Toad Shima didn't say any more. On Mount Myoboku's side, they have done their best to be kind and righteous, and basically they don't have any reservations. After the 2 toads communicated briefly, they also quietly left. Because after thinking about it, it doesn't seem like they have anything to do here. Chapter 690. Rain was pouring down. With the whistling wind, the village of Omegakure is dark and damp. The thick dark clouds covered the sky, and it never dissipated for a long time. The strong wind caught the rain and blew on the towering buildings. Ripples are constantly appearing on the surface of the calm flowing water. A green toad stuck out half of its head in the water at this time. It opened its mouth, and an arm stretched out from the toad's mouth. A clatter, a slap to the water, then the head, then the whole body. The river continued to make waves. Jiraiya squatted on the water and looked at Omegakure village. He raised the corner of his mouth and showed a smile. Omegakure village, successfully dived. The rain continued to fall, and they were extremely dense, gradually soaking Jiraiya's body. He didn't care about these, but the smile on his face did not diminish. This is simply unexpectedly simple. Standing up slowly, looking at the towering buildings in front of Omegakure village, Jiraiya muttered to herself, this time, I will end all Akatsuki's intrigues. A azure blue thunder and lightning smashed down, echoing in the buildings of Omegakure village. Rain started to get denser, and it started to get bigger, as if they were foreshadowing what would happen next for Jiraiya. On the tallest building in the center of Omegakure village, Pain Heavenly Path suddenly moved. What's wrong? Looking at the abnormality of Pain Heavenly Path, Conan, who was standing behind, asked. Someone seems to be blocking my rain. The rippled Rinnegan bloomed strangely. Pain Heavenly Path said thoughtfully, this chakra feeling is quite strong. Hearing this, Conan did not speak any more, but fell silent. She knew that Pain Heavenly Path would naturally not perceive errors. The entire Kurigakur village is under the surveillance of the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. This is Pain's unique secret technique, a perception ninjutsu that injects his own chakra into the rain and can control it freely. In the village of Omegakure, it rains every Sunday, using Pain's chakra to create a rain cloud and then make it fall. Every drop of rain that falls during the activation is closely related to Pain's feeling. Because the chakra outside the village will block the rain, it can sense the trespasser. In addition, since this art will react to the place where it is activated, the rain will continue to fall until the Pain is released. Seal. Therefore, when the whole plan has been carried out, Pain has continued to launch this technique to monitor the Omegakure village, just to prevent anyone from appearing to cause trouble. After all, the leader of Akatsuki, he is in Omegakure village, the ninja continent is well known. That is because, when they continue to capture the tailed orc Jinchuriki, column force, all the ninja Omura also constantly send ninjas to come to inquire about the news. At the same time, there are also many powerful ninjas who want to get rid of them, and then save the Jinchuriki column force. Pity, the majority of them. All gone and gone, they've all died here. Because when they entered the village of Omegakure, they were actually discovered by Pain. And today, it seems that some guy from the ninja continent is restless again, and came to Omegakure village to die. Well, for Pain Heavenly Path and Conan, they seem to be used to it. The heavy rain poured down, and it seemed to be a lot more ferocious. Pain Heavenly Path stood above the open-air platform, and the howling wind blew the robe he was wearing. He ignored the troubles caused by the surrounding environment, and kept his eyes fixed on the front. Conan, after the rain stops for a while, you will use the spell to find the intruder. Well, leave it to me. In the darkness behind him, Conan nodded and walked out. It started. Good. As soon as Conan finished speaking, Pain Heavenly Path immediately. Hand seal with both hands, hands raised towards the sky. The thick dark clouds before, they actually began to spread. As if a strange force was controlling them. The always dark and damp Omegakure village, it actually began to show a trace of dawn. The dense rain before and the cold wind constantly blowing around, they are also slowly stopping and gradually collapsing. A noisy sound, with Pain Heavenly Path putting down his hand, it seems that everything has stopped. Go ahead, Conan. Pain Heavenly Path said lightly. Well. Both hands standing, Conan closed his eyes. Immediately, her whole body actually began to peel off continuously, and her whole body seemed to turn into pieces of paper. While, behind Pain, densely packed papers floated. They began to fold automatically until they finally turned into paper butterflies, and then began to spread and dance around the village of Omegakure. The clear sky was full of Conan's paper butterflies, and they began to fly all over the village of Omegakure. Even though you're just a little bastard. Jiraiya stood in the stomach of the Toad's secret technique, looked at the two ninjas who were imprisoned by him, and smiled, but judging from the fact that you are holding kunai, you can be considered ninjas. Hehe, is this missing nin logo a symbol of loyalty to Pain? Two imprisoned ninjas, the forehead guards on their heads caught Jiraiya's eyes. Belonging to the 4 vertical bars of the village of Omegakure was slashed with a knife. Exactly the same as the forehead guard of Akatsuki members, this is the symbol of the renegade village. Damn it, who are you? What is this place, bastard, let us go. Continued to struggle while biting Kiba, looking at Jiraiya with resentment on their faces. The two of them wanted to have a drink, but they didn't expect that they would be caught inexplicably. Here is the belly of a frog. Jiraiya raised her mouth and looked at them with a wicked smile. I advise you not to fight fearlessly, this place will not be discovered, and no one will be able to come here to save you. You, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, you're just like this. You're looking for your own death. Two ninjas could hear Jiraiya's words and kept trying to break free. However, there is absolutely no chance of success at all. Because they found that with their own strength, it seemed impossible to escape from here. Hehe, I should have said that, it's me who should ask the question. Jiraiya stepped forward, looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "You should understand one thing now. You were caught, not me. So it's best to be obedient and listen to my questions. That's your best solution." Jiraiya said, and took out a feather. Chapter 691. Finally done, Uncle Gongyi. Inside Mount Myoboku, there was an excited voice. Just after he left on Jiraiya's side, Gongyi accelerated the progress of his practice towards Naruto. At the same time, today Naruto has finally fully mastered Sage Mode. The help of Gongyi, combined with the toad oil from Mount Myoboku, the effect is very significant. I saw Naruto in front of Gongyi now, he has completely transformed. The whole human body is flooded with natural energy and at the same time completely different from before. Naruto turns on Sage Mode, the orange eye shadow and the toad-like horizontal pupil are clearly visible. Gongyi is no stranger to his current form. Good, fast learning. Gongyi smiled, looked at Naruto in front of him and praised. I have to say that the reincarnation of Indra has a very strong ability to learn and understand. Of Naruto's crane before was completely unrealistic. After this period of time, it seems that Naruto's talent is very high. Well, at least for now, it has saved a lot of time. Originally, Gongyi thought that even though he taught Naruto by himself, he couldn't be too quick as a master. But today it seems that I really think too much. Okay, now that we have learned, we can go back to the village. Senses, Gongyi looked at Naruto with a smile and said. Great. Canceling Sage Mode, Naruto waved his fist excitedly on his face. I can finally go back to see everyone. That guy Sasuke definitely can't think of it, I won't be weaker than him now. His face showed some anticipation. Now that this is Kung Fu, Naruto is naturally still his enemy. Friends. With a very high fighting spirit. Although the two didn't have as much contact as before, they were constantly fighting in the dark. Especially when he came back from Orochimaru, Sasuke was like a big mountain, giving Naruto a lot of pressure. He felt that he was completely suppressed by Sasuke. But now this is a Kung Fu, and through the practice of Mount Myoboku, Naruto feels that he has gradually caught up with Sasuke. Quote. Seeing Naruto's appearance, Gongyi just smiled and didn't speak any further. What he was thinking now, some things in his head, Gongyi naturally knew very well. At present, Gongyi knows that Sasuke's existence is to stimulate Naruto, and Naruto's existence is also to stimulate Sasuke. Only in this way will they be able to work harder to strengthen themselves. That's how Gongyi caught it. Therefore, the two continue to be promoted separately. Still, as Gongyi thought, the two of them, the better for him. After all, the strength and ability of Asura and Indra cannot be ignored. I have completely mastered the two of them, so their power is naturally at my own use. Afternoon. Ah, are you going back already? Toad Fukasaku and Toad Shima couple looked at Gongyi and Naruto and said something. Now that Naruto has completed his cultivation, we won't be staying for long. Gongyi smiled and looked at Fukasaku and Shima below. After deciding to go back to Konoha village, Gongyi went to the deep temple of Mount Myoboku, said goodbye to the great Toad Immortal, and was about to leave. After a short period of contact, the toads of Mount Myoboku are still very hospitable. At the same time, because of Naruto's relationship, Gongyi naturally gave him respect. After all, their combat power is very high, and they may be used later. Well, one more ally is better than one more enemy. Although Gongyi got the power of 10 tails, it does not mean that he is invincible and defiant. Once you have such an idea, it can only be said to be very stupid. Little Naruto, has Sage Mode been successfully learned? Toad Fukasaku's face showed shock, obviously a little unbelievable. It has only been a few days of work, and it is completely unexpected that it can succeed so quickly. The Sage Mode that even little Jiraiya can't fully learn. Was it actually learned by little Naruto in just a few days? Toad Shima also had a startled look on his face, feeling incredible. You know Jiraiya, his talent is very strong, but if you use Sage Mode, without the cooperation of the two of them, you may not be able to succeed at all. And when Jiraiya enters Sage Mode, there will still be a small amount of Toad characteristics. Therefore, Jiraiya's Sage Mode is very incomplete. It's all thanks to Uncle Gong Yi. Gong Yi scratched his head and said with a smile, if it wasn't for Uncle Gong Yi, I wouldn't be so fast. As expected of 5 generations of Hokage. Nodding his head, Toad Fukusuo praised with a profound expression on his face. The big Toad immortal once told him before that the 5 generations of Hokage in front of him must not remember. Provoke. Is the person in the prophecy really him? It's really scary. Toad Shenzuo showed a trace of fear, and couldn't help but secretly said. Although Mount Myoboku doesn't seem to ask about the secret realm of the world, they have already heard of some things in the ninja continent. Gong Yi's disciples Kimimaro, Hyuga Neji, they have a very high reputation in the ninja continent. Toad Fukasaku and Toad Shima know that the 5 generations of Hokage education disciples in front of them really have a set. From Naruto's learning of Sage Mode, you can actually understand it invisibly. Hokage in front of him are given a little time, he may be able to cultivate a large number of terrifying existences. Hehe, Elder Shenzuo, you are really serious. Gong Yi didn't show any complacent appearance, and said very modestly, it's because of the environment at Mount Myoboku and the effect of toad oil, which allows Naruto to progress so quickly in such a short time. Well, since there is nothing to do now, we will leave. Wait, Toad Fukasaku and Toad Shima will speak again, Gong Yi will be here immediately. Said. How can I have time to be here, and commercially blow each other, with the 2 toads here? Now Jiraiya should have just arrived at a Megakure village after leaving Mount Myoboku. It was almost time for him to send Naruto back to Konoha village, and then immediately head to a Megakure village. Bring destruction to the world, or new life. Soon, seeing Gong Yi walking away, Toad Shenzuo murmured alone with deep eyes, is it really just a matter of his thoughts? I hope that the picture that immortal Toad sees can become reality. Toad Shima also echoed along. Chapter 692. Just when Gong Yi brought Naruto back to Konoha village. Although the heavy dark clouds are still here in a Megakure village, the rain has completely stopped. Next to the tall buildings, a toad with bulging cheeks is looking around. Ha 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 ha. Inside the toad's stomach, bursts of laughter kept coming. It's not joy, it's man-made. Jiraiya was standing in front of the 2 ninjas, holding a feather that kept stimulating his armpit. Well, such torture. Except, Jiraiya, no one can think of it at all. Speak quickly. The ninja with Yuhi on his face, Jiraiya said with a smirk, tell me everything you know about pain. Hold on. Another ninja, biting Kiba and looking to the side to be tortured. The ninja shouted very seriously, don't divulge things about Lord Pain. Oh. The laughing ninja in front of him, he seemed to be really holding back, and Jiraiya couldn't help but secretly said, it's unexpected. Then only use a secret weapon. Chin, Jiraiya seemed to have made a decision. Secret weapon. Who just spoke righteously had a panic about the unknown on his face, what do you want to do? Hehe. If you don't confess. Jiraiya threw away her feathers, her face gradually showing gloom. I will use my magic to turn you into frogs. Quote. Hearing this, the 2 ninjas whose hearts had just raised their throats were speechless. The whole serious atmosphere seemed to disappear suddenly at this moment. The 2 looked at Jiraiya with a look that was almost completely incomprehensible. The reaction of the 2 made Jiraiya a little embarrassed. You don't humiliate us here. Even if I die, I will never betray Lord Pain. The 2 ninjas seemed to be very loyal as they struggled forward and shouted loudly. It looks like that's all it can do. Jiraiya shrugged, speaking with both hands immediately. Hand seal. Ninja frog transformation. After the hand seal, Jiraiya immediately put his hand on the head of one of the ninjas. Stop it! Was a muffled sound, accompanied by the screams of the ninja. A piece of white smoke appeared, and when it dispersed, a ninja outside was dumbfounded. Goo, goo, a frog with green and yellow pupils appeared in front of his eyes. Despicable, you are too mean. The last ninja, his face showed panic. Obviously, this situation made him feel very unacceptable. Oh, don't worry. Jiraiya turned her head and looked at him with an almost devilish look. It's your turn next. How about it, are you ready to become a frog? Jiraiya said, putting his hand on his head. That, Lord Pain should be in the tallest tower in the west. Smug Yuhi Dizzy appeared on his face. The ninja's tone was fast and fluent, and he didn't have the righteousness he had before. Well, this ninja must be very afraid. After all, he doesn't want to really become a frog, and then live like this for the rest of his life. Tisk tisk, so that's what happened. The ninja's head, Jiraiya gave a wretched smile. What's the matter, did you betray so easily? Quote. Seeing that the ninja was a little embarrassed, Jiraiya did not continue to tease, but continued to ask with a gradually serious expression, but what you just said in your mouth should be. What do you mean? Actually, no one really knows the details of Lord Pain. The ninja didn't hide any more, and responded to Jiraiya's doubts. Nobody really knows. Jiraiya thought for a while and asked again, why do you say that? The ninja fell into memory and said slowly, of course there are rumors that he doesn't actually exist. Jiraiya looked a little surprised, but I investigated a few days ago and found that many of you respect him very much. Don't lie to me. HMPH, how could I lie to you? With a cold snort, the ninja said with a serious face, in this Omegakure village, Lord Pain is a godlike existence. It doesn't matter if it exists or not. As long as you can know that it is he who has been there, guarding us, that's fine. As for the issuance of orders and various activities, there will also be agents to personally execute them. Hearing this, Jiraiya looked confused. Agent. The restrained ninja nodded. That's right, it's Lord Angel. Quote. Hee, it's really hard to think that since he's your leader. A brief understanding, Jiraiya shook his head and showed sarcasm. In the end, even you guys didn't know his identity at all. That's naturally because of coping with such a situation. Hearing Jiraiya complaining, the ninja looked at the green frog out of the corner of his eye, and then looked at himself. Hee, you must be a ninja from the outer village. Gradually showing a sneer, the ninja said with disdain, our Lord Pain is constantly trying to capture the Jinchuriki column force from your outer village, so surely you still haven't given up. But I have to say that you are one of the few who can successfully enter Omegakure village. As if caught in some kind of memory, the ninja said again, but it's of no use, because even if you sneak in, you won't get useful news, and in the end you can only be like those. The rest of the ninja village guys, all the same. Killed by Lord Pain. Killed. A moment of silence, Jiraiya closed her eyes and smiled confidently. Who will be killed by whom? In fact, maybe. Her eyes in revealing a ray of light, Jiraiya smiled and said, it's too early for you to jump to conclusions like this. Really, then you don't understand as Master Pain at all. This ninjutsu is like turning a god into a believer. He laughed and said, he is a real god, you. Ordinary ninjas can't threaten him. God, it's kind of interesting. Jiraiya wasn't offended by what happened to the ninja, he just kept smiling. At this moment, outside the village of Omegakure, weather is getting clearer and the wet feeling has completely disappeared. Are many white paper butterflies flying around, they are filling every corner of Omegakure village. Chapter 693. Tsunade's worries. What? Tsunade stood in the Konoha village office, her face full of disbelief. Looked at Gongyi in disbelief. Jiraiya actually went to Omegakure village. Yes, Tsunade, sensei. Sitting on the Hokage chair, Gongyi shrugged and replied. After Naruto successfully completed his Sage Mode study, Gongyi took him back to Konoha village. Now when Jinchuriki column force from the village of Kurigakure was captured, the entire ninja continent seems to have entered a rare quiet state. Here in Konoha village, it has been considered by everyone to be the most severely attacked location, but it is still safe and sound. In the period of time that Gongyi has been away, nothing has happened to it at all. Pain doesn't seem to know what he's preparing. He didn't come directly to Konoha village to capture Kyuubi, Ninetales, as in the original book. No, Gongyi can actually think that Pain may be too arrogant now. Naruto was sent to Mount Myoboku to practice. It is impossible for Akatsuki not to know about this. Instead, they should be the clearest. Later, he also entered Mount Myoboku, and it is estimated that they will know through some kind of news. The reason why Nagato didn't take action was because at 2 o'clock. One thing, because the Kyuubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, column force and himself were not in the village, it would have no meaning for him to come here. Second point is that Nagato has his own ideas. He feels that he is only worthy of coming here if he is in Konoha village. After owning Rinnegan, Nagato's mentality gradually expanded, and he didn't put anyone in his eyes at all. From the idea of claiming to be God alone, it can be clearly seen that he didn't care about anyone at all. It seems that in his eyes, no matter who, can't escape his punishment. How could he go to such a dangerous place? Tsunade couldn't believe it, and asked Gongyi with a worried expression. Now although Tsunade has no feelings for Jiraiya at all, but as one of the few colleagues, she naturally didn't want Jiraiya to take risks. There were only a handful of ninjas left in that era. Well, not to mention Jiraiya, even if anyone in Konoha village went directly to a Megakure village like this, it was actually something Tsunade didn't want to see. Because a Megakure village is completely like a dragon pond and a tiger's den, it is absolutely impossible for those who enter it to come back alive. Previously, Konoha village had actually dispatched a few elite ninjas to investigate the news about Pain there. However, there were no returns, and not even a shred of information was passed on. So, under such circumstances, Jiraiya suddenly passed, and Tsunade was a little unacceptable. I have discouraged Jiraiya before. Closing the documents on the table, Gongyi raised his head and said slowly, but Jiraiya, he seems to have made a decision. After all, he said that something like this has to be sacrificed, or that someone has to do it. Without much expression on his face, Gongyi continued, do you think you've finished this? Should I agree, or continue to refuse? Tsunade was speechless. Jiraiya, one of Sannin, and Tsunade, who is also Sannin, understand his character. What Gongyi said, I can really say it again and again. Indeed, for this matter, Jiraiya insisted, even if Tsunade sat in Gongyi's seat. Maybe she will also implicitly acquiesce. Jiraiya is really impulsive. Tsunade shook his head and sat on the chair. There have been ninjas from several villages before, and all of them died there. The same is true of several elite ninjas on our side. Now Jiraiya should be very dangerous. I have already received the news. The strength of the leader of Akatsuki should not be underestimated. The Megakure village where he is located is naturally not something that ordinary ninjas can set foot in at will. Gongyi nodded, showing a look of undeniable denial. Now I just have a bad feeling about it. Tsunade frowned, a hint of worry on his face. That's why you came to me today, because of this hunch. Gongyi looked at Tsunade meaningfully, as if joking. He had just returned, and Tsunade found himself. Originally, she was asking about herself, but then she suddenly turned the subject to Jiraiya. This time, the two of them will talk about Jiraiya's side. It's really nothing to do. Looking at Tsunade's still thoughts, Gongyi shrugged with a helpless smile. Could something happen to Jiraiya? Still a little worried, Tsunade looked at Gongyi. Now that he can order those Dangerous guys, this Akatsuki will never reveal any information easily. You don't have to worry about this, Tsunade-sensei. Gongyi said in a deep voice. I have let Jiraiya leave with my kunai before. If he is in danger, if I receive a signal from him, I will immediately use the art of Hiraishin to reach him. Completely dispel Tsunade's concerns. Even if there is no Tsunade here, Gongyi is actually ready to leave. After all, after calculating the time, Jiraiya may have entered Pain's position. Hope everything goes well. Hearing this, Tsunade's face softened a lot. Of course, she was equally worried about Gongyi. Although he knew that Gongyi was extremely powerful, no one in the entire ninja continent could threaten him. But, for the weird Akatsuki, it's natural to think too much. Don't worry, Tsunade-sensei, Akatsuki can't find any trouble yet. With a smile on his face all the time, Gongyi didn't feel the slightest worry at all. His appearance seemed to give everyone an illusion. There seems to be nothing at all that can make this fifth-generation Hokage look ugly. As the natives of the Hokage world, they naturally have no foresight. But Gongyi is different, he has seen through everything after that. At the same time, he has also calculated the entire ninja continent, at least nothing can escape his control at the moment. Soon, after the side flickered away Tsunade with a few words, Gongyi immediately followed, leaving behind the Mokuden wood-style clone. Then he activated the Hiraishin technique and left the village of Konoha. Gongyi doesn't know what is going on with Pain on Jiraiya's side, and how far it has developed. So he decided to go over and talk about it himself. With a hum, the technique of Hiraishin was continuously released. Dazzling, Gongyi has entered the realm of Rain Country. Chapter 694. Peace and Sacrifice. Just when Gongyi left Konoha village and went to a Megakure village, Jiraiya here also completed the interrogation. Toad flat shadow manipulation. Hand seal with both hands. Jiraiya immediately, using a secret technique, he lurked in the shadow of one of the ninjas. Flat shadow manipulation. It is a ninjutsu that hides oneself in someone's shadow and then manipulates the actions of others. Simply understanding the specific situation of Pain, Jiraiya is not ready to hesitate any longer. Have been investigating the village of Megakure for several days, but have found basically nothing. To be said that now Jiraiya has deduced that the Akatsuki controlled by Pain has been revealed a lot of secrets. But other than that, they are well hidden. Although this is their base camp, there is no leaked information at all. Even the lower-level ninjas of their masters don't even know if their Pain really exists. To be said that they seem to be unscrupulous, and completely ignore all the ninja Omura, showing an extremely arrogant look. But in fact, they are very cautious, and their actions are very strict, and it should even be said that no water leaks. At least Jiraiya doesn't get any useful news at all for now. It seems that only 320 is enough to go to the place this guy said. Crawling out of the frog's mouth on the water, Jiraiya looked serious and made up his mind. Since we can't get any effective information from outside, we can only venture into that, where Pain is rumored to be. Whoa, at this moment, just as Jiraiya dodged away, he's still there. As his mind moves next, a paper butterfly flies behind him in a blind spot. Although he is manipulating this Megakure village ninja, the chakra in his body can be clearly sensed. An ordinary ninja naturally cannot possess such prosperous power. But at this moment Jiraiya is still there, dodging away, not paying attention to the paper butterfly that stopped behind her. It seems that it is quietly watching its back at this moment. In the center of a Megakure village, inside the towering core building, countless paper butterflies began to gather and gradually formed the appearance of Conan. Found the intruder. Pain, who was standing in front, looked at Conan out of the corner of his eye. Pain at this moment is not the heavenly path before, but another orange-haired woman. She is Pain the Beast. Well, I have found it. Conan nodded and said coldly, it's Jiraiya. Pain showed a hint of hesitation, and then smiled. So it's Mr. Jiraiya, it's really nostalgic. What's next, Pain? Conan asked. Anyway, he's our comrade. Yes, probably. Pain's face gradually lost his expression and said lightly, if that's the case, then kill him. As of now, there is nothing to be missed. Turning back slowly, Pain continued, it is because I want to kill the intruder that I dispatched this body. Now that our plans have gotten to this point. Pain looked at Conan with an indifferent look, then absolutely don't allow anyone to come and destroy it. There's really no good way now. Hearing what Pain said, Conan didn't seem to have the slightest expression on his face. The visitor is not good today, he obviously wants to get our information. Haha, since we started to collect the tailed beasts, too many people have come to our village. Sketching a disdainful smile, Pain fell into the memory, but what they sent are the so-called elites, but they have no effect at all, they can only return without success. Never mind this time, even if it's Teacher Jiraiya, it's equally impossible for him to succeed. Stepping out of the building, Pain came to the open-air platform. Front of it is a piece of towering Omegakure village buildings, and they are densely packed with people who obviously live here. Rain had stopped at this moment, the dark clouds were still thick, and the entire Omegakure village was still plunged into darkness. It is always necessary to sacrifice some people in order to achieve true peace. Pain's face was expressionless, without the slightest movement on his face. He just said coldly, what's more, it's just a mere Teacher Jiraiya, he is actually honored to die, after all, so that everyone will not continue to suffer for the war-torn days. He also calculated a little bit of strength. Yes. Conan stood in the back, she nodded and didn't say much. So far, Conan supports everything Nagato does now. She has no reason to refute Nagato here. Okay Conan, lead the way. Without continuing to speak, Pain said. Got it. Conan responded, and the body that had just appeared had begun to gradually disintegrate again. One of the pieces of paper separated from the body, it automatically folded into the shape of a paper plane, floating in front of Pain's brutish way. Pain, before you arrive. Conan continued for a while, then said, let me go and deal with him first. Well. Pain nodded, turned his head to look at Conan, who was about to collapse. If you can kill him, then do it. Quote. Conan, whose half-body had turned into paper, did not speak again. With the sound of Pain's words falling, she also immediately completely decomposed. Countless white papers, they began to turn into origami butterflies, and spread out again. It's gradually getting into the night. In the village of Omegakure, the sound of the rain was no longer there. The whole surrounding was empty at the moment, extremely quiet. Unlike Konoha village, the facilities in Omegakure village are not perfect. At this moment, I walked towards the towering building in the center, and the street lights around were extremely dim. That used to be bustling before are now devoid of people. Jiraiya is hiding in the shadow of the previous Omegakure village ninja, constantly manipulating him to dodge. Jiraiya hasn't had any trouble since sneaking in here for a few days. This made him unconscious and began to gradually become careless. Although it seems to be still cautious, the flaws can also be seen. Jiraiya's whole mind at the moment is all about how to get in touch with Pain next. He had no idea that he had been exposed to Nagato's eyes long ago. Not long. Jiraiya can already see that he is gradually approaching the tall building in the center. Chapter 695. The Role of the Negative. A buzzing sound, the Hiraishin technique was activated again, and Gongyi had already entered the village of Omegakure. In the silent night, everything is still as it is, and no one notices it at all. The seeds of divine consciousness, the powerful chakra power in Gongyi's body has long been restrained. Now that Gongyi's entered, Pain didn't notice at all. Even if he uses the Rain Tiger Freedom technique, Gongyi is completely immune. That's why Gongyi doesn't Needless to say, the effect of this divine sense seed is really great. At least for such a long time, its existence has saved me a lot of trouble. At the same time, continuously using the teleportation technique, Jiraiya dodged several times in succession, and was about to reach the target position. Lurking in the shadows of the ninjas in Omegakure village, Jiraiya was safe all the way, and was not noticed by the rest of the patrolling ninjas. Perceived by pain the moment he entered Omegakure village. But the rest of the people were completely ignorant, and they were all trapped in the valley. Walking forward, the sound of footsteps echoed all around. Next second, Jiraiya's expression froze and stopped. I saw white paper floating in the sky at the moment, as if they were waiting for Jiraiya's arrival. When I saw him appear, these white papers immediately rioted. They seemed to come to life in an instant, moving towards Jiraiya immediately. Pack away. Instant, they wrapped the Omegakure village ninja controlled by Jiraiya like a zongzi. Everything happened in a flash. In front of him, these pieces of paper floating in the air also converged to become Konan's appearance, when her upper body appeared. Raising her hand, she held the long thorn formed by countless pieces of paper in her hand, and stabbed it forward. Kaden fire style, fire bullet. The moment Konan falls to attack, Jiraiya is on the shadow of the ninja in the village of Omegakure, immediately. Bare half-body open mouth and spit out a Kaden fire style. By Kaden fire style chakra, they are wildly vented, and they are agitated in pieces. Konan's icy complexion froze, she quickly backed away, and countless pieces of white paper began to cover her eyes. Like an invisible paper shield, it directly blocked Jiraiya's Kaden fire style ninjutsu. Toad flat shadow manipulation. The gray smoke from Kaden fire style gradually dissipated, Konan murmured, staring at Jiraiya ahead. White paper kept floating around, surrounding Konan. There was no joy, anger or sadness on her face, but she was still indifferent. It was originally a bait thrown to lure pain. Of Omegakure village, Jiraiya emerges from his shadow. With an unspeakable smile on his face, he said lightly. Haha, has it already started? Just when the two were fighting, Gong Yi came here. Although I don't know the current location of Jiraiya, but with strong perception. Gong Yi naturally knew that there was a big battle here. As one with the ability of a prophet, it is natural to know that Konan and Jiraiya should be fighting here. Gong Yi was standing on the towering building, he was hiding in the dark, as if he didn't exist. Now he has no choice. Konan and Nagato are still his disciples after all, and Gong Yi doesn't want to let Jiraiya know something, and after endangering her life, she decides immediately. Save him. Otherwise, if you come forward directly now and kill Nagato at the same time, it is very likely that it will have a negative effect. He was obviously here to save him, but Jiraiya would definitely not appreciate it. Because he was the disciple who killed him, and he didn't seem to understand anything at all. Well, this is not the ending that Gong Yi had in mind. Therefore, he decided to take a look here for a while, and then talk about other things. Your ninjutsu is even sharper. The smile on Jiraiya's face continued, and he looked at Konan, who was only half-bodied in front of him. Well, she has also become a good woman, Konan. I thought you were dead before. Chin with his hand, Jiraiya said, I didn't expect it to turn into a fluffy piece of paper. God, Lord Angel. Omegakure village, who was half kneeling on the ground, also gradually reflected at this time. Angel Lord. Hearing this, Jiraiya continued, it looks like Konan, you are Pain's spokesperson. Now what do you guys want to do, and who is Pain's true identity? What we want to do, Pain's true identity, has nothing to do with you, teacher. As Konan spoke, the entire half-body gradually floated up into the sky. A large number of white pieces of paper began to gather behind Konan, forming huge paper wings. She seems to be really like an angel. God's order now, so I will kill you. There is no joy of reunion after a long absence, the two are more like unfamiliar enemies. Conan has a deadpan expression from start to finish, and doesn't have any desire to catch up with Jiraiya or anything like that. Where are Yahiko and Nagato? And Yahiko, how can you have Nagato's Rinnegan? The face that had been smiling before became serious, and Jiraiya could understand. Conan in front of him is no longer the child he knew back then. Unlike the original, the current Jiraiya knows that Yahiko has Rinnegan. But for some reason, he also has a lot of questions in his mind. It's about Nagato, and it's about Yahiko. After all, Nagato, who was behind the scenes before, never went out. So Jiraiya has no idea, how could this all happen? Even he doesn't know Pain's connection with Yahiko. Although there are rumors in the ninja world that Yahiko is Pain, but Jiraiya doesn't believe it. You don't need to care about these teachers anymore. Dance of the Shikigami Paper Rain. With a huge wing, two pairs of paper wings quickly blast out countless pieces of paper. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The paper made a sound of breaking through the air, like a sharp arrow, madly going towards Jiraiya. Kaden, fire style, fire bullet. Jiraiya's mouth bulged, and a large burst of flames spewed forward. Hula. Countless pieces of paper and pieces of flame collided instantly. At this moment, the two are actually on the same level, stalemate in the air. Haha, what a scene where master and apprentice kill each other. Hidden in the dark, Gung Yi shook his head with a wry smile. For the Akatsuki in front of him now, Gung Yi is naturally a complete master. As for Jiraiya's puzzled questions, Gung Yi can also manage them smoothly. It's just that Gung Yi didn't tell Jiraiya at all. Chapter 696. Dance of the Shikigami, Conan. But I have to say, Conan's ninjutsu is really good. Looking at the papers floating around Conan, and her personal state, Gung Yi showed a faint smile and couldn't help but praise. Paper escape, this past life was called another Kekkei Genkei ability. Although Gung Yi clearly knew that Conan should be called a special secret technique, not an ability. But Gung Yi is still habitual, calling it paper escape. Well, as usual, according to Gung Yi's understanding, this ninjutsu should be called Dance of the Shikigami. Simply put, it is the ability to inject chakra into paper to control the paper for attack, defense, reconnaissance and other work. And when attacking, you can also mix in the detonator to enhance the effect of the attack, which can be adapted to various situations. At the same time, it can also convert itself into paper at any time to achieve the purpose of immunity to physical attacks. But in Dance of the Shikigami, it needs to consume chakra at any time. Once the chakra is exhausted, it will be unwrapped. If it is immersed in oil, it will not be able to be paperized smoothly. However, although this ninjutsu looks good, there are not many people who can really use it like this. Even in the entire ninja continent, I am afraid that only Conan can use it. Well, Conan is able to use Dance of the Shikigami, after all, which can be achieved by turning the body into paper. In this case, she can also be immune to the damage caused by physical attacks even invisibly. Well, it's almost impossible to damage Conan with pure physical attacks. In addition, Conan himself can also attack, clone, defend, camouflage and fly. Therefore, Conan's Dance of the Shikigami's perfect power is a word. A trick that can be eaten all over the world. It is because of this Dance of the Shikigami's ability that Conan's role is great. Whether it's combat or reconnaissance, all of them are very good. Especially, the most impressive thing about Gung Yi is her 60 billion detonating charm. Well, she wants to sneak up on Uchiha Obito by disguising it as the sea. Even his Kamui is completely cracked and there is no way to escape. If it weren't for Uchiha Obito, he used the transplanted Sharingan to launch the ultimate forbidden technique of the Uchiha family, Izanagi, turning all explosions into illusions. I am afraid that with Conan's side alone, Hokage ninja can be brought to an end. But fortunately, this will be a kung fu, and now Gong Yi uses his powerful divine sense to clearly feel it. At least for now, she doesn't seem to have the trap of these 60 billion detonating charms. Don't say that Uchiha Obito is afraid, even Gong Yi is very afraid. This is not thousands, tens of thousands, but 600 billion. If Conan really gave him a stab at it, Gong Yi knew that he wouldn't be threatened with death. But that feeling is definitely going to be unusual. Therefore, when he decided to kill Nagato today, Gong Yi also guarded against Conan's hand. Who knows, will she suddenly create so many detonators? But through Kimamaro's current investigation, Gong Yi also knows. On the Ninja World continent, it seems that no one is buying this thing wantonly. So Gong Yi can guess that, according to the original situation, Conan should be preparing these things after Nagato's death. Therefore, so far, it seems that I don't have to worry about Conan's last 600 billion detonating charms. In the field. While Gong Yi was still thinking, Jiraiya had tied Conan in the air with her hair. He didn't go for a second attack at this moment, but looked at her and said lightly, "What do you want now? I didn't expect that you, the most gentle of the three, would actually become like this." Feeling a little sad, Jiraiya said with a bit of unacceptability, "You seem to have completely deviated from the original intention of creating this organization, and now you have begun to walk into the abyss step by step." Gradually entering into memory, Jiraiya couldn't help recalling the previous scene. Nagato, who looked at the stable Nagato back then, has disappeared. Yahiko, who was waving his fists to change the world and make it peaceful, he actually had Rinnegan inexplicably, and at this moment, he deviates from his original intention. Wanton meddling in the war, killing people, while constantly collecting tailed beasts. Akatsuki's reputation was not what they expected. Thinking of this, Jiraiya even started to feel a little self-blame in her heart. Obviously, the situation of the three now has a lot to do with his own education. If you don't leave there, but choose to continue to accompany the three of them, then in the end, will another one seem to fall into some kind of emotion? Jiraiya began to feel. Akatsuki's appearance is inseparable from himself. Because of Gong Yi's intervention, it is completely different from the original. Today's Jiraiya, although does not know too many secrets. But I also probably knew something about Akatsuki and the others. Do you regret it a little, Mr. Jiraiya? Conan, who was bound, did not move, and said with a cold face, "Did you think it would be better to listen to Orochimaru's words and kill us directly?" Back to his senses, Jiraiya shook his head and said sadly, "I have never thought about such things as regrets. I didn't kill you guys. It's just that I feel very sad. I taught you how to survive in troubled times. There is no doubt that you are my disciples." Jiraiya stared at Conan in the air, knowing that the world is hard, and he did not say hello to me, and so contrary to the original intention, this really makes me feel chills. It seems that you still don't know us, teacher. Conan, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened her mouth. It seems that you don't know anything about what happened after you left. You have no idea what happened to us after you left, teacher. I really don't understand. Jiraiya's face gradually became serious. I can't understand, how did you develop Akatsuki like this? As this, the peace you spoke of at the beginning. Give it up, now all you have created is suffering, and there is no peace at all. Jiraiya still did not give up, and dissuaded. Akatsuki is not wrong, that is our answer through everything. Just as Jiraiya's voice fell, an indifferent voice suddenly appeared. I saw Pain Beastly, standing on the towering platform with a grim expression and looking at Jiraiya. Long time no see, teacher Jiraiya. Chapter 697. Jiraiya and Pain. Looking at the sudden voice, Jiraiya frowned. Pain's savage way in front of her made Jiraiya's heart even more puzzled. The appearance has changed a lot, and she has completely turned into a woman. But those eyes will never admit wrong. It's Rinnegan. Jiraiya's face is very rich as he stares at Pain, who is wearing a black Yuhi cloud robe. Although he can guess a lot of things, but now he can't understand at all. How could Yahiko become a woman who had Rinnegan before? But Jiraiya has to say that she also seems to feel a familiar feeling in her. Feel. Yahiko like orange hair, and that look of indifference. That Yahiko used some kind of secret technique. Are you Nagato? Jiraiya raised her head and said incredulously, are you or Yahiko? It seems that not only are you not developing in the right direction, but there are even problems with your growth. A completely bewildered Jiraiya, who knows the true secret of Pain's 6 paths. This matter Gong Yi once only told Terumi Mei. Now she's still there, strictly kept secret, not even from some of the higher-ups in the village of Kurigakure. This is a very important secret for Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei naturally won't leak them easily until Gong Yi makes them public. What happened to you all these years? Jiraiya raised her head and asked in a deep voice. What the hell happened to us? Who am I or not? Pain's animal face was expressionless. These you don't need to know, after all. You're just an outsider. It's really abominable to say such a thing. Jiraiya's complexion changed, and she bit Kiba. Hey, you guys have really changed. Pain's ruthless words stung his heart. Jiraiya's face changed, and it seemed that she couldn't express any emotion. 4 people got along for a long time after all, although he left after that. But such emotions and ties are naturally not washed away by time. Just as Gong Yi thought before, Jiraiya said that he came to a Megakure village to investigate information. But in fact, he also has a little selfishness. Gong Yi, who is in the dark at the moment, his smile has gradually disappeared. The indifference returned to his face, and he was quietly examining the battle below. Gong Yi knows exactly what Jiraiya is thinking, but he didn't reveal it. This Megakure village, another purpose of Jiraiya is to dissuade Yahiko and the others from abandoning evil and turning to good. When a series of news from Akatsuki's side spread to Jinchuriki, column force of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja continent, 444 groups have already captured them. Jiraiya can't wait. He can't see the trio of 3 going on, it's the wrong path. So when he came today, Gong Yi also knew that he still wanted to save, without giving up. Them. Thoughts came to this. Gong Yi, who had known everything for a long time, revealed his playfulness. Sure enough, this so-called tie is the most useless thing. For Gong Yi, Jiraiya's approach is undoubtedly very stupid. It is because of this that Gong Yi didn't decide immediately before. Get started. Jiraiya hasn't tasted the pain yet, he's still there, holding on to hope. So Gong Yi will appear and kill Nagato decisively. This case, he would instead destroy Jiraiya's plan. In his heart was completely extinguished by the threat of death, it would not be too late for him to take action. It's also a lesson for Jiraiya. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen's so-called will of fire is really annoying enough. Rinnegan's psychic technique. Pain's animal voice fell, immediately. Both hands hand seal. Next second, a circular psychic spell appeared on the wall behind him. A burst of white mist erupted, and a huge Yuhi-colored crab emerged from it. Hula. When it appears the moment cannot help but say, immediately. Spit out a sheet of white liquid at Jiraiya. The moment the attack fell, Jiraiya pulled her hair back immediately. Explosion retreated to the back, and then stepped on the high wall beside it. Almost as soon as his forefoot and hindfoot left, still, Conan in the sky immediately. Submerged in white liquid. The same is true for the entire surrounding open space, a patch of white flowers. Bubble. Jiraiya stared at the liquid under him. He looked up at Pain, who was standing high, and smiled. As expected of my disciple, he knows my weaknesses completely. Hee, psychic crab. It's really just like the original. Darkness, a pair of deep eyes revealed a bright light. No one below noticed. Gong Yi was just standing here watching them. At this moment, Gong Yi, when he saw that the battle had begun, he was also constantly thinking. What I saw was exactly what I expected. Looking down at the large amount of foam that the psychic crab spit out, Gong Yi naturally knew that Pain was a beast for a long time. The ability of psychic beasts. Don't look at this mere bubble, it doesn't seem to have any attack power. But it can perfectly purify. For example, fire, sweetened water style oil, etc. Can remove all the effects of ninjutsu. Invisibly, it basically makes the opponent's previous strategy useless. It is a strong auxiliary ability. Conan, please step back. Did you use the foam to wash off the oil? The battlefield below, seeing Conan reappear, Jiraiya also analyzed it. Hula. The moment Conan was just leaving behind, Pain waved his hands. The white foam below turned into a tsunami like mad wolf and devoured it towards Jiraiya. Although it was foam, at this moment when they hit the wall, they also made a rumbling sound. The technique of chaotic lion hair. When Jiraiya retreated, the yuhi-colored crab that had just disappeared in the white foam appeared again. The huge pliers held the gangwind and waved it without the slightest sympathy. Quickly hand seal with both hands. The chakra power in the body is suddenly released. Jiraiya's docile white head immediately turns into a barb, and it grows quickly and then sticks out. They are like white steel ropes that bind the whole yuhi-colored crab that comes out of the foam. Was a muffled sound, this psychic beast had no effect, and immediately into a white smoke by Jiraiya. However, all of this is not over. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read and collect, and push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels and LT, otherwise the collection of IP. Chapter 698. Pain makes me grow. After breaking Pain's psychic beast, Jiraiya's next attack came to Pain in the blink of an eye. The speed is so fast that people can't react at all. Another loud noise came out, and the rumbling sound spread all around. The entire surrounding buildings trembled. Obviously just a strand of hair, but it's exceptionally strong, and its destructive power is also huge. I'll ask you one last time. Pain, who was wrapped in hair in front of him, Jiraiya asked with a serious face, who are you, Yahiko or Nagato, and what have you experienced? It seems that he still refuses to give up, and now Jiraiya is full of confusion. He couldn't imagine how this could become like this now. What's the point of you asking these? Pain's face was indifferent, and he didn't see any fear at all. Even if he was completely imprisoned by Jiraiya, he still smiled calmly. You can think that they are all dead. What? Jiraiya sank inwardly and seemed completely unable to accept the answer. You bastard, what are you talking about? How stupid. Gong Yi, who was at the top, seemed to have lost his sight. For something like this, it's just. There's no doubt about it, Jiraiya is just wasting her time. Gong Yi couldn't even understand how he could have endured here for so long. For Jiraiya's approach, Gong Yi is really unacceptable. If it was him, he would just wipe it all out without mercy. Although I have to say, Jiraiya is a poor person, without friends or family, wandering alone, watching the fireworks of war and the passing of friends. Whoever it is, it actually causes distortion. But Jiraiya, his anguish and misfortune, never vented. Now the apprentice he wanted to save was suddenly indifferent and wanted to kill him. This is annoying and a little unacceptable. According to the original work, Jiraiya's life has helped many people, but in the end, he can't live in peace. Normal people, this is indeed unfair or unacceptable. But for Gong Yi at the moment, this is not the case. He appreciates Jiraiya's ability. As for other things, Gong Yi is not on his mind. The world of Hokage ninjas is not as beautiful as imagined. One tragic thing after another, more miserable than Jiraiya, Gong Yi has seen a lot, so now he doesn't show the heart of the virgin at all. If you don't need to use Jiraiya or value Jiraiya's ability, you want to subdue and use it. Maybe today, Gongyi won't come here in person. A short time, Z and Pain below have ended their conversation. The booming sound came again. The two fought, and a new round of confrontation began again. Too many people have died here. Pain said that at this time, his pair of wavy Rinagans radiated strange light. Mr. Jiraiya, you will also be one of the members who will sacrifice for the whole plan next. At this moment, it's going to work. Pain doesn't want to be here to talk nonsense with Jiraiya. Unlike the original book, it seems that the current Pain wants to end this boring battle quickly. The chakra that belongs to Pain explodes wildly. At this moment, the neatly arranged aqueducts were dry, as if they could not withstand such pressure. Their death pains me, and pain makes me grow. Pain raised his hands. Rinnegan at the moment looked at Jiraiya as if he was looking at a dead man. Ignorant children can only grow up after knowing the pain. If this is what you call growing up, then I can't agree with it at all. Jiraiya bit Kiba. A pair of eyes were also fixed on Pain, who was in front of him. This familiar and unfamiliar feeling made Jiraiya lose her judgment. He couldn't guess who the guy with Rinnegan in front of him was. I can't agree. Seeing Jiraiya getting ready to shoot, Pain sneered, Mr. Jiraiya. You are just a mortal after all. And I'm different. Silent for half a second, Pain's animal path seemed to have entered a surprisingly calm state. After feeling the infinite pain, he surpassed mortals and continued to grow. What do you say? Jiraiya's complexion changed, and it was difficult to understand what Pain's animal life was narrating. If you say something, you won't understand, Mr. Jiraiya. Pain shook his head. He didn't have the desire to say any more. He just gradually sketched a smile. After all, the identities of the two of us are different. You are a mortal who has been blinded, and I am different. Pause. Pain said slowly again, yes, I have already transformed from a mortal to a god. So, when you become a god, you will naturally think about it from the perspective of God, and if you can understand these things, it will be abnormal. Silent for a long time, Jiraiya, who didn't speak again, seemed unbelievable. God, I didn't expect you to be so paranoid. Paranoia. Hearing that Jiraiya was almost sarcastic, Pain didn't show the slightest anger, but showed playfulness. Mortals are mortals. They can't see the facts clearly from the perspective of gods, and as a real god, you find it a little difficult. The things of belief seem to me to be normal. What the hell do you want to do? A big wave of her hand. Jiraiya doesn't want to be involved in these things with the Pain in front of her. Is a god or a mortal, such a thing has no meaning at all for Jiraiya. He cares more about is what he thinks in his heart. Why did Conan become like this, and what happened to Yahiko and Nagato? There is also the rumored Rinnegan belonging to the Six Paths Immortal in the ninja world. How could it appear on Nagato and then on Yahiko? Today, it actually appeared on a woman's body. Jiraiya can't believe it at all now. She looked at the guy in front of her. She seemed to know her own appearance very well. Makes Jiraiya a little suspicious of life. Chapter 699. Hand seal with feet. What are you going to do? Seeing Jiraiya's appearance, Pain's animal path didn't waver at all. He smiled coldly and continued lightly, Mr. Jiraiya, what I want to do is naturally very simple. Slowly closing his eyes, Pain no longer looked at Jiraiya, but said to himself, I want to put a stop to this war-filled world. Said this, he opened his eyes again, and a pair of rippling Rinnegans showed a strange look. This is the responsibility of God. Since this is your purpose, why are you collecting tailed beasts? Jiraiya looked up at Pain in front of her and asked. What's the point of such a thing for? A dead person. Different from the original book, now Pain's animal way doesn't speak at all, immediately hand seal with both hands. Rinnegan's art of psychic art. A white smoke appeared again. Jiraiya immediately also gave up the idea of continuing to restrain Pain's animal path, and walked away to the rear. Ahula, the smoke dispersed, and a green chameleon emerged, lying on the high wall. Pain the brutish way immediately dodged, and when it reappeared, it was already above its head. Teacher, you should make your due consciousness and die obediently. Face was indifferent, as if he was giving an ultimatum to Jiraiya. Damn, to be treated as a little kid by a kid. Jiraiya immediately. Hand seal with both hands, I couldn't help but scolded me for the next shot. Another muffled sound came from under Jiraiya. Wait, Pain's beasts attacked from this side, and a piece of white smoke enveloped Jiraiya in it. Don't underestimate me, because I'm no longer human. Jiraiya's voice came from the white mist, and as it gradually dispersed, only Jiraiya's voice continued to say, "It was Sanin, now it is a fairy." Pain said that at this time, it was already clear that after the smoke had dispersed, Jiraiya put on a classic look with a confident smile. Jiraiya could speak again, he suddenly stumbled because his feet were unstable. I saw below, there was already a gigantic toad. It holds a huge iron fork and carries an iron shield on its back. Ignoring the toad, Pain said coldly, "Teacher, you really haven't grown at all, you're still as stupid as before." Hee, is it finally time to start? Still here, watching the two of them keep coming and going and talking about Gongyi, he smiled faintly. The useless conversation between the two of them now makes Gongyi feel a little bored. He even felt that this time was just a waste of his time. But fortunately, it will take time, since the two have already fought, Jiraiya should soon be passive. And Gongyi is good at kung fu, and naturally he won't anymore. In Gongyi's view, it seems that the sooner this matter is resolved, the better. Procrastinating like this will just waste Gongyi's time in vain. Now when Jiraiya's side, one of the top of the mountain, that is, the second son of the two immortals, Toujien, came out, and the battle between the two began to ignite. Swallowed by the green chameleon immediately. Waiting here, Jiraiya goes to preemptive attack again, and sees Pain's side immediately. Disappeared. Completely invisible, when you look at it with the naked eye, you see ain't catch Pain's figure at all. Do you want? Yes, I need to summon those two adults now. Seeing Pain in front of her, Jiraiya naturally knew that the situation was grim. He said slowly and solemnly, "This guy in front of you can't be underestimated. From the beginning, it seems that you have to go all out. I have to turn on sage mode now." After Jiraiya used his own blood to draw 2 more lines on his face, he looked down at Toujien below and said, "But it will take a little time to do all this now. During this time, my folded hands can be separated. So please, I need you to buy me time before that." "I see." Toujien raised his eyes to look at Jiraiya standing on top of his head, and said slowly, "Although I am very useless, but I will try my best." "Good." Jiraiya nodded here, immediately. Also looked around. Now this guy seems to have entered a state of invisibility. If that's the case, then we can only deal with it by using enchantment tactics. Hands folded, Jiraiya looked up and kept staring in front of her. The next second, he immediately jump up, get clogs under your feet immediately. One touch. A crisp sound came out, Jiraiya landed on Toujien's head again, and then his long white hair was tossed. A method belonging to Jiraiya's specially made hand seal appeared, and an invisible barrier of perception began to be released. With Jiraiya as the center, they began to spread around. Watching Jiraiya hand seal with her feet, Gongyi shrugged and couldn't help but smile. This is really novel. Although Gongyi had read the original book, he knew there was such a scene. But I have to say that when I see it in person and understand these, I can't help but feel funny. Some ninjas, like themselves, can use ninjutsu without the hand seal. Some are directly one-handed seals, and can also release ninjutsu. But through the release of these feet, Gongyi completely felt that this was the first time he had seen it. And it seems that if you think about it carefully, in the entire ninja world, it seems that only Jiraiya can hand seal with her feet. Well, it seems like this. At the same time, while Gong Yi is still thinking here, Pain's animal path hidden in the green chameleon's mouth. He was quietly watching Jiraiya below, ready to strike him at his weakest. I remember that as long as you get involved in it, you will be immediately attacked. Perceived enchantment ninjutsu. Heads, a pair of Rinnegan seemed to have seen through the perception barrier that was constantly spreading up, down, left, and right. Pain didn't have the slightest nervousness on the animal face, he just muttered to himself indifferently. If that's the case, then let's get started, teacher. Pain said the beast, and put his hand below. Boom! A loud noise came out, Jiraiya immediately. Raise your head to look upwards. Psychic beast with three dog heads, they charged down with a big mouth full of kiba. The psychic split dog who attacked Terumi Kurigakure village before. Let's go, Toadken. Jiraiya bit kiba, immediately. Drink. Good. Toad's strong and powerful legs immediately. Kick. Jiraiya's side did not retreat but started to attack. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push and watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates, find 99 novels and LT, or block the collection of IP. Chapter 700. The Conjecture of the Psychic Beast. Central area of a Megakure village. This is in a core building. The towering walls all around are hundreds of meters high. On top of them, there are neat rows of water pipes nailed. Boom, boom. The loud noises are constantly heard, and now the place has been continuously damaged. Countless gravels fell one after another, smashing into the ground to form deep pits and cracks. I saw that Tojian was holding a huge iron fork in his hand at the moment, and he was fighting in an embarrassed manner against dozens of psychic split dogs. And Jiraiya also left the top of its head, and the whole person is constantly fleeing. Now behind him, a huge psychic bird is also chasing him closely. A closer look, the pupil of this psychic bird also has the same ripple-shaped Rinnegan as Pain. Archaeopteryx. It is also one of the psychic beasts who was just summoned by Pain's animal path and wanted to kill Jiraiya. Not long ago, the two have been fighting fiercely for a long time. Like the original book, Pain shows no mercy at all of which are very deadly threats. Because Jiraiya is in the preparation stage of Sage mode, he is starting to be very passive. Kaden Fire Style Flame Bomb. When one of Jiraiya's clones is killed by the psychic Archaeopteryx, the side belongs to Jiraiya's body, immediately. Jump out, spit out pieces of fire. When it turned its head sideways, it was immediately devoured. There is no possibility of escape at all. Hehe, successfully killed one. Looking at Archaeopteryx turning into white mist in the flames, Jiraiya smiled. But before he could get excited again, I saw the Indian pattern that can only be obtained by summoning spirits appeared behind him again. A bang, Jiraiya's face froze again. When he turned his head, a pair of pupils dilated and contracted. How is it possible, or aren't these psychic beasts one after another? Just kidding. Front of him, a huge black rhino, it burst out in rage and slammed towards Jiraiya. Haha, this Pain animal is still a bit interesting. Quietly using his divine sense to perceive the battle below, Gong Yi doesn't. You secretly said. Now normally speaking, the psychic beasts that keep appearing are indeed a bit surprising. After all, under normal circumstances, a single person can only psychic out a psychic beast. And the blood contract they belong to is only for a single ethnic group. However, Gong Yi clearly knew that Pei Sheng said these things. Psychic beasts, but that's not the case. They are of different types, and each has the same abilities. But although most people don't know it, they may be surprised, but Gong Yi is quite normal. Although it is in the previous life, there is no complete record in the original book, why Pain can be like this. It was Rinnegan, but Gong Yi didn't think so. Especially with these few personal sightings, Gong Yi has already deduced that the psychic beast summoned by the Pain animal Dao is likely to be a corpse. The bodies of each of their psychic beasts can be seen, and they are completely broken. And its psychic beast itself even had a black stick inserted, and its pupils even became Rinnegan. A simple analysis, Gong Yi. It can be found that the principle of their group of psychic beasts seems to belong to the same as Pain's 6 paths. They should be existences created by Nagato, and at the same time these psychic beasts should be the corpses controlled by Pain's animal life as the main body. This way, it can be perfectly explained, the reason why these psychic beasts appeared, and the relationship they have with Rinnegan. Particular, Gong Yi can also perceive that they do not have the slightest vitality, so his own guess Gong Yi thinks it is more correct. Boom! The roaring sound of the battlefield below is non-stop. When Gong Yi analyzed Pain's animal way, Jiraiya was not as leisurely as him. At this moment, Tojian has fallen to the ground, gasping for breath, and the huge iron fork in his hand has become a little unsteady. Different from the original, now Jiraiya's side is also beginning to fall into passive. He even knew how to do it, and he wanted if he couldn't, he had to give up the opening of Sage Mode. Because of Gong Yi's original relationship, Pain is stronger than in the original. With today's Jiraiya, he wants to keep his hands still like this, and he has been dragging with Pain and can't do it anymore. It's really abominable. When the caster is invisible, even if you want to attack him, it will not help at all. Jiraiya frowned and seemed to feel a little uncomfortable, not to mention that I can't separate my hands now, and I might die. Tojian, don't you feel a little strange now? While Jiraiya stared at the split dogs that surrounded them, and the rhinoceros in front of them, whether it's Nagato or not, now with his ability, it seems that he should be able to use ninjutsu to attack us, and even shoot himself. Use pupil technique to consume. But Jiraiya hesitated. He just keeps using this weird psychic beast to attack us right now. Is it because some people feel that they don't need to take action against me? Thinking of something, Jiraiya bit Kiba, as if feeling humiliated. It might be underestimated. I may not be able to hold on anymore. Tojian seems to have reached the limit, and its eyes have been a little bit closed. It can already be seen that its strength is outstanding after fighting against the dozens of split dogs just now. But no matter how hard it is, the psychic beasts in front of you are one after another, and there are more and more split dogs, which makes it completely unstoppable. Okay, go back first, hard work. Jiraiya looked gloomy. He said to Tojian below. Things seem to have started to go bad. Not good, but Jiraiya didn't force it to stay here. Sorry. Words fell, and the sound of Jian's bang disappeared instantly. It looks like it's over, teacher. Inside the psychic chameleon, Pain's animal way again hand seal. He doesn't seem to want Jiraiya to turn on Sage Mode, he just wants a quick fix. The same white smoke appeared again, but this time it was not a psychic beast that came out. Just when Jiraiya was still there, when he was under the siege of the split dog, and the rhinoceros and other psychic beasts. He didn't even notice that there was another person behind him. He was also wearing a large black robe with Yuhi-colored auspicious clouds embroidered on it. And he is also full of black chakra sticks, and a pair of eyes are also Rinnegan. Pain Shira Road. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download the latest chapter of Fei Lu Shao Kan. Chapter 701. Quick Decision. The magic of Rinnegan is a fire arrow. When Pain Shira Road appeared, there was no wavering on his indifferent face. He immediately stretched out his arm, and the skin on it began to separate, revealing small missiles. Next second, they were all blasted out with a whizzing sound. Although the missiles look small, they can feel that their power seems to be very strong. With a sharp sound of breaking the sky, almost all of them fell on top of Jiraiya's head in an instant. What? After feeling the attack from above, Jiraiya looked up immediately. Heart sank. He is still, in addition to being entangled with the psychic beasts of the animal realm, he did not notice that a new round of attacks appeared in the rear. Gong Yi, who was above him, also had a condensed expression on his face. Because now this will be kung fu, it doesn't seem to develop as Gong Yi expected at all. Can be seen that Nagato did not hesitate at all, just wanting to put Jiraiya to death. Unlike in the original book, Nagato now seems to be more neat, and he doesn't entangle with Jiraiya too much here at all. Because he even summoned the Pain Shiradao, obviously wanting a quick solution. Swish. Boom. The Jiraiya below folds his hands together. He is still embarrassed to avoid Shirarode's attack. But the hellhounds around, they are also constantly gathering. Plus the destructive rhinoceros, and the pain that hides around and doesn't know where it is. This put a lot of pressure on Jiraiya, and he had to start defending against attacks from all directions. Especially Asura Road's missiles, because of their own tracking effect. There are still several following Jiraiya's ass. Forget it, if it goes on like this, you may really die. Yu Guang looked behind him, the missiles chasing after him, and the loud rumbling around him, already heralded the arrival of the psychic beast again. Jiraiya made a final decision with an ugly face, that is, not to summon Toad Fukasaku and Toad Shima. He gave up on turning on Sage Mode. The combined hands are released at this moment. Jiraiya changed to hand seal with both hands. Although he can now use the hand seal without both hands, it does not mean that all of Jiraiya's ninjutsu is like this. Anyway, Jiraiya, now he is also very limited. Gong Yi was not surprised to see Jiraiya being forced to give up using Sage Mode and start using hand seal to fight back instead. He naturally knew that no matter how strong Jiraiya was, he couldn't really use his mental abilities to activate ninjutsu. Chakra and spiritual energy are one kind, and if you want to use ninjutsu without a hand seal, you naturally need to be very grandmaster in that ninjutsu, and you need a very high talent. Jiraiya can use so many Muji ninjutsu so far, it has to be said that it is very difficult. After all, Jiraiya is not a real Muji. Instead, she uses her feet ninjutsu hair needle Senbon. In the moment when the attack of the lightning bolt arrived, Jiraiya's hands were already in India. His whole body just docile hair immediately turned into barbs, all standing upright. Immediately after that, it began to blaze out, all of which looked like long silver needles. Densely packed, and everything that is coming ahead seems to be impossible to avoid at all. Their speed was very fast, and almost instantly they touched the missiles shot by Shiradao. Boom! The fire was soaring, the raging flames swept all around, and the heat wave was overwhelming. And the Cerberus that came from all around, they also retreated towards the surrounding one after another. After a short while, the formation they surrounded, immediately, was forcibly separated by ninjutsu by Jiraiya. Yes, as expected of Jiraiya. Despite being forced like this, Gong Yi, who still hadn't shot, smiled and praised. In fact, it can be admitted that Jiraiya is very strong. In the original work, without any information and without knowing Pain's ability, it was already very difficult to forcibly defeat Pain's 3 people 3. If Jiraiya is given enough news about Pain now, Jiraiya is really not without a fight against Pain's 6 paths. It is because Jiraiya has such strength, which is actually the reason why Gong Yi wants to control him completely. Otherwise, Gong Yi wouldn't have to wait here quietly if he was useless. Watching the battle between the two actually didn't inspire or help Gong Yi. After all, I fully know Pain Nagato's ability, and I am fully familiar with Jiraiya's routine. Gong Yi has no interest in obtaining their intelligence by secretly monitoring the battle between the two. Came here today, just to win over Jiraiya and kill Nagato by the way. Quite simply, Gong Yi didn't think about other things. It looks like it's about time. Gong Yi, who was sitting cross-legged, got up slowly, suppressing his thoughts. Now for Gong Yi, he really needs to move his muscles and bones. Since gaining the power of 10 tails, Gong Yi can actually feel that his body, various functions and ninjutsu have been completely enhanced invisibly. Even if 10 tails, Outlander mode is not turned on, his power has completely transformed, which is much more terrifying than before. This time, just using Nagato's hand, I can slowly feel the power of this change. Well, such an existence is not easy to meet. Gongyi naturally needs to cherish it. Soon, when Gongyi thought of this, Jiraiya below did not have his leisurely care. Heart was extremely gloomy, and his face was even darker. Jiraiya regretted it very much. Jiraiya did not know what happened after Yahiko Nagato Konan. But he knew at this moment that he seemed to be raising tigers. He hadn't noticed Pain, Asura Dao yet, he just stared at the beast Dao that had already appeared. Indifferent face, he was standing on top of the split dog, and he seemed to sneer with a look at the dead man. Teacher, you should be conscious. Damn bastard. While Jiraiya scolded inwardly, he stared at Pain in front of him and shouted, Today, let's make a break. Even if I die, I must get rid of you, or the ninja world will be destroyed by you sooner or later. Well, let's try it. Pain sneered savagely, and at this moment, the power of chakra burst out. Jiraiya, you seem to have been cornered. At this time, when Jiraiya's side is really ready to die. That was very familiar to both Jiraiya and Pain came from their ears. Chapter 702. 5 Generations of Hokage. Gongyi. ... Hearing this, the two of them followed their gazes and said in unison. Jiraiya's face showed a hint of happiness, while Pain's eyes were gloomy. Obviously, the appearance of Gongyi once again disrupted Nagato's plan. To deviate from the situation he had thought before. I saw Gongyi standing tall and straight in front of him, wearing a white robe, with black hair tied back, and his expression was indifferent. His pair of deep eyes contained infinite starlight, as if to suck people into it. The man who was perfect to ultimate, Pain didn't show any admiration. Instead, his expression gradually returned to indifference, as if he was looking at an ant. I really didn't expect this kind of juncture. Hokage-sama, you will come here. Jiraiya smiled embarrassedly, and the nervous look before seemed a lot less. After all, now Gongyi's strength, Jiraiya, as a member of Konoha village, still knows very well. Particular, he knew that when Gongyi was alone, he overpowered all their Akatsuki members. Who cares? Pain in front of him, this guy who doesn't know whether it is Yahiko or Nagato, he has also lost to Gongyi at 29. Hehe, I should be in time for this by coincidence. Gongyi showed a playful smile and looked at Jiraiya. There seems to be a problem with the kunai that you handed over to Jiraiya earlier, so I came here. Cough cough. Jiraiya scratched her head and didn't say anything more. Gongyi did give Jiraiya a special kunai before, which is the medium to activate the Hiraishin art. Jiraiya knows, but he doesn't want Gongyi's help. After all, Gongyi is Hokage, and if he leaves Konoha village, there may be some unnecessary problems. And this time Jiraiya didn't think it would endanger his life, he didn't feel too serious at all. Although the other party is the notorious Akatsuki in the ninja continent. But after all, Jiraiya knew that this Akatsuki was established by his original disciple. That's how, when he went here later, he gave this trait of kunai to Toad to swallow it, and then he took it back by himself. However, it seems that because of his actions, he saved his own life. Because in the situation just now, Jiraiya seems to have a clear heart, and he is afraid that he will not have time to wait for Gongyi's arrival. Although the technique of Hiraishin belongs to space ninjutsu and is very sexual, it does not mean that it has no distance limit. Now Gongyi is, even if he knows that he has encountered something, he can't come to a Megakure village in Konoha village in an instant. So in this case, looking back on the situation just now, it seems that when Gongyi arrives, he will already become a corpse. Because Jiraiya is not a fool, although he is very involved, he also knows how to see the situation clearly. At this moment, he didn't even have time to turn on Sage mode, and he was forced to step back by his former disciple. Jiraiya has a lot of thoughts in his mind, and he still doesn't know the real situation of Akatsuki Pain's 6 paths. At this moment, Jiraiya is still there, It seems that it is not difficult to kill Pain in front of him by himself. But you don't have to want to live a good life. After all, Rinnegan in the Six Paths fairy tale, that's no joke. So, because of this, now that Jiraiya sees Gong Yi's appearance, he is actually a little fortunate. At least it looks like I don't have to get any news, and in the end, I die with my disciples in such a senseless way. Although Jiraiya doesn't like to owe favors, but now I have to say that he still thinks Gong Yi's arrival is at the right time. Well, Jiraiya naturally doesn't know, it's not that Gong Yi came at the right time, but waited at the right time. I never imagined that you would come here in person to die, Fifth Hokage. Pain raised his head. He didn't feel the slightest fear, but instead said slowly. In the entire ninja world continent, you can see that Gong Yi's face is still cold, and I am afraid it is only Pain at this moment. If there is a ninja now, if he sees Pain like this, he will indeed be shocked. After all, to provoke Gong Yi so unscrupulously, I am afraid that there is only this man who claims to be a god. Looking at Pain's appearance, Gong Yi's face. Wrong's smile did not diminish, without the slightest surprise. Arrogance is just something Gong Yi expected. He came here by himself, and if Nagato is very flustered or shows fear, it is completely impossible. Gong Yi knows. A guy like Nagato, if he doesn't have the protagonist halo bonus like Naruto, then he can only be completely eliminated. Only then can the troubles be eliminated forever. When they came to Konoha village, although Gong Yi had defeated Pain. But after that, Nagato didn't seem to have any setbacks at all. On the contrary, he felt that his performance was just abnormal. At the same time, because of that battle, Nagato seemed to have an unspeakable paranoia towards him. It seemed that if he didn't die, it would be difficult to reassure him. But these things, too, Gong Yi, actually doesn't matter at all. When Pain finished speaking, Gong Yi just smiled and sneered, just a clown hiding behind 320, what do you want to kill me with? Mortals are mortals after all, and you have no way of understanding how powerful God is. Pain stood on top of the split dog. He looked down at Gong Yi and said lightly. And at this time, Pain Shira Road, who had attacked Jiraiya earlier, he also immediately flashed over. Although he looked like an ordinary person, his face was expressionless and he didn't say a word. How is it possible? Of Shira Dao, although Gong Yi didn't show any emotion, Jiraiya was stunned. Saw the thing he was most familiar with on the face of Shira Road. It was Rinnegan. How could he have Rinnegan too? Jiraiya clenched her fists tightly, her face showing a rare solemnity. Jiraiya knows nothing about Pain's secret now. Just like Terumi Mei at the beginning, he was naturally surprised to see two people owning Rinnegan. Even this kung fu heart can't help beating. It seems difficult to understand. Rinnegan is the strongest pupil of the ninja world, how can there be two pairs? Jiraiya didn't notice the appearance of Shira Road just now, and now when he saw it, he couldn't believe it. Chapter 703 Akatsuki's Trio Shin Mi. Looks like you still don't know anything, Jiraiya. Head to see Jiraiya's shocked look, Gong Yi pretended to laugh and said, after you left, I already got news from Anbu here. Now all the secrets about Pain, I know Akatsuki completely. At this point, Gong Yi didn't plan to hide anymore, but continued. This time, the reason why I will leave in Konoha village and come here to find you in person is also because of this matter. Anyway, Nagato was about to die. Gong Yi took out the same way he did with Terumi Mei before. Well, it's like giving a favor to Nagato, squeezing this last bit of value out of him before Nagato's death. That's right, Gong Yi is naturally someone who doesn't want to trade at a loss. What does it mean? Jiraiya looked at Gong Yi with a completely inexplicable look. Gong Yi, do you already know something? How the hell did they become like this now? After you left, the three of them were in a bad situation. Smiling, Gong Yi said from the beginning, Danzo once joined forces with the former leader of a Megakure village, Hanzo of the Salamander, the demigod of the ninja world. Looking at Jiraiya's unbelievable look, Gong Yi continued, and the goal of the two of them joining forces is exactly the 3 disciples you taught. Hanzo of the Salamander actually teamed up with Danzo to deal with Yahiko and the others. Pain in front didn't seem to speak, and Jiraiya had already felt the acquiescence, which was difficult to understand. Danzo, he naturally knew, was a member of the Shadows in Konoha village. Root, the absolute controller of Root, is also a senior with high authority. Jiraiya is because they know each other too well, but I never thought that the two would join forces, especially Hanzo of the Salamander. Jiraiya was very impressed. The former leader of the Omegakure village, regarded as the pinnacle of the ninja world, is known as a demigod. Self-confident, suspicious, generally acting in secret. Jiraiya, who was still a young man in the Second Ninja World War, had experience fighting against Tsunade and Orochimaru. Later, Hanzo of the Salamander dominated the summit alone, completely suppressing them and defeating them. They spread in the ninja world. 3. Forbearance. Name was given to them by Hanzo of the Salamander. But later, the Hanzo of the Salamander was killed, or Jiraiya learned from the mouth of the ninja in Omegakure village. As soon as Gong Yi finished saying this, Jiraiya seemed to be lost in thought. Everything that was originally unrelated seems to have all started to come together. Now, no matter how Jiraiya thinks about it, it seems to be unbelievable. How could Hanzo of the Salamander take action against Yahiko? They are all from a ninja village. The Akatsuki was just established, but it wasn't much of a threat. To see through Jiraiya's heart, Gong Yi said softly, later, as Akatsuki became more famous, Hanzo of the Salamander naturally felt threatened. Then Danzo found him and plotted to kill Yahiko. The price of both is that Sanjo helps Danzo get to the Hokage, and he kills Akatsuki's rise. Hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent. Hehe, it seems that you know a lot of Hokage of the 5th generation. And here, Pain, who had never spoken, actually showed a smile. Who just looked indifferent, didn't seem to deny it, Gong Yi said. Yes, but Gong Yi, you said that Yahiko has been killed. Jiraiya looked at Beast Dao, and then at Gong Yi with a more confused face. Then I saw Yahiko with Rinnegan before. What happened to him? He didn't forget Yahiko's appearance. Although Heavenly Path didn't appear at this time, Jiraiya clearly remembered it. Obviously, he had seen Yahiko before, and he had also been to Konoha village. But according to Gong Yi's description, he should have died long ago. Hehe, speaking of which, I'm about to tell Jiraiya your information. Gong Yi didn't waver at all, his eyes looked at Pain quietly, and he said solemnly, what you see now is nothing but a corpse. They are all puppets, and the reason they all have Rinnegan is because they are controlled by Rinnegan's ability. Coming to Jiraiya's side, Gong Yi lightly continued to explain, whether it's the two you saw in front of you, or Yahiko, they are already dead. Only Nagato and Konan will survive. Completely dispelling Nagato's last bit of mystery, Gong Yi pierced it mercilessly. I think by now you should have 4 other corpses. The handsome face gradually revealed playfulness. Gong Yi looked at Pain and asked indifferently. It seems that you know far more than I thought. Despite being ruthlessly exposed by Gong Yi, Pain is still calm and terrifying. The indifference on his face remains undiminished, as if Gong Yi now knows his Pain's 6 paths. Pain can still maintain such calmness. He didn't even respond at all. But even though you know this, but God is still God, and you will still only be one of the people who sacrificed for peace. Yes, then try it. Gong Yi shrugged, not feeling stressed at all because of the heavy atmosphere. He seems to have given everyone the illusion that he is not like Pain at all. The corpses are actually all corpses. When the two were talking, Jiraiya's eyes swept to Pain's animal path and Shira path, and he couldn't help but gradually understand. This unfamiliar face has a familiar feeling. It seems to be exactly what Gong Yi said. Rinnegan's abilities, puppets, manipulation. Jiraiya's face gradually began to become complicated, I couldn't tell what kind of expression it was a good one. Okay Jiraiya, this is not the time. You're still here to be suspicious. Gong Yi glanced at Jiraiya out of the corner of his eye, and Gong Yi said, now here I will handle the care. But, of course, I do not refuse your willingness to participate. Without letting Jiraiya talk nonsense, Gong Yi continued, but now Pain, even if you kill them, it's just corpses, so you need to find out the Nagato behind the scenes. I see. Thoughts, Jiraiya didn't think much about it now. Probably when his heart has already started to have a clear understanding, he has already made a decision. Now that things have happened, Jiraiya feels that he has to clean up the portal. According to Gong Yi's description, the Rinnegan puppet in front of him is very strong, so he will not give up. Fei Lu reminds you. Book 3 Things to Read, Push to an LT. Chapter 704. Absurd Theology. As those of you who are hurt that Omura doesn't understand, you really need to recognize the reality. Seeing almost his own secret, it has been completely debunked by Gong Yi. I even heard that Gong Yi didn't shy away, and directly said that he wanted to find him behind the scenes. But Nagato seems to be still there. Keep calm and speak slowly to the two of them. But even so, it's all an illusion. This Nagato in the back, his face actually showed a hint of surprise. Because he understands that there are only a handful of people who know Pain's secrets now. Well, I am afraid that only Conan and Uchiha Madara know that he is behind the scenes to manipulate Pain. Could it be, Uchiha Madara leaked his story, and Nagato started to have murderous intentions in his heart, thinking that it was most likely Uchiha Madara's ghost. The two are just a cooperative relationship, but it is not as strong as it seems. Now that the plan is gradually coming to an end, Nagato can naturally imagine that he has every reason to do this. After all, Nagato also thought about it, and did not cooperate with Uchiha Madara at all. After all, the concepts of the two are not really in harmony. Hehe, I want to use the Hokage of the 5 generations of Konoha village to get rid of me 320 inches. In the darkness behind him, Nagato stood on the crab-like ninja gear, and he faintly sneered. The previous surprise was suppressed long ago, and what was replaced was still just indifference. This case, Nagato didn't think too much about things that he didn't use. He knew that if he wanted to break the game, he only needed to kill the 5th Hokage and Jiraiya. Since you already understand the so-called Pain, why create war? When Jiraiya heard Pain finish, he still couldn't accept it. Yahiko is already dead, and your behavior will only make more people have the same situation as you before. The original disciple has been reduced to such a situation, and he feels that he has failed very much. What he calls pain is nothing but self-centered hypnosis. Gong Yi's face wrong curled the corners of his mouth, as if he was very amused. So, Jiraiya, don't try to impress him. Making war self-hypnosis. At this time, when the two of them finished speaking, an indifferent male voice appeared. Swish, swish, swish. A few shadows flashed over, and it was the Pain Heavenly Path. Next to him stood the Human Path, the Evil Ghost Path and the rest of the Pain. The enemy in front of him is Gong Yi, the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. Although Nagato was extremely confident, he was not able to defeat him with just 2 Pains. Since the 5 generations of Hokage in front of him have already Akatsuki everything, Nagato has nothing to hide. At this moment, Pain's 6 paths are all revealed. It's your big village who makes the war. It seems to be mocking Gong Yi's words just now. Pain Heavenly Path is cold. Now it looks the other way around, but do you think all this is just an excuse I made? Pain Heavenly Path's face was cold, and he couldn't help but fall into some kind of memory. Your country is too large, so you must protect your country's interests in the battle with other big countries, otherwise, the country, the village, and the people will suffer. However, it's us, weak small countries who have become the battlefields of you big powers. Every time there is a war, the people's livelihood in my country is ruined, and there are starving prisoners everywhere. After countless wars, the big country is still peaceful and the people are safe, but our small country is left with endless pain. Hee, after going through this. I know. Now if you want to end the war, then there is only war. Either to kill or to be killed, with these two things connected, war is. With death, wounds and pain. Pain Heavenly Path slowly raised his hands and closed his eyes. Only when you can bear these. Only then will real peace be ushered in. These, the meaningless peace talks should end. Gong Yi, who has never spoken, seems to have been too lazy to listen. To listen to Pain's useless words. You really think it's really deformed? Jiraiya also felt pity and shook her head. Gong Yi revealed an unmistakable, conscious smile. That's right, a large part of the reason why I'm still listening to Pain's tirade here is that Jiraiya listens to it. Now Pain's stubbornness can make Jiraiya recognize the reality. He sees in front of him as no longer the disciples he thought at the time, and now they can only be enemies. It's not that my thinking has been deformed, but you are for your justice, and I am for my justice. Slowly opening his eyes, a pair of rippling Rinnegan stared at Gong Yi quietly at this moment. We are all ordinary people who are involved in the Uzumaki revenge in the name of justice. However, if revenge is in the name of justice, then such justice will breed new revenge. When will the grievances be repaid? And now we are just living in such Uzumaki, understanding the past, predicting the future. All of this is history part of. It's just that the me at this moment has finally turned into a god, and you are still just human. Bang, 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 Pain Heavenly Path's voice fell, and the animal behind him immediately. Both hands hand seal. The summoned beasts that had not yet been channeled appeared in the thick white fog. The orange-black centipede, the Yuhi-colored crab, and the Archaeopteryx and psychic crab just defeated by Jiraiya. As soon as they appeared, they began to show a trend of enveloping, surrounding Gong Yi and the two in the middle. What a stupid guy. Gong Yi doesn't, scoffed. I'm really tired of listening to your boring so-called theism. Completely ignoring Jiraiya, Gong Yi looked up at Pain Heavenly Path. Everything you call, in the end, just watch how I shatter it completely. Survival of the fittest, the weak will always be eliminated. This is a law that no one can escape. Om. A terrifying chakra power suddenly burst out from Gong Yi's body. He stepped forward, not caring about the psychic beasts around him at all. His handsome face sneered. It's like Yahiko was killed by Hanzo of the Salamander, and I will kill you today. It's because of what I've experienced that I can see everything clearly. Pain Heavenly Path's deep voice also showed a smile. You were right, the fittest survives, the weak will always be eliminated. So only absolute power can make people have more right to speak. As you wish. Now I'll see what you call absolute power. No, it should be said to be the power of God, how powerful it is. Gong Yi pointed to the front, and the golden light soaring to the sky was extremely dazzling, and it broke out immediately. To read the underlined version of the novel. This paragraph, otherwise blocked the collection of IP. Chapter 705. Forbidden Technique Weapon. Golden Escape Palm. When the radiant light bloomed, a big palm of the sky was condensed out. It covers the sky and the sun, and the lines on it are clearly visible. Vaguely, even with a hint of confinement. Below it, Pain Six Paths seems to stagnate for a moment, unable to move. A loud bang came out, and Pain Six Paths immediately took the picture. Dodge away. And the one who couldn't dodge. The split dog, immediately. It was photographed as white fog. It didn't even have a chance to split, it was immediately taken away. Destroy. The roaring sound echoed, and the surrounding earth kept shaking. Of the split dog just now, when the bird looked down, there was only a huge five-fingered pit. Just one blow, the destructive power is shocking. Nagato, are you sure you want to continue to be so obsessed with it? Dodging to avoid the invisible aftermath, Jiraiya still opened his mouth like the original, trying to dissuade him. If you keep making mistakes like this, you will only get the price of death in the end. Some heartbroken. Now that Gongyi has arrived, Jiraiya fully understands that he will not give up today. After all, it is related to the matter of Kyubi, 9 Tails, in Konoha village, and it is also related to the future layout of the ninja world. 4. Kurigakure village, Sunagakure village, Iwagakure village, etc. Akatsuki is very dangerous. Conversely, Akatsuki remains the same for Konoha village. And compared to other ninja villages, Akatsuki is a thorn in the eyes of Konoha village. The presence of Gongyi, Konoha village is now very strong and prosperous. The appearance of Akatsuki has seriously affected the development of Konoha village. Of Gongyi's real plot and plan, Jiraiya naturally does not know. Now he feels that Akatsuki's existence is simply hindering the development of Konoha village. Just thinking about it like this, Jiraiya knew that Gongyi would definitely get rid of them today. But in the end, he was still his own disciple, although he had also made up his mind to make the decision to clear the portal. But this will be hard work, but I also want to dissuade it for the last time, hoping that Nagato can wake up. Teacher, you are still as naive as ever. Pain Heavenly Path stood on another high ground. He stared at Jiraiya and said sarcastically, now it will be dead. It can only be you. Jiraiya, your idea does make me feel ridiculous. Head to the side, looking at Jiraiya not far away, Gongyi also shook his head and sneered. Jiraiya is obviously still too soft, just like Sarutobi Hiruzen at the beginning. Also because of kindness, he let go of his disciple Orochimaru. As a result, his village was destroyed, and he tragically ended in death. Such will has obviously been brought to Jiraiya. Gongyi can clearly see the ending of Jiraiya. If he doesn't have himself, even if he doesn't, Gongyi can guess it clearly. What awaits him is only death. Forget it, since you are already dying, why don't I tell you the secret of collecting tailed beasts? Pain Heavenly Path also felt extremely amused when she saw Jiraiya's unwillingness to give up. In this case, he doesn't care at all, and is ready to tell his plan. Anyway, at this moment, Jiraiya and Gongyi are already dead in his eyes. Because today he knew that the two of them couldn't leave his control at all. The purpose of collecting tailed beasts is very simple, that is to use the sealed tailed beasts to create a new forbidden technique. Pain Heavenly Path's indifferent face did not fluctuate in the slightest, but said lightly, as long as this technique is used, it only takes an instant, even a large country can be destroyed in an instant. That's it. This powerful forbidden technique weapon is enough to make everyone feel fear, and finally bring peace to the entire ninja continent. Smile, Pain Heavenly Path glanced at Gongyi and Jiraiya. How about this God's plan for the entire ninja world? Isn't it perfect? You're crazy, how could that kind of thing put a stop to the war? When Jiraiya heard this, his previous confusion was immediate. Been unraveled. At the moment, and he said with an almost incomprehensible expression, you will only make the war intensify. This is the disciple you have been trying to persuade. I had long imagined that this would be the result, Gongyi no. Laughing at Jiraiya with a playful look. As I said now, only by defeating him with absolute power can we prevent all events from happening. Every country is fighting, so how to end these battles? Ignoring Jiraiya's words, Pain Heavenly Path said to himself, as for you may find it a little difficult, but I can answer it easily. Just provide forbidden technique weapons to war-torn countries. A country with weapons will definitely use its power. What do you mean? Once this power is used, hundreds of millions of people will die instantly, then everyone will be afraid, and people in countries will clearly understand the pain. That is, when they have a heart of fear, the generation of war will be suppressed, the same meaningless war will disappear completely, and the world will develop in the direction of stability. Well, pain will make people recognize everything, let them understand everything, just like me in the past. What you call peace is nothing more than bringing disaster to everyone. Seeing Pain talking constantly, Gongyi sneered and replied lightly. Like a basin of ice-cold water, it directly extinguished the peaceful flame of Pain. Jiraiya, you are no longer fit to stay here. Waiting, Jiraiya and Pain went to speak again. Gongyi glanced at Jiraiya next to him and said in a deep voice, now all of this is just an excuse for his own delusions. You keep going like this, it's just a waste time. He may have been your disciple at the beginning, but now he has become the enemy of the ninja world. I have become the enemy of my Konoha village, and the enemy of my Gongyi. It seems that I don't even bother to listen to these nonsense. Gongyi's face has become cold. This will be a kung fu. Even if Jiraiya sees it, his heart sinks. He understands that it seems that Gongyi's only patience has been worn away by himself. Gongyi seems to have given himself enough face for the reason why he hasn't made a full shot. Having reached the current situation, Jiraiya has no thoughts in his heart at this moment. Even if Gongyi killed Nagato now, maybe he wouldn't care. Because he knew that the thoughts of his original disciple were simply too terrifying. Enter. Chapter 706. Reassessing Strength. Hehe, since you can't wait. Want to die? Pain Heavenly Path didn't say more, just laughed slowly, then I will fulfill you. Well, I hope you don't choose to escape from here in embarrassment at the last moment. The embarrassed escape from here. Hearing this, Gongyi was stunned for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders sarcastically. Is it possible that there is something here worth my escape? Looking at Pain Heavenly Path now, Gongyi has no pressure at all. Gongyi is more, it's just take him to re-evaluate his own strength. Because he became a 10 Tails person with Jinchuriki column power, he completely mastered the power of 10 Tails, and his physical fitness and ninjutsu were also enhanced invisibly. Today's Gongyi can take a good look at the battle with Pain, what level he would be if he didn't open the Outlander mode. Well, as for Pain's so-called peace plan, Gongyi doesn't care at all. Pain's so-called wanting to use the tailed beast to create a new type of forbidden technique is just like a nuclear weapon in his previous life. General. But I have to say, in fact, if Pain's idea is really realized, it may really bring peace to the ninja continent. Because there have been successful examples. In Gongyi's previous life, all large countries were masters with nuclear weapons, and each country deeply understood its horror. That's it. In fact, they didn't dare to fight each other. If it does enter a war, it is likely to escalate into a nuclear strike. Under such circumstances, the casualties of the war will be incalculable, and even lead to the destruction of the country. Invisibly, there is the containment of nuclear weapons, but it has stopped all countries that want to go to war. Pain's idea is equally applicable to the ninja continent. Gongyi, who has the memory of his past life, knows that this special forbidden technique plays the nuclear weapons of his past life. It can really suppress the hearts of these good Sengoku families. Unfortunately, Nagato was still used by Uchiha Obito. When the nine-tailed beasts are all absorbed by Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, what awaits him is not the creation of a new type of forbidden technique, but the complete resurrection of 10 tails. These things Uchiha Obito is hiding from him. Now Gongyi naturally didn't open his mouth to tell him. Now that Nagato has insisted on going his own way, sinking deeper and deeper into the path of his own ideas, he will only waste time if he opens his mouth again. For this guy, Gongyi has only a very simple idea, so it is to get rid of him completely. As for other things, he plans to stay until later, and go to Uchiha Obito to talk about it. Nagato is irrelevant in his future plans, he is just an abandoned child in one step. Boom, boom, Gongyi is still. While thinking, the psychic beasts around him have trampled over him. Their pair of Rinnegan's also did not fluctuate at all, puppets that imitated orders. The current Pain Heavenly Path seems to be going on this topic again. Everyone present is well aware that now it is not. Just by moving your mouth, you can solve everything in front of you. If you really want to solve this matter, you can only rely on your own strength to destroy the existence that blocks you. Gongyi is like this, and Nagato is also like this. The rumbling sound kept coming, and the huge psychic beasts rushed towards them frantically, shaking the entire ground, making it impossible to stand firm. At the same time, Jiraiya, he didn't speak again, and the frowning appearance before was gone. In its place was a determination, as if it had been figured out. Well, seeing Jiraiya's appearance, Gong Yi also knew that he didn't listen to his boring mouth. After experiencing the threat of life, Jiraiya experienced the stimulation from Pain's side, and obviously has lost her previous thoughts. Sage mode is on. At this time, looking at the psychic beasts in all directions, they charged with howling wind. Gong Yi did not hesitate. Nagato still has a Rinnegan, and its strength is not something that cage-level ninjas can compete with. In this way, since Gong Yi decided to re-examine his own strength, he naturally showed his true strength. The energy of nature gathers wildly. Gong Yi has already mastered the Sage mode, and has perfected it a lot. Unlike Jiraiya, which is very limited and extremely troublesome. When they were just around the corner, Gong Yi's side was done. A buzz, Gong Yi vacated and rose to the top. The split dogs below, as well as the psychic beasts such as the black rhino, were instantly emptied. Hula, but it's not over yet. The Archaeopteryx flying in the sky is immediately forcibly turned around and dived towards Gong Yi in front of him. It seems that the vision of these psychic beasts can also be shared. Suspended in midair, Gong Yi did not avoid the Archaeopteryx in front of him at all. Gong Yi's expression was indifferent, but he just whispered in his mouth. Gong Yi. Jiraiya, who was dodging from below, changed, and he was a little anxious when he watched Gong Yi as if he was evil. Even though I know that Gong Yi's strength is too strong to match, but now this kind of behavior still makes people sweat in the back. Senpo, Sage Art Big Ball Rasengan. Of course, just after Jiraiya's idea appeared, Gong Yi appeared in the sky above Archaeopteryx. He came down with one hand, and the huge blue Rasengan in his hand was like a small meteorite. Shocking, majestic, terrifying. Just breathing, the psychic Archaeopteryx didn't even enter the 100-meter range of Gong Yi, and immediately been completely wiped out. It was devoured and dissipated by the big ball Rasengan, and the whole body could be seen to be completely absent. It didn't even have time to be channeled back, it was completely destroyed by Gong Yi. Unlike the previous ones, Pain's animal path cannot summon it. Kaden Fire Style, Scorching Fire. Raiden Thunder Style, Slaying the Dragon. Doden Earth Style, Yanjen Sharp Gun. Not waiting for Jiraiya to shock again, with the gaze of Pain Heavenly Path. Cerberus, Orange and Black Centipede, Psychic Lobster and Crab. The figures of Gong Yi appeared one after another behind them, and they had already finished the hand seal right now. Unleashed Ninjutsu. Almost instantly, this dazzling ninjutsu burst out. The tsunami of flames, the violent Raiden Thunder Style, flickering with lightning arcs, etc., they all bombarded the last few psychic beasts. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, even though Pain wanted it right away. Control them away, but it's too late. Not only that, the Pain animal pupil at the back of the side immediately zoom in and shrink, and immediately hand seal with both hands down. To see the ununderlined version of the novel. NLT, otherwise the collection IP. Chapter 707, 8-Day Tigers. When Pain stretched out his hand to take a shot, a giant panda appeared behind her. It is black and white, its fat body is covered with black chakra sticks, and a pair of eyes are also Rinnegan's pattern. It is full of several stories high, it has no offensive ability at all, its role is defense. The reason it's channeled out now is because it can be seen through the rest of Pain's eyesight. The figure of Gong Yi appeared in the back of the animal realm, and he didn't notice anything at all. That's how he came here without knowing it. Jin Dun stabs. I saw the defensive psychic beast that suddenly appeared in front of me, Gong Yi's clone. His face suddenly didn't care at all, because he could have imagined it long ago. Pain very well. The next second, Gong Yi stretched out his hand and rushed straight ahead. The golden rays of light have condensed into long thorns, and he was trapped in his hands. Speed is extremely fast. Almost the moment the panda appeared, he was already in front of us. PFF'd. A muffled sound came out, and the panda, whose defense was impregnable enough, was immediately seen. The belly is penetrated. And Pain was not waiting to leave. Her entire chest was also penetrated by the golden thorn in Gong Yi's hand, and then everything did not end. Immediately afterwards, you can see the golden thorns immediately bursting out countless long thorns. The entire Pain brutish road, immediately. The whole body was shattered, and there was absolutely no possibility of recovery. At the same time, the booming sound kept coming. Both the split dog and the psychic centipede were swallowed by Gong Yi's ninjutsu. Jiraiya has just been fighting for a long time, and almost forced herself to be a psychic beast. All were really killed. And the beasts that control them are also completely dead. Quote. Although I have seen Gong Yi's shot many times, Jiraiya is still shocked. Such power really surprised him. Even Jiraiya couldn't help feeling that the 5 generations of Hokage in front of him seemed to be stronger again. The conversation between the 3 of them was over halfway through, and the situation that had just been besieged was easily resolved by Gong Yi. Jiraiya doesn't even know how Gong Yi did all this just now. Whether it is the release of the clone or the release of ninjutsu, it is completely within the scope of his incomprehension. And here in Pain, Jiraiya is also very confused. They don't seem to have any hope of getting to Gong Yi, but they can effectively defend against these. Pain just now is a beast. So, she is clearly turning her back to Gong Yi. But when Gong Yi's clone came, she effectively summoned psychic beasts for defense. Jiraiya's face was extremely complicated, and she couldn't say she was shocked or confused. Now these 666 Pain, their vision is all linked together. Just when Jiraiya was still, guess, Gong Yi came to his side. Well, it's all linked together. Hearing Gong Yi finish, Jiraiya still didn't know that looking around, the 666 Pains were all scattered. 6 of them will be in all directions, all of them can be seen clearly, and there is no dead angle at all. Gong Yi's explanation made Jiraiya understand the reason why the animal realm just now was able to defend effectively. It was because through vision sharing, she had already seen Gong Yi's attack. There's nothing strange about this. Pain's Rinnegan is just an insinuation of the caster's pupil power. The more people you control, the more Rinnegan will appear. Equally, they will naturally be able to receive everything they see. Together. Smiled and waited. Jiraiya went to speak again. Gong Yi had already walked away. By the time he appeared, he had already come to Pain's human path. Speed is too fast, even though all Pain's vision is interoperable. But even so, he couldn't stand the elusive Gong Yi. The 8 inner gates are open. The door is open. The door of Hue is open. The gate of life is open. The long-lost the 8 inner gates instantly open to the 7th shock gate. The reason why the 8 inner gates and Sage Mode are turned on now is not because of fear that Pain will kill him. But now Gong Yi is taking this opportunity to see how much his abilities and ninjutsu have been changed through the nourishment and enhancement of 10 Tails power. Now it is possible to encounter existences like Pain, but there are very few in the ninja continent. Gong Yi naturally won't let this opportunity go, so he didn't show any mercy, and directly released all the ninjutsu he was familiar with before talking about it. Oh, as the last door before the door of death, the door of shock should be opened. After that, the coercion around him came crazily. Even Jiraiya below, suddenly felt heavy breathing. Gong Yi's Sage Mode's body began to emit vigorous blue steam, enveloping him in it. The 8 inner gates are day tigers. Punch forward and hit Pain on the way. Roar. A roar sounded, and I saw one. A white tiger opened its big mouth full of kiba and appeared. Punch is a high-pressure gas bomb that is highly compressed into a tiger shape. However, it is completely different from the one released by Might Guy. Its size is larger, its range is wider, and its coercion is even more terrifying. And its speed is even faster. Pain and the others have no time to react. With the whistling wind direction, almost blinking, it wiped out the expressionless Pain world into ashes. Another bang, the high-walled building in front collapsed in an instant, turning into a deep pit with a diameter of several hundred meters. The dense cracks spread over thousands of meters, and the buildings here are almost to be demolished by Gong Yi. Next second, when the white tiger disappeared, Pain's human realm disappeared completely. It wasn't just the buildings that were destroyed, Pain didn't even exert any power at all, and he was already scattered with the wind. 5 generations of Hokage, where is the limit of his power? Watching Gong Yi's unreasonable strike, Jiraiya swallowed. Even if it was him, looking up now, he couldn't help but look pale. It's just a day tiger, the power it creates is far more than what normal people understand. Even Jiraiya has a lot of knowledge, but he can't imagine that someone can use such power to such ultimate. At the same time, when Pain, South Human Road and Animal Road were destroyed, the remaining 4 people stood side by side. Although Gong Yi chose to shoot, he killed 2 of them in a crushing way. But now the faces of the 4 of them are still cold, as if nothing is the same. Chapter 708. Breaking Shinra with a Sword. Whoosh. Hiraishin's art. A unique kunai was thrown out by Gong Yi. Now that the 4 of them have stood together, Gong Yi has not fluctuated in the slightest. Even this time, he didn't open his mouth and chose to continue to attack. In Gong Yi's eyes, they were just useless corpses. Killing them is just to kill Nagato for a while, which can save a little trouble. With a buzzing, almost dazzling, Gong Yi has come to the position where the characteristic kunai flew over. It already has the bonuses of the 8 inner gates and Sage mode, and now it is combined with Hiraishin's post-op. Pain's face finally showed a rare heaviness, and he realized. Albeit his own Rinnegan, Master Gong Yi's arrival is actually impossible. The reason for this also invisibly shows that Gong Yi's speed is almost unparalleled. Pain's Nagato from the rear, he couldn't help but whisper to himself, how could the 5th generation of Hokage have such a speed? Nagato couldn't believe it, how could there really be a master with such abilities? I'm going out too. Now Konan next to Nagato seems to feel Nagato's face, she said slowly. Although Konan had no expression on his face, his heart was a little shocked. With Rinnegan is unquestionable, and being able to show him such a serious face is enough to show how strong the enemy is. No, you stay here. Seeing Konan wanting to go out, Nagato shook his head and said, although he seems to have the upper hand now, it's useless, I'll still get rid of him myself. Just as Nagato was talking to Konan, Pain Heavenly Path had already stretched out his hands. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push Expedition. Boom. The ground at the foot of Pain Heavenly Path collapsed instantly, and a terrifying deep pit began to form around him. And it's not over, they're still expanding. Pains were skipped, the invisible shock wave vented wildly. Except for the 4 things in Pain, they all started to be rejected, and there was nothing left at all. Countless rubble, countless buildings, all flew upside down. They are completely reversed, unable to resist this powerful repulsion at all. Almost in this situation, everything around here will be smoothed out by Pain's this terrifying force, and its main target seems to be targeting Gong Yi who is attacking. Just that doesn't help at all. Feeling the might of the surging waves ahead, the corners of his mouth twitched into a smile. He is coming, and there is no retreat at all. At the same time, Jiraiya stood down and stared, because Gong Yi didn't even look like he wanted to dodge. Jiraiya, who has never intervened, said that this battle does not seem to be able to join him at all. Not that he doesn't want to shoot, but now he doesn't have the slightest chance to shoot. Especially Gong Yi's aggressive and unreasonable attack made Jiraiya feel chills in her heart. Sword. Come on. Jin done. Extreme slash. When the two were a few millimeters apart, Gong Yi stretched out his arm with a cold gaze. The words fell, a dazzling light bloomed, which was Gong Yi's exclusive golden escape ability that shocked everyone. As soon as it appeared, the somewhat dark surroundings were reflected brightly, and everything was bathed in golden light. At this moment, Gong Yi, he is like a god descending from the sky, making people feel that it cannot be blasphemy. Especially with his expression that doesn't eat human fireworks. Even Nagato, who has always called himself a god, was moved. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. In the next second, the golden light enveloped and condensed, turning into an illusory long sword. Like a golden-colored glass that makes people feel dazzling, it was directly held in Gong Yi's hand. When Shinra Tensei Almighty Push's sign of rejection came, Gong Yi swept forward. Boom! When the two touched, the surrounding air began to distort, and an invisible coercion stirred up thousands of meters of ripples. When Shinra Tensei Almighty Push signs the power of repulsion, it seems to be at a stalemate with Gong Yi's Jin-dun power. With a faint smile, Gong Yi gently pressed down. The two just seemed like a calm pool, and suddenly they were thrown into the boulder, causing endless ripples. Next second, Pain Heavenly Path's face changed gradually, and there was a hint of horror in Rinnegan. I saw that Shinra Tensei Almighty Push signified rejection, and it actually began to be like an ocean wave, completely split by Gong Yi's illusory giant sword. Not only that, it can be clearly seen that the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign, which had just presented a circular range, was suddenly split into two halves. Gong Yi's sword showed an unstoppable force, not something that Shinra Tensei Almighty Push could contend with. It's such a repelling impact, without even being stalemate for half a second, was immediately struck. Disintegrate. How is it possible? Nagato's heart immediately. After sinking, his face was finally unable to show the indifferent look. More is an incredible look. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. It is a spell given by Kekkei Genkei of Rinnegan. Put it simply, the function is to bounce all the objects around with itself as the center. However, it seems to be very common, but its role is not only that. It is a ninjutsu that can be transformed into a combination of offense and defense. It is impossible to be cracked by anyone. Nagato had never seen anyone who could so violently open up their Shinra Tensei Almighty Push stance of exclusion. Just now, such a technique of Rinnegan was split open by Gong Yi's very easy sword. Nagato couldn't help but recall the original scene gradually in his mind. Where he went to Konoha village and Gong Yi fought himself. Unknowingly, Nagato felt that he had walked the old road again. He had Rinnegan, and he had the immortal called Six Paths in the ninja world. He would still be defeated by this mortal. Nagato thought of this, he seemed completely unacceptable. And he still lost twice, which made Nagato, the self-proclaimed god, completely reluctant to face it. No, it's impossible. Nagato's face showed a rare gloomy gloom, as if he had begun to enter another state. As a god, how could it be possible for a mere mortal to easily defeat Nagato twice at this moment, completely and constantly vetoed in his heart? At the same time, the rest of the pain in front of Gong Yi's eyes also seemed to change. Now Nagato does not hesitate at all, he has already started his strongest state. Chapter 709. Perfect Information. At the same time, Gong Yi's blow, while Nagato was still in shock, was not completely over. Gong Yi, who already has the power of 10 tails perfectly, naturally his current Jin-dun has been greatly enhanced. Such an already tyrannical Jin-dun, after its power has become stronger, its power is naturally incomprehensible. Even Gong Yi at the moment cannot fully judge how strong Jin-dun is at the moment. Its power seems to have reached a more ultimate leap. Hula. Boom. When Shinra Tensei Almighty Push signs repelling position, it was completely separated into two halves, the illusory golden blades still fell downwards. The coercion of these earth-shattering waves, they approached pain below, unstoppable. At this moment, Pain's body moved, immediately. Came to the front, blocking the eyes of the other three Pain. They are at this moment, also immediately. Dodge to either side. The art of Rinnegan seals the suction. Take a deep breath, and Pain is hungry right away. His hands, he blocked the approaching Jin Dun sword. Hee, anti-remote ability. Gong Yi stood at 320 in the air, looking down at Hungry Ghost Dao with a disdainful smile. Gong Yi was very familiar with his ability to seal and seal. Simply, it is, reverse the chakra cycle in the body, inhaling the opponent's art in front of him. The inhaled chakra dissipates in the body, like falling into a bottomless swamp. But it sounds terrifying, but Gong Yi knows that he is not at the same level for Jin Dun. It is impossible to absorb the power of Jin Dun. With a single thought, the blade of Jin Dun has already descended in front of Pain Hungry Ghost Road. All of Nagato's proud ability of Hungry Ghosts collapsed in front of him. I saw Hungry Ghost Dao's entire body was torn apart instantly, completely becoming two sections too, and there was no ability to resist at all. The roaring sound was like a song of lamentation, and even the earth under the foot of the Hungry Ghost Road was torn apart. The entire bottom of Gong Yi, like an endless abyss gap, was divided into two halves by the Sword of Life. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya's face was already dull. He was in the back of the side, watching all this in front of him in shock. 4. Gong Yi, the fifth generation of Hokage, Jiraiya seems to have refreshed her cognition. Above, an afterglow shone down, mapping the entire field. The rest of Pain said, they seemed a little embarrassed. The indifferent look before, the situation that was not there, has long since disappeared. Because when Gong Yi made his move, he had already used the thunder method and broke 3-3 Pain. Extremely domineering, and no one was able to escape his killing. But none of the Pains targeted by Gong Yi managed to escape. Of the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push, sign of Pain Heavenly Path, it doesn't live in Gong Yi either. All were destroyed, leaving no room for escape. The back, Nagato was breathing heavily, and a pair of Rinnegans were a little different. Although he was remotely controlling Pain, he could feel all the pictures just now. Including the last scene of Pain Hungry Ghost Road, when he was ruthlessly destroyed, Nagato could know. The power of the Golden Escape Sword is inestimable. Thinking back on the feeling before, Nagato couldn't help feeling that this was an irresistible feeling, very dreadful. Soon, after forcibly suppressing such a chaotic mind, he refocused his consciousness on Pain in front of him. After breathing for a while, Nagato barely calmed down. When you think you want to take advantage of numbers to suppress me, you are wrong. After Jin Dun's power collapsed, Gong Yi hung his hands in the air, and he looked down at the three Pains below and sneered, dividing your own power into 6, except will only delay your own death. Other than that, it has no other effect at all. Pain's 6 paths are strong, no doubt about it, and there are indeed no errors. Heavenly Path has the ability to create repulsion and attraction, and Shira Road can use the special psychic technique of 6 paths to summon weapons. The human realm can capture memories and souls, the animal realm is good at psychics, the hungry ghost realm can absorb chakra and ninjutsu, and the hell realm can summon and control the king of hell. This melee attack, long-range attack, defense, support, etc. A series of abilities are all scattered by Nagato. If you are simply dealing with people from the ninja world, it may be really useful. But for Gong Yi, it doesn't have any effect, instead it feels a little superfluous. Gong Yi, who has Pain's perfect intelligence at this moment, already has a huge advantage. Nagato was trying to use Pain's 6 paths and their respective abilities to attack Gong Yi by surprise, and this idea was completely dead. Hee, it looks like you really know. I really know. Pain Heavenly Path below sneered, he looked up at Gong Yi. After a few simple fights, Nagato still doesn't understand, and he has been seen through. The ability of the 6 paths seems to have been fully known by the 5 generations of Hokage in front of him now. There was a rare trace of fear in his eyes, and Nagato began to feel the pressure. Nagato, who has always been confident, feels that it is very easy to get rid of the 5th generation of Hokage. But when the two really fought again, Nagato began to gradually feel that he underestimated the 5 generations of Hokage in front of him. It is completely inconsistent with the information of his own investigation. Although the 5th generation Hokage continues to vigorously develop the village, his strength is still terrifying. At this time, Nagato also seems to gradually realize that he seems to be deceived by everything on the surface. More than just being very knowledgeable. Gong Yi smiled faintly, paused, and continued, I know you better than you do yourself. Hee, you know me better than myself. Hearing Gong Yi's words, Pain Heavenly Path's indifferent face became more sarcastic. You are really too arrogant. It's useless to talk too much. You hide behind the corpse and talk to me, which is very disrespectful to people. Gong Yi said and stepped forward with a smile on his handsome face. Let me destroy all of your 6 paths and go see you in person. A shocking chakra force was released. Gong Yi dragged the afterimage and dazzled his eyes. When he reappears, his goal is Pain Hell. You won't get it lightly this time. Pain Heavenly Path's face became even colder, immediately. A low voice. Chapter 710. Peacock Tail Feather. The Power of Morning Peacock. Since Gong Yi decided to destroy all Pain's 6 paths, and then go to find Nagato with peace of mind, then he naturally won't let go of the last 3 paths. Because he knows too much, Gong Yi's goal this time is Hell. In Hell, although his combat power is not outstanding, he also does not have much ability to threaten people. But his reincarnation, Gong Yi is the least favorite. This ability is to summon Hades with Rinnegan. Hades will stick out his tongue from his mouth and put the damaged or dead Pain into his mouth, and then he can repair or revive it. Pain that he got rid of before, if he was allowed to get the corpse, he would easily be resurrected. This case, if you let him stay here all the time, it will be like a perpetual motion machine, and you will never be able to kill him. The magic of Rinnegan is a fire arrow. When Gong Yi appeared in front of the Hell Road, Pain Shira rode immediately. Dodged to its side, stretched out his arm and started lacing several missiles from it. There was a whizzing sound of breaking through the air, and they shot towards Gong Yi. Senpo, sage art is the palm of the sky. The power of one palm suppresses all things, blocks space, and makes people unavoidable. When it appeared, it immediately fanned towards several missiles in front. The roaring sound kept coming, and the moment the missiles were touched by the sky-shattering palm, they were immediately. It exploded into a blazing fire. Rinnegan's art of Shira's attack. It's not over yet. When the palm of the sky appeared, Pain Shira's arm grew out of the shoulder and turned into a barrel shape. They soon began to gather chakra, and then fired a laser cannon. Power is enormous. With a bang, the sky-shattering palm that had just destroyed the missile was immediately destroyed at the moment it was falling. Broken into shreds. The art of Rinnegan's head laser cannon. At this moment, Nagato, he seems to have seen Gong Yi's mind, and constantly uses the Pain Shira road to contain him. And the Pain Heavenly Path at the back dodges a few times at this moment, and will immediately come to the front of the Hell Path. Obviously, the existence of Hell now is the key to resurrecting Pain, and Nagato will never allow Gong Yi to destroy him so easily. But at this time, the attack of Asura Dao has come again, and Pain Heavenly Path has also stood in front of Hell Dao. Gong Yi, who reached out to him in midair, had a strange smile on his face. The laser cannon in the rear was extremely fierce, carrying the supreme power of destruction, and it was about to bombard him. And Pain Heavenly Path is also immediately. Shout out. Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, sign. Once again a tyrannical exclusionary stance appeared, pushing Gong Yi out immediately. Such a tandem attack was very fast, leaving no chance for Gong Yi to counterattack. No. Pain Heavenly Path below suddenly, Nagato's face showed a hint of surprise. Gong Yi in front of him, he didn't seem to want the 8th Inner Gate's Morning Peacock at all. A loud shout came from behind Pain Shira Road. Could it be? Pain's vision is all connected, and now everything Pain Heavenly Path has reached, Shira Road can also be seen clearly. I didn't know when, Gongyi unexpectedly came behind him. His real goal is not the Hell Road at all, but the Shira Road. Nagato immediately. In response, Gongyi, who was in the middle of the two, turned into a white mist with a bang. I don't know when, Gongyi actually used a doppelganger, confusing himself. Swish, swish, swish. But when Nagato suddenly realized that, Gongyi had already threw a fist towards Shira Road. Speed is extremely fast, and the power is terrifying. Even a breath of space is not left for Pain Shira Road. Of flames were created by friction in the air, and they kept coming out of Gongyi's fists. Like an endless rain of flames and meteorites, which is shocking. Next second, the flames scattered in Gongyi's fist dyed Yuhi's sky, as bright as a sunrise, as dazzling as a peacock's tail feathers. Pain Shira Road, who just wanted to dodge away, just jumped up, and immediately devoured. The 7 doors fully open, Gongyi cooperates with Sage Mode, and even if he doesn't use Hiraishin's technique, his speed is already extremely pervert. Pain Shira said, he had no chance of escape at all. Senpo, Sage Art by Jijutsu. Gongyi is like chakra not wanting money, he is constantly venting and releasing powerful ninjutsu. Because of the 10 tails power, Gongyi now feels that despite the constant high load of using these large ninjutsu, but he didn't feel the slightest loss of his body, and the passing of chakra was negligible. It seems that the current chakra is almost endless. This is the advantage of the perfect master-tailed beast, and their chakra can be used for their own use. Gongyi doesn't have to worry at all, his chakra will be depleted. Om. Infinite light shines on heaven and earth. Whether it was Jiraiya, or now Pain, they were all stimulated to close their eyes. Not only that, but there were tears in their eyes. Eyes that see more clearly will only suffer more trauma when exposed to strong light. Well, because of this, Rinnegan doesn't show any advantage. Gongyi sneered, all the movements went smoothly, as if they had already been arranged. The Asura roadside has just been removed, and Gongyi's body is on display. Behind him, hundreds of golden long swords immediately gather out. Circling in the air, all of them stabbed towards Pain as if 10,000 swords had returned to the center. Swords are the kings of weapons, they are inexhaustible at the moment, completely making people feel frightened and unable to resist. The golden long sword shone through the whole body, and wherever it went, there was a whistling sound of breaking the sky. Pain Heavenly Path immediately step back and go fast. Now his Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign can really repel such an attack. However, even Pain has limitations when he uses the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. That is to activate the regular Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign, which requires an interval of 5 seconds 5. That's why Gongyi just used the clone as a detailed attack, pretending to want to attack the Hell Realm. Prompted Shira Road to relax his vigilance, while Pain Heavenly Path attracted him to release the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. In this way, I have 5 seconds 5 time, and can completely remove the Pain Hell. Because Gongyi's speed is extremely fast now, it only took him 2 seconds after destroying the Asura Dao. And it only took more than half a second to release the terrifying golden escaping blade. So now seeing the attack from the lacing, Pain Heavenly Path can no longer use ninjutsu to bounce. Enter. Chapter 711. Disgusting Mortals. The last resort, if he doesn't want to lose Heavenly Path Pain, he can only do it right away. Dodge. Because of Gongyi's Jindun sword formation, they are all aimed at Pain Hell. Hee. Sneer appeared on his face, as if Gongyi could see the ending in the next second. It was because he knew Nagato too well, so Gongyi didn't have the slightest worry at all. Nagato will never let Pain Heavenly Path accompany the Hell Path to death. Pain Heavenly Path, he is different from other Pain 5 paths, and is the most important to Nagato. Well, Because it was made from the body of his friend Yahiko, Nagato did not regard Heavenly Path pain as a tool, but respected it as an equal. In the original book, I remember Nagato once said to Heavenly Path, "You will always be the leader of Akatsuki." It can be seen from this that Nagato has a completely different meaning to the Heavenly Path made by Yahiko. Doesn't matter if the other 5 are damaged, Nagato can at least be remanufactured. But once Yahiko's body is destroyed, he will be very uncomfortable. Thoughts here. There was a muffled sound, and the entire body of Heldao had been pierced by the Jin-Dun sword formation. He had no chance at all, and then went back to life against the sky and resurrected, but took the old path of Asura Road just now. Time is only half an hour. The pain 6 paths just now, only Heavenly Path is still standing here. The remaining 5 paths were all destroyed by Gong Yi's very domineering power. The wind blew lightly, and the entire battlefield suddenly fell into calm. The roaring sound from before has completely disappeared. Gong Yi looked at Pain Heavenly Path quietly at this moment, and Heavenly Path also stared at him. "You managed to annoy the gods, 5 Hokage." Pain Heavenly Path spoke in a deep voice and was the first to break the silence. Now he had a frantic killing intent on his face, obviously provoked by Gong Yi's unreasonable attack. No matter how much he claims to be a god, Nagato still has human emotions and desires. Other hand, seeing the Pain 6 paths being destroyed to the point where only one of them remains, Nagato is completely angry. It is not easy. Of course, in this situation, Nagato couldn't bear it any longer. There was only one thought in his mind right now, and that was immediately. Kill Gong Yi here. Gong Yi has seriously touched his bottom line. After he finished speaking, Pain looked indifferent. A short black stick suddenly stretched out from under his wide sleeve, and the tip of the short stick was sharp and sharp. "Today I will kill you completely, disgusting mortal." Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. Om. Pain stretched out his arm and grabbed it, and Gong Yi went around immediately. A field of attraction appears. Feeling the strangeness around him, Gong Yi didn't panic at all. Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull, one of Rinnegan's abilities. That draws a strong attraction to a designated target with oneself as the center. The practitioner can freely decide the target attracted by the technique and the strength of the attraction. In addition, this art can not only attract the opponent to your side, if necessary, this art can also move the designated object to other places according to your own wishes. Soon, the information of this ninjutsu appeared in my mind. 4. Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. Gong Yi knows it very well, just like Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign. It has 3 usages of 3 in the original work. The first attraction is to attract the enemy to one's side, so that the enemy smashes through the sharp weapon. The second is control, is to control the person or object to be thrown in any direction, and the third is to peel, which belongs to the energy used alone on a part of an object. Senses, Gong Yi's whole body immediately being drawn out, the whole body lost its center of gravity. He did not resist, but allowed his entire body to move towards the sharp black short stick. Although at this speed, he would be pierced through his chest in the next moment, but Gong Yi didn't make any waves. Well, although this ordinary Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull, can be ignored, Gong Yi chose to give up. Because of the practice of Pain Heavenly Path, it can save himself the trouble of coming to him. There are hitchhikers, like Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. You can get there very quickly. Soon, in the face of such an attack, a smile appeared on Gong Yi's handsome face. In the next second, a ray of light appeared on his left hand, followed by a golden radiance that instantly erupted. When Gong Yi was only a few millimeters away from the black short stick, a sharp golden short blade appeared in his hand. Huh! He raised his hand and waved forward for a moment. Gotcha! Damn! Everything just happened in the breath. Pain Heavenly Path didn't have time to be surprised when a short golden blade suddenly appeared in Gong Yi's hand. He doesn't know where he is now. All this is just in order to get close to him. Gongyi chose to let Bansho Tenon, Universal pull him over. Pain Heavenly Path didn't have time to think about it, because Gongyi's second attack had already arrived. In Pain Heavenly Path's eyes, that short blade ninja that glowed with golden light was a talisman, and he didn't dare to pick it up so rashly. His own chakra black short stick was destroyed without any sign, and the thing condensed by this golden tunnel was very strong. Pain Heavenly Path can clearly analyze everything in just a moment. Shinra Tensai Almighty Push sign. At the moment of retreating, now Pain Heavenly Path suddenly raised his arm. The meaning of repulsion is even more tyrannical than before, and they burst out violently like an overwhelming trend. There were only a few flat grounds, and they sank in again, becoming a deep pit. Pain Heavenly Path is standing all around, and it is still intact. As for everything else, it was like a turbid giant wave, all rolled backwards and flew out. The loud noise and the constant shaking of the whole ground, Shinra Tensai Almighty Push, sign this huge repulsive position. It is impossible for any object to stay here safely. As if aware of Gongyi's threat, Pain Heavenly Path's chakra injection for Shinra Tensai Almighty Push recruitment is very majestic. Gongyi is not affected much now. He can still feel a little bit of resistance. Oh, it's really something. Gongyi smiled faintly, stalemate in the exclusionary position of the Shinra Tensai Almighty Push sign. At this moment, he looked up at Gongyi's Pain Heavenly Path, and he still had a chill on his face. I really underestimate you 5 generations of Hokage. Gongyi shook his head. No, you were wrong. Undiminished smile, Gongyi continued. My strength is far from what you can understand, so die in peace. Chapter 712. Absolute and Obito. Ninja Continent Border. Here is a dense jungle, and the white moonlight reflects through the leaves. The incomparably bright full moon hangs high above the black screen, and the day in the sky has long disappeared. The quiet surroundings, the mask Obito is standing here, and his half-body is slowly exposed in front of him. The situation is a little bad, and now Nagato is fighting with the 5th Hokage. Desperately masked Obito said. Has he gone to Konoha village already? Hearing Ju finished, Mask Obito asked him. No, not in Konoha village. Ju shook his head and continued. It's the 5th generation of Hokage. He personally went to a Megakure village. Just when I went to a Megakure village and wanted to inform Nagato, I found out that they were fighting. Ju fell into a memory, and said, but I just glanced at it from a distance and immediately. After leaving, the 5 generations of Hokage's perception is very strong, and I can't rely on him too close. It turns out that before this, the mask Obito once gave up and told Nagato about the tailed beast. But when he arrived at a Megakure village, he found that the two were fighting. The battle between Gongyi and Pain is huge, and it's hard not to notice, but you can probably know it just by looking at it from a distance. Gongyi's iconic Jin-dun is definitely beyond recognition. Of course, he didn't dare to watch the battle like Gongyi did before, for fear of being discovered. That would be bad. HMPH, now the 5th generation of Hokage seems to be a little obsessed with our Akatsuki. Mask Obito snorted coldly, and the face behind the mask showed frost. Now, not only did we just snatch our tailed beast, but this time I went to a Megakure village to find Nagato. He probably hasn't found Nagato yet. He's just fighting Pain. Ju looked at the mask Obito and said in a deep voice, now I think the 5th generation of Hokage probably didn't know the existence of Nagato. Hee, you really think too much. Head, the mask Obito smiled and replied, the 5 generations of Hokage in Konoha village are far more savvy than we imagined. The matter of Pain and Nagato, although it seems to be secret, should probably be known to the 5 generations of Hokage. As if he knew Gongyi very well, Mask Obito continued. After all, when he came to rescue Jinchuriki, Column Lee, the words he said and the appearance he showed were very confident. How is this possible? There was a hint of stunned expression on Ju's face, and he murmured incomprehensibly, "You mean Nagato's secret has been exposed?" I can't believe it. No matter how I think about it now, I can't actually understand how Nagato could have exposed the pain 6 paths matter. Except the soil in front of me and myself, it is impossible for anyone to know Akatsuki. Besides, the current Gongyi, although he is very afraid of him, doesn't know much about him. I can't really be sure if it's exposed or not. Mask Obito turned sideways, looking at the deep and dark jungle, and said lightly, "But these 5 generations of Hokage have a very serious scheming. If they are not 100% sure, they will not rashly enter a megacure village. Then shall we go?" Now what the Mask Obito said, I don't understand it even though I pretended to be stupid. But his pair of yellow eyes were a bit complicated at the moment, as if he was thinking about something. "No, now we don't have to go." Shaking his head, the Mask Obito didn't seem worried at all. Now it's very difficult for the 5 generations of Hokage to truly defeat Nagato, and I think their final fate should be a lose-lose. A faint smile, as if thinking of something, the Mask Obito said lightly, "In the current situation, it is also a good choice for the 2 of them to consume each other. Anyway, the whole plan is about to end." Speaking of the mask, Obito paused for a while, then looked at Ju, "Then keeping him naturally won't do much, instead of it's better to help us consume 5 generations of Hokage, this is the best way." Hearing this, Ju nodded, but a look of doubt appeared on his face, "But over the tailed beast?" "Don't worry about the tailed beast." Thinking of the Mask Obito here, he said coldly, "I didn't point at Nagato before, I can really capture the Kyuubi, 9 tails Jinchuriki column force back, and now he is fighting the 5th Hokage. If it really hurts in the end, I can also take the opportunity to go to Konoha myself and bring Kyuubi, 9 tails and 4 tails." Seeing that the Mask Obito was confident, he thought about everything, and never talked more, but shrugged and said, "But now there is no news from the 3 tails, it is completely like it has evaporated." "No, it didn't evaporate." Shaking his head, the Mask Obito said slowly, "I think the current 3-tailed Jinchuriki column force must also be in Konoha village, controlled by the 5th generation of Hokage. He hides it very well. The other 4 major ninja villages may not know it, but he can't hide it from me." Behind Obito's mask, his face became extremely cold. Speaking of the 3 tails, a girl with short brown hair unconsciously appeared in the Mask Obito's mind. She was lovely, with large, dark brown pupils of innocence. With purple patterns on his face, wearing dark yuhi-colored knee socks. Rin. As Rin, who used to be the power of the 3-tailed Jinchuriki column, Obito is blackened entirely because of her. For 3 tails, the Mask Obito has a different kind of emotion. "Since you think so, then I'll investigate." Seeing that Obito was silent and did not speak, Ju looked up at him and said, "If there is nothing else, I will leave first." Well. Memories, the Mask Obito did not look at Shangju again, but nodded coldly. Even with the Ju in front of him, the Mask Obito is only a cooperative relationship, and for him, there is no existence worthy of his trust in this world. Including saving myself. That, the man named Uchiha Madara. Mask Obito unclear, Uchiha Madara, this guy wants to use himself, and then resurrect him. But now Uchiha Obito, he suddenly has no previous thoughts. Even said, he didn't want to, and resurrected Uchiha Madara in the ninja continent. He has his own plans, and now he also has his own master of things. The resurrection of Uchiha Madara will only let the Mask Obito know that he will inevitably disrupt his plans. A faint sarcastic smile, Uchiha Obito sneered. Now that he knows this, how could he let Uchiha Madara come into this world? His own plan is perfect, and he will never allow anyone to destroy it. Chapter 713. The Power of Yin and Yang. Sorry, the update was interrupted for the first time yesterday due to special reasons, and I will make up for it today. 10th update. The thick dark clouds covered the sky and made the night even more gloomy. Although it is not raining lightly at the moment, the village of Omegakure is still extremely humid. At this moment, in the entire Nuoda village, civilians have been leaving here. The whole scene was extremely noisy, and the atmosphere was a bit chaotic. Their faces were pale, and everyone was panicking, fleeing with a large and small bag of lee. Quick, get out of here. A lot of ninjas from Omegakure village, they were biting Kiba and waving their arms constantly to evacuate them. Could it be Lord Pain, who is already fighting the enemy? This huge noise is definitely not wrong. Only the Angel and Pain can enter the central position. Two ninjas standing at the gate of Omegakure village, looking ahead and talking to each other. I saw that the forehead guards they were wearing also drew a cross on the 4 vertical signs belonging to the village of Omegakure. A sign of allegiance to Pain, as is the case with the entire ninja remaining in Omegakure village, all of whom are followers of Pain. Stop talking, let's evacuate the civilians first, and Lord Pain will completely take care of that. Damn intruder. Here, Omegakure, who was caught by Jiraiya before, waved his hand, interrupting the chatter of the ninjas around him. Just now, he kept informing the entire village that someone was invading. With the roaring sound in the towering building in the center, everyone can naturally confirm that all this is true. Soon, they also kept dodging away, and the people of Omegakure village were about to be evacuated. Boom! It didn't take long. When the group of ninjas and civilians from Omegakure village had just left, a shocking chakra force was released. Was followed by a deafening sound. The tallest building in the center actually began to crack, and then it collapsed suddenly. Here. Gong Yi is holding a golden short blade at the moment. He is standing in the air and staring coldly at the Pain Heavenly Path in front of him. The current Pain Heavenly Path is already in a state of embarrassment, and the black robe he wears has long been tattered. Just confronting Gong Yi, after 2 rounds of confrontation, I almost got killed. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Without the slightest nonsense, Pain Heavenly Path frantically gathered chakra and started to burst out. Since the rest of his 5 paths cannot compete with him, and his heavenly path, Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, Seinen Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull, have no meaning to him, then in the end, this is the only one with a super strong seal. Powerful Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Oh, looks like you've been pushed. Gong Yi took back the Jindun short blade, and he quietly looked at what was in front of him. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is said to be the technique used when the 6 paths 10 tails body was formed. A powerful seal, even as strong as Otsutsuki Kagaya can't stop it. The moon on the ninja continent is now created by Dao Senran using Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. If you really have the yin and yang power of 6 paths at the same time, then displaying the real Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is absolutely terrifying. Of course, this seemingly powerful ninjutsu is not an eye-opener of Rinnegan, or someone who does not have the power of Senju and Uchiha. If it is used forcibly, it will cause great harm to the user. No, it should be said that it cannot be used effectively at all, but it will be counterproductive. At the same time, when Nagato desperately started to control Pain Heavenly Path to use this ninja operation, his hands had already created a 1 black sphere. It was already in front of Pain Heavenly Path at this moment, and then I saw Heavenly Path put his hands together. With a hum, this black sphere it immediately. As if alive, it automatically floats up into the sky. Gong Yi didn't stop him from using this ninjutsu. He also knew that when the black ball rose to a certain height, it would have a strong attraction. Today Gong Yi is. Let's see how strong this Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, can be. Above, as the black sphere slowly reaches the sky, it seems to coincide with the bright white full moon. In the already dark sky, it has completely blocked the moonlight, and the entire sky is really like a black screen. Without the slightest light, only a white halo is reflected below. The black sphere is surrounded by white moonlight, which is an indescribable strangeness, as if the moon was swallowed up in an instant. Dark and murderous is everywhere. Looking at the scene at this moment, Pain Heavenly Path didn't react at all, and his face returned to indifference. Renegons, who had no emotion at all, were watching Gongyi silently at this moment, as if they were watching a dead man. Get ready for God's judgment. Pain Heavenly Path's folded hands released, and immediately opened his arms, as if waiting for something to come. In an instant, a terrifying coercion spread. It was like a demon from the abyss, like a ghost from hell. Creepy. Just the moment the black sphere really overlaps the moon, everything changes. Bang bang bang, crack, crack. An immeasurably powerful gravitational force was raging, and the ground of the entire Omegakure village began to shatter. Of ruins or an intact flat ground, all of them began to gradually form huge spider-like gaps. Immediately afterwards, with a bang, they all began to collapse completely. Countless gravels all flew into the sky and converged towards the black sphere. The sound of clattering continued, the buildings of Omegakure village, and everything, it keeps crumbling under this fascination. A short period of time, in the center of the entire Pain Heavenly Path, there was only a deep pit left. The bird looked down, it was extremely clean, and all the gravel and other debris flew into the sky. Time is fast. Whether it is soil, whether it is trees, no matter what, they are tightly attached to the black ball. Group of ninjas outside Omegakure village sucked in the air, only to see another moon appearing in the sky. The huge rock balls they converged have completely covered the moon, and even the moonlight cannot be mapped out. Not over yet. The buildings are still collapsing. This kind of yin force begins to spread towards the periphery, and the earth is still collapsing, as if there was an invisible big hand that dug them out and moved towards the black sphere in the sky. Press go. I saw that the now peaceful Omegakure village was hideous and gradually turned into a barren land. Everything on the ground is still there, flying to the sky, and the black ball like the moon is growing. Incomparable. Shocking. Chapter 714. Unsolved Ninjutsu. Although not as powerful as the Super Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth. But the current regular Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, alone is shocking enough. However, although it was extremely powerful, it had completely destroyed the central location of Omegakure village. The huge attraction is still there, continuous, the deep pit of Nuoda is several meters long. But all this did not have any impact on Gongyi at all. Although the power of this seal, its constant singleness is just pulling itself. Unfortunately, if ordinary people did not have the strength to resist the gravitational pull of Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, they would have been sealed long ago. Looking up, the black sphere that was just about the size of a fist had already formed a huge meteorite at this moment. Ninjutsu seems to have no solution, but it is not. Gongyi curled his lips into a smile, feeling the fierce power around him, but he didn't show any seriousness at all. Well, Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is powerful, but not unbreakable. Gongyi clearly remembers that when Nagato and Uchiha Itachi were channeled by the Orochi Kabuto in the original book, they met Naruto and Killer Bee, so Kabuto wanted to control Nagato to capture him with Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, Naruto. Naruto was indeed flustered when Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, kept attracting ground matter during the casting process. But Uchiha Itachi was very indifferent, because he had already seen through Nagato's ninjutsu. And the same is true of Gongyi now. After Pain Heavenly Path unleashed Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, he also discovered his weakness long ago. Yes, it's actually very easy to crack Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Just destroy the black sphere at its center core. Looking at the front, although the black sphere in the sky has disappeared so far, it is blocked and wrapped by these countless objects. But for Gongyi, it doesn't take a lot of trouble to destroy it. A smile appeared on his handsome face, and Gongyi's whole person immediately flash disappeared. The power of a huge attraction and seal, Gongyi was already in front of Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, when he reappeared. At the same time, Jiraiya, who had already left the main battlefield, was standing on a towering building staring blankly at everything in front of him. For him, all this in front of him made him very shocked and very sad. Gong Yi's face is now. It's his disciple, and it's also the problem he left behind from the beginning. Complexion was so complicated that Jiraiya couldn't tell what it looked like at the moment. Fists clenched, Jiraiya has long since withdrawn her naive thoughts. Looking at everything in a Megakure village at the moment, he is already early, whether it is Yahiko or Nagato or Konan. Three of them were no longer the child they knew at the time. They have begun to become the initiators of disasters in the entire ninja continent. At the same time, they are also the driving force behind the possible war. When thinking of these, Jiraiya has nothing to say. If it wasn't for me at the time, maybe there would be no such thing happening now. Jiraiya is even thinking about it, and if it was handed over to Orochimaru to deal with these things at that time, there would be no ending of raising tigers. Looking at Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, which is now blocking the moon above, Jiraiya is shocking enough. Gong Yi didn't come here today, Jiraiya can see the ending that belongs to him next. Death. An inescapable death. Soon, the location on the side of the village of Megakure. Nagato has already left the central area. Konan is looking at him with a bad face at the moment. Nagato, if this continues, a Megakure village may. A Megakure village is only a foreign object after all. If it is destroyed, we can still build it. His eyes closed, Nagato slowly opened. He looked at Konan out of the corner of his eye and said coldly, "But if we don't get rid of the 5 generations of Hokage in Konoha village today, the future will only be a stumbling block in our plan. It's better that since he's already here today, let's just make a break." Nagato seems to have already made a choice. His pair of rippling Rinegons are in full bloom at this moment. Obviously for Gong Yi, Nagato has long understood that he can't stay at all. Even if Gong Yi doesn't come, Nagato has already prepared to go to Konoha village. Although a Megakure village is their base, it also belongs to their sphere of influence. But Nagato didn't feel distressed at all, nor did he hesitate at all. Through the vision link of Pain Heavenly Path, the entire destroyed Megakure village has long been seen by Nagato. For everything here, Nagato seems to have already realized it now. In Nagato's eyes, he felt that as long as Gong Yi was killed by himself this time, then the rest of the losses would be completely acceptable to him. In Nagato's heart now, there is only one idea, and that is to kill Gong Yi completely here. Especially after the rest of the Pain 5 paths were destroyed, Nagato's idea became stronger. Although he claimed to be a god, he found that he couldn't understand Gong Yi at all. Should even be said that he found himself unable to master the 5th Hokage of the Konoha village in front of him. Contrary, the current Gong Yi actually knows himself very well. Could clearly perceive it through the just Pain 6 paths fighting with it. He knows himself very well, and he knows Pain 6 paths very well, which makes Nagato very uncomfortable. It was like a huge thick thorn that penetrated deeply into Nagato's heart. He understands that if the current Gong Yi survives for a day, he will most likely be threatened. Nagato naturally didn't like it, and now there is a person who understands him like this. Who knows him very well as still an enemy, or a guy who obstructs his plans everywhere. In this way, Nagato has long ignored it. Even if he damages a Megakure village, he will definitely keep Gong Yi here. Then do I need to go out now? Konan was silent for a while, and did not talk more, but asked Nagato, "After all, Mr. Jiraiya is still there, will he cause any trouble?" "No need, his existence is irrelevant now, and it can't hinder me at all." Nagato shook his head and gradually closed his eyes. "Konan, just stay here." Meanwhile, while Jiraiya's side was thinking and Nagato was talking to Konan, Gong Yi had raised his arm. Next second, shocked the whole surrounding and made everyone stunned appeared. Chapter 715. When Gong Yi's chakra has been released, the golden light of the film is reflected. When it appeared, the scene that was supposed to be late at night was gone. That was supposed to be the moonlight that had been blocked by Chibuku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, causing the darker surroundings to dissipate in an instant. The golden light exploded, and the darkness in the sky immediately reflected golden. The entire village of Omegakure, above it, has begun to turn into a golden sea. Now that Gongyi has the power of 10 tails, the terrifying chakra power is almost constant. Such a super large ninjutsu belonging to Jindun seems to have no burden on Gongyi at all. Pain heavenly path controlled by Nagato and the Chibuku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, he uses are very shocking. So now the Jinduntian curtain created by Gongyi is even more terrifying. Believe it. What kind of power is this? Omegakure village standing in the back, their mouths widened in amazement. Some even turned pale, looking at the golden sky in front of them, and murmured, "Is this still the power of ninjas?" Gongyi's action today made all the ninjas in Omegakure village refresh the lower limit. A group of people just stared blankly, watching everything that happened in front of them. At the same time, Gongyi, who was standing in the air in front of Chibuku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, didn't have the slightest wave on his face. Even this skill, for him, there is nothing worth caring about. Looks like Nagato with Rinnegan can easily win after gaining the power of 10 tails. Gongyi smiled faintly, feeling everything around him. He couldn't help sighing. So far, it seems that there is no one in the entire ninja continent, and it is worthy of my attention. Next second, thoughts come. Gongyi's raised arm waved towards Chibuku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, in front of him. Everyone can see, that is. Gongyi waved his hand casually, and countless terrifying forces suddenly gathered. Pieces of golden oceans rolled wildly, and at this moment, all gradually condensed. This golden world, a circle of ripples kept appearing, moving towards Gongyi, who was standing in the middle of them. Go. Everything seems slow, but it's not. Everyone could see clearly, the golden ocean had already converged into a huge blade. It is so huge that it seems to be able to open up the world, as if it can cut open the sky. The moment it appears, it is immediately swing forward. Almost in the blink of an eye, this is still attracting huge meteorites all around. It was immediately divided into two. Boom! The golden light was very dazzling, as if the sun god slashed out, shining endless rays of light. Chibuku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, in front of it is bleak and dull. Against such a strong contrast, it is rather dull. Almost at this moment of lightning, the sky above Omegakure village, the entire Omegakure village range, and everything around it. Each of them seemed to have entered a golden ocean, and their complexions changed drastically. When the golden giant sword is swung down, it is immediately disintegrated into golden stars. Then, after more than a second of silence, there was a loud bang, as if a scene like the end of the world appeared. Chibuku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, immediately collapsed, and the black sphere inside was completely turned into dust, and it seemed to have no power to stop it. The sound of slamming continued to appear, and the countless boulders, soil and various buildings that had just been absorbed kept falling. The sound of bang 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 was heard constantly, as if a rain of waste was falling over the Omegakure village. Chibuku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, which had completely blocked even the moon before, seemed to have no effect at all in Gongyi's hands. Just like the dazzling fireworks, it is only brilliant in an instant, followed by extinction and darkness. Everything about Chibuku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, they are constantly falling off, and some of them are starting to drift with the wind and turn into powder. The place where Gongyi's golden giant blade just touched, all began to turn into dust and disappeared without a trace. For a while, the village of Omegakure kept shaking, and the smoke and dust swept in all directions, and the dust was billowing. If someone came here at this moment, he may not be able to recognize it again. This is the former Omegakure village, the scene is huge, and now everyone's mouth is open in surprise. They couldn't understand how all this could happen at the moment. The legendary Pain, who is not known to exist, has been seen by ninjas in a Megakure village. But before I could feel his Kamui. Now the man in the sky above them is even more terrifying. Everyone was sweating coldly on their backs, looking at the scene in front of them with weak calves. Gongyi stands out of thin air, that's how he stands in front of Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. The whole person did not fluctuate in the slightest, and looked at everything that had gradually peeled off and was about to disappear. How is this possible? Pain Heavenly Path's indifferent appearance finally couldn't hold on anymore, and now even Nagato can't accept such a thing. That he is proud of can't pose the slightest threat to the 5 generations of Hokage in front of him. How can you have such power? Pain Heavenly Path murmured, as if he didn't want to believe this fact at all. Obviously, he has the most powerful pupil technique and the most powerful power. But unfortunately, Nagato suddenly felt that he couldn't find any kind of confidence in the man in front of him. Okay, we can talk face to face. Gongyi lowered his head and looked down at the Pain Heavenly Path with a pair of eyes. At this moment, the eyes of the two were completely opposite. Even though this belongs to Nagato's Rinnegan, it is extremely volatile and looks very scary. But Gongyi's pair of black eyes looked extremely deep, as if there were endless stars inside. This skill, it seems that Nagato's Rinnegan, in turn, is slightly inferior. Shinra Tensai Almighty Push. PFF'd. Boom. Pain Heavenly Path widened his eyes and raised his arms immediately when he noticed something. Shrug it down. At this moment, even Pain Heavenly Path didn't even release his own ninjutsu. Gongyi, who appeared behind him at some point, immediately pierce his chest. Immediately, the long golden blade held in Gongyi's hand, it immediately exploded and turned into countless golden rays of light. When these rays of light appeared, they also turned into sharp thorns, completely destroying the Pain Heavenly Path. Pain 6 paths have all been destroyed, not even a complete corpse remains. Chapter 716, The Only Partner. When all Pain 6 paths were resolved, Gongyi took a big step. With the double boost of the 8 inner gates and Sage Mode, Gongyi came down almost instantly. Hokage, have you found Nagato? Seeing that Gongyi ignored him and was about to dodge forward, Jiraiya immediately came to the side and asked. When he controls Pain 6 paths, he has already revealed his position. A smile appeared on Gongyi's face. He did not ignore Jiraiya, but spoke slowly. What are you going to do now? Hearing this, Jiraiya looked at Gongyi and asked. Naturally, weeds and roots are cut to eliminate future troubles. Gongyi's handsome face kept smiling, and he responded to Jiraiya without the slightest bit of shyness. This situation, it is very abnormal for me to say that Nagato will be left behind. And, Nagato's stay here is always a disaster. Although Pain 6 paths was destroyed by himself, as long as Nagato is still alive, new pain will be created. I don't have a mouthpiece like Naruto, so I can't influence Nagato. In this way, if Nagato is allowed to leave now, he will most likely be unlucky in the end. If you want to continue with your plan, and want to be more smooth in the future. So Nagato, he has to die. Well. Jiraiya was silent for half a second, then nodded and didn't speak again. Just before, he had tried hard, trying to make Nagato get lost. But judging from everything, it's nothing more than a drop in the bucket that doesn't work at all. That's it. Jiraiya can fully understand that it is very unrealistic and selfish to want to stay Nagato now. Because of this skill, the existence of Nagato is the scourge of the ninja continent, and it is also a very terrifying time bomb for Konoha village in the future. Jiraiya thought of these. How could she go to the exit to block anything? He had already realized it before. Hehe, Jiraiya, looks like this battle has also made you grow a lot. Looking at Jiraiya, who was not talking nonsense, Gongyi smiled and walked forward to leave. That guy, he seems to have come over side of the battlefield. Conan standing next to Nagato, she seemed to feel something, immediately. He looked at Nagato with a bad look on his face. Well. Nagato nodded, his face didn't seem to be the same as before, instead it was much more dull at the moment. Now it's really time to face and settle everything. Nagato stood in the crab-shaped ninja gear and stared silently ahead. No, I can't let him find it here. Conan didn't wait. Nagato opened his mouth again, dodged away and headed outside. Conan. Seeing Conan who had already left, Nagato sank and tried to stop him. But now it was too late, Conan didn't listen to him at all. Actually, for Conan and Nagato, the two are not subordinates, but partners. It is because of this that, despite seeing the terrifying strength of Gong Yi's, Conan still rushed out without hesitation, trying to block Gong Yi's arrival. For Conan, Nagato is the only friend in his life. Now that Yahiko is dead, the two of them are like each other. Because of this, even though Conan knew that Nagato's approach was a bit extreme, she still silently supported it. Although there may be some twists in it, Conan has no exit blocking. At the same time, Yahiko's will, Conan can dedicate everything to it, and Nagato's goal, Conan can do the same. Even if this path is wrong, Conan is still willing to accompany Nagato down the road. Because this is her last Jinchuriki column, and her last trusted partner. Hehe, it looks like it's right in front of you. After 2 dodges, Gong Yi stood above a ruin. Not far in front of his eyes, is a fairly intact building. However, his eyes did not stop there, but were placed beside a few big trees next to him. Nagato, his chakra energy Gong Yi can feel, is in one of the tree trunks. Dance of the Shikigami's secret art of disguise. Having seen through everything long ago, Gong Yi was not surprised at all. The secret paper tree was used by Conan in the original book. Principle is very simple, that is, gather the pieces of paper to form a huge paper tree, so as to camouflage. I have to say, Conan is really cautious. Even though they were in a Megakure village, that is, their base camp, they all used such a disguise. Ordinary ninjas might not pay attention, and the guy he has been looking for is actually hidden here. Dance of the Shikigami paper rain. Swish, swish. A cold female voice came from behind Gong Yi. Senpo, sage art glazed canopy. Gong Yi immediately. Hand seal with both hands and pat down. Massive chakras gathered crazily, and they burst out behind Gong Yi in an instant, forming a small glazed sky. The muffled sound of bang 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 kept coming. Gong Yi didn't flee from here in a panic, but turned around slowly. The back of the glazed sky. Conan looked at Gong Yi with a hostile expression. She kept waving her wings behind her, and shot out the rain-like pieces of paper. Pity that although the ninjutsu is extremely dense and there is no gap at all, it can't cause any damage in front of the glass sky. This time, not only did the glazed sky curtain not shatter, there was not even a single white mark on it. It's interesting, so let's get rid of you first. Kaden, fire style, fire dragon art. Gong Yi's voice fell, and the glazed sky curtain disappeared in an instant, replaced by Gong Yi's mouth spit out a piece of flame. As soon as they appeared, they carried an extremely scorching terrifying temperature, immediately. Rotating upwards and gradually condensing into a flaming dragon. The paper rain that Conan spurted out in front was swallowed up in an instant and completely turned into ashes. The flame dragon circled in a circle in the sky, and its pair of eyes of the orangutan Yuhi came down, with a heat wave blowing on his face. Humph. Looking at Gong Yi's ninjutsu, Conan's expression didn't change and he snorted. Instant, the whole person immediately turned into sheets of paper flying all over the sky. Almost passed by, the moment Conan had just separated, the flame dragon had already descended. Boom. Conan's location is immediate. Became a sea of fire, and countless sparks sputtered out. It can be seen that if Conan hadn't avoided her just now, she wouldn't have been better. Chapter 717. Jin Dun vs. Paper Dun. Although this ninjutsu, it seems to be just a regular high-level Kaiden fire style. But under the use of Gongyi, it seems to be completely transformed and different. Gongyi has long discovered that, especially after merging the power of 10 tails, it seems that he has a layer of eternity invisibly. Even if it was an ordinary fireball technique in his hands, he could easily kill a team of Jonin. This is a bit scary. Because ordinary people may think that such ordinary ninjutsu will have such power. Dance of the Shikigami Paper Shuriken. Blink. Gongyi watched the sky full of paper flying. Konan has launched the second round of attack. Behind her is Nagato, so it is impossible to choose to escape. She is still trying hard to kill Gongyi. Having played Pain 6 Paths for so long now, I can't believe your chakra has been in an infinite state. Konan, whose body was condensed in half by the white paper, couldn't help but secretly said in her heart. So far, Konan has guessed here after Gongyi defeated Pain 6 Paths. This 5th generation Hokage is tyrannical, but he also needs chakra to drive his offense. Especially the effects of Sage Mode and the 8 inner gates, from the beginning of the war to the present, have not stopped at all. So Konan deduced that the 5 generations of Hokage in front of him only need to delay for a while, and he will definitely run out of chakra. Now that Gongyi has a steady stream of chakra because she has fully mastered 10 tails, she naturally doesn't know it. Well, that is, she thought too simple, so she was still trying to make Gongyi waste chakra on her. The whizzing sound of breaking through the air continued to be heard, and one after another, paper shurikens shot towards Gongyi in pieces. The size is the same as a regular shuriken, not too special. However, although it is made of paper, its power is not weak at all, very strong. Dance of the Shikigami Paper Spear. Another ninjutsu is released, superimposed on the back of the paper shuriken. Konan recklessly used compound ninjutsu, not daring to show any carelessness. Although she felt that Gongyi would definitely be exhausted because of the battle with Pain 6 Paths. But Konan still showed his strongest state. The premise is that chakra is injected into the paper, and then control them to attack. This is indeed a very good secret technique. Turning his head to the side, Gongyi said lightly to himself, but for me, it's too much help. Forget it, let's end this boring fight as soon as possible. The 2 dance of the Shikigami attacks were extremely fast, and they had come within 100 meters of Gongyi. But at this moment Gongyi did not choose to defend, but was still shaking his head here. Konan's ability is strong, that's right, and it's surprising enough. Looking at the entire ninja world, Konan has never undergone any professional training after receiving the simple teaching from Jiraiya. Now that she can have such strength, it is actually very unacceptable, and it is enough to prove that her talent is good. Of course, now, like Nagato, she is resigned to her own depravity, and Gongyi has no sympathy at all. At the same time, she and the others are also a more important part of the next plan, and naturally it is impossible to easily let go. When Gongyi was still thinking here, a golden light bloomed in front of his eyes. His Jin-dun power completely exploded. The moment they appeared, they immediately condensed into big hands with 3 or 4 story heights, and then fanned to the front. The imposing giant golden hand, it is unstoppable, everything in front of it is destroyed, and it is vulnerable. Pieces of paper shuriken, with the paper spear behind them, are all fanned to both sides. The incomparably fierce compound attack just now still failed to cause any damage to Gongyi. Seeing everything in front of him, Konan's attack was immediate. Stopped. She frowned, her light orange eyes staring at Gongyi. How is that possible? These 2 attacks were not released at will. She used her full power, but it seems she couldn't threaten the Hokage in front of her at all. He didn't seem to have exhausted chakra at all, as if he had just entered the battle. Dance of the Shikigami exploded. With his hands stamped, Konan showed a look of disbelief, immediately. Drink low. Zira, N. Gongyi's eyes swept away, and all the stones around him started to burn. Look closely, you can see that there are sheets of paper on it. As the previous one, a detailed attack. Looking at the sudden attack around him, Gong Yi didn't waver at all. Seems that Conan was using the moment he released a large-scale ninjutsu, and at the same time secretly placed the disguised paper around him. At the same time, with the help of their own abilities, these papers have the power of detonating charms. Well, Conan's mind is very delicate. If a normal person is careless, it is very likely that he will be in danger. Whoa! Now when the pieces of paper burn, they immediately began to fly, shrouded towards Gong Yi. If they were wrapped in them, then in the end, they should instantly become a scorched corpse. Let you be quiet first, and then go to Nagato. Jiraiya in the rear is getting closer. Gong Yi is not wasting time. For this guy, Gong Yi is very lazy to listen to his long speeches, where he shows all kinds of reluctance. For such a woman's kindness, Gong Yi has nothing at all. Senpo, Sage Art White Shock. Ignoring the detonating talisman paper that came around, Gong Yi spat out a piece of white liquid, and immediately formed a long dragon. It is all white and has yuhi-colored eyes. When it condenses out, it can be seen that it is still holding a Dragon Ball-like thing on its dragon claws. The long white dragon quickly revolves around the Dragon Ball, constantly spinning. Next second, the Dragon Ball emits a strong light and bursts immediately. For a brief moment, the surrounding air constantly vibrated, and white rays of light flashed out in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Conan's vision and hearing, and even Jiraiya's vision and hearing behind him, all began to be affected. Boom 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 boom. Conan was overjoyed just listening to the explosion at the location where Gong Yi was just now. It worked. After having this idea, Conan's side also got out of the state of dance of the Shikigami because of a little overdraft of chakra. You go to sleep for a while. At this moment, just after Conan relaxed, an indifferent voice suddenly appeared behind her. Chapter 718. Own People and Enemies. What? When Conan heard this sound, his heart was immediately. He sank, his face changed greatly and he wanted to look back. This voice was all too familiar to her. It was the fifth Hokage Gong Yi who had just been engulfed by her own attack. With the power of Sage Mode and the 8 inner gates, Gong Yi's punch suddenly fell. He didn't hesitate, he didn't stop. He didn't stop. Gong Yi didn't show mercy because she was a woman. In Gong Yi's eyes, there are only 2 types of people. The first is one's own, the second is the enemy. So the so-called man and woman, too. Gong Yi is totally non-existent. Show mercy because he is a woman, and set up a dangerous enemy for himself in the future. Despite his current strength, there is absolutely no one who can threaten him. But suddenly jumping out of the future plan to disgust yourself, that is also very damaging to the mood. Boom, boom, there was a loud vibration and Conan flew upside down like a kite offline. When she knocked down countless buildings one after another, she stopped in embarrassment. How come? When did he do it, Nagato? Conan's face was pale, and she said the last words in a trembling voice, then passed out. Now Gong Yi has no mercy, but he didn't kill her directly. Today's goal is Nagato, and all this is part of my plan. Gong Yi also needs Conan to help herself in this scene, so her life must be saved. If he really killed Conan, then Nagato would also kill him here, but if he let Nagato's corpse leave without getting Rinnegan, then he would be suspected. There is no reason for such a strong pupil to leave it alone. But because of Uchiha Obito, Gong Yi doesn't want to take Nagato's Rinnegan now. If Obito is too weak, he will not be able to threaten the rest when his own 5 shadows meeting is called. In the same way, if those guys don't feel severe, then this 4th Ninja World War is likely to die prematurely. After all, the so-called Uchiha Madara is a weak chicken, so how could they let go of each other's guards and fight the enemy together? There must be a premise here. That is, they need to increase the strength of Uchiha Obito, and Rinnegan can completely help him improve. And if there is no Rinnegan in the future, there may be problems on Uchiha Madara's side, as well as Otsutsuki Kagaya's side. This is like the butterfly effect. Once you take away Rinnegan, things will likely be offset. So with Conan, it will be different here. She can leave with Nagato's body, so that it will be on track with the original. At the same time, he released Conan himself, which would also make him feel a little better, and the barriers to killing Nagato by himself could be reduced, and he could be better controlled. As for Conan, Gong is not afraid of her revenge, anyway. After Uchiha Obito gets the news of Nagato's death, he will come here to take his reincarnation. Well, Conan will still die, but not by his own hands. Everything was planned long ago when it came. Gong Yi was not just killed him casually, destroying it indiscriminately. 5 generations of Hokage, you are courting death. After Conan was knocked out by Gong Yi, an angry voice appeared. With a bang, the previously camouflaged tree shattered completely, revealing a man. I saw that he was as skinny as a tree, standing on a spider-like ninja gear. Nagato, I finally see you. Looking back, Gong Yi smiled faintly. The man in front of him had Yui hair and more than a dozen black iron rods stuck behind his back. A pair of corrugated Rinnegans were extremely cold at the moment. Now the real leader behind Akatsuki, who is also the one who controls Pain's 6 paths, is Nagato. Conan lying there, Nagato didn't speak again, but his face was gloomy. Whoosh! At this moment, under the crab-shaped ninja tool, immediately a black iron rod was shot out. Its speed is extremely fast, and it is extremely sharp. To ordinary people, it is like a dark shadow approaching in the blink of an eye. At this distance, my chakra can control your movements at will. Seeing Gong Yi in front of him with wide eyes and no movement, Nagato sneered coldly. Substitute. However, before he could show the slightest smile, he heard a bang, and Gong Yi, who seemed to be imprisoned in front of him, immediately exploded into white mist. Oh, sorry. On the other side of Nagato, before he was surprised, a voice came out immediately. Interrupted his thoughts. Glance, Gong Yi has lifted the 8 inner gates and is sitting quietly on a gravel. Gong Yi in sage mode, he also has a very special feeling, which makes people feel a trance. With a playful smile at the moment, he said lightly, at such a distance, you really can't do anything to me, but it will only make you passive. Humph. Hearing Gong Yi finish speaking, Nagato's face was gloomy. Now his face is full of fear, and the look of confidence before has long since disappeared. If you want to fight against me with your current strength, it is no doubt just a fool's dream. Gong Yi stood up and looked at Nagato in front of him. Now, as you who have exhausted a lot of your life, I think it's just being brave. Looking at Nagato's naked upper body, which was already completely skinny, Gong Yi even if he didn't know the original book, he could have guessed it long ago. The current Nagato is not only very poor in mobility, but the whole person is greatly restricted. And, more than that, he has used Rinnegan excessively, and now he has a great burden on his body. Shrouded in consciousness, you can clearly feel everything about Nagato's body. Life is overdrawn, and the whole body is completely corrupted and gradually withered. Well, about Nagato's Rinnegan, Gong Yi had long guessed that he should not have awakened himself. As a Uzumaki clan, it seems that no one can say that Rinnegan has been opened. And all of this should be the seeds that Uchiha Madara had long buried for the Resurrection Clan. Put it bluntly, Gong Yi can already imagine that the Rinnegan of Nagato should be given by Uchiha Madara. After all, in the entire ninja continent, the only one who can have Rinnegan and can transplant it is Uchiha Madara. There are 4 more updates. After dinner, continue. Please download Filu Shouken's latest chapter. Chapter 719. The Terrifying Double-Edged Sword. Rinnegan, one of the 3 major pupils, is known as the eye that controls life and death. The most sublime pupil power. It is the eye of the 6 paths immortal, and it is also the power of the gods spread in this ninja continent. Gongyi estimated that the reason why Uchiha Madara gave Rinnegan to Nagato. That's because Rinnegan's power is too strong, and it is simply not something that ordinary people can bear. Nagato himself has the same blood as Naruto, half of the Uzumaki clan. The chakra of the Uzumaki family is quite special. It is specially designed for ninja beasts such as seal-tailed beasts, which means that the chakra is very strong. It is because of this that Rinnegan's power can be barely used. Although normal blood can also be used, it usually cannot last for too long, and the power will be very poor. This case, Uchiha Madara's plan may not be achieved. Just like Kakashi's bloodline and talent, it's actually not bad. But his use of Mangekyo Sharingan is actually very laborious and even life-threatening. This case, his Sharingan can only be used as a life-saving ninjutsu and used at the most critical moment. Of course, Gongyi can also deduce that his thoughts are here. Uchiha Madara should have survived after the end of the Valley War, and he obtained Hashirama cells. And when he was dying, Rinnegan was transplanted to Nagato. Since he should not have met Uchiha Obito before, he wants to guide Nagato to complete his plan. Konoha village ninjas invaded his home and killed his family. Gongyi just guessed that it was probably planned by Uchiha Madara. The reason is to stimulate Nagato to open Rinnegan. Well, rather than say it's an inference, it's better to say that it's actually a fact. Looking at the appearance of Nagato in front of him at the moment, a smile appeared on Gongyi's face. Rinnegan's power, how can it be so useful if there is no real power to control it? This is a very terrifying double-edged sword. While helping you to deal with the enemy, it is also absorbing your life invisibly. Just like Uchiha Itachi's original Susanoo, it's really strong, but it's also a huge burden on the caster. It looks like you really know me very well. Here, Nagato said coldly after hearing Gongyi's words. Have to admit that with the 5 generations of Hokage in front of him now, he seems to see through all his own affairs. But Nagato was really puzzled, and he couldn't think of how Gongyi investigated it. After all, after Yahiko's death, Nagato has been living in seclusion. He has always only used Pain Heavenly Path, that is, Yahiko's identity to show people. He has never revealed his true identity at all. Well, apart from you, Konan and Ju in the entire Akatsuki, it is impossible for anyone to discover these. But today, Nagato is completely inexplicable, and the Ice Shadow has revealed all his secrets without mercy. Some things, even Konan and Uchiha Madara don't know Akatsuki, but Gongyi in front of him is very clear. This kind of feeling made Nagato disobedient, and he was even more eager to solve him in order to avoid future troubles. Hehe, I know far more than you know. Gongyi looked at Nagato with a playful look on his face. But now you are just a blindfolded puppet for your own selfish desires, not enough for me to tell you too much. It's a great breath. Nagato's face was a little frosty, and he said in a deep voice, the power of God is beyond your reach, and it is not something you can guess at all. God's power. Gongyi shrugged, showing no pressure at all. Now with your body, I don't think it's possible to associate it with God. That only shows that your knowledge is not enough. Hearing Gongyi's sarcasm, Nagato's face did not show the slightest anger. As far as Nagato is concerned, what Gongyi is talking about now still can't irritate him. With the passage of time, his heart has long since settled, and naturally it is not just a few words that can make him lose his mind. Besides, Nagato's heart doesn't have any turbulence at all right now. After going through all the pain, Nagato has long since transformed. He is no longer the child he used to be, and he is no longer the innocent boy from before. He has only one goal at the moment, and he is working hard for it. Nagato doesn't want anyone to sabotage his plans, not even Gongyi. Having just fought Pain 6 Paths, Nagato knows that Gongyi is strong. However, he didn't flinch in the slightest, and he didn't have any fear. Suppressing his thoughts, Nagato's bony face gradually lifted up, and he looked at Gong Yi in front of him. Since I have really seen it today, let's do a real break. Oh, that's exactly what it means. Gong Yi immediately dodging, he came to the front of Nagato in a blink of an eye. He smiled. Now only if you die, can the ninja world be stable for a while. What a naive idea. Do you think that if I die, the whole world can be at peace? Showing a sneer, Nagato seemed to be a little mocking and said, the war in the ninja continent didn't happen because of me alone, but it should be said. It's you. The greed and endless greed of the big country and big village. Of wanting to seize, resulting in it. As Hokage, you still think I'm the fuse of the war. Nagato shook his head. It seems that you didn't see clearly the situation in the ninja world at all. Hehe, it's you who really didn't see the situation in the ninja world clearly. 4. Nagato's ridicule. Gong Yi didn't care at all. Although killing you can't make the ninja continent truly peaceful, killing you can promote peace in the ninja continent. Of course, I have my plan. Gong Yi raised his hand and said unhurriedly, if you want peace in the ninja world, your existence must be erased. Will it be erased? Nagato's pair of Rinnegan's bloomed strangely, and he didn't have any more thoughts. Then you can try 5 generations Hokage. I'll just come and see, what exactly is going on with you. Come and wipe me out completely. Nagato slowly took out the hands that had just been placed in the crab-style ninja. He bit Kiba immediately. Both hands hand seal. Om. At this moment, the chakras in the body can be seen, they are venting frantically. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Bang. As soon as Nagato's voice fell, a cloud of smoke erupted between the two of them. A towering and huge black shadow, it can already appear in the white fog. Chapter 720, Giant, and Ants. When Nagato recklessly released chakra, the white smoke in front of the two had gradually dispersed. Eyes, the huge Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, has appeared. Its whole body is like dead wood. It is a huge human shape. 9 eyes are silently closed at the moment, and there are 10 Jinchuriki column-shaped protrusions behind it. That's right. Now using the power of Rinnegan, Nagato has channeled the 10 tails body out. Immediately. Abandoning the crab-shaped ninja gear, Nagato dodged and came to the top of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. His weakness is lack of mobility, and because of the overdraft of physical strength and life, he cannot use the body to maintain long-term battles. So just as soon as they fought, Nagato had already used his strongest state. Now that the ability of Pain 6 Paths is known to Akatsuki, he can no longer pose a threat to it. Then Nagato would naturally not use it again, so he simply did not hide at all, and directly channeled 10 Tails' body. It looks like I can't wait to die. Seeing the huge Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, in front of him, Gong Yi's face did not change in the slightest. His eyes were still incomparably flat, showing no fear at all. In the previous situation, perhaps Nagato's Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, channeled out, and he needed to be careful. But at this moment it is different. There is still a new 10 tails in his body. And he himself is a 10 tails Jinchuriki column force, a person who has perfected the full power of Master 10 Tails. In this way, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, the body of 10 tails in front of me, can't deal with it in the slightest. How much pressure Gong Yi creates. He himself has mastered the newly born 10 tails, and now the half-dead 10 tails at the foot of Nagato can't pose any threat to him at all. No, it should be said that the foot of Nagato is still the body of 10 tails, not even living. It's really arrogant eyes. Nagato lowered his head and looked at Gong Yi condescendingly, with a hint of chill on his face. It seems that you have been at ease in the ninja world for too long, and you are really arrogant. Arrogant. Hearing this, Gong Yi kept his eyes fixed and looked at the pair of Rinnegans who were also looking at Nagato, and said very plainly, "Do you think a giant dragon needs to show a calm or fearful face to the ants?" Smiling, Gong Yi continued, "Obviously, this is simply impossible. The ants in your mouth should only be talking about yourself. Nagato hummed, and a pair of Rinnegan's power surged out, releasing powerful pupil power towards Gong Yi's. With a loud bang, the ground around Gong Yi's body even collapsed. This is not some kind of ninjutsu attack, but pure Rinnegan power. The battle between the two has not yet started, but Nagato already wants to give Gong Yi a disservice. His Rinnegan kept pouring out tyrannical, trying to suppress Gong Yi. Nagato doesn't really hate Gong Yi, but his appearance completely deviated from his plan. That alone made Nagato very angry. In Nagato's eyes, his plan was his life, and now Gong Yi threatens his plan. Equally, it is also a complete threat to life. In his opinion, now any existence that stops his plans should be damned, and they are all enemies that he will kill. Just relying on you to stop everything from me is simply wishful thinking. Nagato shouted angrily, and stopped talking nonsense, stepping on the Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, under his feet to release the attack. As if the hill's Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, at this moment, it immediately threw a heavy punch towards Gong Yi and go. It's just you who are delusional. The 8 inner gates snapped open again. It didn't stop until it reached the 7th gate. Now Gong Yi is also starting to fight with high spirits, and the whole person is looking forward to it. For Nagato, he didn't use the real 10 tails power. It's not that Gong Yi is afraid of exposure, but that Nagato alone is not qualified enough. This kind of power, he plans to wait until later, when he fights Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya, to activate it. Of course, leave everything behind. Gong Yi also wanted to see how powerful the Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was in front of him. Without using the power of 10 tails, how far away would I be from myself? Well, today's Nagato seems to be able to help me through this confusion. Sage mode has already been opened, and the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates at this moment, Gong Yi does not retreat and advance, the same punch is thrown. This punch may seem ordinary, but its power is terrible. This is a punch that Gong Yi really injected into his own power. He will take a good look today to see how this Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, compares to himself. The roaring sound of breaking through the air continued, and the surrounding winds around the fist of Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, in front of him were chaotic. With Gong Yi's punch, he could vaguely see that the surrounding air was beginning to distort, as if he was about to break through the void. But at this moment from a distance, Gong Yi's fist is completely out of proportion to Gedo Mazo's, demonic statue of the outer path, fist. Just like the duel between ants and elephants, it makes people feel that there is no intersection between the two at all. Hokage. At this time, at the moment when the two have already fought, Jiraiya also dodged. His complexion was already pale, and now he was stunned there again. Jiraiya's eyes swept across Konan, who had fainted, swept over the current Gong Yi, and finally settled on Nagato. How could this be? His face turned instantly. It became ugly. Jiraiya couldn't imagine that Nagato in front of him would be his own disciple. Because no matter how he thought about it, it was difficult to associate Nagato standing on Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, with the child he knew. This bony man with dark Yuhi hair looked like a terminally ill patient. Could it be because of overloaded use of Rinnegan? Jiraiya began to guess gradually, and his brows tightened even more. Because this is invisible, it also matches what Gong Yi just said to himself. Nagato, by himself, is really secretly controlling the 6 pains behind the scenes. And now what he looks like is obviously the side effects caused by the long-term use of Rinnegan's power. I can't tell if it's sad, or it's a bit unacceptable. In short, Jiraiya's face at the moment showed an unspeakable complexity. He couldn't believe that what he saw today was actually true. To be so willing to fall for that unrealistic thing. Fists were clenched, and Jiraiya's eyes were full of disappointment. Nagato, you really have walked into an abyss that cannot be saved. Chapter 721. Recognize your own power. 9th more. While Jiraiya is still here, Gongyi and Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, have collided with each other. Two completely disproportionate, and let people feel the fist of discord, immediately. Stagnated in midair. With Geto Mazo's demonic statue of the outer path, giant punch, Gongyi's blow was very small. Normal people can understand that this is a completely unequal duel. Just when someone thought of this, it was not the case. Boom! The next second, the sky and the earth shook. An invisible shock wave burst out from the fists of Gongyi and Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Out! They all started to spread around, hanging out at an extremely fast speed. This rippling coercion, like a tyrannical force, destroys the earth once again. Countless rubble scattered all around in an instant, and Jiraiya, biting Kiba here, couldn't help but retreat again. Hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of meters were all affected one after another. And Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, in front of Gongyi, it also began to retract its arms. There was only Gongyi all around, and he was still there, standing still, unaffected in the slightest. The blue steam of the 8 inner gates burst out, enveloping Gongyi inside. Now the people outside can't see at all what kind of expression he has. However, through the confrontation between the two just now, it is clear at a glance which is stronger and which is weaker. The huge Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, it can't compete with Gongyi at all. How is this possible? Nagato stood above the head of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, looking at everything just now, with shock on his face. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, that's the 10 tails husk. And for now, it's absorbing the chakra power of so many tailed beasts. Therefore, how powerful it is, how could Nagato not know not to see that it has not been fully resurrected, and has not transformed into a real 10 tails. However, the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, so far is enough to stop the entire ninja continent. It's impossible for any ninja to stop it. But now, the attack of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, just now was easily resisted by the 5 generations of Hokage in front of him. It should be said that Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is in turn passive. Of the pair of fists just now, it wasn't Gongyi who suffered the loss. It was me. Alright, it seems that the rumored Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is not too tyrannical. Standing below, Gongyi curled his lips into a smile. He slowly retracted his arm and couldn't help muttering to himself. Through just a simple confrontation, Gongyi also roughly guessed the true power of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. I saw that at this moment, it was like, on the top of the dead wood, there were dense cracks all over it. Obviously, this punch, for the damage it creates, is very huge. Well, Gongyi didn't think at this moment that he could smash the head of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, in an instant. That's an impossible thing. From the very beginning, Gongyi. No, the outer shell is not as fragile as it looks. In fact, as the body of 10 tails, it is very sturdy, and it is not easy for ordinary people to touch. Even if Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is standing here at this moment and asking you to attack, there is a good chance that it will not be able to shake it. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands of ninjas, and it is very difficult for them to give Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, the body and destroy it like Gongyi's punch. It seems that the master has acquired the power of 10 tails, and the enhancement of his normal state has been upgraded to a qualitative leap. Gongyi looked down at his palm. There was no damage at all, and it was still extremely clean. This simple confrontation just now looked very ordinary in the eyes of ordinary people. But only Gongyi knows, that's not the case. It is estimated that if I put it before, I have not become a 10 tails Jinchuriki column force. Although it is possible to take a blow like Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, it is not very comfortable. But now it's different, he doesn't seem to have any influence at all, instead he has caused Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, a lot of damage. Unconsciously, Gong Yi has begun to realize that he underestimated the power of 10 tails. It brings to me seem not to be the ones I realize. Well, after this blow just now, Gong Yi has a better understanding of his own power. Who? Gong Yi looked up at Nagato standing above the head of Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and sneered, "It seems that your so-called divine power is not that strong." Really? At this time, Nagato, who had come to his senses from the horror before, had a frosty expression on his face. To say that he already had the idea of killing Gong Yi before, now Nagato has decided. No matter what, he will kill the 5th Hokage of this Konoha village. He is a little too strong, and Nagato seems a little unpredictable. Before, he still had confidence and could easily obliterate the 5 generations of Hokage in front of him. It's going to work, but he doesn't continue to think so. Because he felt that all this was not what he thought at all. Mind, Nagato's face showed endless killing intent towards Gong Yi. Today, Gong Yi must not be allowed to leave, it will definitely be a nuisance for raising tigers in the future. He naturally didn't know that Gong Yi came here today to kill him, and Nagato couldn't help but think a lot. Next second. When Nagato seemed to have made a decision, he immediately imprint with both hands. "Death to me, you disgusting mortal." As Nagato's voice just fell, his whole face seemed to pale a lot. And that very thin body, at this moment, slumped again. The just straight waist seemed to be bent a lot, and the pair of Rinnegan surged with endless power. Was shocking enough to amaze everyone. There was a loud rumbling sound, and while Nagato was frantically gathering chakra, Geto-Mazo's demonic statue of the outer path fist, which had just been cracked, had recovered. And its eyes began to slowly open. 1, 2, 3. Until the 6th one was opened, the mouth that was just closed immediately open. Roar. An earth-shattering roar came out, and an invisible force rippled out and swept all around. Everything that just stopped, they were scraped and flew to both sides again. The entire 10,000 miles, only Gong Yi stood still and stood there quietly. Boom, boom. 2 huge arms slap the ground and Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, it starts to stand up. Had only a half body just now, and now long legs of dead wood began to appear under it. Bird, Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is like a demon crawling out of hell, with his entire lower body appearing underground. This moment, the entire complete form completely appeared in front of Gong Yi's eyes. Chapter 722. Jiraiya's Shame, 10th more. Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, has stood up. It is huge, like a giant standing in the sky. Whole body is still like dead wood, but from a distance, it looks like it is wearing a huge wooden robe. The 6 open eyes are now looking at Gong Yi, Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, with a ferocious face, making everyone tremble with fear. Omegakers who were staying outside the Omegakure village all began to fall to the ground. His face was pale and his back was wet with cold sweat. Looking at the towering Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, in front of them, they were completely messed up by this sweeping coercion. The whole area of Omegakure village seemed to be in a panic. Especially in the surrounding jungle, those birds and beasts all began to tremble, not daring to move. Even if there are enough deadly natural enemies beside them, the same is true. The power of Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, has been like an invisible towering mountain, pressing down on everyone's back. Strange monster. Pointing ahead, one of the Omegakure village genin kept retreating. What the hell? What kind of thing is this? Omegakure Jonin on the other side, with his mouth wide open, also stared at Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Captain, let's get out of here. It's so terrifying, I feel like the whole person is going to die. Quote. At this time, the ninjas of Omegakure village one after another were running towards the back. By the time Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was fully revealed, their minds would have gone blank. What Lord Pain, what God, what this and that thing, they have long since left behind. At the moment was to get out of here. Although every ninja in a Megakure village knew that the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, in front of them was not aimed at them. However, now every ninja in a Megakure village just looks at him, enough to feel a kind of heart, the feeling of being killed. That's the horror of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and that's the horror of being a Ten Tails. Just the sight of these ninjas is enough to scare them. Although Gong Yi is not afraid of it at all. But it doesn't mean the rest, they are all the same as Gong Yi. Given the conventional tailed beasts, they were already very shaken and frightened. Not to mention, the Ten Tails body in full form now, that's all the more so. The violence, despair, killing, darkness, etc. released from it, breath, made a group of ninjas not only uncomfortable. If it goes on like this for a while, they feel that it will all happen immediately. Inner riot, and then kill each other and die. This kind of thing is also Rinnegan's. Jiraiya, who has left the area of a Megakure village, is also staring straight ahead. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, gave Jiraiya, and it was equally as shocking as the rest. Gong Yi didn't tell Jiraiya about the outsiders. At the same time, about the secret of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, Jiraiya doesn't even know. Today, it should be the first time Jiraiya sees Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, the Ten Tails husk. Eyes were dazed, his face was pale, and Jiraiya's heart was gloomy. Even though it was him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. It seems that such a power made him unconsciously reveal an irresistible feeling. Rinnegan really deserves to be the legendary pupil technique, and can actually create so many magical ninjutsu. Jiraiya was amazed inwardly and had to admit one thing. Well, without Gong Yi today, it seems that he would not even have the chance to leave. Carefully recalling the original events in her mind, Jiraiya was even a little bit overwhelmed. Bragging sarcasm. At the beginning, he even patted the chest with the 5th generation Hokage to assure that there would be absolutely no problem, and no one would be able to leave him. Now when he thinks of this, Jiraiya feels yuhi on his face, and feels very embarrassed. This kind of thing, like a frog in a well made Jiraiya, feel a little bit of shame. My own strength is still too weak, and it is far from being able to touch the core that Gong Yi understands. Hehe, it seems that this is your confidence. At the same time, Gong Yi, who was standing still in the field, smiled and said lightly. Now the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, in front of him is already huge, and Gong Yi is really standing underneath like an ant at the moment. The huge body covered the moonlight, and in the whole dark night, it was like a demon crawling out of hell, making people feel so terrifying. The power of God is always beyond your comprehension. The weak Nagato lowered his head and looked at Gong Yi below. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is dozens of stories high, and Nagato looks down at him like a small black spot. However, as far as Rinnegan's pupil power is concerned, Nagato can still see him clearly. If this is the power of God, I really can't agree. Shaking his head and looking at Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, Gong Yi smiled sarcastically, because it's not enough for me. But it's not enough. If you don't experience despair, you won't recognize mistakes if you are arrogant. Nagato immediately at this time didn't put his hand down, just listened to him immediately. Shouted, Outlaw Chakralong. Hula. At this time, Nagato's voice just fell, and Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, spoke immediately. Spit out pieces of blue chakra. 3 They gushed endlessly, like a mass, and began to continuously condense in the air. Immediately afterwards, a blue dragon can be seen, and it has appeared. A pair of yuhi-colored eyes glowed brightly, and after circling in the air, it immediately turned towards Gong Yi. Dive down. If this is your trump card, then I'm really a little disappointed. Gong Yi raised his head and watched the blue chakra swooping down. Was still no negative emotion on his handsome face. It seems that no matter what it is, Gong Yi can't show any fear now. Ninjutsu is a form of chakra created by Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Once a normal ninja is touched by this giant dragon, the chakra all over his body will immediately. If the light is absorbed, the whole person will die instantly. Looking up at the chakra dragon that has come before him, Gong Yi's mind has long been about its abilities. Clearly remember that Nagato should have been used in front of Hanzo of the Salamander, killing many of his ninjas. However, this thing may have a miraculous effect on ordinary ninjas, but for me, it is just a waste of chakra. Senpo, Sage Art Xuanwang Big Hand. One-handed seal, Gong Yi whispered. I made up for yesterday's work. I am exhausted. I took a break to read the underlined version of the novel, IP. Chapter 723. Battle the Full-Body Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Senpo, Sage Art Xuanwang Big Hand. Gong Yi's voice just fell, and the towering giant palm appeared behind him. A palm suppresses all things, blocks space, and makes people unable to escape. With a sharp sound, it seemed to be about to destroy everything in the world in the palm of its hand. At the moment of lightning, when the blue chakra dragon spit out from the outsider swooped and fell, the big hand of Xuanwang fell violently with an unstoppable. Unstoppable at all. When this blue chakra dragon didn't even react, the big black-yellow hand had already come to the top of it. Boom! When it fell, an earth-shattering voice resounded through the sky, echoing around. And the chakra dragon just now was shot and collapsed in an instant, and everything that was smashed disappeared. Just breathing, Gong Yi didn't leave here, so Nagato's outsider ninjutsu was destroyed again. Okay, let's end this boring fight quickly. At this time, when all the dust came to an end, Gong Yi did not let go of Lin's hand. At this moment, he quietly looked at the long gate above, and outlined a smile. It seems that this has been a long-lasting battle, and it has also drained Gong Yi's patience. Although it hasn't really been a long time now, it has been a long time for Gong Yi. Now that he has a preliminary understanding of his current strength, he decided to end the battle immediately. Rid of Nagato first, so as to prevent the knight from dreaming too much, and then my plan will be deviated. Thinking of this, Gong Yi immediately. Drink lightly. Senpo, Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. Om. A chakra power of Sage Art exclusively for Gong Yi, and they gushes out wildly. Immediately afterwards, the ground of the entire Omegakure village began to shake at the foot of Gong Yi, at the foot of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. The next second was the power of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking, and all the gravel began to rise gradually. Terrifying than the Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, that Nagato just released, they rise extremely fast. And everything on the ground, they are gradually converging. A loud bang came out, and the ground beneath Gong Yi's feet sank into a few meters again, turning into an even more terrifying deep pit. When Gong Yi released this ninjutsu, he was so powerful that it seemed like he was going to tear down the entire Omegakure village. Didn't take long, they started to condense behind Gong Yi. Inorganic reincarnation, the transformation of lifeless things can be endowed with short-lived life force. Hurrah! At this time, the ninjas of Omegakure village who had not had time to leave, couldn't help but exclaimed again. Even his Jiraiya, his eyes widened, couldn't help showing a kind of disbelief. I saw that behind Gong Yi at this moment, the countless numbers had formed a towering giant. And the entire Omegakure village was turned into a deep pit and was deprived of it. Those rubble seems to be alive, not intertwined. The loud noise of bang bang kept coming out, and they began to combine together. Pieces of rubble, they spread upward, forming a very surprising sight. As time passed, the entire body of the giant appeared, the arms appeared, the head appeared. In just a moment, a huge stone giant, fully formed. It looked extremely strong, standing tall, and Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, face to face. Now the stone giant made by Gong Yi, it is not weaker than Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. No matter what size, no matter how tall, no matter what it is. All of them can stand up against each other, even a little bit suppressed. Shocking, majestic, amazing enough. Everything you have is in vain. Looking at the giant stone giant standing in front of him, Nagato snorted immediately. Hand seal again. Outlaw chains. Now that Gong Yi wants to end the fight quickly, Nagato still does. And now Nagato, he is more urgent than Gong Yi. Because of this skill, the amount of chakra or vitality he consumes is huge. If it continues like this, then it is very likely that what awaits you is death. Well, so Nagato wants to end this battle quickly, rather than drag it out here forever. The situation after that will only make Nagato gradually become passive. Gong Yi in front of him to not be killed, but to be devoured by Rinnegan first and die. If such an ending really happened, it would be too much of a joke. Self-proclaimed God himself, if the curtain ends in this way, is completely unacceptable to him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chains spit out from the mouth of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and they all start heading towards the stone giant. Can be vaguely perceived that these dozens of chains also carry the power of sealing. Nagato, you are still so innocent. Looking at Nagato who wanted to take the lead in defeating the giant of stone, Gong Yi shook his head and sneered. The next second, he immediately dodged, and when he appeared, he had already arrived at the top of the stone giant's head. At this moment, the two looked at each other from a distance and could clearly see each other. Whether it is Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, or the stone giants, they are all very tall. Can be felt that there are still clouds floating around. And the moon is fixed on the head, and it shines with a long white glow. The final confrontation seems to be on the verge of breaking out. Swish swish chains with the sound of breaking the sky, they have come to the front. Golden escape armor. But, in an instant, Gong Yi immediately. Raise your hand towards the front and drink lightly. With a hum, a dazzling golden light burst out immediately. That had just been darkened was once again bathed in a golden ocean. Everyone who is watching the game, they are all holding their breath in the distance, watching all this in the field. A golden light, it was ready to appear between Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and the stone giant. Immediately afterwards, you can see that they are actually immediately shrouded in the body of the giant stone. Soon, when the illusory flying light dissipated, they all condensed into solid golden armor. Like a huge golden warrior, like a general Guy wins. The armor like Susanoo completely covers the giant of stone. After the mask of the armor was closed, the pair of Yuhi eyes of the stone giant shone brightly. Today, it seems to have completely changed its momentum, making people feel extremely oppressive. Ding ding dang 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 dang. After the golden dung armor covered the stone giant's body, a crisp sound came out. Dozens of chains spit out from the mouth of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, all of which hit it. Sparks appeared one after another, and then flew out obliquely, without any effect at all. Chapter 724. Golden Sword and Chains, 2nd. Today is your day of death, Nagato. Gong Yi's face was indifferent, quietly looking at Nagato in front of him. In golden armor stands between heaven and earth, and the terrifying chakra has already condensed into substance. Just because it is standing here at the moment, a suppressed power has spread around, making people feel almost suffocating. Nagato's Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, attack, although seemingly fierce, didn't hurt Gong Yi at all. The outlandish chains just now were bounced off by the armor transformed by Jin Dun. It is still beautifully gilded, with golden brilliance blooming, without the slightest scar. What? There is no white mark. Enough to see that the chain of the outsider just now seems to be impossible, and there is no threat to it. Don't be arrogant. The end of arrogance is usually very miserable. Seeing this scene, Nagato let out a frantic shout. His thin hands were immediately on his chest at the moment. When combined, the entire dozens of outlandish chains in front of it began to bloom with blue chakra rays. They seemed to have come alive just now, and they were all wrapped up by the power of chakra. Suddenly, a very terrifying force burst out at this moment. Gong Yi's appearance at this moment, Nagato can endure it again. Now that we have reached a situation where either you will die or I will die, Nagato has no reservations at all. This will be Kung Fu. I saw Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, immediately. Spit out dozens of chains in his mouth. Seems to have chains of life, and they are constantly intertwined, forming a kind of scepter with each other. However, its appearance is very strange, and the whole body is made of twisted chains. Om. In the hands of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, the chakra that wraps it is even more cathartic and soars into the sky. Nagato's Rinnegan stared round at this moment. Obviously he was also suffering some kind of pain. How can the power of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, be so useful, and it is difficult to drive it without a corresponding price? Humph. With a cold snort, Gong Yi's face showed disdain. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, holding a chain scepter in front of him, he immediately. One-handed printing. Senpo, Sage Art Golden Shield Transformation Sword. A ray of light blooms into the sky, and the infinite comes in a mighty manner, the same as when it was transformed into an armor before. When the dazzling golden light had dissipated, the stone giant was already holding a golden long sword in his hand. It is full of brilliance, and there are dense patterns on it, and a sharp and unstoppable sense of sharpness permeates it. The golden sword of the current stone giant is not inferior to the chain scepter in the hands of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Phew! At this moment, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, at the foot of Nagato waved his chain scepter and smashed it towards Gong Yi in front of him. When the golden light appeared, Nagato issued an attack order. He didn't have any mood to wait for Gong Yi to finish his ninjutsu release. However, the golden long sword was condensed, and no time was wasted at all. When the attack of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, came, the stone giant's hand holding the golden long sword also immediately lifted. It also did not retreat, but advanced and attacked back. Two giants, their size is amazing, and now they start to fight. It seems to be very fast, but because of their size, it is not as fast as a real human fight. The sound of the wind whistling on both sides of their arms resounded all around, and they were about to collide. Next second, the golden long sword and the silver-colored chain scepter have already counteracted. It was almost silent at first, and then two bursts of violent coercion that reached the ultimate appeared sweetly. A bang, a powerful shock wave swept out again between the two. The stone giant at Gong Yi's feet, the long sword in its hand glows with golden brilliance, dyeing half of the gloomy sky golden. And the chain scepter in the hands of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, the blue chakra that wraps it is also a crazy catharsis, constantly bursting with light spots. The collision of the two is like a confrontation between heaven and earth. Under this crazy confrontation, the golden sword of the giant stone began to gradually gain the upper hand. The blue chakra around it began to dissipate, and the chains on it also showed a slight crack. Subsequently, the crack continued to spread, and soon penetrated the entire chain. Damn! Nagato glared at a pair of Rinnegan, and he bit Kiba immediately. Back kick is selected. The gigantic Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, let out a release, and the Dangdangadang stepped back a few steps before stopping. Now the chain scepter in its hand is very damaged, and it can no longer be used easily. Just one blow, he actually fell behind again. How could you? Gong Yi's body in front of him, there seems to be a power that he is familiar with, and Nagato can't believe it. Split second, he felt the same power that belonged to Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. However, Nagato couldn't believe it. After all, under the current situation, how could the 5 generations of Hokage in front of me have such a level? Although he is very strong, there is no mistake, but Nagato can't believe that he will be involved with Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, what relationship. At present, the power of 10 tails, Nagato has not been resurrected, naturally it is not clear. He could know was the power that belonged to Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. So now, he mistook the 10 tails power that was venting a little bit of Gong Yi's body as the power of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Hee, don't you think your words? It seems a little too much. Gong Yi stood on the top of the stone giant's head, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Right now, he doesn't have any mood at all, so he will chat with Nagato on topics that he doesn't need. Phew, just as Gong Yi's voice fell, the stone giant under his feet held the golden long sword in his hand and crashed down toward Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, again. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. To be able to easily resolve this war, Gong Yi doesn't want to spend a lot of time and waste too many means. Especially for the current Nagato, he seems to have discovered something. But so what? I got the power of 10 tails, and I can turn on the 6 paths mode perfectly. Didn't deliberately hide it. The reason why I haven't used it is because I want to wait until the time to deal with Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya. There seems to be no one in this ninja continent who can truly use such power. Even Nagato, he is still the same. In the blink of an eye, the golden long sword burst into light, and once again it is about to fall in front of Nagato. Chapter 725. Anti-Psychic Backlash, Third More. Suddenly fell with an unstoppable force. The whistling sound is endless, and the sharpness of the air is like cutting everything. Everything in front of it seems to be unable to stop it at this moment. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Jiraiya in the distance looked up, his face had long since turned pale. Such a large-scale ninjutsu, the deterrent to people, is too strong. Even the well-informed Jiraiya couldn't help swallowing. Looking at the towering stone giant, looking at the golden long sword in his hand. Between heaven and earth, it seems that there is only one seam left. The rest have all been eclipsed long ago, making it impossible for people to pay attention. Is that the 5th Hokage of Konoha village? His power, how could this be something a ninja could possess? Master Pain, who is called God, has he started to fall into a disadvantage? Other hand, when Jiraiya was shocked, the group of ninjas from a Megakure village, one of the few left, were equally astonished. The scene in front of them was earth-shattering and shocking enough to become their lingering nightmare for the rest of their lives. Who would rumble every step of the way made their hearts sink to the bottom of the valley long ago. This is a desperate and irresistible situation, which makes them unable to raise any point of resistance. Look closely, the giant stone giant under Gong Yi's feet now looks like an ordinary golden sword, but it contains terrifying power. Although it is very far away, it is still enough to make the scalp tingle and tremble all over. Meanwhile, on the field. Still here, the crowds around were stunned, but Nagato didn't stop anywhere when their faces were stunned. Now his hands are still folded in front of his chest, and he has never put them down. Seeing Gong Yi unleash a savage attack, his Rinnegan keeps unleashing power. Next second, he drives Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, immediately. He swung the chain scepter out with his backhand to block Gong Yi's golden longsword. Taking offense as defense, Nagato doesn't want to retreat at all now. Although I have to admit that Gong Yi's strength is terrifying, Nagato is still stubborn. After possessing the eyes of an immortal, he never thought that anyone else could really kill himself. Although he has already begun to enter the disadvantage, Nagato is still reluctant to believe it. He felt that the final victor was still only himself. Boom! The next moment, the giant of stone and Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, faced off again. The earth-shaking scene is still there, but this is not the way it was before. I saw the chain in the hands of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. It shattered immediately, turned into pieces, and kept falling below. Immediately afterwards, the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, body and arms began to have cracks, and then Nagato didn't have any time to react at all. The golden long sword held by the stone giant has instantly cut off the entire arm of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Was a rumbling sound, and the dead wood-like arm of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of smoke. Break me. Standing on the top of the stone giant's head, Gong Yi's face was calm, and he immediately shouted when he made a seal with one hand. Taking advantage of the current opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, stay here. One stepped forward, and quickly slashed out again. The speed of the stone giant was very fast. Almost Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, doesn't move anymore, it just immediately completely cut Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, in half. A roar of anger appeared, and it seemed to be attacking with a shock wave, and the invisible power rippled, circle after circle. At this moment, the dark and heavy clouds above were all washed away, revealing a space of several kilometers. Course, waiting for Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, immediately. Outbreak and then another battle with the stone giant did not appear. I saw it bang, immediately. Dissipated and turned into a white smoke. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is the body of the 10 tails, and although it seems to be destroyed now, it is not endangered at all. This moment, it's just an instant. Unlock the spirit and return to the moon. And in the years to come, it can use the power of the tail beast in its body to automatically recover. Basically, it won't take long for it to return to the way it was before. Well, the resilience of the tailed beast is terrifying, and the resilience of this Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is even more pervert. Of course, Gong Yi didn't care too much about these things. Right now, all he is concerned about is Nagato, who has fallen behind. Poof. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, suddenly went back in reverse channeling, and the backlash against Nagato was also very large. He immediately spit out a mouthful of blood, and then the whole person became even more sluggish, and at the same time his face was pale and frightening. Apparently he was dying, making people feel like an old man like the setting sun. Even his dark Yuhi-colored hair started to turn white. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, has just been forcibly summoned, and the load on him is also very large. Asking for trouble. Gong Yi looked down at Nagato below, a mocking sneer on his face. Rinnegan and Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, their powers are powerful, but how can they be so useful even though Nagato, such power, will only be a double-edged sword. It is bringing him the power of a real god, but it is also depriving him of his life with greed. Everything today, Gong Yi doesn't even shoot anymore, Nagato is already dead. However, even though he came here today, it is naturally impossible to let him go. People are very crazy before they die. Once Nagato is released, it will be an endless disaster. Especially if he doesn't kill Nagato now, his future plans will not be able to proceed smoothly. As the most important part of it, Nagato has to die today. Since he wants peace in the ninja world, he can only sacrifice it. Thinking of this, the eyes of Yuhi, the giant of stone at the feet of Gong Yi, shone with light. It's immediate. Step forward, and step on the long gate below. The huge size obscured the sky and the sun, and in an instant Nagato, who was panting heavily, felt that his head was black. He looked up and saw that the stone giant had stepped on it. If this kick really fell, then Nagato would instantly become slushy. Who was silent at the moment, did not have the slightest emotion at all, instead his face showed an indifferent calm. Hands, Nagato's sunken cheek immediately. Shout out, Shinra Tensei, almighty push, levy. Only a few chakras in the body, and Rinnegan's power madly vents explosive power. A meaning of rejection, with Nagato as the center, immediately spread out all around. Chapter 726. The Death of Nagato. The foot of Gong Yi's stone giant was about to fall, immediately stagnated in midair. The surrounding of Nagato is now like an invisible semicircular barrier. Everything in it began to be rejected. The same way, the giant stone giant that wanted to fall was stuck there. Now it seems to be stepping on a transparent barrier. Naive. Gong Yi stood still on the top of the stone giant's head, quietly watching the Nagato gate below. Om! A chakra power burst out, and the stone giant gradually began to increase its power. The crisp sound of clack clack came out, and it seemed that cracks began to appear under its feet. And Nagato stared at Rinnegan. He bit Kiba and raised his hands, quietly looking up at the front. Of outsiders, the two seem to be restraining each other, and both are in a balanced confrontation. But that's not the case. Nagato has already begun. I was forced to the point of nowhere. He can rely on all the power, and it seems that nothing works for Gong Yi. Here. Konan, who had just fainted, slowly opened her eyes. When consciousness gradually returned, she immediately. He abruptly sat up and looked forward. Nagato. Konan's face is not good now, but immediately after seeing the battle between the two. Paler. Looking at the scene, the situation has begun to be desperate, and Konan doesn't know it yet, and it seems that the two of them are about to decide the outcome. Nagato's appearance made Konan's heart tighten. As the one who accompanies Nagato next to her, there is no one who knows that Nagato has overdrawn a lot of vitality at this moment. If you go on like this, you will really die. Konan stood up forcibly and began to condense the chakra in his body. The fight with Gong Yi just now, her consumption was actually very large. Don't think it's just a few ninjutsu skills, but all of them are Konan's strongest trump card. Now that all of them are used, the consumption for her is also not small. Of course, Konan doesn't care too much now, but is also forcibly restoring chakra. Boom! There was a wave of aftermath from the battlefield between the two in front, and violent smoke was once again swept away. Nagato's Shinra Tensei Almighty Push is very strong, but still can't resist the trampling of stone giants. A huge pit appeared, and Nagato had already retreated to a position of several kilometers. Nagato was gasping for breath, his complexion was extremely pale now, and his entire body seemed to be collapsed. Of vitality and the depletion of chakra made Nagato's state not as good as before. Even before, Nagato's condition wasn't much better. So not to mention that now, he is even more uncomfortable. Especially Gong Yi's attack has no gaps at all, it's just uninterrupted. He didn't even have time to let Nagato catch his breath. The sound of rumbling came, which would make the stone giant start the second round of attack. Bansho Tenon Universal Pull. Already thousands of meters away, Nagato started raising his hand to the other side. Although the distance seems to be far away now, it is only 2 or 3 steps away from the giant of stone. With a hum, the countless gravels in front of them all began to be attracted by Nagato. Countless construction wastes are coming here in pieces. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push Expedition. When he was not far from Nagato, he immediately drink again. With a hum, all the ruins slammed towards the giant stone in front. Whoosh whoosh, the sleeves immediately. A flick, dozens of sharp black chakra sticks were mixed in. With such a series of attacks, Nagato naturally knew that he couldn't kill it. But Nagato's purpose is nothing more than, I want to delay the pace of the giant stone under Gong Yi's feet for a while. Okay, it's almost there. Standing on top of the towering stone giant, Gong Yi's terrifying sense of consciousness still spread. He knew that Konan had woken up, and that Nagato was now exhausted. As long as he was killed and Konan took him away, it would be logical. Well, I left a lot of troubles in my future. With his thoughts here, Gongyi has begun to no longer hesitate. The stone giant in front was extremely violent, as if he had entered a state of madness in an instant. It was still walking just now, but now it actually started to run. There was a rumbling sound all around, and the entire Omegakure village seemed to be shaken by an earthquake. Damn! Nagato watched the sudden change of the giant stone. He couldn't help biting Kiba and cursed. 5 Hokage, this is not over yet. Hee, that's just your wishful thinking. Standing on top of the running stone giant, Gongyi had a strange smile on his face. After all the rubble that had been repelled by Shinra Tensei, almighty push, were smashed, the violent stone giant actually stopped. At this moment Nagato, he was completely puzzled. How could everything be like this, PFF'd. Before Nagato finished speaking, a muffled sound came out. He only felt a chill in his chest, and then there was endless pain. A pair of Rinnegan's widened. Nagato looked down and saw that a golden long sword had pierced through him at some point. Its razor-sharp blade bloomed with cold light, and still on it, the blood of the orangutan Yuhi was flowing. Drop by drop, it began to continuously drip onto the ground at the tip of its sword. Nagato seemed to sense that everything was slowing down. In my mind, even fewer began to keep popping up memories of my childhood. Yahiko, meeting Konan, meeting Jiraiya. At this time, Nagato seemed to feel an unprecedented relaxation. It seems that being able to die now is a relief for him. A smile gradually appeared on his face. 5 generations of Hokage, you are really strong. You want peace in the ninja world, and I will help you with this matter. And the price of all this is to be borne by your death. An indifferent voice came out, echoing in Nagato's ears. I don't know when. Standing behind Nagato, Gongyi slowly drew out the Jin-dun longsword. The current Gongyi did not make Nagato die ugly, but gave him a decent way to die. After all, he was just a poor man blinded by powerful forces and finally designed by outsiders. For such a tragic character, Gongyi respects in his heart, but does not have the slightest pity. Because he is his own enemy. Is that so? Hearing what Gongyi said, Nagato slowly closed his eyes and smiled even more. Puff! Fell to the ground weakly. Nagato's breathing gradually weakened at this moment. But he seems to feel that he hasn't relaxed like this for a long time. Chapter 727. Konan's Hatred. Nagato. Konan, who was about to dodge to support Nagato just now, was instantly in shape. A stagnation. Konan showed a face that seemed unacceptable, staring blankly ahead. She couldn't believe that what she saw in front of her eyes was actually true. A pair of eyes began to empty, and her mind was even more blank. Konan seems to have forgotten that this is a battlefield, and seems to have forgotten that this is a very dangerous place. Even the existence of Gongyi and others are still standing in front, and Konan doesn't care at all. At this moment, it is more difficult for her to imagine that even Nagato, who owns Rinnegan, actually died at the hands of Hokage, the 5th generation of Konoha village. Yahiko died, and now Nagato is also dead, and the 3 of them have been left alone since they were young. Once Yahiko's dream, and Nagato continue here. Then what can I do when Nagato is dead? Whether it is Nagato or Yahiko, the will of the 2 of them cannot be fulfilled by myself. And, now that Nagato has died so vaguely, Konan's heart is filled with endless stinging pain. Who would have known Nagato did this at the beginning? It belonged to the abyss completely. But Konan was still willing to support, and stayed behind him in obscurity. But all this when Nagato dies, then immediately collapsed. Konan's face gradually turned, angry. Front of the initiator of all this, there is only one person. Konoha village 5 generations Hokage Gongyi. When thinking of this, Konan also immediately looked forward and shouted, "Bastard, stop me!" Front. The stone giant has now collapsed, and Gongyi is standing in front of Nagato. He was ready to bend down, showing the appearance that he was about to win Nagato Rinnegan. But in the next second, a piece of white paper immediately flew around and surrounded him. Konan, whose face was already frosty, flashed as fast as she could. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. Before Gong Yi's waist could be bent, Konan came to the rear with Nagato's body. Into pieces of white paper, they began to wrap continuously. While Nagato's entire body was completely sealed. As long as I'm here, you won't succeed. With endless hatred in his eyes, Konan stared at Gong Yi in front of him. Still, Gong Yi, who kept his movements just now, showed a faint smile on his face. He shrugged and looked at Konan. It's a quick move, it looks like I should get rid of you first. It's a pity you didn't kill me first. It's not too late to kill you now. Then try it. Hearing this, Konan spoke in a cold voice, and the whole person seemed to have no fear at all. The person who is most important to me, Konan, is now very free and easy. Her frosty face was incomparably indifferent, it seemed to be very calm, and there were no waves. It seemed that even if she really died, she would not feel any fear at all. Konan was thinking about right now was nothing but protect Nagato's Rinnegan. Having been by Nagato's side for so long, how could she not understand Rinnegan, who has the same eyes as the Six Paths Sage? For this pair of powerful pupils is very tempting to the people of the entire ninja world. Hokage in front of him, no matter who it is, it seems impossible to avoid the commonplace. Actions just now were already exposed in Konan's eyes. Konan didn't know what Gong Yi's real purpose was, she only felt that Gong Yi wanted to take away Nagato's Rinnegan. Hokage. At this time, wait, Gong Yi went to start again, and a voice came. Gong Yi turned his head to the side, a white-haired man came to him. It was Jiraiya. He looked so complicated at the moment that he didn't seem to know how to describe it. My heart was very uncomfortable, but suddenly I felt that the stone that was pressing on my heart disappeared. Jiraiya really has mixed feelings about Nagato's death. No matter what, the child in front of him was also growing up a little bit at the beginning. However, his existence does not always threaten everyone in the ninja world continent. Now that he is dead, it is the best ending for everyone. Jiraiya, what do you want to do? Gong Yi naturally did not show anything, but asked Jiraiya with a frown. The purpose of his coming here is obvious, and of course, it is exactly what Gong Yi meant. Use him now as a breakthrough so that Konan can also leave naturally. If he really let her go so easily, then all the fools would know that there must be a deceit. Especially after Uchiha Obito was killing Konan and taking Rinnegan. Invisibly, he will be regarded as Uchiha Obito's accomplice. This will be different, and now with Jiraiya inserted in the middle, the nature is completely different. Well, what Gong Yi is thinking of now, is indeed what Jiraiya is thinking now. Was enough to see Nagato die. In all fairness, as their teacher, Konan now wants to let him go. But invisibly, if Konan leaves, it will actually be a very serious threat to Konoha village. After all, the one who killed Nagato was Hokage Gong Yi, the 5th generation, who now controls Konoha village. Hate is such a continual negativity, it will not stop, nor will it go away. Unless can really cut the weeds. But now Jiraiya is exactly here. Konan is his own disciple and the only one who is alive at the end. In private, Jiraiya wants to beg Gong Yi to let Konan go. You Gong, now Konan is Akatsuki's person, then he is the enemy of the entire ninja continent. Now that the Konoha village has killed Nagato, then Konan is even more of a scourge for the Konoha village. Therefore, the one who should be killed is actually Konan. With a gloomy expression on his face, Jiraiya doesn't know how to speak. Actually, I came here today, Jiraiya just wanted to get some information about Akatsuki next. But I didn't expect that it would turn into such a situation now. Although I made up my mind before, I am going to clean up the portal and get rid of them all. But when this is the case, Jiraiya is still unacceptable. Hokage, I think we should take her back to Konoha village first, and then decide. Jiraiya thought about it for a while, and seemed to think this was the best way. First imprison Conan, don't let go, don't kill him. So far, apart from this, there is no good way to solve it. However, how can Gong Yi now let Jiraiya destroy his plan? It is obviously impossible. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push the latest chapter Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network and LT. Chapter 728. In the name of Uchiha Madara. Retrieve Konoha village first, and then decide. Hearing Jiraiya finish speaking, a strange look appeared on Gong Yi's face. Silent for half a second, Gong Yi sneered. Everyone is selfish, Jiraiya, you are the same. The guy in front of you now, she is no longer your disciple. Gong Yi stared at Conan and continued, she is a member of Akatsuki, an enemy of the ninja world, and an enemy of our Konoha village. Now such a guy, you want to bring her back to the village of Konoha. Shaking his head, Gong Yi vetoed without hesitation, this is absolutely impossible. Fire. Don't you know now that bringing her back to the village will have only endless disadvantages and no benefits at all? Not listening to Jiraiya at all, Gong Yi pretended to have a questioning face of Mu Yang. If she is really brought back, once she is taken out of control, the entire Konoha village will be completely passive, and may even be given to her. Destroy. Don't forget, your disciple, her ability is very difficult to handle. I have received news that her secret technique can even be turned into paper and completely disintegrate her body immediately. A memory on his face, Gong Yi revealed what Jiraiya didn't know. Even the news from Anbu, her secret art of disguising using paper, even Mangekyo Sharingan couldn't see through. So, once she does enter the village of Konoha, it will be an endless scourge. Quote. Jiraiya immediately. Silence. At this moment, he was speechless by what Gong Yi said. Yes, now my own thoughts are indeed very selfish. Hearing Gong Yi finish saying this, Jiraiya felt that she couldn't refute at all. This is called paper escape. The secret technique is indeed very strange, Jiraiya has to admit. Heard Gong Yi finished speaking, his heart actually sank even more. Even Mangekyo Sharingan can't see through the secret art of disguise. Once she was brought into Konoha village, if Gong Yi left, she used the secret art to escape, and then went to disguise and kill the ninjas of Konoha village. I don't even need to think about such consequences, it's not something he can bear. I don't need your pity. At this time, no wait, what was Jiraiya saying? Conan, who was standing in front, still had a frosty expression on his face, immediately. Low drink. No matter what happens today, none of you will succeed. Conan has made an alert action now, her whole body is tense, ready to enter the battle at any time. Success. Shaking his head, Gong Yi stepped forward with a playful look. Rinnegan of Nagato has never belonged to him, what are you still thinking about here? What do you mean? Conan can't seem to understand when he hears this. Words that Rinnegan accompanied Nagato since childhood, how could it not be his Gong Yi, made Conan difficult to understand. Not his. Behind Jiraiya, he was also puzzled. Hokage, what news did you get? That's right. Gong Yi nodded and said slowly, I had already guessed before, but now that I see Nagato, I can be sure. Pointing to Nagato in front, Gong Yi continued, the reason why he is like this now is that the root of everything is Rinnegan. The reason he is like this is because Rinnegan was not born in his body, but Uchiha Madara implanted it. Outlining a smile, Gong Yi said without reservation, it is the load of these eyes that makes Nagato so weak so quickly. Uchiha Madara. Conan's complexion changed at this time, and after thinking of a lot of things, she seemed to show an incomprehensible look. But I have to say that Rinnegan's burden on Nagato is indeed very large, which is questioned by Mu Yang. Conan also seemed to notice something, and she rarely refuted it. How is this possible? Jiraiya's face immediately turned. One white, it is hard to imagine that there is such a secret here. Uchiha Madara. Even this guy got involved. Power of this Rinnegan, I have to say, is getting more and more mysterious. At least Jiraiya can't guess at all how everything here is like this. Having said this, it's enough, I'll deal with your scourge first. Feeling the confusion between the two, Gong Yi no longer explained it. Now such a thing, it is useless to say more, and it is enough to simply reveal a little. Dance of the Shikigami Paper Rain. Swish swish. At this time, the body wrapped around Nagato floated in the air, Conan immediately kicked back with him. And the rest of the paper they are immediately condensed on both sides of Conan's body, turning into two sides, wings. With a hula fan, endless sharp pieces of paper are blasted out, really like paper rain. Naive, you thought you could leave like this. Seeing that Conan wanted to leave, Gong Yi sneered in his heart. If she wants to fight with herself to the end, Gong Yi is really hard to do. But it's going to work, by telling Conan something about Rinnegan just now. Looks like Conan, she wants to get out of here now and find Uchiha Madara face to face. She has a lot of confusion in her mind right now. Arms. Now that Conan is leaving, it's naturally according to Gong Yi's plan. Otherwise, if he really took Nagato's Rinnegan with him today, things would have shifted. Good at that time, once Uchiha Obito is forced to recover Kakashi's eyes. Then he is likely to reveal his identity. Uchiha Obito, his name has Uchiha Madara's fame there. He wants to declare war, but naturally he can't use the identity of Uchiha Obito. If this is really the case, wouldn't it make the villages in the entire ninja world laugh at the big Kiba? Only the name of Uchiha Madara is the most shocking, and makes them let go of everything. For the sake of his follow-up plan, all of this naturally cannot happen. Fortunately, these words made Conan think of leaving here. Blink of an eye, the sound of swishes of paper in the sky ahead came one after another. They were densely packed, all falling towards Gong Yi and Jiraiya. At this moment, there was a sound of rapid burning of flames. Detonator. Only then did Gong Yi realize that all the densely packed pieces of paper in front of them were paper pieces that resembled detonating talismans. Endless, there were tens of thousands of them. Is it actually already collected? Gong Yi immediately stopped chasing, but immediately. Both hands hand seal. Senpo, Sage Art Luli Tianmu. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Filu Shaukan's latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmates to find 99 novels. Chapter 729. Senpo, Sage Art Glazed Canopy. At this time, Gong Yi did not continue to walk over when he saw the piece of paper that Conan shot out, with the power of the detonating talisman attached. Now I have the intention to let her go and use this defense against Conan to attack the gap, but it is a good opportunity. Om. A strange voice sounded, and a crystal clear blue water curtain appeared. When it appears, it is immediately. He stretched out and completely blocked Gong Yi's eyes. The chakra of sage art vented out and was continuously injected into the blue water curtain. It's just a mere piece of Conan's paper ahead, but it won't make Gong Yi go to great trouble at all. Acting is better than a full set. Although with his current sage mode and the power of the 8 inner gates, it is enough to penetrate this Conan's dance of the Shikigami ninjutsu unscathed. But Gong Yi didn't do it, and chose to stand here and defend quietly. The booming sound all hit the top at the moment when the water curtain was formed. The coercion of the explosion, and the invisible shock wave, swayed the water curtain into ripples. However, although they are powerful, they have no influence on them in the slightest. 3 even said, that deafening sound was not actually transmitted through the water curtain at all. Conan's attacks just now were dense and fierce, but they didn't threaten Gong Yi in the slightest. It seemed that her struggle just now was of no use to Gong Yi. Jiraiya's expression was sluggish, and he was also staring blankly at the front. Gong Yi's glazed canopy seemed to be swung out casually, but Jiraiya was once again horrified. Who knows that Gong Yi is very strong, but every time he really sees it, he can't help but lose his mind. After all, Gong Yi's methods are actually beyond the comprehension of ninjas. Soon, when the orange Yuhi-colored fire of the explosion dissipated, and the aftermath had ceased, the sunlight reflected down. A piece of light fell on the top of the glazed sky, and it couldn't help emitting a colorful light. Like a rainbow, and like a glass, it makes people feel dazzling, and an indescribable beauty is displayed in front of the eyes. Whoa! When Conan's attacks have all disappeared, the glass canopy is slowly disappearing. Gong Yi waved his hand, and the white smoke in front of him was instantly dispersed to both sides by invisible power. Dodging, when he reappeared, he was only a few hundred meters away from Conan. Just now, although the attack seems to be very long, it is not too slow. But this time, after breaking through the attack range of Conan dance of the Shikigami, he looked at Conan in front of him and just sneered. Haha, it's really interesting. A pair of dark eyes radiated a strange light at this moment. Unconsciously, there was a hint of play and a hint of sarcasm. Dance of the Shikigami paper shuriken. Seeing that the current Gong Yi is already approaching, Nan immediately. He waved his hand and threw out several shuriken. Whole body is white, and it is made of folded paper. Even so, they are so sharp and deadly enough. It seems that the best of all this can only end like this. Jiraiya, who was standing at the back, saw that Gong Yi had approached Conan, and he didn't seem to be as demanding as before. He naturally listened to all the words Gong Yi said just now. So far, if you want to truly solve the scourge of Akatsuki, then the next step is to cut weeds. If you want to protect Konoha village, you can't let anyone go today. Especially Conan's ability. Jiraiya knew that it was very strange. But he never imagined that if her secret technique was used for disguise, even Mangekyo Sharingan would not be able to detect it. This made Jiraiya completely unbelievable, and even vaguely surprised. Mangekyo Sharingan, that is the most powerful pupil of the Uchiha clan. As the core executive of Konoha village, he still knows a lot about the Sharingan of the Uchiha family. Especially, as for Mangekyo Sharingan, Jiraiya knows how powerful it is. But Conan's paper escape secret technique can easily evade the detection of such a pupil technique. If everything is really as Gong Yi said, this will have very serious consequences. Thinking of this, Jiraiya is completely embarrassed to talk to Gong Yi anymore. When he arrived here, he seemed to be powerless and could only look forward like this. The whizzing sound of breaking the sky kept coming out. At this moment, several shuriken folded from paper, they shot towards Gong Yi without the slightest fear. Senpo, Sage Art Jin Dun. Gong Yi saw Conan's attack ahead. He didn't go back to release ninjutsu. At this moment he headed up to Conan and killed directly. The golden light bloomed. Gong Yi raised his arm, and immediately condensed a golden long sword in his hand. Hula. With a wave forward, several golden sword chi immediately blasted out. The paper shuriken that had just been fierce in front of him was all broken into pieces and scattered in the wind. Blink of an eye, Conan in front of him didn't seem to react, and Gong Yi's whole person's speed was immediate. Boom! Almost instantly, immediately. Arrived in front of Conan. I saw her eyes widened at the moment, the pale face on her face seemed to be full of incredible confidence. Before the distance between the two, she could still use another ninjutsu, but it was not realized at all. Because in an instant, Gong Yi had pierced her body with the golden long sword in his hand. But, the next second, just as Jiraiya closed her eyes, everything in front of her changed completely. Conan, who was pierced by the golden long sword in Gong Yi's hand, actually turned white gradually. And then, actually completely turned into a thin white paper person, and finally slammed into countless pieces of paper immediately. Diffusion. Paper clone. Looking up at the sheets of paper that had been blown by the wind, Gong Yi smiled. It's still pretty good. In fact, long ago, Gong Yi already knew that the Conan in front of her was the paper avatar she left behind. The tyrannical consciousness spreads, and Conan's tricks will not be seen there. Although Mangekyo Sharingan can't see through her disguise, Gongyi can easily find it. However, in order to confuse Jiraiya, Gongyi did not hesitate to perform again. Now that Conan is leaving, it is completely in line with his plan, which is still very good, and saves himself a lot of trouble in the future. The whole plan has been in the process of being gradually arranged by myself. Chapter 780, The Old Confused Jiraiya. Actually, is it actually a clone? Seeing the scene in front of her, Jiraiya dodged and came to Gongyi's side. He looked startled and looked at the sheets of paper flying all over the sky in front of him. At this moment, Jiraiya, his heart is more complicated. Conan's departure from here is a mixed blessing for him. She is his own disciple after all, but she will also be the future enemy of Konoha village. Thinking of these, after that, Jiraiya doesn't know whether this is good or bad. Looks like you want, Jiraiya. Gongyi put down his hand, and the golden sword instantly collapsed into stars. The current Gongyi has a trace of complaint on his face. Your disciple successfully left here. When is she? Seeing Gongyi like this, Jiraiya was actually quite embarrassed. Although there is nothing like Jiraiya, Gongyi's ability to throw the blame is very powerful. It was at this moment that Jiraiya felt that it was her own fault, which made Conan escape. Jiraiya's whole body began to be filled with a kind of self-blame. The more he thought about it, the more he seemed to feel that he was all to blame for those words he just said. I think it was immediately after the first wave of ninjutsu was released. Escaped using the secret art paper. Shrugging, a helpless smile appeared on Gongyi's face at this moment. Of course it's not because Conan left, it's more because of seeing Jiraiya like this. He felt that the current Jiraiya was really a bit old and confused. But it's also good, Jiraiya is very good guide now, which is also beneficial to my next plan. I don't think she's going far. Now what do you think of Hokage? Jiraiya naturally didn't know what Gongyi was thinking at the moment, he asked after thinking for a moment. Although I haven't gone far now, do you think that with her secret skills, we can still find her? Gongyi's face the color gradually returned to calm, and said lightly. ... Once again, being said by Gongyi, I don't know how to answer. Yes, Gongyi just said Conan's secret art of hiding in paper. If she really wants to disguise, then even Mangekyo Sharingan can't detect it. No one knows about Gongyi's terrifying ability to perceive consciousness. So, now Jiraiya knows that Gongyi is powerful, but it is enough to be a little helpless. Because even if it is powerful, it may be a weak point for such reconnaissance perception. After all, every ninja has his own strengths and his weaknesses. Naturally, he didn't believe that there would really be a very comprehensive ninja. That's why, Jiraiya also dare not think so. Okay, let's go back to Konoha village first. Gongyi didn't talk any further, but turned around and walked away. Jiraiya couldn't see through what he thought. But now what Jiraiya is thinking, Gongyi can clearly know Akatsuki. Well, Gongyi didn't refute what he thought, but was deliberately letting go of Zhao King's suspicion for himself. Okay. Jiraiya recovered and nodded. Now it seems that he feels that he has done something wrong, and he is not talking much behind Gongyi. Jiraiya's heart is quite tangled, self-blame, etc. Emotions are constantly intertwined and filled in my heart. He can't even say what kind of mood he should be in now. At the same time, after the two had dodged and left, they would slowly reveal half of their bodies far away from them. The pair of yellow eyes first looked at where Gongyi and Jiraiya left, and then stared at the other side. Where Conan left with Nagato's corpse. Something's going wrong. After getting the information about the clone, the main body of this side, Ju came to Uchiha Obito and said. What's wrong? Sitting on a towering gravel, Uchiha Obito turned his head to look at Ju. Is there any news about the 5th Hokage from Nagato? There is indeed news for the two of them. Ju nodded and continued. Now Nagato is defeated by Hokage 5 generations and has already been killed. Well, what did you say? When Uchiha Obito heard this, he couldn't help but stand up. I lost to Hokage, the 5th generation, and was killed by him. Indeed it is. Ju shrugged, with a bad expression on his face. We seem to underestimate the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. His strength is stronger than we thought. Rinnegan has been taken by him. Without paying attention to Nagato's life or death, Uchiha Obito immediately asked. The current Rinnegan is the most important thing. For Uchiha Obito, that is the guarantee for him to fight against the 5 great ninja villages in the future. Rinnegan, this is just the same thing he kept with Nagato. Now, Uchiha Obito suddenly heard these, and he was naturally very concerned about Rinnegan's situation. No, it wasn't taken away by the 5th Hokage. Ju shook his head and responded immediately. When Nagato died, Konan took his body back and ran away. You mean Konan was in that guy's hands and escaped straight away, and Nagato's Rinnegan hasn't been taken away yet? ... A hint of doubt appeared on Uchiha Obito's face behind the mask, and he couldn't help but feel more confused. Rinnegan, this is rumored to be the strongest pupil. As the 5th Hokage who was very obsessed with power, how could he give up such power and let Konan go easily? This seems a little wrong. No, it's not that the 5th generation Hokage let him go on purpose. Seemed to know what Uchiha Obito was thinking, but he never stopped. The guy from Jiraiya once appeared to discourage Hokage for the 5th generation, but Konan released his attack first, and then used secret techniques to escape the chaos and left. Hehe, it doesn't look like she's stupid. After saying that, Uchiha Obito also suddenly realized. Such a simple explanation, the front and back can be smooth. Konan's paper escape, its unique camouflage technique, Uchiha Obito is aware of. Now she can use this secret technique to escape from the chaos, which is also unexpected. Uchiha Obito showed a smile. That's fine, save me going to Konoha village to get Rinnegan back. You know where she left, absolutely. Head and looking at Ju who was standing there, Uchiha Obito asked again. Naturally know that my clone has been following her since she left. Absolutely nodded and replied. Enter. Chapter 731. Rise and Fall. Morning, a ray of sunshine shines on the earth. The silent things are slowly revived, and everything begins to become alive. Konoha village, inside the Hokage office. Lord Jiraiya, you are really impulsive. Standing beside Gongyi, Nara Shikaku shrugged and said, it's fortunate that nothing happened to you this time. But even so, a calamity has finally been released. Hearing Nara Shikaku saying this, Jiraiya's face also showed remorse. Thinking of Konan who escaped, Jiraiya felt a little unable to face Gongyi. If I hadn't blocked that before, maybe there wouldn't be so many things now. Oh, actually, you don't have to worry too much. Sitting on the Hokage chair, Gongyi smiled and seemed to be in N. 3220. Comforting Jiraiya, Nagato is dead, and now this Konan alone can't make any waves. Now the whole Akatsuki, to put it bluntly, is dead in name, and there are no more members at all, so it doesn't matter a long time ago. Knocking on the table, Gongyi's face. Wrong gradually said solemnly. There is only one person we should worry about, and that is the guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara now. No matter how I think about it, I suspect that his identity as Uchiha Madara is a little unbelievable. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku frowned, and it seemed a little difficult to understand. After all, Uchiha Madara, who was the same era as the first Hokage of Konoha village. Is unrealistic to think that Nara Shikaku can live until the Hokage has been passed down for 5 generations when Konoha village was first established. He seemed to feel something incomprehensible, and something that he felt was very impossible at all. If Nara Shikaku was alive at that time, it would be hard to understand how powerful Nara Shikaku would have been until now. Uchiha Madara, according to common sense, it is impossible for him to live so long. No, Shikaku-sensei, you are wrong. Gongyi shook his head and said slowly, there are too many grotesque ninjutsus in the ninja world. We don't know, it doesn't mean there are none. This kind of ninjutsu is similar to immortality, although it is not realistic at all, but we have also encountered it, right? Head to the side, Gongyi dismissed the idea of Nara Shikaku immediately. Interrupt. I want to guide myself, not let them doubt. If they were to doubt the identity of Uchiha Madara now, wouldn't their plans for the future die out? Thinking of this, Gongyi said again, among the members, there is a member named Zhao Du. I think you are not unfamiliar. He is using his own secret technique, and it will not be so long before he is still alive and well. You mean the guy with 5 hearts? Hearing Gongyi say this, Nara Shikaku can think of it. That's right. Nodding his head, Gongyi smiled and said, Takian Village's grievance secret technique is the secret that has helped him live for so long. This ability is simply speaking, through my analysis, it is. By using chakra to manipulate the black tentacles released in the body, so as to capture the hearts of others. Including your own heart, you can store up to 555 hearts in your body, and then by replacing the hearts to extend your lifespan, you can achieve the level of immortality. Seeing that Jiraiya and Nara didn't speak, Gongyi didn't stop. There were rumors that he even played against the first Hokage of our Konoha village. Just imagine that a guy like this can survive forever. It wouldn't be surprising if Uchiha Madara has similar abilities. Face began to become serious. Gongyi said solemnly, so now everything is possible, we still have to be careful, and not suspect anything here. Well, Hokage, you're right, I was careless just now. Listening to Gongyi say this, Nara Shikaku nodded in response. Before, Nara Shikaku, who was guessing, heard Gongyi's reminder immediately. Suddenly realized. The ninja world is full of wonders, and now there are various forbidden secret techniques. Even Nara Shikaku, he is the core executive of Konoha village. But the master's ninjutsu is not as numerous as expected. There are many things that he really cannot understand. Yuchi thought about Takian village's grievances. Its ability is indeed enough to support ordinary people to live forever. There are 5 hearts, even if one of them is damaged, it will not affect his vitality in the slightest. It is only necessary to replace and transplant them before they decay. Such an ability, Nara Shikaku shuddered a little when he thought about it. A person has lived for so long, he can really endure such loneliness. After all, he has to watch the people around him grow old and die, and watch the rise and fall of each era. Anyway, although immortality sounds very tempting, but how many people can really insist on going through this? The Hokage you now think is Uchiha Madara. After his defeat with the original Hokage, he belongs to suspended animation. Jiraiya, who has never spoken, frowned and guessed, then passed some kind of secret technique, finally survived, and began to secretly plan all this now. It's impossible to say for sure, but it's not impossible. Gongyi put his hand on his chin and pretended to be contemplative. Now Gongyi's approach is simple, just make everyone feel a sense of urgency. Although Uchiha Obito is a small person, there are many legends and records of Uchiha Madara, which are enough to make the ninja continent jealous. Today, with their unknowing guidance, at least Nara Shikaku and Jiraiya have begun to believe it. Although still not sure, 1. But they are invisible, and they will follow their own words to think. Well, such a psychological suggestion really had to make the two of them think more about it. The matter of Uchiha Madara is not a trivial matter, they dare not look down upon it. Especially, this is a skill, and the ninja continent has gradually begun to be serious, and the two of them dare not be careless. Although looking at Nara Shikaku and Jiraiya, the two of them seem to be easy to coax, but in fact, one is the core executive of Konoha village, and the other is the think tank of Hokage for generations. How could the two of them not be fools? But now Gong Yi is sitting in this position, so what he said is more convincing. At the same time, the two are naturally suspicious, so they have to really get into the trap that Gong Yi has prepared for a long time. Chapter 732. Magical Guy, Second More. But since it is Uchiha Madara, why is he planning these now? Jiraiya was silent for a moment, and the whole person couldn't help but be confused. Especially at the moment he's still collecting tailed beasts, which is a bit strange. Nara Shikaku also muttered to himself after pondering for a while. Why do you plan these, and what the tailed beast wants to do, I still have no way of knowing. Gong Yi's face wrong didn't change much, and answered the two people's questions lightly. Although Gong Yi's future plans need to use Nara Shikaku's side. But now is not the best time to tell him. After everything was fully implemented, Konoha village was very agitated, and even if Nara Shikaku disagreed, it didn't matter at all. Any case, his master looks at Uchiha Shisui's eyes, and he only needs to use Koto Amatsukami to change Nara Shikaku's will, and he can also complete his own plan. The most important thing now is the opening of the Five Shadows Conference and the position of the general of the Master Coalition. Well, before that, Gong Yi also needed 29 to use the opportunity of killing Nagato to find Uchiha Obito for cooperation. Without his push, his follow-up plans would be quite troublesome. If the fourth ninja war suddenly stops, how can I consume the power of the rest of the ninja village? Even Gong Yi can start the war with the power of Konoha village. But in the end, it was also punished by the people, and it was completely meaningless. So Gong Yi's real purpose is to use Uchiha Obito to consume these ninja villages for himself. And, you can do it by yourself and make it a perfect ending. At that time, under the condition of being exhausted, no ninja village will dare to deny what it is. After solving Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya, the entire ninja continent can be completely unified by himself. Unlike the original Senju Hashirama, he wanted to use split-tailed beasts to come and go to make each ninja village contain each other. With the tailed beast acting as a nuclear weapon, naturally there will be no war in the ninja village. But Senju Hashirama really thinks too much. He completely underestimated the greed of ninjas. What happened after that was obvious to all. The Second Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War completely intensified. According to the development in the original work, if there is no Uchiha Obito to stir up behind here, the Fourth War will still be staged. As long as there are interests, there will be wars. Simply relying on the idea of tailed beasts is actually unrealistic. And you are different. Gong Yi is. He wants to completely unify the ninja continent and turn all the ninja villages into a unified existence. In this case, can this truly achieve peace? Of course, Gong Yi is not that great. This is just his first and final milestone in the Hokage world. Unifying the ninja world is very exciting to think about. Gong Yi, you guys are back. At this time, without waiting for the three of them to do anything, Tsunade immediately pushed the door and walked in. She looked worried at the moment, but she relaxed when she saw Gong Yi sitting here. Blink of an eye, she looked at Jiraiya. You were really not afraid of death, but you ran away from Akatsuki by yourself. Cough cough cough. Faced with Tsunade's accusations, Jiraiya didn't say anything, just an embarrassed dry cough. Okay Tsunade-sensei, now that Jiraiya is back, it's already not bad. Gong Yi smiled and helped Jiraiya to excuse himself. But this time I was able to come back, thanks to the 5 generations of Hokage. Shrugging, a wry smile appeared on Jiraiya's face. I didn't expect that the scourge left behind would have such a serious threat to me. Then now the leader of Akatsuki, how is he? I got rid of it. Yes. Tsunade was stunned when he heard Gong Yi's answer. The leader of Akatsuki was killed by you. If you don't kill him, Jiraiya and I will never come back. Seeing Tsunade's Yi,'s reaction, Gong Yi looked amused. It seems that without realizing it, you have become stronger again. Tsunade shook his head, exclaiming in surprise. Now the leader of Akatsuki, how powerful he is, the general ninja village has information. The sheer strength alone is enough to make people tricky. Not to mention, he also has the eyes of the Fairy Six Paths, the legendary god of the Chunin world. That pair of Rinnegan's was a nightmare that no one could have reached. People who were enough to threaten the entire ninja continent were killed like this. Looking at Gong Yi's appearance, it seemed that he was still very calm, and he didn't have too much pressure. In his heart, Tsunade felt. The rating has increased countless times again. She was even thinking at the moment, it seemed that she had been away from Konoha village for too long, and had been staying in the ninja hospital since then. Although there are many rumors about Gong Yi in the ninja world, Tsunade has never really had a clear understanding of Gong Yi. A trance, she seemed to feel that this guy in front of him, who had become a fifth-generation Hokage, wanted to teach him medical ninjutsu by himself. Cut, this guy. Thinking of this, Tsunade also unconsciously showed a smile. Okay, Tsunade-sensei, don't worry about these things. Glancing at Tsunade, Gong Yi smiled unabated. It's all under my control, nothing will happen. At this moment, Gong Yi naturally knew that Tsunade still cared about him very much. Especially just now, knowing that Jiraiya also went to a Megakure village. But the first reaction when she opened the door, she didn't pay attention to Jiraiya, instead she looked towards herself. During the whole process, it is enough to see which of the two is heavier. Not only Gong Yi can see it, but also Nara Shikaku and Jiraiya. Especially Jiraiya at the moment, his face is actually quite complicated. Well, there is still a little bit of unpleasantness in my heart. After all, I still had such a little interest in Tsunade back then. Although he didn't express it, he still kept it in his heart. Of course, thinking about it at this moment, the 5 generations of Hokage in front of me are so good, I really can't compare with anything. Especially unconsciously in his mind, he always resembles the previous scene where Gong Yi stepped on the giant stone and fought with Nagato Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Shocking, sensational, and quite invincible. His power has long been beyond the scope of ninjas, and there is a vague feeling that people can't understand. Anyway, Jiraiya understands that this Hokage in front of him, he is a very magical guy. Chapter 733. Madara and Nagato's Guess. Night came unnoticed. The bright moonlight sprinkled on the ground, like a layer of veil, but also like a layer of frost. On this quiet night, after being separated from Nara Shikaku and Tsunade and others, Gong Yi left Konoha village. A few dodges, Gong Yi came to the range of the palace leader. But in the next second, when Gong Yi was about to move forward, his whole body immediately stopped in shape. With a smile on his handsome face, Gong Yi turned his head. Is there anything else I want to say? Cough. At this time, as soon as Gong Yi's voice fell, Jiraiya walked out. There is indeed something. It's not convenient to talk about it just now. Still with that iconic smile on her face, Jiraiya scratched her head and said, "What's the matter?" Gong Yi seemed to have guessed something, and he laughed jokingly. If you just want to thank me for saving my life, and blame Conan for running away, then you don't have to. Haha, of course it's not these two things. When Gong Yi said this, Jiraiya was even more embarrassed. What is it? You can tell me. Gong Yi turned around and walked up to Jiraiya's eyes, showing a look of listening intently. I want to ask you about Uchiha Madara's transplant of Rinnegan to Nagato. The matter of transplanting Rinnegan to Nagato. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, Gong Yi showed a sure face. Since Jiraiya didn't ask Nara Shikaku and Tsunade just now, it must be about Nagato and others before. Yeah, what the hell is going on? Jiraiya nodded, a look of confusion on her face. I can't be 100% sure about this kind of thing. Gong Yi opened his mouth and said slowly, but when I fought against him before, I found that Rinnegan's power was constantly consuming his vitality, which reminded me of the original information. Well, just a simple guess, it is indeed possible. As I said. Gong Yi, who was talking nonsense, didn't want a real answer to Jiraiya. Now that Nagato is dead, let's talk about it too much. What's the use of talking too much about some things, and it's not a good thing. Once you reveal too many secrets, you will be in a very bad position. Just guessing. Hearing Gong Yi finish saying this, Jiraiya's face showed a hint of disappointment. Originally Jiraiya thought Gong Yi, he might know some kind of secret about Nagato. But when he heard this, he felt as if he had thought about it. This is naturally just a guess. Shrugging, Gong Yi continued with a smile, otherwise, when Nagato was young, would I be able to check something by myself? At that time in Nagato, what was I doing, Dao still doesn't know. Smiling, Gong Yi stared at Jiraiya a little helplessly and said, I just wanted to save my life in the battlefield, and there will still be attention to whether Uchiha Madara is not. The reason why I said this before was just based on Anbu's information. So it is. Thinking for a while, Jiraiya nodded without showing too much suspicion. Such news is indeed shocking enough that Jiraiya will always take it to heart. In fact, if Gong Yi really knew too much, Jiraiya would actually doubt it. But it happens. Now that Gong Yi is like this, Jiraiya is still a little relieved. It's getting late, what else do you want to ask? Seeing Jiraiya standing silently, Gong Yi continued to ask with a smile. No more. Jiraiya came back to his senses, smiled and said, you should rest early, if it weren't for you and I would have been planted in a Megakure village today. You are the ninja of my Konoha village, and a very important core executive. It is my duty to save you. Not caring too much, Gong Yi responded with a faint smile, I just hope you don't forget your position in the future, after all, you are a ninja from Konoha village. Haha, it's natural. Jiraiya laughed and was about to leave. He naturally understood what Gong Yi meant. When Sarutobi Hiruzen was in office, he kept running around. Now this is going to work. Gong Yi's words are obvious, that is, tell yourself not to leave here easily. After all, the situation in the entire ninja world is serious, and if he leaves, it will only make Konoha village lose a formidable combat power. Well, at least Jiraiya at the moment, he still thinks so. Good. Nodding his head, Gong Yi didn't talk nonsense anymore, but immediately flashed away. Jiraiya rescued him this time, but only for the sake of the future of Konoha village. At the same time, it is also to kill Nagato along the way, and solve the calamity that will appear in the future. If not for these things, for purely personal reasons, Gong Yi wouldn't say anything to save him now. Jiraiya, to be honest, he is not trustworthy. As he has been deeply influenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen's will, it is difficult to draw him to him. Although it is possible to change his will, it is impossible to make him as loyal as Kimimaro and others. But for Gong Yi, it doesn't really matter at all. Beginning to the end, Jiraiya is not within the scope of Gong Yi's win. He just needs to stay in Konoha village honestly and act as a ninja force to shock the outside world. The strength of Konoha village is not enough just to have oneself. Excellent ninjas like Jiraiya are also a banner. Disguise. It should belong to the same, good mascot, as Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado. Whether he submits to himself or not has long been unimportant to Gong Yi himself. After all, so far, after possessing the power of 10 tails, he no longer needs to rely on anyone. Even as long as Gong Yi thought about it, he felt that he had the ability to destroy and suppress the ninja continent. But that doesn't make any sense. What Gong Yi needs is the surrender of all people from the heart, not the mere suppression of force. This is also the reason why Gong Yi, he is planning carefully here, instead of directly opening the 6 paths mode and killing it. Gong Yi naturally doesn't want to do something that doesn't make any sense, and doesn't want to do it. Who? Seeing Jiraiya leave, Gongyi also came back to his senses. The matter on Nagato's side is over, and I can take advantage of a few days of spare time to help Sasuke. Chapter 734. Mysterious Kekkei Genkei. To help Sasuke is to help him fully open the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After Sasuke's battle with Uchiha Itachi was over, he was kept in a closed state. Although this period of time, he also continued to go out to experience and perform tasks. The power of Sharingan is still rarely used. Obviously, Sasuke doesn't say anything about Uchiha Itachi now, but it's still there, he's still brooding. I didn't have time to pay attention to things on Sasuke's side before, but now it's different. He still has a few days of free time. Gongyi also decided to remove Sasuke's heart disease first. And transplanted Uchiha Itachi's eyes, completely fused with Sasuke, let him officially open the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, its power, although Gongyi did not see it. But as the most noble and mysterious Kekkei Genkei of the Uchiha family, its role is not small. Evolved from the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The end point. It is even known to Rinnegan. Gongyi, with such a pair of 320 eyes, in the entire ninja world, there should be only Uchiha Madara. Mangekyo Sharingan, this advanced form after the fusion of two Mangekyo Sharingan, the evolution method is extremely harsh. The host itself has opened Mangekyo Sharingan, transplant another double Mangekyo Sharingan, and it can only be done between blood relatives within the Uchiha tribe. That's it. At this stage, only Uchiha Madara has succeeded. If Gongyi remembers correctly, Uchiha Madara is the first being to have the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan through the transplant of his brother Uchiha Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan. In the ninja world, Gongyi actually has a lot of research on the Sharingan of the Uchiha family. In the beginning, Gongyi actually wanted to use the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan to enhance his power. But later, he gave up. After all, Sharingan is too weak to help Gongyi. And Mangekyo Sharingan is a double-edged sword, also known as the cursed Kekkei Genkei. This pair of eyes, only when they reach the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, in disguise, can actually be regarded as cracking the curse of Mangekyo Sharingan in use. The use of pupil art is not threatened by seals, and the eyes have eternal light. Otherwise, Uchiha Itachi is a good example of using such power for a long time. And it is precisely because of the power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that Uchiha Madara is able to conquer all races. That is, under his leadership, the Uchiha clan reached its heyday. With the Senju clan headed by Senju Hashirama at that time, they were also called the two most powerful races in the ninja world. Of course, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Gongyi knows much more than that. It can even tame and control tailed beasts, as well as use the full-body Susanoo. These two abilities alone can be called very invincible. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan currently can't enhance the ability of himself, but it can enhance the ability of Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke has been completely controlled by himself at this moment, and he is waiting to be mastered by himself. That's it, Uchiha Sasuke's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can also be used by himself. Well, now basically Uchiha Sasuke is his most powerful force. After thinking about it, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes really need to be opened without delay. There is not much time left, so quickly perfecting the power in one's hands is the top priority. Kimimaro is now in Anbu, he has already risen, and his overall strength has already completely surpassed cage level. A normal shadow, it is absolutely impossible to defeat Kimimaro. And he has completely mastered the entire Anbu, so he doesn't have to worry about it. As for Hyuga Neji, his strength is even more different from before, and he also has the same power as Shadow. At the same time, because of his existence, the Hyuga family is rare and honest. They naturally know that the tree is big and attracts the wind, and they also know that Gongyi, character does not like the appearance of people who threaten him. Arranged by Gong Yi in the core high-level positions of Konoha village at this moment, they were not too presumptuous. According to Uzumaki Naruto, after his original special training, he cooperated with Mount Myoboku's Sage Mode, and his strength is equally powerful. After I went to hand over the skills of Master Kyubi, Nine Tails, to him, the character in the original book was completely formed. A hole, Uchiha Sasuke, is now missing here. Just transplant Uchiha Itachi's eyes and Uchiha Sasuke's eyes to merge. Then the new Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan will be officially born. Blinking, thinking of this, Gong Yi is also ready to go home first. Late, and now is not a good time, everything will be executed until tomorrow. Didn't take long, when Gong Yi had come into the house, he immediately hand seal with both hands and take the next shot. With a bang, white smoke appeared, and a small black snake looked at Gong Yi. Let Sasuke come to my office tomorrow. Looking down at the little black snake, Gong Yi whispered lightly. Cici Xiaohei seemed to understand Gong Yi's meaning. A ray of light appeared in his eyes, and immediately left here. The whole thing seems to have come to an end. Letting out a breath, Gong Yi was relieved. His nerves have been tense since what happened to Akatsuki. Although it is not that he is afraid of anyone, he must always arrange for his own plans. Now basically everything is over, and everything owes the east wind. With Uchiha Madara Obito, Conan will definitely not be spared, so naturally there is no need to worry. As for the Five Shadows Conference, Gong Yi can also be absolutely certain that it will be held soon. With the death of Akatsuki leader Nagato, Gong Yi has enough excuses to bring them all together. Then it's time to see Uchiha Obito's performance. The Fourth Ninja World War will start completely, and his plan will completely come to an end. As for those who have to worry about it, it's only Nara Shikaku's side. Although there is Koto Amatsukami of Uchiha Shisui, Gong Yi decided that it is best to let Nara Shikaku surrender himself first. After all, there are a lot of things involved after that. If it's just a puppet, it doesn't mean much. Well, after thinking about it, Chen Fan is not worried. He is confident enough to get Nara Shikaku to agree and help his plan. Chapter 735. Enlightened Sasuke. The next day, early in the morning. Above the cloudless sky, the warm sun shines down. All the people are still busy, day after day, repeating everything. As always, in order to survive, each other is fighting hard. Teacher Gong Yi, you are looking for me. Sasuke Uchiha was standing in Hokage's office at the moment, looking at Gong Yi respectfully and asking. Sasuke, who is still practicing outside, immediately returned to Konoha village after receiving news from Gong Yi last night. Over time, Sasuke Uchiha and Uchiha have a lot of respect for Gong Yi. Every growth he has experienced, everything he has experienced, there is a figure of Gong Yi. That's it, he didn't even know it, as if he saw his brother Uchiha Itachi. My own teacher, Sasuke felt at this moment, should be the last person who can have a trace of family affection. He felt that in this world, apart from Gong Yi, he wouldn't have anyone to trust. Well, for Gong Yi, Uchiha Sasuke has long been unconditional and completely obedient. Well, there is indeed one thing. Seeing Sasuke walking in, Gong Yi closed the documents on the table, looked at him and smiled and asked, "But I haven't seen you recently, how is your practice going?" "There is nothing wrong with everything." Sasuke didn't have a frosty face, but smiled and replied, "Mr. Gong Yi, after your task is completed, I will stay in the back mountain to practice." "There's nothing wrong with it." Nodding, Gong Yi didn't talk nonsense, but went straight to the topic. "By the way, the second letter from Itachi, have you read it?" "I have seen it." Silence for half a second. Uchiha Sasuke did not hide. It's about the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That's right. It seems that Itachi has this plan a long time ago. Hearing Sasuke Uchiha finish speaking, Gong Yi's face gradually became serious, and said lightly, "So Sasuke, I think you should also accept Itachi's gift well. If you keep running away, it will only make all of Itachi's preparations in vain." When Gong Yi found out about Uchiha Itachi and the content of the second letter he handed to Uchiha Sasuke, he was not surprised. Because Gong Yi can actually think of it for a long time, since Uchiha Itachi has decided to sacrifice himself, come and go to fulfill Uchiha Sasuke. Then he will never, to hide the secret of Sharingan. Today, when I heard Uchiha Sasuke finish speaking, it was actually true. The day he left Konoha village, Itachi seemed to have a high level of consciousness. I have to say, for Konoha is a good ninja, and for Sasuke is also a good brother. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi also helped himself in disguise and cultivated a terrifying guy. "Mr. Gong Yi, what do you mean?" Uchiha Sasuke's face at this moment gradually revealed a complex color. The current Sasuke still doesn't know how to describe Itachi. After Itachi died, Uchiha Sasuke actually used Sharingan very little. There was still a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't get past. I've heard Kimimaro say it before, but you can't do it in your current state. Seen through Sasuke's heart long ago, Gong Yi smiled. Whether it is Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or Mangekyo Sharingan, this is the will Itachi entrusted to you. Right now, Sasuke, what you need most is keep Itachi's will well and pass it on. Seeing Sasuke's face gradually revealing a hint of enlightenment, Gong Yi didn't stop. "You should look at your eyes, and you should really open them. This is the best proof to live in place of Itachi." Knocking on the table, Gong Yi said solemnly, "So now everything you see doesn't belong to you alone, but it also belongs to Itachi." "Mr. Gong Yi." Uchiha Sasuke trembled slightly with Gong Yi Bu. Since the Uchiha Itachi incident, no one has actually enlightened Sasuke. After all, it was his own brother who died, and he had been misunderstood like this all the time, so it was inevitable that he would have a pimple in his heart. At the same time, although Sasuke Uchiha didn't say anything, he still felt guilty in his heart. That's how it was, so he kept going to the horns, and spared himself back and forth. But today is different. With Gong Yi's enlightenment, the current Uchiha Sasuke seems to have figured it out. Indeed, as Gong Yi said, now Itachi has entrusted his power to himself. Then you should not hide it completely, but use it. Only in this way, you can live up to Itachi's expectations for yourself. No matter how you think about it, now that Gong Yi's words are finished, Sasuke Uchiha has a feeling that he sees the moon when he sees the moon. His previous pair of dull black pupils seemed to burst into light at this moment. He suddenly understood. What he needs to do is to inherit Itachi's will. Then help Gong Yi as much as possible to complete his due mission. It looks like Sasuke, you have already figured it out. Seeing Sasuke's appearance, Gong Yi's face gradually showed a gratified smile. He didn't waste much time and energy, he completely told Sasuke what he said. This situation is what Gong Yi is most willing to see. Gong Yi, who takes time very seriously, doesn't want to waste a long time just here. However, Sasuke did not let himself down, and quickly made up the meaning of all his words. Yes. Sasuke nodded heavily, and a rare seriousness suddenly appeared on his face. I understand now. His released hands clenching his fists, Sasuke's pair of dark eyes began to turn into Yuhi, his third Tomo immediately. Turning slowly, as you said, Mr. Gong Yi, I really shouldn't run away now, but live with Itachi's legacy. Sasuke, what you think now is naturally the most correct choice. Gong Yi stood up and walked to Sasuke's side. He patted Sasuke on the shoulder and continued with a smile, in this case, I will transplant Itachi's eyes to you. In the days to come, you will take everything Itachi has, live well, and fight well. Give Itachi's eyes to me. That's right. Gong Yi nodded, smiled and said lightly, since you have understood the process of opening Mangekyo Sharingan's eyes, you must also understand what I mean. Chapter 736. Eye Transplantation. Well, Itachi has said it very clearly in the letter before. Sasuke Uchiha nodded without showing any doubt. Not to mention that Sasuke has 100% trust in Gongyi. Just by virtue of the relationship between Uchiha Itachi and Gongyi should have the right to know this secret. And Sasuke is also very clear that Itachi is cautious by nature, and likes to leave a lot of means in case of accidents. News of this eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is a very important matter. For the entire ninja continent, there is only one Uchiha clan left. Uchiha Itachi would definitely not be relieved if he just relied on this letter. After all, once this kind of thing is lost, what awaits you next is the secret of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan lost forever, and no one will know it again. Well, Sasuke actually thinks this way, and his heart will be completely clear and understood. Teacher Gongyi is in front of him, since he was so good with Itachi. Uchiha Itachi will naturally inform him about the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, even himself, Uchiha Itachi was entrusted to Gongyi back then. No matter how much you think about it, Sasuke can't have the slightest doubt about Gongyi now. Well, since you already understand, then I will do it myself and transplant Itachi's eyes for you. Gongyi nodded, and didn't go into too much nonsense. Gongyi did not explain that he knew the secret of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although he does not possess the ability to read minds, it can be known that Sasuke will have countless reasons to excuse himself. If I had the skill to explain something, it would be a bit superfluous. Okay, Teacher Gongyi. Hearing this, Sasuke's face showed a touch of excitement. Now Sasuke naturally knows that being Gongyi's disciple has many benefits. With the transplanted eye alone is enough to see. Although there are many medical ninjas in Konoha village, there are also many excellent ones. But in my own situation, in disguise, it is also of great importance, and there is no room for a little mistake. If Gongyi personally took action, then Sasuke would be very happy to see it. Well, just thinking of this, Sasuke is even more grateful to Gongyi. After all, Gongyi, as a fifth-generation Hokage, is a ninja who can suppress the entire ninja world, and he has rarely shot. Now that Gongyi can make another shot and use superb medical ninjutsu, it seems that he is the only one. Since you have agreed, then I will bring the eyes of Itachi seal. Nodding his head, without too much expression on his face, Gongyi said slowly, then we will help you perform the transplant in the afternoon. Time flies. 2 days later. Rain was pouring down. The heavy dark clouds are still there at the moment, the sky above the rain. The whistling of the wind continued, as if weeping for the dead soul. Looking around, the entire Omegakure village is in disarray. Taking the central core as the point, all the surrounding areas are full of deep pits. The towering buildings before had disappeared completely. If anyone from outside Omegakure village came here, it would be unbelievable. None of them would think that a village once existed here. Birds looked down, only the outer 100 meters range, and a few buildings were not damaged. Other than that, the village of Omegakure has disappeared. However, although all the buildings were destroyed, the foundation of the village was completely lost. Of the entire Omegakure village did not suffer any damage. As long as there are people, the building will still be rebuilt. Konan is standing quietly on an intact building nearby. Before that, she used her own paper camouflage to successfully deceive Gongyi to leave here. But after not going very far, she waited for Gongyi to leave and return to Omegakure village. Konan is not nostalgic here, but simply wants to get back Yahiko's body. Although Yahiko's body, he has been destroyed in the previous fight with Gongyi. But Konan still doesn't want him, and the last bones are buried here. Well, so she also came back with a huge risk. But this meeting, with her coming back, has gone through 2 days, but she feels a little puzzled. She suddenly had an illusion, as if she had inadvertently made her think that Gong Yi had deliberately let her go. When this idea came to her mind, a bad premonition suddenly appeared in Conan's heart. Because no matter how he thought about it, Conan felt that Gong Yi had no reason to let him go, but rather killed himself. Since he can clearly understand his own abilities. Then I am a huge scourge to the whole Konoha village. At the same time, anyone with any bit of common sense would not easily let go of their enemies. And the 5th generation of Hokage Gong Yi, this very shrewd guy, how could such a mistake happen to be normal? There must be an opposite reason. This makes Conan actually have to be cautious. Especially, she has to be more careful. Uchiha Madara. This guy, after Gong Yi finished talking, Conan already had a little guess in his heart. After a short preparation, the reason why Conan didn't leave was because he had already realized it. As long as Uchiha Madara or Gong Yi, whoever the two of them wanted to come here, would be detrimental to Nagato. She already has a solution and a solution. The reason why she didn't leave after taking Yahiko's body is that Conan is also using herself as bait. Now she wanted to see if it was really what Gong Yi said, or what Uchiha Madara described. Standing on the high platform in the open air, looking at the Omegakure village that has become a deep pit ahead, Conan's face is surprisingly calm at this moment. Allowing the icy rain to hit him, Conan didn't care. As if this is the only way at this moment, can Conan seem to find the feeling that he is still alive. At this moment, a chakra force appeared immediately. In front of Conan, the air that was supposed to be invisible and intangible was gradually twisted. Immediately, a man in a black robe walked out. He has yui-colored auspicious clouds embroidered on it, and a wooden Uzumaki-shaped orange mask on his face. The pupils that are exposed alone make him look very peculiar. Well, he just came back from the border of the ninja continent, Uchiha Obito. Otherwise, block the collection of IP. Chapter 737. Conan and Obito. What are you looking for? Conan stood behind Uchiha Obito, looked at him quietly and said. Was no expression on the cold and frosty face. There is just endless killing intent. Uchiha Obito came here, combined with Gong Yi's original statement, the intention has long been very obvious. Conan couldn't believe it, this guy was just here to console himself. You put Nagato's body there. Back to Conan's Uchiha Obito, he looked back and asked indifferently. Right now, he doesn't see the slightest bit of joy or sorrow. He's not here. As soon as Uchiha Obito finished speaking, Conan sneered inwardly. Sure enough. It seems that who is the 5th Hokage in Konoha village, he really knows more than himself and Nagato. But in any case, Conan naturally couldn't let Nagato's Rinnegan be taken away. Gong Yi no. Okay, this one in front of me. Uchiha Madara. He is also still not good. Next second. This thought in mind, Conan has slowly closed his eyes. Hula this time, I saw that her whole person had begun to disintegrate gradually, becoming a piece of white paper. The blink of an eye, Conan disappeared completely, she completely turned into a blank sheet of paper. She did not attack Uchiha Obito, but all folded automatically, turning into sheets of paper butterflies and flying into the distance. Humph! Uchiha Obito snorted coldly when he saw Conan pretending to play tricks here, immediately. Activating Kamui also followed. Sea, turbulent. With the continuous rain falling from the sky, the smooth water surface is constantly stirred up with ripples. Because of the rain, the whole sea also rose with the tide, and it was a little turbulent. Here, the village of Omegakure has been completely left, and only the dark shadows of the towering buildings can be seen in the distance. The paper butterflies in the sky gradually flew here at this moment, and then slowly began to piece together into Conan's appearance. She stood silently on the water, letting the sea water around her beat, and at this moment, she stared straight ahead with a delicate face. Uchiha Obito, who released Kamui, also appeared in front of her. Rinnegan. Standing in front of Conan, Uchiha Obito said coldly, it seems that you don't want to confess where Nagato is. Where exactly is Nagato? I naturally won't tell you such things. Conan's body was tense, and his eyes were killing. I have been waiting for a long time, just want to end your life. I won't show mercy because you used to be my servant. Akatsuki, you won't forgive betrayal, you know that. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito did not become angry, but asked in a gradually cold voice, I want to ask you a question, why even an excellent member like you wants to betray me? Before you and Nagato originally agreed to my Moon Eye plan. Uchiha Obito wearing the Uzumaki mask makes people unable to see his expression. Is it because the 5 generations of Hokage of Konoha village have been smashed the courage before? Killed the guts. Conan heard Uchiha Obito's sarcasm, her face still unchanged, he just died a little later than you. Kill you now, and the 5th Hokage will also be impossible to run. Even though you have already betrayed me, you are still so arrogant and wearing this dress. Seeing that Conan had raised his hand, and the whole person was about to release the attack, Uchiha Obito was still there. He opened his mouth and said, it seems that you still have some nostalgia for Akatsuki. Now if you give Nagato to me, I can still give you a chance to kill the 5th Hokage. Hehe, Akatsuki was originally founded by Yahiko. The Yuhi cloud in this dress symbolizes the war that brought blood to the ninja village. Unable to show a sarcastic face, Conan said unmoved, if you say the real betrayal is only you, to put it bluntly, Akatsuki was only stolen by you. This dress represents us, it doesn't really belong to you. Half of Conan's face has begun to turn into white paper, and his entire body is about to disintegrate. Now a pair of eyes staring at Uchiha Obito in front of her, and Rinnegan is also a ninja from a Megakure village. Nagato got it after opening his eyes, and it doesn't belong to you either. His eyes are the treasure of this country and this village. Whoosh whoosh. As Conan's voice just fell, several paper shurikens immediately blasted out. They headed towards Uchiha Obito ahead in pieces, very fast. Quote. Uchiha Obito, standing in front of Conan, has been silent. Didn't say a word at the moment, just stood there quietly and looked at him. Although the fierce attack had come, he did not dodge in the slightest. The next moment, when Conan's paper escape attack has come, but they all completely penetrated the past, did not cause any damage to Uchiha Obito. You may have misunderstood 2 things. Uchiha Obito was calm from beginning to end, he still didn't rush to do it, just said in a deep voice, it was me who prompted Yahiko to create Akatsuki. Besides, the pupils that were exposed alone were already incomparable to Yuhi at this moment, and the 3 tomo on them were clearly visible, it was also me who gave Rinnegan to Nagato. Yes. Conan, who was ready to unleash the attack at all costs, immediately. His face changed and he stopped. What Uchiha Obito said at the moment, invisibly, overlapped with what the 5 generations of Hokage said before. Her heart couldn't help sinking, and her whole person showed a kind of disbelief. Could it be that all of this is really from the beginning to the end? The opening of Nagato's conspiracy, Yahiko's founding of Akatsuki, and all these things after that. I can't imagine it, and Conan can't imagine it. She feels that the 3 of her are like being puppets hanging by people. A child, I have been living a life arranged by others. Hehe, so I hope you can understand. Looking at Conan's appearance, Uchiha Obito sneered. To be fair, I should be hoping that he will give it back to me. Forget it, in my opinion, you're just a little girl with an empty head. And now, just a little girl who knows where Nagato Rinnegan is. Uchiha Obito spread his hands, his tone became extremely casual, without any tension. It's useless to talk too much, let's catch you first. Head, Uchiha Obito's Sharingan is shining bright at this moment. Chapter 738. 600 billion detonating symbols. Boom boom boom. Huge explosions keep coming. A short time, Conan and Uchiha Obito fought fiercely for several rounds. Conan, who was already out of breath, was completely at a disadvantage, and it seemed that he couldn't hold on for long. Next second. On that determined face, Conan showed a hint of determination. Raised her hand towards Uchiha Obito in front of her, and immediately shouted, "In a world without light, flowers will only wither." Yes. Uchiha Obito, who had already broken half of his mask, and Sharingan, who was standing alone, widened, and his face that had never changed finally showed horror. Whoa, whoa, I can see that he can't stand still at the moment, there is still seawater under his feet, and there are rough waves around him. The sea now has all turned into stacks of paper. Endless, mighty, this seems to be able to catch the eye except white paper, there is nothing else at all. As you can see, now all this is not over at all. This can be tens of meters deep. Looking down at the sea, the bottom is still covered with white paper. Of the paper mountain and paper sea makes people tremble with fear just by looking at it. No, Uchiha Obito is clearly visible, the symbol is still drawn on the white paper, and the black, boom, is written on it. Word. Where are they blank sheets, these? Densely packed, can't see the end, can't see the low. All are detonating charms. Even at this moment Uchiha Obito, he was terrified and could not imagine how the Conan in front of him was using how many detonators. Hugh wants to escape again. Conan's face turned pale, a rare madness in his pale face. A full 600 billion detonators. If Gong Yi stood here, he would definitely shake his head and sigh. In addition to lamenting Conan's wealth, this guy really almost exploded the finale at once. Not to mention Uchiha Obito, even if Gong Yi is facing these 600 billion detonators, he will never feel good. One or two detonators may not have such a huge impact. But dozens, hundreds, thousands of them can already start to threaten people's lives. And this is 600 billion. Just you can see that it is covered with sheets of sea, and you can see it completely by disguising it so that no water leaks. How spectacular and shocking they are when they begin to emerge. It's something that can't be described in words. Damn. Uchiha Obito couldn't help scolding whereabouts. A Sharingan of Yuhi, an orangutan, kept releasing Kamui. But at the moment it seems to be invalid, not at all, instead the detonating charms around him are constantly sticking to him. It seems that your time-space movement has failed. Conan floats in the sky, watching the desperate Uchiha Obito. I didn't do anything before I betrayed. As you absorb yourself, the body has to materialize, and at a much slower rate than when you absorb other things. If I hadn't interrupted the space-time movement and switched to penetrating explosions, maybe it would have been really bad. Uchiha Obito, who was still falling, gradually calmed down, and he couldn't help but murmured while looking at the dense detonators around him. This is the 600 billion detonating charms I have prepared for you, enjoy it. Floating above the sky, Conan's face showed a hint of crazy excitement. It can explode continuously for 10 minutes without interruption, and you must not be able to escape. The voice fell, and Conan also lowered his arms. At this moment, all the detonating charms began to burn. The sound of bang bang kept coming out, and the whole sea began to be deafening. There was only a small amount of seawater in the piece, and they were immediately evaporated by the sky-high explosion. The endless white fog, they vented around immediately, covering the entire area. As you can see, everything in front of you now seems to no longer exist. Next second, Conan also immediately broke out of the state of dance of the Shikigami. Falling on the water, Conan secretly said panting, I didn't expect these, it would consume such a huge amount of chakra. But fortunately, it seems that he has been PFF'd. Before Conan could think again, a cold feeling came up in his stomach. Then there is endless pain and the passing of life. How is it possible? Conan's face showed surprise, and the whole person seemed to be in disbelief. Uchiha Madara, who had just been devoured by 600 billion detonating talismans, did not die. Yuhi's blood kept dripping, but it was constantly diluted by the light rain falling from the sky. The smell of blood is gone, and the rain is still there, it's falling. It seems to be crying for the dead, and it seems to be crying for the poor man. Konoha Village, Ninja Hospital. Standing in a separate room, Gongyi stood here quietly. He didn't care about Conan and Uchiha Obito at the moment. On his handsome face at the moment, a pair of dark and deep eyes are quietly looking forward. Sasuke is sitting here now, with white cloth tied around his eyes. Over the course of a few days, everything went smoothly on Gongyi's side. Gradually sketching a smile, Gongyi raised his hand and slowly took off the white cloth that bound Sasuke's eyes. Mr. Gongyi. Slowly raising his head, Sasuke opened his eyes. Next second, a pair of black eyeballs changed immediately until a hexagram pattern was constructed. Immediately, the whole house can clearly feel the power brought by this Zeon Eye. Although it has no influence on Gongyi at all, it has to be said that the power of Eternal Mangekyo is indeed very powerful. It looks like a success, Sasuke. With the smile on his face undiminished, Gongyi looked at Sasuke and said lightly. Without wasting my time these few days, I can feel that Sasuke's whole person has completely changed. The opening of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan completely changed Sasuke. At the same time, as I have long been able to master the combat power of the master, the strengthening of Uchiha Sasuke will be of great help to my future plans. Especially now that the master has the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, then Gongyi can also rest assured that Sasuke will help him. Got things done. In any case, Sasuke's strength is now only good for himself, not bad. Nice. Patting Sasuke on the shoulder, Gongyi said with a smile, now you can replace Itachi's share and live well. Chapter 739. Shocking Ninja Omura. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it's really amazing. Standing in front of Sasuke, Gongyi looked at Sasuke's eyes carefully. The pattern of the six-pointed star was extremely complicated, and a tyrannical power fluctuation was faintly emitted from it. Although he can't threaten himself at all, in the entire ninja world, it is very terrifying for other ninjas. Mr. Gongyi, I seem to feel very different. Touching his hands around his eyes, Sasuke looked at Gongyi and murmured. Itachi once told me that this Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is the most mysterious and powerful Kekkei Genkei of the Uchiha family. Gongyi pretended to be reminiscing, and said lightly, it evolved from the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, and then Mangekyo Sharingan. This pair of pupils in it contains a powerful destructive power. And it retains the full capabilities of Itachi Mangekyo without the side effects of blindness, and at the same time, the burden on the body is greatly reduced. Bowing his head, Gongyi slowly continued to speak, so these eyes will be of great help to you, Sasuke. Retains all of Itachi's abilities. Sasuke was a little surprised when he heard this. Sasuke doesn't actually know 100% about something. Well, Itachi said this at the beginning, but the real me doesn't know Akatsuki. It takes you, Sasuke, to dig and discover it slowly. Nodding, Gongyi didn't say much. Now that Sasuke has just successfully opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he only needs to say what he said. As for other things, Sasuke will naturally be able to figure it out completely over time. It's useless to say too much here. Gongyi naturally didn't reveal too much. At the same time, when Sasuke heard this, he also showed a thought. But soon, he also said excitedly, I understand Teacher Gongyi. Sasuke didn't show a bit of coldness, and then said, now I have very strong strength, and I can completely help Teacher Gongyi to perform tasks. The knot in his heart has been untied before, and he has obtained such a powerful pair of pupils again, and his whole person is vaguely excited. No matter how you think about it, at this moment, you have gained unprecedented power. And the one who brought all of this to himself, besides Uchiha Itachi, there is Gongyi in front of him. I will live for the dead Itachi's share, but at the same time, I will also serve Gongyi, who is alive at the moment. Allegiance for life. At this moment, Sasuke unknowingly has begun to feel that his goal in this life is only in front of him. The Gong Yi is gone. Well, but this is not the time to carry out a mission. Gong Yi smiled and said, just now. After planting, you need to rest for 2 days. I see, Teacher Gong Yi. Sasuke nodded and responded immediately. He still obeyed Gong Yi very much, and almost never refuted anything head-on. Didn't take long, and now when Gong Yi briefly said a few words to Sasuke Uchiha, it was immediately left. Sasuke's transplant of Sharingan is over, and it doesn't make much sense to stay here. The plan has come to an end, and it is time to move on to the next step. At the same time, when it's almost time, Sasuke needs to inform himself. Such a tyrannical eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke is currently the strongest fighting force of his master. His appearance is very helpful for his future plans. Gong Yi actually never thought that he would actually make the two protagonists completely master. From childhood to adulthood, Naruto and Sasuke were also deeply influenced by their own will. Thinking of this, Gong Yi also drew a strange smile. So far, things are going well. White horses pass by, time flies. Blink of an eye, a week has passed. The entire ninja continent has begun to receive news one after another. Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, was killed on the spot by Hokage Gong Yi, the 5th generation of Konoha village. The whole village of Omegakure was in a mess, completely turned into the ruins of the deep pit of Nuoda. Hearing this information, all the ninja Omura were shocked one after another. After getting the news for the first time, everyone couldn't believe it at all. In fact, the relationship between Akatsuki and their ninja village is still in a very delicate state. They didn't dare to take it lightly, they just kept sending spies to inquire about the news. But this time, Gong Yi actually left Konoha village and killed himself in Omegakure village. Of course, after their respective spies came back, all the shadows frowned. The village of Omegakure is indeed in ruins at this moment, and the spies from the villages are speechless looking at the deep pit of Nanuo. For them, this seems a little unacceptable. From their point of view, how could it be that the ninja continent, where the ninjas had just stabilized for a few days, who could create such power damage, was once again taken as a turbulent situation? However, with the death of Akatsuki's leader, everyone did not feel safe. After all, the tailed beast at this moment is still being controlled by Akatsuki Master. They can't really figure out the specific things, they are all silently thinking here. Now the situation is tense, there is no one from the ninja village, they choose to take the initiative. This matter, you often lose the most and gain the least. These shrewd ninja villages, everyone is here to stand still, waiting for news. Who cares that the tailed beast was caught before? In fact, although they were anxious, they were not the first to do it. They are still very afraid of Akatsuki. No matter, it is certain, Gong Yi has eliminated their leader now, but still does not act rashly. It is still Ninja Omura, and what they think and think is naturally not based on their own interests. Like Sarutobi Hiruzen at the beginning, they are all thinking of the interests of the whole village. Real guy like Gong Yi doesn't exist at all. The members of Akatsuki, but also personally killing the leader of Akatsuki. Such domineering behavior was already considered to be taking the initiative to protect the tailed beasts of their own village. Because only in this way can the passive situation be eliminated and become their master's first opportunity. I have to say, Gong Yi's incident this time has spread, and the rest of the ninja village are also secretly applauding. After all, Akatsuki was arrogant and domineering, and it did make the ninja villages of the ninja world feel afire. Chapter 740. Morning, everything is silent. The bright sky, the night was about to disappear, and the morning light from Akatsuki swayed down and illuminated the surroundings. Konoha village, inside the Hokage office. Right after Sasuke's affairs were settled, Gong Yi was busy with preparations for Konoha village. The war orphans who have been adopted before have also grown up one after another. Those ninjas who have no sense of belonging to the village and waste resources have been assigned to the death squad of the 4th Ninja World War by Gong Yi. For such a ninja, Gong Yi naturally does not need to be reserved. Village adopted them and sent them resources to train them. If they still had the same attitude towards the village, Gong Yi would naturally not feed them. After all the sorting, investigation and monitoring, at least 5,000 ninjas have been added. Of the death squad this time is the felon ninja who are all imprisoned in the Konoha village. They exist for the war, and for everything that follows. There are 10,000 ninjas in total, all of which Gong Yi is ready to abandon. As for the rest of the tens of thousands of ninja powers, all of them were almost brainwashed by Gong Yi and allegiance to Konoha village. Those tens of thousands of ninjas are the trump card to unify the ninja continent. The village of Master Konoha. In just a few years, the ninja power has been increased to a lot by himself. A large amount of capital investment and countless support releases have made Gong Yi begin to see benefits. Otherwise, with the ninja reserves of Konoha village at the time, it is estimated that there are only more than 20,000. You must know that the ninja power of a normal ninja village actually does not exceed 20,000. But at the moment, the Konoha village where Gong Yi is the master is already as high as 30,000. At the same time, this does not include the 10,000 ninjas that Gong Yi is going to use as a death squad. Now if the hidden strength of Konoha village is revealed, it will definitely shock the entire ninja continent. After all, in recent years, the Konoha village has not been visible, and they would never have thought that the Konoha village would have been developed by Gong Yi to such a degree. A lot of emotion. Gong Yi turned around at this moment and quietly looked out the floor-to-ceiling window. The entire street has been enlarged countless times, and the surrounding houses have been raised one after another. I can see, the entire village of Konoha has also spread out for hundreds of kilometers, all covered with buildings. The current Konoha village, known as the largest village in the ninja continent, fully deserves its name. Has grown to this level in just a few years, which is something that all the other ninja villages can't imagine. Even the former Mizukage Terumime of Kurigakure village and Kazekage Gara of Sunagakure village were a little unbelievable when they came. After all, to be able to develop like this, in addition to consuming resources and money, it still requires considerable courage. At least they don't think they can develop the village like this. Well, in the end the thinking is completely different. Gong Yi, as a transmigrator, naturally doesn't think the same as them. Of the entire ninja continent are also basically sticking to the rules. And Gong Yi is different. Now that he is a master, he naturally needs to develop vigorously. That is, because of the decision I made at the beginning, it seems to be wrong now. At least the current Konoha village has brought benefits to itself. And the money invested in the past has started to pay off one after another. Lord Hokage. Soon, at this moment, a voice suddenly appeared. I saw an Anbu member wearing an Anbu black robe and an animal mask standing in front. How is it, Kimimaro? Seeing his appearance, Gong Yi regained his senses and looked at him again. Has got his place now. Kimimaro nodded and responded immediately to Gong Yi. Have found him. Yes, Lord Hokage. Oh, not bad. Hearing Kimimaro's words, Gong Yi raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. All the plans are going well so far. At least so far, there hasn't been any offset at all. Lord Hokage, do you want me to accompany you there? Kimimaro looked up at Gong Yi and asked. No, I can go by myself. Shaking his head, he closed the documents on the table. He's just a small character, and he doesn't need to go to war. But everything is just a surface, Kimimaro, don't be fooled. Gong Yi seemed to know what Kimimaro was going to say. He immediately interrupted laughing. It's all just superficial. Kimimaro was stunned for a moment, but nodded quickly, and his face behind the mask showed enlightenment. I see, Lord Hokage. Seeing that Kimimaro was very clear, Gong Yi, face also showed admiration. Now as Kimimaro, who was raised by him since childhood, his style of doing things is exactly the same as his own. Almost a lot of tasks do not need to be fully informed, and Kimimaro will also complete them perfectly. At the same time, because he has been placed in Anbu for a long time, his whole personality is also what Gongyi likes the most. Just be loyal to yourself, no matter right or wrong, I'll just follow your own arrangements. Yep, that's enough for now. As for the rest, Gongyi doesn't care. After all, his entire current plan is the core, and at the same time, the most important. Time is fast. Gongyi has left Konoha village. Acting Hiraishin's art, he has left the Fire Country. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had come to the border. After getting the news from Kimimaro's side, Gongyi has already left immediately. He is going to meet next is also the Black Hand who promotes the future plan. Uchiha Obito. After counting the time, Uchiha Obito should have obtained Nagato's Rinnegan now. At the same time, he should also be preparing for the next plan. In this case, you can start to find him and discuss cooperation. Well, now the last three-tailed beasts on the entire ninja continent are still here. As long as Uchiha Obito wants to resurrect Ten Tails, as long as Uchiha Obito wants to complete the Moon Eye project, then he must bow his head to himself. And he is still mastering the most important thing. Uchiha Obito can't find any reason to refuse. This time, his master has a lot of chips, and Uchiha Obito has no chance at all. If Gongyi decides to join forces with Uchiha Obito, if he doesn't fight an unprepared battle, it is absolutely impossible to go straight ahead like this. Everything, naturally, is all in his master. The art of Hiraishin is activated again. Thoughts. Gongyi also walked towards Uchiha Obito's place.